two-seater, because the two-seater more often than not runs just around about before the pro sessions. So I was up the top end yesterday, and lovely fella up there I spoke to, had a whale of a time. Colin, I'm sure Paul has sent you the list.
Yeah, he has. This is Wayne Jones in the back of the car from Maidstone, and the reason he's in the back, he's basically addicted to drag racing.
Good lad.
Best
this
way.
Is not going to help, is it, really?
No, it's not going to cure his addiction, is it?
No, exactly. It's like saying to somebody, I'm addicted to spending money, here's $5,000. Oh, guess what I'm going to do with it? Spend it. There you go. I think I said that, you mentioned that yesterday, interviewing the chap at the top end who was in there for the first time. It was a good job he didn't do it years and years ago, because the path of his life may have been slightly different. Paul, asleep for him anyway, with an 033 light. An 802, 166 miles an hour. There we go, that addiction's just got a little bit worse. Well done. I did like the analogy yesterday. He said it's going to leave the line quite hard, and he said it didn't just leave the line quite hard, it kept going all the way through.
Well, a very good morning to everybody tuned in through the live stream, of course, this morning. Enjoy the coverage from Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing and the home of some very red people.
What I've really loved about this weekend, it's the vibe of old. What I mean by that is the spectator banking has had people camping out on it since 8 o'clock this morning.
Unbelievable.
Just waiting for stuff to get started. And started we are with round number 2 of Pro ET. Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon in the Kestrel lane. The times you see on the board at the top end are their predicted times. You're going to see the Capri of Laura Bainton in the Slick Tricks lane leave first by just over a second. The idea is whoever gets there first without going too quick on their dial-in will be through. However, so basically it's who does the best job of running close to their predicted time. Also though, when the green light comes on, they have to react really, really quickly. It can be won and lost on the start line. You're going to see that multiple times through the day. Well, that's one of those that could be won and lost on the start line. Laura's quite a way out in front. Look at that. Simon Fulton takes the win. 9.17, he had a quicker reaction time, and that was what made the difference at the finish line. Actually, his quicker reaction time was the win margin.
All right, next up, Marie Mills and Mark Huxley, the Can-Do 2 Toyota Corolla, darling in 990, which bizarrely is his number in super gas, but then that's what he has to run in there. Marie Mills will be leaving first though, 10.69. 0.79 of a second difference on the tree. The head start going to the little altered. And that's one. Huxley with margin 0-1. Shadowing at the stripe a little bit there. But, well done to Mark.
That is a perfect example of a whole shot win, because Marie was bang on her dial-in. She dialed 1069, she went 1069 with the one. That's 1,000th of a second. As Chris said, that's half a blink of an eye, I think. No, not even that. 200ths of a second is a blink of an eye. But she was a bit slower on the Christmas tree. That's what made the difference. Jess Bishop and Mr. Qualifying himself, Dave Ruff, racing on Sunday. Dave looking to do himself some big favours in the National Championship. One more round to go after this weekend, as he got at least one more round of racing to go. He's got to beat Jess, who is red hot on the tree, has just been really good since she started in Pro ET.
Yeah, she has been one to watch out for straight away. And she continues with a 936 again, in effect a whole shot win. Dave Rudd only 400ths off, Jess got there first.
Yeah, just away from the start line first. That again was the difference. Now, obviously in Formula One, any sort of circuit racing, roundy racing as we call it, you know, a tenth of a second isn't much. In drag racing, it's as good as half a lap. Let's put it that way. It is a big difference when we measure everything in thousandths. So Liz Malcolm, Brett Featherstone, door car against Dragster. Little Dragster's going to be going first with the 1098, followed by your national champion. And a big message on the back of Brett saying, "Thank you, Santspod crew, best in the world. You are not wrong, sir." This may be another that's decided on the tree.
Yeah, you heard him lift off it just right there. So Brett Featherstone goes through 9.69 but a low 6 light. But really good to have Liz and Ian Malcolm back with us this weekend. But it is Brett that moves on.
Yeah, if you're wondering why the people that are further away from their predicted time keep winning, it's because they had a better reaction time when the green light came on the start line. So Alfie Ratton with Julie in the Kestrel lane, the little Toyota Corolla, against Neil Watkins with one of 3 cars entered this weekend for the Watkins family. I can see Amy around there. Did Tom make it through?
No, Tom didn't.
Okay.
But Amy did, obviously. In actual fact, Amy is racing Ryan, who beat Tom in round 1.
Well, this is to be decided by race cars, not reaction time. Closest to the dial was Neil Watkins. The win margin, 0.005. Ridiculously close at the finish line. Nothing in it on the tree, only 100th. And he was just that little bit closer to his dial-in. Great race.
Right, all of the Fulton lads made it through round 1. Simon Fulton has made it through round 2, so he will be in round 3. Daniel the next to try, but got a tough customer here with Mason Griffiths. Daniel 10.20, Mason 9.15. Oh, Mason goes red, very unusual for Mason. So Dan Fulton goes through. Breakout for Dan Fulton, but the red light already decided the race. So Dan Fulton will be racing Mark Huxley in the next round.
Well, Dan Fulton doing really well this weekend. See if the rest of the Fulton boys can join him.
Well,
so
Simon's through, it's only Dave to come. And he is going to be in the next pair, which is the last pair. This is Amy Watkins and Ryan Garrett.
Ryan Garrett with the big dart, still with a number plate on there. I'd love to see that on the street. What a car.
Yeah.
Amy's has got a number plate on it, but I'm not entirely sure Amy 1 is legal.
Oh, and it is Amy that's going to go through 006 red there for Ryan. Really trying hard. Oh, and an 881 on an 880 dial.
Well, he was nearly perfect both ends actually. Great to see the Garretts back. Please come back soon. So, last pair, Colin, yeah?
Yeah, last pair.
Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia. That steam you see coming out the top is nitrous oxide being purged. What they do is they blow air through it to bring pure liquid nitrous oxide into the engine. It's what we call a power adder. When tuned correctly, it can increase the horsepower significantly, which is where the 903 dial comes from in the Kestrel lane, up against the one and only Dave Fulton. That was really too polite, that was, wasn't it? Never mind.
Two exceptionally good racers, but only one of them is going to go through, and it is breakout for Dave Fulton.
Oh,
Ronnie Mercer takes that one. The margin at the stripe, not 0.001, but in effect there's nothing Dave could have done to win that one, as Ronnie was right on his game there.
on the tree, yeah. I tell you what, knowing Dave, he's going to be his two brothers' biggest supporter for the rest of the day, isn't he?
Bizarrely, if David won that, he'd have been taken on Simon, but he didn't. And matchups for the quarterfinals then. Jess Bishop taking on Amy Watkins. Neil Watkins is going to be racing Brett Featherstone. Ronnie Mercy just will go through there, taking on Simon Fulton, and Mark Huxley racing Dan Fulton. So that is Pro ET quarterfinals. Next up, it is Super Pro.
And we're back in the tower with Mr. What's your name? Chris Parker.
That'll be me.
Do you know something? It was really funny yesterday. I can't remember who I was talking to. They said, someone from... He sounds like he's from Bolton, and he's really good. And I said, well, there's no one I know from Bolton that's really good.
No.
I know one I know that's really good. Oh, we mean Chris. Right, yeah, there we go.
And he's from the other side of the country.
That's all right, yeah, there you go. Probably.
But lived in Manchester too long, that's probably why.
That could be it. Anyway, morning, Chris. Very good morning to Lawrence. He's hoping for success for his guys, Billy, Martin, and Marcus. So are we, Lawrence. Morning. Hope you're having a nice coffee and fika out there. It's about that time in Sweden, actually. I think it is nearly 11 o'clock because they're an hour on from us. But welcome to everybody watching live on the stream around the world. We hope you've had a fantastic 3 days watching. We're going to give you the very, very best we can in European drag racing for one more day. Kind of one of those events you don't really want to go home from because you don't want it to end. Because when you come here, and we were talking about this the other day with Mantorp, is that what I used to love about Mantorp, because you just go there and you just immerse yourself in it for 4 or 5 days, and the outside world doesn't matter. Whatever happens outside does not matter, because you're just here with all of your friends, with everybody's here for the same reason, to have fun, to enjoy themselves, to watch the racing. You meet so many wonderful people from all over the world at these events, don't you?
Yeah, we end up with pretty much the same people all the time. I know that, but there's people I get to see here that I wouldn't see really
Anywhere.
if I wasn't here. The time that I wasn't here was really not very nice.
Was a bit rubbish.
Yeah,
and that's what I said to Keith about yesterday about like COVID. Is that COVID is kind of a distant memory, but I don't know about.
Well, it is if you're not me.
Yeah, well, funny enough, or me, because I just that was just a frankly horrible experience, not being able to do anything you want to do, not being able to see anybody you want to do, and just all the stuff that made life fun just was taken away.
Absolutely.
You know? And, you know, seeing people, seeing friends, it's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And that's why this is so important. It just brings a lot of people
together.
together.
Well, that's why we do this, isn't it?
Yeah, you bet. It's going to be good. So we have got Super Pro round number 2 coming up. Tom Atkinson rolls round first. I was up the top end. Well, you knew I was up the top end yesterday, chatting to a few people after round 1, and it's always funny to get everyone's reactions. Always.
Yeah. And these guys are not used to it. They're not used to it.
They're not at all. No. I mean, it did make a nice change, but it was good. It was really, really good to catch up with them all. What a matchup this is. 2 door cars going against each other. One guy I've got to mention as well, I had a quick chat with, was Bjorn Holtberg, the guy with the 57 Chevy wagon all the way from Norway. And I said to him, I really hope you've enjoyed yourself. And he said, this is what we've been dreaming about doing for about the last 15 years, something like that. And I suggested to him, I said, well, if you come all that way, why not try and stay for the Hot Rod Drags next week? Because the Hot Rod Drags is only, it's less than a week away now, 5 days away. And that is the perfect event. That is a perfect event for a 57 Chevy to be running at. But Tom Atkinson's got a bye. Huge, slightly odd lot field.
Yeah, this is his bye because of his number 1 qualifying.
Yeah, a freebie on race day is just invaluable, isn't it, really?
Yep, absolutely.
Tommy's number 2 in points in Super Pro in the National Championship. So to get a tune-up run, a 3-round win, if you will, is always a good thing. A46, bang on the money.
But Tom choosing to dial pretty close there, probably wanting lane choice.
So lane choice goes to the car that's closest to their dial, yeah? Does it really make that much difference, or is it a preference thing where you sit in the... Especially a door car, really, I
It's
suppose.
not that the track's particularly any different. It is literally whether you prefer. You know, I always got myself into the mindset that I didn't prefer either. Right from the start. I am not going to have a preferred lane. Some people just do.
So Callum Swinchak with the altered in the Slick Tricks lane. 8.93, venting the nitrous again. The Flying Fife all the way from Fife in Scotland. It's the one and only Colin Miller. Colin was great. Yes, that was one of the funniest things I'd seen for a while. Like, because at this event, the camping goes all the way to literally to the end of the track. So if you're in your camper, your caravan, your tent, whatever, at the end, you can watch them come around the corner at the end and get out of the cars.
Yeah.
And Colin got up and waved to him and took a bow. He jumped, leapt out the car and did that. But why not? It's all good fun. Well, Callum was a bit late with a 0.16. Colin was a bit early with a 0.2. To be completely fair to Colin, he normally runs on a Pro Tree, which does make a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you think, you know, that 0.23 would have been a 7.6
Yeah.
green.
But look at, I missed that. Callum's number, 8.93 with a 0. On an 8.93. That's as good as you can get, pretty much. What a matchup.
Yeah, this should be the rest of the round.
100%, I think it should be. Because, it's all right. There you go. Daniel Giles, I caught up with, Daniel was another guy I caught up with at the top end yesterday. And I said, how have you done it? I said 5 out of 6 runs, 741. And he said, the window the car is in, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
He said, you know, we just don't want to change anything, don't want to do it. He said, obviously we set it up the same every time, but he's just doing the same again and again, which is, you know, great.
Yeah.
Talking of doing the same again and again, winning again and again this year has been Alan Didwell with the rear engine dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. Alan will be going first, slightly unusually for him, but not by much, only by 0.3 of a second. Alan is leading the national championship. Tom, who is in second, has already moved through.
Yep. Alan will just want to maintain the points lead that he's got.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
If he keeps up with Tom, then it makes his job in a couple of weeks' time a lot easier. However, he does have one of the best in the business, previous national champs in the other lane.
Yeah, this is got to be a tough one.
Well, it's the kind of thing we come for, isn't it, Chris? If you're a fan of bracket racing, this is about
This
as
is
good
it.
as it. Yeah, this is why this is good as it gets.
And Daniel will be leaving 0.3 behind Alan. And
Ish.
trying to run him down.
Ish, yeah. Well, there is some wriggle room at the top end for one of these cars. And it's the car that won with a perfect ET. 771. Daniel Giles picked the unfortunate time to be 0.04 of a second off. He was 0.1 on the tree. Alan was 0.06. 0.04 of a second in a race like that is invaluable. Well done to both of them. It was the race we expected it to be. Yeah, well done to both of them. Alan Didwell moving on, keeping pace with Tom. That's all he wants to do. I think I might be right in saying if they both go out, say, next round, that's kind of it, isn't it, really? Because I'm not sure 1,000 points or thereabouts can be made up.
It depends how many cars qualify for the next event.
Okay, but to make up 1,000 points...
It's still a big ask. You've got to qualify number one. You've got to win the event, you know, all that stuff. And
Alan needs to fail tech.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So, Thomas Haas from Switzerland in the Kestrel lane, taking on Pete Walters with the Walters Motorsport Dragster. That was another great moment yesterday, getting around the corner. All I could hear was Pete whooping and hollering in the car, which is, for me, is quite surprising because Pete is...
he's pretty cool.
Cucumber calm.
Yeah.
He's never, ever shows any sort of excitement or emotion, but he was whooping his head off when he came round the corner at the top end yesterday. It was great to see.
That's nice to see, yeah.
I think it was probably relief as well, because they've been, like you said, the engine doesn't like the hot weather. So yeah, just to get the round win was a good thing. 826, 784. Dorcar will go first. Thomas Hass all the way from Switzerland. What a car to go racing with. But Pete, it's almost caught him by half track. I think it's going to be. It is Pete. 785 on a 784. 0-3 lights to Thomas's your injury. Thomas broke out, but he was never mathematically going to win that one.
Nah. 38 light for Pete. 100.
So, your old boss. Nick Good in the dragster. Did he give you a bonus, incidentally, when you won the championship?
He looked at me with a happy face. So
well,
I think that was about that's the bonus you get.
Then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really, I suppose. Colin Morris, excuse me, with the door car. 866 for Colin. Morris boys have had a great summer this year. They really have. Well done to the Waters gang. I'm sure Pete's going to be very, very happy indeed up the top end. Great driving job too by him that time round. So, Colin, 866. More than a second and a half. And then that big supercharged dragster is going to try and run him down.
And yeah, Nick will try and run him down, go past and lift if he can. But at those sort of closing speeds, that's so hard to judge. I think Nick's dialed pretty safe, to be honest.
I don't think I'm telling tales, but he left pretty safe as well.
Yeah, he did.
He really did. If Colin doesn't break out, which he doesn't, it will be Colin Morris. Both with 200s off their dial-in. However, a 0.5 for Colin, a 0.21 for Nick.
Yeah.
Kind of spelled the end of his day, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm afraid that was just dead late.
You can say that because you know him.
Yeah, he won't mind me saying.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he'd be the first to put his hand up and say that. Not what he was after. Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl after one hell of a weekend. Andy was the most overjoyed person that I've ever seen yesterday. He was just ecstatic at the top end. He did feel sorry briefly for his competitor who red lit, but yeah. You can't say he doesn't deserve it, let's put it that way.
No, they've worked really hard this weekend. Well, they've worked really hard for a couple of years, let's face it.
So, Billy Gain, fresh back from his tour of the north of Europe. Looking for an 830 with the Victor and an 810 for Andy Thetford. That car can go in the sevens.
Yeah, I think Andy's working on the fact that Billy's probably got a smaller window, and Andy's got more power. So he's going to try and stay with Billy and not put too much nose out in front.
And what Chris means by that is not go too quick. Well, take the finish line first and hopefully not break out. However, we had the small matter of leaving the start line to go first.
Yeah. And if you're Billy, you have got the nitrous there. So you could always run a bit quick and then drop him at the end of the track.
He might have given away one of his plans there, I think. Well, Billy's going to back off shortly, I should think, because he knows Andy's not alongside him. There we go. That is perfectly judged. 8.34 and 8.30. 0.43 for Andy Thetford on the tree. Still good with a 7.94, 175. So Lawrence watching in from Sweden. One of your boys is through.
Yeah, just so everybody knows what tactically I was talking about there is if you've got a quicker car next to you who's obviously dialing a lot slower than you can go, a good tactic is always for you to dial in a bit slow too, get to the top of the track, and know exactly the point where you've got to lift to run your time, and leave the other car going sailing by you.
You just have to be confident. It's kind of like a game of chess. You've got to be confident in your own ability.
Yeah.
And you know what your car's going to do and what you did on the tree.
And that you can run consistent on the tree and
do you
all that stuff.
Is there any time that you think or even know that you might be late?
I always knew when I was late.
Okay, fair enough.
Luckily, I was never really that late.
Good.
I think once.
Lee Huxley door car from France, Fabien Dubois with that magnificent car. Let's drag us to burn that side seat for a long while. Who will be going to round 3? Lee red lights himself out of competition with an 0-3. Fabien goes 7.18, too quick. He was a bit late on the tree, but it didn't matter by then because the guy in the other lane went red. So, one of the custom gang through in Super Pro. Can we get 2? They've not picked easy opponents, the custom gang, this time, have they? Nah.
Sadly not.
Neither of them. Well, one of them's through. One of them is through. However, Scott Hauser in the other lane is no mean task. Scott has been national champion
3 times?
3 times. I'm not sure. I was just going to say, I'm not sure. Good couple of times.
Yeah.
Maybe even 3, like you said. He's been doing this a while now and is one of the guys you really enjoyed racing, yeah?
Yeah, I always loved racing against Scott. And I have to say, he's one of the only people that always made me, just give me a little bit of a flutter, you know?
Is that because he's pretty? Is that what it is?
No, the flutter was definitely not because he's pretty.
You knew it was going to be hard work.
Yeah, every time. He's always got something for you.
It is an ever-evolving game of chess, isn't it, pretty much? Yeah,
absolutely.
So, Scott Hauser, 7.41 in the Kestrel lane. Now, Scott is normally one of the quicker cars. However, the door car in the other lane, 6.90 for Patrick Dubois. Half a second on the tree for Scott. Oh, goodness me. I actually thought Scott went red there. If he doesn't break out, he's got this. And he breaks out, but Patrick breaks out by even more. Goodness me. Scott's going to look at that timing ticket and nearly have a heart attack when he sees that. He was 008 on the tree to Patrick's .25, basically a death sentence.
Yeah, and the worst thing for Patrick is he would know at the top end that he couldn't catch him.
Yeah.
But he didn't back off early enough to not break out.
Yeah, if he'd have either of them had just lifted. But Patrick could have won that by lifting. But then the thing is, though, Scott is seasoned enough to know if he lifted, then Scott would have done exactly the same thing straight away.
Yeah.
But he was 300ths too quick, and Patrick was 3,000ths too quick. Patrick was 5,000ths too quick, and that actually was what decided it, not the reaction time. Unbelievable. Great racing. Chris, thank you very much as always. We will see you a little later on. Go and enjoy yourself on the bank. Don't get too hot today.
No problem. I'll see you for the next round.
Oh, and some shorts have unfortunately made their way out. Never mind.
I had bunny shorts yesterday.
Did you? Oh, I just think I didn't look then.
Nobody wants to see, so your brain's probably blocked it out.
Good legs for commentary in the tower.
I'll see you later.
Good legs for radio, I think is the... Okay, Junior Dragster round.
Junior Dragster, yes indeed.
3.
Okay, now this is round 3. We've got 2 rounds of eliminations done last night and a good presentation in the pits last night as well, actually, with Rue from Lucas Oils. And basically we were catching up on some awards and giving lots of trophies and goodie bags out last night. So really, really good evening in the Junior Dragster pits. First pair today is Liam McDonald and Lara Bartlett. This is a tough matchup. Both of these were 00 in qualifying. Liam is your championship points leader. But Lara is on super form at the moment. 003 in qualifying. She was number 2 qualifier. And she wants this round win. She really does.
Got sister and dad down on the start line watching as well.
double breakout, but it is Lara that takes the win there. 8.02 on an 8.04, but 8.17 on an 8.20. So Lara does, in fact, take the points leader out. Ladies and gentlemen, just be aware that the Santa Pod crew are just about to go onto the grandstands and onto the banking, dishing out some more flags for Pro Modified round number 1. We've been waving flags for the countries that are partaking in Pro Modified, and they're going to dish some more flags out. So the Santa Pod team going out and about giving out flags. So get ready to wave them when we come round for Pro Modified round 1, not too far away.
So, Harley Coulsell gets a bye.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me, made the most of it.
Wow.
001 for Harley. I'm not going to say you. 001, yeah. 001 on a bye run, for God's sake. Yeah, there we go. Never
He broke
mind.
out, though.
He could have saved that for, when he needed it. All good all the same, though. Go give him a haircut. Might make him stronger.
All right, Tom Peters and Frankie Kent. 12.15 for Frankie, his first weekend in competition, and doing rather well, fair to say. Tom Peters, he is on the other side of the racetrack. They qualified 6th in 28. That doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about taking a round win. The winner of this gets a bye. It's just the way the ladder works.
I tell you what, Frankie has found his calling in life. He really has. There's a very good chance he's going to take another round win if he doesn't break out, but he breaks out. Oh, Frankie had loads to play with there. He was 0.4 on the tree. He was first by over half a second. But it is Tom Peters moving on.
Well done, Tom.
I bumped into Frankie last night. I said, well done, mate. Unbeaten in junior dragster.
Daniel Todd and Freddie Taylor, your next pair. The winner of this gets Harley Coulsell. Daniel Darling in 9.28, Freddie Taylor 8.04, so it will be the Dragon Slayer Junior Dragster in the Kestrel Beers lane going first. And then it'll be down to Freddie Taylor with Little Outlaw Junior to try and catch up. Very, very close indeed, but it is Freddie Taylor hitting his number, 8.04 on that 8.04, Darling. Nicely done. So Freddie Taylor will be racing Harley Coulsell, and whoever wins that pairing will get a bye into the finals. It's just the way the ladder is working.
There was a lot of whomping of the throttle going on at the top end.
Yeah,
so are you gonna clip him around here for wasting a double O reaction time on a bye run?
Yeah, what was he doing that for?
It's good practice though. It's all good practice.
Yeah, worryingly though, I think he was trying to go about 04, 05, so next round he'd probably go about 0.4 on a tree, trying not to go red.
Yeah, that's always the issue, isn't it? Yeah.
Good run from Freddie there though, 804 with a 1 on 804. Hell yeah.
Very good indeed. So Luke Muggeridge in the Kestrel lane. Points leader is out. I'm not sure how far behind Luke is. Might be. Hang on, let's have a quick look. May well be within striking distance, but yeah, Luke is. Well, actually, Luke's around about 600 points behind Liam. So with a 64 car ladder, there's so many points up for grabs this weekend. However, he's got to get around Max Taylor first. That must be a real butterfly moment, though, when you see the guy in front of you go out in front of you and you think...
Well, I always used to judge my dialing off the guy in front of me. So
Right.
if he was 200s up on his, I'd change mine by 200s.
Okay. I know. It's good to watch, though. It really is.
Wait for the wops.
There it is, yeah.
Well,
Lucky.
Double breakout, though.
big breakouts, actually. Max Taylor breaks out by the most. Luke Muggeridge does indeed move on, making inroads into Liam McDonald's points lead.
Yeah.
So he's 600, Thomas, he's 600 points behind, not counting qualifying points. I think it's 100 points around, isn't it? Something like
Yep.
that, yeah. So with a 64 car field, that's 6 rounds of racing. So there is the potential for them to be not too far off.
Well, it's probably about 1,000 points up for grabs if you got number 1 qualifier and win the event.
Goodness.
So, yeah, Liam's not won it yet.
Oh no. Right, just to give everybody a refresh on that, the Santapod team are out on the banking and the grandstands giving out more flags for, I can actually see them at the top of the banking waving their flags. Thank you very much indeed.
That's the idea.
Yeah, save your energy though for Pro Modern when the cars come round. You can't wave them for everything, but the idea is for Pro Modern, give it an international flavour. Live Action Arena, first show from then is at 10:30 this morning. Slightly earlier shows today. So that's 25 minutes or less to go for first Live Action Arena. Unfortunately, no helicopter rides today, so those of you that are hoping to get a real good view of the track, unless you've got your own helicopter, you will... you're not going to... Oh, you could go on the fairground, I suppose.
That's not far off, is it?
Yeah.
No.
So, yeah, but no helicopter rides today.
On the flag subject, folks, by the way, support the guys from the country, the flag that you have, because if you hang on to the flag and they win and you send a picture of yourself with that flag to the email address at the racetrack, we'll do that in a bit.
Yeah.
Yep, you can get tickets to that.
Supergas, round number 2. A really, really good gin and cake evening last night in the Supergas pit. So many people there, so much cake, and yes, I had one. I was being a good boy last night.
1 pint of gin.
Yeah. A pint of gin and 1 whole cake.
There you go, see?
But no, it was good to see so many people there last night.
Dave Fortin, Stu Doiney. Well, David Fortin won't like the look of that. 990 on a 990 index, Stu with a 9.92. However, 01 on the tree. That's what he does best. Stu Doiney takes the win on a whole shot. So, Pro Charger and Supercharger, 2 combinations you don't really find that often in Supergas racing or any sort of supercars racing, do you?
Definitely not Pro Charger.
The occasional Supercharger. Stefan Raffeltrap from Holland in the Slick Tricks lane. John Turner from Maidstone. John was actually entered in Supercom, but the car wouldn't run the number. So he backed off and ran it in Supergas in the last qualifying session. But unfortunately, is that well, he did go 1 round, out in round 2 of the 10:13, 9.990 for Stefan on to round number 3.
Yeah, Stefan actually had about 3/10 in the bag on the start line. Definitely not giving anything away by saying that he left first.
Well, it's visible.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear Stefan lift at the top end either, so I was going over the finish line with gritted teeth going, ooh, don't break
Slow
out.
down, slow down, slow down.
Yeah. All right, Andy Harrison got past Andy Dibley in round 1, and that set him up for a nice little bye run here into round 3. So we use this as a complete tune-up run, so try and chop the tree down and run a number at the same time, making the most of the opportunity to see what the car will do once again. Well, you didn't chop the tree down. And 989 with a 0. Safety in round 3.
So Lee Huxley down there with the Can-Do 2. Toyota having one hell of a day actually. He's already through to round 3 of Pro ET. Can he get through to round 3 of Supergas as well here? Standing in his way is Tim Moore with the 55 Chevy. You're wondering why we're already at round 2. It's because we had, and you're only here today, we had some earlier or preliminary rounds of racing yesterday because we've got so much to get through.
Yeah, I think coming in today, everyone was in the 16-car fields.
And Mark Huxley is going to go through Tim Moore. Oh, perfect light at last.
Minus.
Minus.
Oh, it's a minus?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it didn't go red. Sorry.
That's all right.
It's because Tim Moore went red first. Right.
Well, he went 991 and took the round win. Tim Moore was the worst of the two reds, basically, on that one. Although Mark Huxley weren't exactly far right. I mean, that's ridiculous.
No, the reason I called it is because you normally get a red band.
Oh, of course, yeah.
When you go red,
Yes.
but because it's eliminations, that red band was there, so it didn't appear up there. That's why I called it. But
Yeah, Mark Huxley
Nearly.
getting away with one there, I think.
Great matchup, this one. Pete Creswell, Stu Morris. Stuart leading. It's all Stuarts in Supergas leading the way this year. Stu Morris, 6 lane. Pete Creswell. Great to see Pete back. Oh, dearie me. And I'm just looking at the reaction times.
Oh, no issues for Pete Creswell. He's off the
what
power.
a shame.
Well, 10.09. Pete Creswell, I'm not going to say he had that in the bag, but he was 002 on the tree. Yeah, exactly. 04 for Stuart. Stuart wasn't exactly late, but when the guy in the other lane chops 400s at the tree. Yeah, but
in Supergas, that's huge.
that really is.
Matchups next round. Andy Harrison taking on. Got my letters mixed up here. Taking on Stu. Mark Huxley gets the bye, and Stu Morris gets Stefan Reffeltrap. Sorry, I was getting the Stews wrong way around. Stu Doiney. Why have we got so many people called Stuart?
Easy to do. And why are they both so successful? I think
Yeah.
it's very unfair. Yeah, we need a Colin or a Thomas in there to shake it up, I think.
Deal.
Right. So I think the next class is going to be looking behind the tower, Street Eliminator, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Colin, you were saying earlier just about, because what they do with Street Eliminator, they are street cars. They are real street cars, even though they go incredibly fast, over 200 miles an hour in 7 seconds. And what they do as part of the qualifying for the class on a weekend is they come out and make qualifying runs on the racetrack, but then on a Saturday evening they go out on a cruise around the local villages and go to a petrol station, fill up, probably very expensive, but they fill up, come back again, and they have to complete the cruise within an allotted time. But it was a bit of an event yesterday, wasn't it? Is that right, Colin?
Sorry.
No, Street Eliminator cruise yesterday was what I was getting to.
Bad. Well, I'm not saying a bad cruise, but it was a cruise of attrition. I think is the best way to describe it. They all set off. The first one that couldn't really do anything was Joe Stevens.
Okay.
And with the Vauxhall, basically, as we know, the car runs absolutely brilliant on the track. And out on the cruise, basically, if you hit a pothole, it just like made the car go severely left, severely. It just would not go in a straight line. And he thought, hang on, this isn't right. So he basically turned around and came back. Just thinking it's just not up for street use. It's the first time it was going to go out on the cruise, so he brought it straight back. Other casualties. Al Williamson did actually come back on the back of a breakdown truck.
Oh dear.
He had an overheating pump, and again, it just wasn't conducive to being able to complete the cruise, so unfortunately he was out. Ricky Hale suffered lack of oil pressure, so he was obviously unable to do the cruise. And one of the features of the cruise is you go and fill up, well, you put a required amount of fuel in the car, and then you go somewhere else and you have what's called a hot start. So you basically switch the car off and have to restart in, I think it's 2 minutes. And unfortunately, Mark Sheridan's car wouldn't start.
Oh, goodness me.
So, unfortunately, Mark Sheridan is out. Anyway, they had the car cooled down. 10, 15 minutes later, started on the button. But, as per the rules, it didn't start in the allotted time, so Mark Sheridan is out. So, unfortunately, we lost 5 cars because Mark Todd has got an oil leak on a rear main seal. So, we've lost the GTO.
Well, he did actually say to me yesterday, it was that and I think it was the converter as well that you were talking
the
about.
converter wasn't up to being
What he
pushed in the
wanted to
heavy
do.
car.
Yeah. So he didn't actually. He did say that he could do it, but it's just not worth it. He doesn't want to. I mean, that's just unbelievably good. He didn't want to oil the racetrack. Didn't want to have any delays.
But this is not the end of the problems.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not saying we've got a multitude of problems, but Street Eliminator have been fighting everything this weekend. Andy Bond. Don't know if you know the full story of what happened to Andy yesterday, but they had a front left brake caliper failure. Basically, what happened there, this is a very bad explanation of what happened, but basically the front caliper locked because a pin had come dislodged somewhere on the line, and it had locked on the front wheel. Now, when the car launches, the load on the car basically twists the car to the right, so the front wheel is literally just skimming on the surface of the racetrack. But when he comes off the throttle, the car then settles on its four wheels, and basically as he's slowing down, all the weight is then on the front of the car. The front wheel left is locked. It totally flat spotted that tyre, destroyed the tyre, and even put a flat on the front wheel. Ooh. So it was a brilliant driving job for him to actually slow the car down. They then had to sort, obviously, replacement parts to get that all sorted out. So they had to get the car. It's okay now, it's all fixed, but that was a drama. James Murray had a brake disc failure, and he had to find another brake. I think he had to go to Walsall or something to go and pick one up. So he's had that to sort out with. Victoria Smith, they had, because obviously it was a ridiculous hot day, and she runs what's basically an exposed transmission. There's no carpeting or anything inside the car. Ridiculously hot. So they had 30 bolts per window to undo just so they could get some air in the car to go out on the cruise. And Victoria was saying to me that she has a specific race suit ordered with extra protection for where the heat is next to the transmission, and it hadn't arrived in time. It was due to come in, but in the end it got couriered to the track, and so she's actually got her new race suit on this weekend.
Oh, I bet that was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Dear me. Does not sound fun.
Yeah. And basically, apart from Andy Bond, who's at the top half of the ladder, all of the issues, like i.e. Mark Sheridan, Mark Todd, Joe Stevens, Al Williamson, they were all in the bottom half of the ladder.
I think the only person you haven't mentioned I'm looking at the moment is Rob Carter.
Well, he's having a good weekend.
Yes, well, so far anyway.
Touch wood.
And Al McSweeney, actually.
Yeah.
Al McSweeney obviously did make it. But they did the street weekend earlier on in the year, and that was at the time the hottest day of the year as well, wasn't it? That was very funny. But these guys with this car went on it, and they just took the doors off because it was just much easier to do that.
Right, so what's happening here, this is Nick Hale. He's got a bye because he should have been alongside Al Williamson. So he's going to go through by just breaking the beams, doing whatever he wants to do. And then he would be up against the winner of Mark Todd and Joe Stevens, and neither of them are here.
So basically this is a bye run into round 3.
In effect, yeah, because he's still got to break the beams in each round.
Well, I just noticed, I thought he just rolled through them, but no, there must be something hanging down on the front of the car, because when he rolled forwards, the pre-stage bulb came on and then went off again, so I thought he might have rolled through, but no, he was nowhere near the stage beams, because that is, of course, one of the ways you can lose a bye run.
1067, 126. Nicely done. Well, one of the happiest pit areas of the night last night was this one. Rob Slater now has a 7-second car.
I actually can't see James Murray's car. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there has been a distinct lack of breeze all weekend so far. So, yeah, when someone does a big burnout, it does tend to cloud the issue somewhat. Yeah, Rob Carter, first ever 7-second run, went 7.98 to the absolute delirium of the crew. He was edging up on it, slowly but surely. And to do it as well on one of the hottest day of the year, I think, was very, very impressive. James Murray hasn't quite dipped into the 9s again, but he's been in the low 10s. I think he's best yet, 10.14. This is a heads-up race, meaning, folks, the green light comes on. It's a proper drag race. First to the finish line wins. There's no breakouts, no times or anything like that to worry about.
And a lovely launch again from Rob Carter. Not quite as quick as his run yesterday, I don't think, but he's going to go over the line to a low 8, high 7. Oh, mid 8, 8.55, 149 mile an hour. Takes the win against James Murray. A 10.1. Nice run from James.
Yeah, look at the speed as well. I'm sure Cortina Estates were designed to go 136 miles an hour in 10 seconds. Very good morning as well to my good money, Mr. Simon Preston, winner of the most recent event in the Gaster Circus calendar.
He was rather happy about that.
Yeah, but I said that I don't know anymore because you win. I don't know anyone that's a winner. Anyway, he wants to say hi to his friend Zoe, who's coming along to see Top Fuel and Pro Mods for the first time, and they're in the grandstand. Morning, Si. Morning, Zoe. Have a wonderful day. Okay. Up next is going to be Victoria Smith, who should have been against Mark Sheridan, who didn't make the cruise. Another one you didn't mention, very strangely, was Tony Higgs.
Yeah, because he's still okay.
He's all right, yeah, but that's what I mean is unusual. So, Victoria has got a large amount of horsepower in this street car.
Well, she's just done 2 burnouts as well, which is actually, usually it's not a bad thing, but with these tyres, they're really, really, really easy to overheat. It's why you can see quite a lot with the radials, they don't do a huge burnout.
But blazed the tyres and went sideways both times yesterday.
Yeah, twice,
actually.
Right, this is very interesting. Watch the rear lights and I'll give you an explanation of what's going on, because I now know. This is very clever. Right, you can see the lights are now flickering.
Pulsing, yeah.
Yeah. That tells the crew that she's got the pedal right down.
Ah,
is it really?
I like it.
8:42, that's her best of the weekend so far, 177 miles an hour, and actually a new PB as well, so congratulations to the team, well done. 8:42.
I don't think I'd have the bottle to have a telltale on my car, whether I'm flat or
Well,
not.
I don't think Victoria knew until someone asked her. It was a telltale from the crew. Very, very good.
So, Al McSweeney, who was your number 3 qualifier with pretty much to close to, if not a personal best, 7.51. He was over 180 miles an hour and he still winds shut the sunroof.
Love it.
That's just cool as, isn't it? That's what you call an original feature. Taking on Rob Slater with the code red. Rob went 8.62, much to the delight of Trudy.
Big news actually for Al Mac and of course for VP Lubricants is you'll see the big VP logo on the door. They are now running VP. So there's a tie-in with the Williams brothers and VP Lubricants.
Pole shot for Rob Slater. However, the Volvo in the other lane. That's a great run for Rob. 750 and 857. Speed. Look at the speed for Rob Slater. 170 miles an hour. Now, he's going to be driving home later to Stoke-on-Trent, right? And I bet Trudy's going to be in his ear going, can we run 170 miles an hour, please? Because that looked really good fun.
Oh, they're delighted. Never seen people so happy to lose, but there we
Wow.
go. When you set a PB like that, big speed as well, 170.
Well, Al McSweeney, 750 at 183.
That screaming you can hear is Trudy. Oh, I bet Graham Smith wished he was here. Gray, we're missing you, mate. I know he's tuned into the coverage. Just watching everybody in Street Eliminator have an absolute ball. Andy Bond and Elliot Day. This for buy in round 2. Andy Bond, number 1 qualifier with a 7.3 over 200 miles an hour. Not without issues like everybody else this weekend.
Yeah, Elliot running really well. Went 850.
Oh, there
red
goes
light.
red. What a shame.
Yeah, he's already backed off the throttle. Andy Bond, one of the strongest runs of the weekend I've seen from him. Backs off the top end, goes 758, 166 mile an hour.
You know what? Seriously, big respect to Andy Bond. After what happened the other day with the tyre letting go, he must have been just, if he wouldn't be human if he wasn't just a little bit cautious going down there.
Yeah.
But it didn't look like it at all, did it? Yeah, Elliot, really good 60-foot time, but then backed out of it because I think he saw the red.
Well, I was speaking to Elliot yesterday, and he was trying to do a little bit of strategic qualifying as to not pull Andy Bond first round, but then he obviously decided against that and wanted to go quick.
What's happened to Tony Higgs?
That's my fault because I said,
Oh, no.
what, does that mean you're going to kill him? Is that what that was, yeah?
Tony,
Okay.
I'm gutted for you, mate.
Dear him. Oh. He made the cruise, the toughest cruise probably ever in Street Eliminator, then problems before round 1. Oh, what a shame. That car's pulling some serious speeds. He's going to be right on the numbers.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Wow.
we'll see him in 2 weeks' time at the national finals. But that's not the start of the day they wanted. Yeah, Jenny, well, at least he's not spending any more money, so that kitchen might come a little bit sooner.
Whoa. Fighting talk.
That's a standing joke between them.
I tell you, that is a nice looking kitchen down there, though.
It's a fast kitchen.
Yeah.
It's a retro kitchen. So we've got Super Comp coming up. Let's have a quick look at the run order, Colin, just to let everybody know where we are. One quick announcement, very, very quickly. Just been told by those people that know that we do actually have only a few grandstand seats left for today's action. We're about to go with all of our pro classes. Pro Modified will be coming up shortly. So if you do want to get yourself one of the best seats in the house, then there are a few grandstand seats left. Thank you very much, D. Colin. So yeah, after Street Eliminator, we got Super Comp round there, then we got Comp Eliminator round 1, and then round number 1 of FIA and Motorsport UK Pro Modified, followed by Super Street Bike, Nitro Funny Car, and then, if you've ever heard of these before, Top Fuel, Top Methanol, Pro Stock. So many championships to be decided throughout the day today, and we're going to start whittling everybody down. If you haven't been before, please, you are free to... your ticket basically is a pit pass. You are allowed to walk round behind the tower, go into the pit area. I remember a friend of mine years ago coming for the first time, and they said, we were walking around having a look, and they said to me, why do they show the cars before they race them? I said, no, we're in the pits. Oh. why are we allowed to do this? I said, well, look around you. There's loads of people here. There's thousands of people here. Of course we are. Yeah, absolutely that. So yes, you are allowed to go and check out the machinery. It is basically the world's fastest, loudest, most wonderful car show, because anything that you see in the pits and you think, well, that looks pretty sporty, that looks quite fast, give it about half an hour and it'll be out on the racetrack and you'll be able to find out how quick and fast it does go. So those cars are a perfect example, actually. They are street cars. They do run 7-second, 200 mile an hour, quarter miles.
Well, there are street cars.
There are. Also, the flags that we gave out earlier, Colin has the details and I don't have my glasses, but I'm going to get to it in a second. So the flags that we gave out earlier.
Oh, you got it there?
Yeah. The flags that we gave out, I'm going to attempt to read it. I'm going to be brave. The flags that we gave out earlier, when the drivers from the corresponding countries you got, so obviously we've got Sweden, we've got Germany, oh no, he didn't qualify, sorry, not Germany, Switzerland, France, possibly, UK, obviously, and a number of others, Estonia being one of the main ones too. When they come around, wave your flags. If you take a photograph of yourself with that flag, please share it on social media. If a driver from the country of the flag that you have wins the event, email to boxoffice@santapod.com. That's boxoffice@santapod.com, and we'll give you a free ticket to the next event on the UK National Championship, which is the National Finals in just 2 weeks' time. How's that? That's
pretty
not bad
good.
at all. That's pretty good, to be honest with you. I'm going to go and hoard all the Swedish flags. And I'm not a traitor, honestly, I'm just kidding. But it's going to be a fun day, however it works out, isn't it? Like you said, Colin, live action arena shows, I think, may be going
Just
on
about
now.
to start,
Is that right? Yes.
2 minutes away over there.
Starting at 10:30.
Well, the telltale is the fact that everyone who already knows what the time is, they're up on the bank looking the other way.
That's the one. But we've got round 1 of Super Comp, which is our 890 class, then Competition Eliminator. That's Super Comp fired up round the back of the tower. And then FIA Motorsport UK Pro Mod round 1. Which is normally a really nervy time of the day because they have weather conditions they don't normally see the rest of the weekend. Let's face it, it's been stinking hot for the last week. It's not changed at all for round 1.
It's actually a little bit quicker this morning. Quite a lot of breakouts in the rounds earlier on, which means usually longer throttle stops for these guys. That's of course if they have throttle stops. Small burn-up from Clement Devois then, didn't even cross over the line. So 890 index racing, whoever gets to the finish line first without going quicker than 8.90 will win. And of course, if they both go quicker, then it's the one who does it by the least.
If you're wondering why we do this in drag racing, it's a great way of evening up different combinations because there are a multitude of them in drag racing. And it does make for really good, fast, close racing and competitive racing too.
Well, when Super Comp started, 8.90, you just ran that. you run flat out when 8.90, and that was a really quick pass. But now that's boring, so they've got throttle stops and stuff to try and slow their cars down.
Warren Watts and Clement Dubois. Warren with a big reaction time advantage. Clement
Already got lifted off the top end.
Clement with an 892. Warren did everything he could actually that time. 9:15 just didn't quite have the numbers. Yeah, win margin 0.7 at the stripe, but it would be the man from France. Moving on to round. So retro, i.e. nostalgia, taking on the modern version. If you were here 40 odd years, no, not even 40 years ago, possibly 50 years ago, the cars predominantly you would have seen if they were long and skinny would be like the one in the slick tricks lane. That's what's called a slingshot dragster or catapult dragster if you're English. The reason being for that is the driver sits right at the back between the rear wheels and on the axle. You heard that right, over the axle. And yeah, that's the way it was. Still very competitive indeed. He only needs to run 890 and he's run way quicker than that before. That's Andy Clifford taking on Dolly Daydream herself, the lovely Leah Kellett in the Kestrel lane.
So just setting the throttle stop on Leah's car. Andy's car does not run a throttle stop. Interestingly, I was speaking to Rachel last night and they've lost their crew chief this weekend because he's been stolen by Duncan Micallef.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, it seems to work because he's running quicker than ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And if you like the look of the car that you can see in the Slick Tricks lane, we'll have a whole bunch of here in a week's time for the Hot Rod Drags. Not to mention a bunch of other cool stuff too.
So they launch pretty much together. Andy Clifford's going to disappear off in the distance, but Leah's going to run him down.
Oh, dearie me. Is that the perfect heat? No, okay. I was going to say 8.9003 for Leah, 170 miles an hour. Pretty much that's a perfect run, folks. Andy Clifford was not going to win that one. 885. He did everything he could. Really did everything he could.
He did have a little bit of a margin at the top end. If he'd have gone also 8.900 or an 891, he may have won it.
Well, he would have done.
He had 100th, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it is a perfect ET for Leah Kellett, but the money had already gone.
Ah, okay.
So
apologies, I've been here for about a month, so I can't remember.
we've still got the perfect light money,
Okay.
but the ET money's gone.
I knew there was one of them, yeah. Oh, that was Dave Rudd, wasn't it?
It
Is that
was
right, Dave
indeed,
Rudd?
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
Mr. Qualifying.
Still Field, and proving his name. See Field in the Black Pig in the Kestrel Lane, another one of those great looking nostalgia cars. This car went 8-0. 8-0 in a small block front engine car. That must be a lot of fun to drive. A lot of fun. Taking on Paul Hudson with the pension pot. So the front engine car is going to go way out in front. And then we'll be caught. Yeah, bye. 850. Now that,
He tried, he did lift, but oh dear.
he did lift, but the car's just too quick. Awesome stuff. That is a win, obviously, for Steve Hudson, because that is as much of a breakout as you probably ever see. Nearly half a second.
Right, just to clarify, that's Paul Hudson.
Sorry, Paul Hudson.
And he gets a bye in the next round to the semis. This is Stu Doyney. Should have been alongside Steve Hudson, but Steve's not there. So Stu gets a freebie there.
Yeah, good job as well. Stu Doyney, 007 red on the tree, and then 005 under index, sorry. Yeah, lucky he had no one in the other lane.
You started to notice something. Stu Doyney going rounds again in two classes.
Not that it's a surprise, no, is it, really? I think that Roadster's taken a bit of figuring out, but they're always going to get there,
Oh,
weren't
it
they?
doesn't take long, does it?
Yeah, a matter of time. So, Supercomp done for now.
What? No Richard Tunstall.
Oh.
No issues yesterday with Jasmine driving the car in Supergas, done a bearing.
He was number one qualifier as well. Give Stu
Ouch.
Doyney a bye, as if he ever needed one.
Another one?
Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, he helps himself a lot, to be completely fair.
Okay, Comp Eliminator. And there is one person in Comp Eliminator that's having a relatively easy journey today, and that will become quite apparent when they start to come round. We know Matty Davison has broken, so Nick Williams will get a bye in round one, where he gets a bye in round two. So the last person you need to give a bye to is your number one qualifier, who is well and truly on form. Spencer Tram going to be taken on Ami Jamshed. Now they've got another engine in the car.
Another one.
They've destroyed 2. Hope see it be third time lucky.
That was the safe tune-up run with the low boost as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Andy Nichols and Simon Crowley. I'm not too sure which or both will be down or not. A good race coming up between Dan Williams and Brendan Clancy, because we know they're both A-OK. Kev Jenkins and Phil Norman, Rob Smallworth and Chris Todd, and then the entertainment run will be Terry Newton and Luke Stevenson.
Oh, nice.
I say that because they are great mates, and they'll just turn it into a show.
Yeah.
Even though it's a serious part of racing, Luke, fair to say, is miles off his index with a car that they've only just bolted together. And the mayor himself, Terry, will just make a bit of a show, I think. But it's all good fun out there.
I always wonder whether he's actually got the outfit on in the car.
Well, it is called a race suit for a reason. Isn't it?
There we go.
So here comes round Phil Norman, as you said, he's going to be taking on Phil Jenkins. What's Phil Jenkins? Kev Jenkins, sorry, I don't know who Phil Jenkins is.
Mate, this is what happens when you put that headset on. It does things to you, right? Stuff that you know that you can say perfectly well the rest of the time, all of a sudden goes out the side of your
I'm
head.
going to call everybody Stuart today.
Yeah, that's
because
it.
At least I'll get it right half the time.
Probably for most of the day.
Yeah, probably. So this is Comp Eliminator. This is effectively heads-up racing with
Indexes.
indexes.
They're indexes, not dial-in. So the size of the engine in the car gives you a certain weight that you have to run, certain weight that you have to run, and then you tune your car as fast as you want to go based on the index that you are given. So 7.80 for the Turbo Escort, the Fraudster in the Kestrel Lane, and 10.65 for Phil Norman. Well, that was a shame to see him here instead of down there.
Yeah, he's just told me what's happened as well, so I'll get that out when he's would have been due to come round.
So it is first to the finish line wins. There's a reason some people call this complicated eliminator, because now we're in eliminations, things change slightly. Qualifying, you can go as far into your index as you possibly want to, and nothing will change. But in eliminations, anything more than 0.6 under your index, and it will change, it will go lower.
Well, Phil Norman would take 0.6 under. Blimey, I thought Kev Jenkins forgot to leave the line then. That was a 1 second reaction. He's going to take the win though. 765, 177. That's what they're shooting for. Phil Norman with 1307 at 101. They will get there with that car. Definitely will get there with that car, and it's a real credit to the class and himself as well, because it's a beautiful machine.
Oh, it's a stunning car.
So another interesting thing about Comp Eliminator is the indexes are based, like it is a class base, so engine type and chassis type and things like that. So effectively this Fiesta in the Kestrel B lane is the same car as the Fraudster you've just seen, same index.
Because it's got the same, it's got 4-cylinder turbo engine in it.
Yep, and it's a door car.
That's the one. But it's a rear wheel drive car.
It's rear
Get a
engine as well.
Four-cylinder turbo front wheel drive would be a different index.
Yes.
Absolutely that. So it's Chris Dodd with the Fiesta Roo. Yeah, Chris Dodd with the Fiesta Roo in the Kestrel Lane.
Rather disconsolate Tony Higgs driving back to the pits.
By the sounds of it, Rob Smallworth having fun getting the tyres to light. I had a good chat with Rob yesterday, and he said to me it's really nice just to be back and running. He said he couldn't hit their backside with both hands on, didn't get past 60 foot on Wednesday in testing, but ever since they've been at the race event, he said he's in the 770s, which is a few hundredths under his 799 index. He said he'll take that all day long. Also, quick mention as well, while we're in Comp Eliminator, a couple of races I'm sure wish they were here. The first one is Dave Swift. Dave Swift messaged us yesterday. Dave, please hurry back. Also, the other one is Jordan Payne, who was entered for this weekend, but they found a problem with the engine. They've missed the whole season, unfortunately, due to parts supply problems. That is a story that we've heard many times over. And the Chaos Brothers as well with the Altered. They really desperately want to be here this weekend, but they just don't have the stuff for the engine.
No No problems at all for Rob Smallworth. Chris Todd hitting the wheelie bar really hard.
770 on 74 for Bob. And it didn't really launch either. 1057, 134 for Chris Todd ends his weekend.
So Simon Crowley with the Trailer Queen. Should have been going alongside Andy Nichols, but I think it's breakage as well, isn't it, Colin?
Yeah, Andy Nichols is the one car that I don't know what has actually happened to it. He obviously did fairly well in qualifying, ran the best of 9:11, was knocking on the door of the 8s this weekend. But it is going to be a solo for Simon Crowley.
Just can't get the wheel speed off the line.
Yeah.
These cars are very delicate, and you need to break traction. You want to actually spin the wheels as fast as you can up to 60 foot, and then slowly regain traction again. Basically not to do that, not to bog the engine down.
So he does actually go into the next round. All he needs to do was break the beams, which he's done. So he will come back down for round number 2. It's not the way he wanted to do it.
Yeah, credit to them for keep trying as well, because they come back and again, and when it goes right, it's
Is this the
it's really good run.
Right, Luke Stevenson and Terry Newton, they both have a 9.20 index. If I tell you that Luke's best this weekend was 16.59 after just 2 runs, with a car that had been sat in the collection of various VWs that they have in bits and whatever, and it'd been sat there for a few years. It was 4 people that owned it, and Luke decided to buy the other 3 out because it was kept there as a spare car. If anybody broke, they went and got this one, but it was never put together. So they managed to get an engine, put it all together, bring it to the track, and that's as far as Luke got.
Well, Terry was actually giving him a head start.
He was. Yeah, I knew he was going to do. Well, I didn't know he was going to do that, but I think he was going to try and give Luke a bit of a head start and then chase him down. But it wasn't going to happen. 10:48, 94 mile an hour, just coasting through there for Terry.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Saving it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no issues for Terry at all. But you have to protect your index, as I said before, because if you go way too quick under your index, it will drop.
There was no way that that index was going to be threatened on that particular run.
No.
For Terry, regardless of what was going on there. So Terry does actually go through, going to be taking on Rob Smallworth in round number 2. Commiserations, Luke, but he's had a brilliant weekend. It's not always about the racing for Luke. That chap down there in the red t-shirt has not stopped all weekend long. Gordon Darby from Street Racers. Absolute tuning god in the front wheel drive scene these days. Tuner for obviously Ahmed Jamshed, who should have been down there, but they put their 3rd engine in. Ahmed just popped up to the tower. They had a look at, there was basically a leak that they just could not get around, with regards to one of the bores, and that was game over. He'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the national finals. Spencer Tram takes the solo here. O2 light, thunders it at the stripe, 11:49, safely through. So he'll take on Simon Crowley in round number 2. Right, we got a pair and a solo to come.
I think it's a solo.
Right, you got Dan Williams down there with Brendan Clancy.
Oh, maybe not, sorry. Well, Brendan had a really good run yesterday, 7.20. I think that was with no nitrous. So you never know. Today might be the day.
Well, now would be the time to do it. He's taking on the number 2 qualifier, who was about 0.6 under his index in qualifying. And that's in the heat of the day as well.
This is where comp turns into a bit of a game of chess. If you've got a car that's really quick, way quicker than the index, you want to win, but you don't want to win by too much, because if you win by too much, your index will be chopped for the next round.
Yeah, Colin said it's a success-based handicap, so the better you do, the harder they make it for you.
Only in eliminations, though.
Yes, only in eliminations.
Qualifying, not in qualifying.
Although if you go too far in eliminations, it will then affect your qualifying for the next event, because it can change your index permanently.
You have to pick and choose your moments when you run quickly, if you run quickly. And the funny thing about this is it's both of the Williams boys that are way under their index. So if they meet at some point today,
Which they can.
is that right? Yeah. Where would it happen?
Final.
Oh,
But then it doesn't matter then, because it's the last race of the day. Their index won't be affected for that day because it's
not
yellow.
that day, but for the next race it will. So they don't want to chop too much off. Nick was telling me yesterday, very interesting yesterday, that he had £100 added, like a horsepower factor, from the US rules, and car went quicker. so,
Oh dear.
so there we go. Anyway, so Brendan Clancy 7 flat. It will be Dan going first. Brendan will try and run him down. It will take a personal best to get around the Camaro if it's on the song.
Yeah, so Brendan needs to be running at about a 6.40 to try and keep up with the Camaro in the other lane.
It's capable.
It is capable. Not like that though. Huge nitrous backfire for Brendan Clancy. Dan Williams backs off the throttle, goes 11.00. Only 96 mile an hour, but still well under his index.
Well, Brendan did try and run with Nick and tried to run the nitrous oxide for the first time, I think, this weekend on that run. That was the unfortunate result. That is what you call a nitrous burp, if you like. It's where the fuel and the nitrous are mixed in the top of the intake, and it just coughs and backfires. The reason it coughed and backfired as well was because the tyres shook off the start lane. That never helps anyway. So, car's fine. Brendan obviously is absolutely fine. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Lift his heart a little bit. He still gets to console himself with being the 760 heads-up champion for 2023. But I'm sure he wanted to go. He'd rather be up the top end with a 6-second run.
Yeah, he was trying his absolute best. That thing was, as you said yesterday, Colin, loaded for bear.
Yeah. Well, we just got Nick Williams to come next, and then it will be on to round 1 of FIA Pro Modified. There's going to be a staggering set of races coming up. After Pro Modified, it will be Top Methanol. Oh, sorry, it'll be Nitro, Funny Car, preceded by Super Street Bike, and then Top Fuel. All to come at you.
So Pro Mod down in the lanes. I can see Peter Kunk's car down there. Peter wasn't actually qualified, but I can only presume he's down there on the brake rule. Somebody, possibly
actually,
Jean.
we do know Andy Robinson is completely broken.
Oh dear.
They actually put out 4 rods, and there was just so much damage and carnage in the engine area that they even doubt they'll be back together for the national finals. They've got to take a view on it, get it back, and just see how much gear is actually being completely destroyed. But that was a huge boom. We saw that big flash of flame. Initially we just thought it was a burst panel on the supercharger and the chutes came up, but no, engine basically totally destroyed.
Goodness me. Well, Steph did say this year had been a bit something or other.
Yeah, it's a good job he don't interview us now compared to just not good. So we know that Andy Robinson is out, so Peter Kunk will come in on that one.
Okay. Well, we still got the last run of comp to go.
Yes,
Brendan's
Nick
car. Brendan's car looks in one piece, not even singed actually.
So Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro, which interesting. Well, I'll tell you a little story about this. I was on the internet one night just having a look around, and I went on to the Chevrolet Performance website just have a look, and I realised you could still order one of these. I had a chat. I said, Nick, do you realise you can actually still order a Copo? And he said, really? And that sort of got his brain working.
Uh-oh.
And then end result.
So it's
of
your
that.
fault, is it? Really? Yeah.
Sort of my fault.
Well, you didn't make him go
I
and
didn't
do
make
it, did
him
you?
buy it. And then it was like, oh, what colour should we get? And I said, oh, you've got to get forest green to match the other one. And, beautiful wheels up launch there. Been running 8.2s in qualifying, clicks it early as you would expect, shoots out, and 9 flat, just 98 miles an hour.
I was up the top end when he came round yesterday, and it was cooking. it's a bit like you said, it's a very big, heavy car, and the chute didn't come out. Nick said that they broke 2 parachute cables. 2. That was the third one that they put in.
Yeah.
And the bend on it just wasn't quite in the right place. It almost come out, almost, but not quite. So he had to slow the car down on the brakes. And we both said, go on, Colin.
No, I'm actually surprised he did pull the chute on that particular run, because one thing that they are suffering with, you know, the drone that comes out before the actual chute itself, they don't last very long.
No.
They had a brand new one on. You see now it's got like an orange drone. This is so that people can see them when they're coming around, because if they're black, you can't see them. It's a new safety thing on the NHRA with these cars. And one run, and it was almost trash. It was really, really bad.
Because it gets dragged along the ground, doesn't it? Yeah.
So much. So, trying to make things last. But he just put a brand new one on for this weekend. You're going to have to get some more in.
I think it was a case of making sure it worked after yesterday.
Well, yes.
Because honestly, it smelt bad when he came round the corner yesterday.
If you ever seen, was it American Graffiti 2, when Milner's chute didn't come out and he goes around the back of it, kicks in and it pops out again.
That happens a lot, yes, that does happen a lot. But yeah, the chute didn't come out. He had to get on the brakes, but like he said, he had to pulse the brakes so as not to make them too hot and lock up. Managed to get round the corner, and I said to him, well, the smell had gone by then when the crew arrived, and I said, well, so we have to do anything? He said, yeah, we'll take it all apart, triple check it, make sure it's absolutely okay, take all the brakes off and clean them up, make sure they're all right. So that's probably why he did pull the chute that time, just to make sure that it did work. So Brendan Clancy and Luke Stevenson on the long tow back to the pits as we get ready to go with round number 1 of FIA and...
Actually, around the Motorsports UK as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you the matchups, actually. Jan Eriksson taking on John Webster, Bruno Barder and Mickey Gilchrist, Matt Eriksson and Freddie Fagerström. Jimmy Orland, I'm going to assume, is going to be taking on Peter Kunks, as Andy Roms, we know, is broken. Dave Vector has got Wayne Nicholson, Bobby Wallace against Michel Turenne, Andre Arnever against Jean de Le Mans, and Mark Hardfeld against Roger Johansson.
I don't think there's any Jean de Le Mans. I think that might be why Peter Kunk's down here.
Well, he will be in. He will come down this, so that means then there's possibly 2. You've got to look to see if Walter Strobel is in the lanes.
I think he might be. So it looks like Peter Kunk is going to be paired up with Bruno, which I think was what you said, wasn't it? Is that right?
Well, no, Jimmy. Well, naturally, it depends which way they come down.
Well, they're there. That's what I'm just looking out the window at the pairings. So Bruno Barder and Peter Kunk have lined up.
Dave Smith's down there as well.
No,
with 55.
Bruno Barder and Mickey Gilchrist, they're nose to tail, so that's a pairing.
Oh, they're a pairing.
Yeah.
Apologies, sorry.
Okay, so that might be the alternate lane then that we're looking at.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, ignore us.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave Smith's there too. So
Wow, so he's the third alternate.
So there's 3 people that are out.
Or perhaps Dave comes down because only 2 cars are actually broken, haven't made it down, and then Dave Smith slots in if anybody else can't start.
So the alternates are Peter,
Walter and David.
Right.
Well, I can't see Wally.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So the order in the lanes is Peter Kunk with Dave Smith right behind. So there's no Walter Strobel either.
Yeah.
So
right, okay, understood.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does, yeah, total.
Good. Well, what a beautiful day out here in the UK for round 1 Pro Modified. Please do not forget to wave your flags. Don't worry, we'll prompt you for the driver and the country of your choice.
Just quickly as well, bizarrely, I've had a conversation with someone who told me what the issue was with Dave Smith's car. You know, it kept tripping the beam. Like, very oddly, he wouldn't actually be in pre-stage, but the bulbs would be on, and then the stage bulb would flicker, and it got very confusing. Essentially, what they've got is they've got a piece of foam underneath the fuel cell. So if it does shake, if it does anything, it doesn't crack the fuel cell, doesn't break the fuel cell. It was actually hanging down. So whenever he was going over to the pre-stage or the stage bulbs, it was just flicking that without the front wheels being there.
Right. So obviously they got that sorted now?
I believe so.
Good.
I'm just taking this in. Mickey G and Bruno in round 1.
I know.
In round 1. Where did they qualify?
8 and 9.
God. That's just not how it... Well, it's obviously how it works because it's that tough, but my goodness me, it's just impressive. It's just fantastic how far Pro Modified in Europe has come on, has moved on. and where it is now, actually. It's been a terrific weekend for them. Well, not if your name's Andy. Sorry, Andy. But it's been a great weekend for the class as a whole, anyway, and it's been wonderful to see all of them out here qualifying, running quickly, and it's very, very, very competitive too.
So the way the pairings work is a high qualified car gets lane choice, but also the highest qualifying car gets, so if you qualify number 1, you get to choose when in the session you want to run. And then after that, 2 gets to choose all the way down to 8. So I assume no one wanted to go first, hence why 8 and 9 are running first pair.
Yeah, they'll get shoved out first, so to speak.
Cannon fodder.
Yeah, something like that. Well, let's see. Let's see what the racetrack's like. Okay. Well, you can go and see what it's like.
I really liked Bruno saying when he was saying about I think you was interviewing him, asking him what he does when the track's not quite there. And he said, well, if the track's really good, I put my foot down. If the track's not so good, I just slowly put my foot down.
Yeah, that's
Really?
right. Let's just give that group a mention, actually. There was a load of Vikings going
Oh,
around
yeah,
the
I saw
pits
them.
last night.
Yeah. If you're all up on the banking, stand
Where's
up
all
and
the
give us a
Vikings
wave.
that were going around last
A
night?
whole bunch of Vikings that made Fred's trip worthwhile, I think. It's stuff like that we get here in the UK.
They had
that
vuvuzelas going
yeah.
and blasting, like all the cheering and everything, stopping in various pit bays.
Yeah.
I caught up with them, I think, as by Nostalgia Funny Car Pits. And it was brilliant. Great entertainment from them all last night.
Well, I've just seen the video that Arnie Lindquist put on of Freddie in front of all of them with Viking horns on and everything else as well, and it's flipping brilliant.
Oh, it was
honestly,
great fun, that.
it's going to be. That's actually going to be one of those things I think from this weekend that's going to go properly viral because it was utterly terrific. And
I think they bombed Andy Bond's pit area last night. They were
Okay.
all in there. And Andy was just suddenly going, "What's going on?"
on a mention as well, last night was ridiculous. Well, not ridiculously, wonderfully busy to say the least,
Yeah.
as well.
Great.
Because I was again shall remain nameless, but they all went to the bar and they were back again 5 minutes later. I said, "Hang on, why have you come back?" And they said, "Well, the queue is about half a mile long for both sides of the bar." So I've just come back to get a drink and go back and watch the band.
Oh dear. Right, engines fired. Here we go then. Round 1 of Pro Modified here at the European Finals.
Now these two coming round now have duked it out for many, many years at racetracks around Europe. Bruno Barda and Mickey Gilchrist. Welcome up into the tower, Mr. Dick Costa.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Happy race day, sir.
Oh, yeah.
How
very-
much looking forward to this are we?
Yeah, very, very,
I wish
very
we
much.
could do this every day. I really do. Now, in qualifying, these two ran 5.95 and 5.96. One of the very interesting things that Bruno, that's him out there. Swiss flags, please, everybody. Where's all the Swiss flags? Get them up in the air. And the Swedish flags. We got any Swedish flags? Yeah, quite a few. Oh, Swiss and Swedish sitting together. That could be a good time later on today. Yeah, dearie me. Okay, so, but one of the really interesting things Bruno said yesterday, Dick, was he said he's missing a part in the car that was costing him a tenth, and he very kindly told me what it was.
Yeah.
That gear ratio, I can't believe it's worth that much. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so important to get the right ratios, especially first year, how you leave the line and well, the amount of wheel speed you can get. That's so important to not go in tire shape.
Well, Mickey Gilchrist used to rule Pro Modified with an iron fist.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mickey Gilchrist and Bruno for a place in round 2. Two of the big guys going at it in round 1.
Bruno Barda getting a weave on. Mickey Gilchrist trying to pull him back, but he's not going to get there. Bruno, 5.97.
Nice.
239 mile an hour and off pace 606 for Mickey Gilchrist. He let go of the button but didn't go anywhere.
But look at the reaction times.
Yeah, that was you didn't need we don't need to tell you who left first. Bruno nailed Mickey to the tree that time.
Wow.
Absolutely nailed him to the tree. 0.5 for Bruno, 0.17 for Mickey. Bruno was 0.97 to 60 foot and 391 to the 8th. That's really good.
Yeah.
Mickey did have tyre shake by the looks of it out there. Yeah,
we're talking about tire shake. Did you see Mickey's car yesterday after the mess of tire shake he had? He broke his front window.
Really?
Yeah. So they had to make a new front window yesterday evening. It was totally cracked.
Well, it's Bruno who moves on to round 2. There's some scrapping going on for the second place in the championship as well, and Bruno's just done himself a big favour that time.
Yep.
Oh my, is this another first round matchup or the final? I'm not entirely sure really. Bobby Wallace and Michel Turenne.
Oh.
No burnout for Bob. No burnout at all for Bobby Wallace that
Actually,
time.
didn't even sound like he attempted to do a burnout.
How bizarre. He might want to come back and warm him up just quickly. He always does short burnouts anyway.
But the thing is with Bobby, he's very good at making us question ourselves, because it seems that whenever he has issues, he'll go out and run the quickest time he's run all weekend.
Well, I did say to him, I'm not going to say anything till we've had this run anyway, but Michel Turenne qualified. We did qualify with a 596. Bobby qualified with a 595. Once again, only a hundredths of a second in it. I'm sure Michel and the team were trying to run quicker than that, Dick, weren't they?
Yeah, they were expecting, They also changed gear ratios, and that helped. So we will, Then you have to find a new setup as well if you change the gear ratios. And he is the one of the few running still with a clutch. So that's made it even more difficult. If you put more spring pressure on it and the weights on the fingers.
So, the first Dutch versus UK matchup. Dutch and UK fags, please, if you haven't. I'll just say, we're rubbish, aren't we, Dick? We haven't got any flags. We need flags.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, people wouldn't know where we're from, would they? So, nitrous car against blown car. UK in the Kestrel lane against the Netherlands, replacing round 2. Bobby Wallace went to the final at the main event. He's got a tough one in round 1 to do that again.
Well, Bobby with a whole shot off the line. Michel looks like he's next to it. The stripe's going to be the Dutch. Michel Turenne, 595, 241 mile an hour. Again, off pace for Bobby Wallace.
Yeah, I think they were both thinking about going home early as well with those reaction times. 0.17 for Bobby, and he was off the line first.
By a tenth.
Yeah, which is most unusual. Michel was dead late. I mean, quarter of a second reaction time. I'm really not being rude, but that's dead late. That really is dead late. That's pretty much.
And it's not Michel like. He's normally very good in reacting on the lights.
Great run for Michel, 595, 241. Not sure what the problem was for Bobby. It's almost like the nitrous didn't fire or something like that, because it just didn't take off like it normally does.
Well, he was ahead for most of the track.
Well, another nitrous against supercharger battle this time. Thank you very much indeed for waving your Dutch flags. Well done. Anyone got any Swedish flags as well? That's quite a few of you. Excellent stuff. So the nitrous car this time is Europe's quickest nitrous car.
With his old engine in it.
With his old engine?
Yeah, he broke his engine yesterday. No.
Problems for Mark Hartveld in the slick tricks lane. The car's quit. I'm not sure. I don't think it's still running.
No, I can't hear it.
Yeah, nitrous cars aren't loud, are they? So, unbelievable.
Oh, what a shame.
Freebie into round 2 for Roger Hansen. Roger had a pretty good time in Hockenheim a few weeks ago. Went to the final round, I think, didn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
What a great shame for Mark Hartveld.
Man.
That is not the way that you want to win the season. No, well, I was going to say.
And it was it wasn't his best season. He was he's not really happy. He invested a lot on the car, supercharger, injector heads, and all other stuff, and it's not coming out. So
Funny enough, you said it because it did at the first event, didn't it? It did at the main event, and it looked like he would be on his way from there, but it just hasn't happened the rest of the season.
That's what he was hoping and aiming for, and next year he'll have a sabbatical.
Okay.
Yeah, he won't be out next year. He's too busy at work, and he has to regroup and get new money to do the next season again.
We all need new money.
Yeah.
So by run, a freebie for Roger Johansson with the MSS car from the west coast of Sweden in the Kestrel lane.
And a
very
lovely
soft
run.
Yeah, very, very soft off the line. Only 103 to 60 foot, 4 to the 8th mile, and 6:36 at 181.
He needs data for this new engine. Yes, well, the new old engine. The new engine he damaged yesterday. A rocker broke, the bolts of it. The push rod out of the valve cover, and that's why you got all the smoke.
Made a bit of a mess.
They couldn't fix the thread, and the heads of that engine he doesn't have spare, so he had to change to his old engine.
Well, that's the thing with that is though that I do feel just ridiculously sorry for Mark Hartfeld as well, because he probably saw that run and thought that's perfectly beatable. You know, perfectly beatable. So. Well, once again, another of the 1,001 ways to lose in drag racing. So, our first of our alternates coming round to race. Side by side for Sweden this time. Peter Kunk with that amazing command. Put your hands together, please, for Mark Hartfeld. Come on, lift their heads a little bit after a great start to the season. We love seeing him here at Santa Pod. Obviously not the way he wanted to be going back to the pits after this round. No. Not at all. Not at all. Okay, so it is Peter Kunk, our first alternate. He was in the 6.2s with a 6.27. I'm pretty sure the run that he made first of all yesterday
was quicker.
Was a lot quicker.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, but he left before the tree ran, so he didn't get a time. However, here he is in eliminations against Jimmy Orland. Now, the good thing for the team is they got the data from that run, so they know what to do. And he did run 6.1 in Hockenheim. However, Jimmy Orland and the old 51 went 5.90 in qualifying over the last couple of days. Jimmy is known for being deadly on the tree. He's been European Pro Stock champion
for a million years.
Times, yes. since it started. No, it's not since it started, but you know what I mean anyway. Funny enough, Jimmy actually did start out, believe it or not, in Pro Mod, then went to Pro Stock, and then, well, he's back. So Magnus Pettersson with the old 51, one of the coolest and most unique Pro Modifieds on the planet.
Yeah, he's a character.
I don't think there's another one of these anywhere, is there, like this?
No.
Not at all. So, Sweden versus Sweden. Give us a cheer if you're...
Tree dropping really quickly then. Oh, a bit of a flush of smoke.
Oh,
and a 5 for Peter Kunk.
5.99 at 2.30 for Peter Kunk. I think that was the run he made yesterday, let's put it that way. But Jimmy with a pop before the finish line. Numbers, Jimmy was 101 to 60 foot. He did leave a bit slow by comparison.
Yeah, they both did.
But they've got a bit of work to do. Jimmy took that one on a whole shot. He wasn't exactly on time with a 0.13, but they both surprised themselves because they both rolled in at exactly the same time. I don't think the tree was particularly quick because it's on the auto start system. However, Jimmy was the one that just managed to get on the two-step and off the line quickly. Yeah. I'd almost be surprised if he didn't get on the two-step.
It didn't sound like he did.
No, not at all. Well, Peter Kunk, though, will go home and he can hold his head high with his first ever 5-second run. We've got another nitrous car in the 5s at 5.99 at 2.30.
Cool.
Yeah, he was 995 to 60 foot, 394 at 190 to the 8th. Jimmy was 101 to 60 and 390. He was still ahead by then, but I hope there's not too much damage for the old 51 because that's not a good sign. So, welcome to the round of the Swedish National Pro Mod Championship, as it's turning into.
Yeah.
Mats Eriksson in the Kestrel lane with the now black and white Goblin against the one, the only, Fast Freddy Fagerström from Huddinge in Stockholm in Sweden. The man
I feel
is
so sorry for
legendary.
the guy in front of the car.
Fastest backup guy in the world.
You got it. Fred loves coming here to race at this racetrack, as there's so many people, and well, you can see why. With if you get on Facebook, I'm sure it'll be repeated or it'll be reshared so many times. All the guys in the pits last night were having a sing along with Freddie, basically paying homage to one of the greatest drag racers we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Up against Max Eriksson, who had a really good first run of the weekend, not really gone to plan since. The chutes didn't come out and he ended up in the field. And like you said, Dick, he's another one that had to change transmission to something they weren't really fond of.
No. Yeah, they broke it by pulling it backwards out of the sand trap as it was still in gear.
Mats Eriksson long gone. 588.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Quickest run of the weekend for both of them, actually. Freddie with a lose out at 6:11 at 2:26. Now, the reason they changed to a bigger rear tyre was to give Freddie a bit more top-end speed. That's not a bit more top-end speed. That's about 10 miles an hour down from where he normally is, actually. But Freddie, look at that 60 foot, 0.96. Both of them were 0.96 to 60 foot. But that was all Mats Eriksson. He was 08 on the tree. Freddie was thinking about singing with Vikings at 0.4.
Yeah, look at the 8 mile from Mats.
384, 192. Freddie was sub 4 seconds at the 8th mile as well.
Yep.
Well, Freddie bows out. Let's hope we see him later on today.
That's when he comes down and does his 6 time trial runs in about an hour, isn't it?
Well,
if he gets the chance.
I remember at Eurofinals one year he did, I think it was about 6 runs in the same time it took. But it was in the same time it took Brian Pateman to turn his car around.
Yeah.
He even came down for another run, but they said, no, we're finished.
You've had it, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the crew couldn't pack the chutes fast enough. I think that was the problem. That was when he had the turbo car as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, unbelievably, how is John Dulamont here for round 1? How is he here?
I'll put in a new engine.
Oh, that'll be it then.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough.
Any other questions?
Well, no.
Oh no. Yeah, you could see it on the track. Oil.
Only a little, not a massive amount, only a little bit. As you can see, the crew as dejected as they can be. Well, that was the sole hope for France in Pro Mod out. We have the sole hope for Estonia in the other lane, in the Kestrel lane. Now, Andre yesterday, he was really happy with that 593. He said, that's kind of good because that means it's a good, safe setup for race day, and that's what they want.
Yeah.
It may still take 580s to win this thing, but he was really happy with that one. Let's see what he's got for us here in round 1. Another bye run, unfortunately. Andre won't see it like that, but here we go. Still, well, that was the safe setup as well.
Yeah, well, it sounded really strong.
Possibly a little too strong with the tyre chatter past 60 foot. Well, it was lucky. That was a bye run. They will be back for round 2. But he won't be quite as chipper as he was this time yesterday. So Jean Dulamont's team, again, when he toes past the grandstands, please do not hold back in applause because the amount of effort that man makes is unreal. He destroyed an engine earlier on this year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Spent all summer rebuilding. Came out of Hockenheim, took a round win actually. And it's the first time he's been back here all season.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It is a big shame, but it's racing, you know. It's kind of what everyone knows and they sign up for. It's just not a lot of fun. That's the problem, isn't it?
No, it's real sad.
So, all you spectators on the grandstand and on the banking, thank you very much indeed for making Santapod Raceway your venue of choice for this beautiful late summer Sunday morning and afternoon. There's Jean Dulamont, everybody. Come on, wave your flag at him. Doesn't matter which country. And the Estonian flag's going as well in the little go-kart off up to get, or golf cart, sorry, off up to get Andre. It's not good when a golf cart's beating your race car, is it? Look at that. Overtaking moves in the pairing lanes. So, just a quick, I think a quick sled. It shouldn't be too long anyway. So what pairings have we got left, Colin?
Yeah, you got Jan Eriksson and John Webster, and coming up next, I believe, Dave Vector and Wayne Nicholson.
It is indeed. So Dave Smith is down as an alternate. He's not actually going to be slotting in. So it was unfortunately only Andy Robinson that didn't make round one. Now in days gone by, when we had alternates, I don't know if you remember, you've been around since, you might remember this, but they used to have the alternate waiting like behind.
Yeah,
so if exactly, right in the middle. So if anything happened, that car, whatever, was pulled forward. However, more often than not, one of the reasons we don't quite do it like that these days is more often than not, it was like after burnout, there'd be an oil down and the car would be pushed out of the way, and then another car would be brought forward to run in that lane.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not a good idea.
Yeah. Side by side, but the other car had to stage out of where the oil was. It was just, you know,
Wow.
and that was when track prep wasn't really a thing. Let's put it that way too. But yeah, anyway.
So Dave Smith is sat in the car strapped, ready to go. The starter is ready.
Yep, you have to.
One of these doesn't start, then Dave can start and come round. But once they come round the corner, then it's basically game over, because if one car's done its burnout and the other one won't fire everything, they just haven't, you know, there's a time thing as well. You don't want to delay the car that is running out there.
It has to stop before it made the burnout, and then you're able to join in as an alternate.
So low ET the round so far is Mats Eriksson. That was a really good run for them. I'm sure that will lift, especially with, like you said, gear ratios that they didn't really want. You know, not with not an ideal setup either.
Well, then you have to change the rest of the setup. But
so Wayne Nicholson.
Okay. Well, not okay.
Well, Wayne's not moving.
Come on, right, come on, Dave. So Dave Smith's going to fire up. Wayne's car not moving.
This is exactly what we didn't plan this, by the way. It sounds like we did.
Where's your little voodoo doll?
A good job for Dave Smith's crew. They were on that instantly. They really wanted to make this run.
Yeah, they had to be ready to go at the drop of a moment, and they were.
Well, no pressure, Dave. You are the sole remaining hope for the UK in Pro Modified today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's the only UK left.
Yeah, it may take a monumental effort for Dave and the team to beat David Vector, because he was on form in qualifying, wasn't he?
Yeah, very, very, very.
Real good.
Like a cricket car.
When I spoke to him at the top end, he was just so happy. I did say as well to him yesterday that I think this is the oldest car in Pro Mod that Andy Robinson built. It's been around a long time, but it just works.
It's built in 2008.
And it works beautifully.
Oh, yeah. Well, each get its
updates. 5. You were 5, yes, thank you. He likes to remind us at every opportunity that we're dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So Dave Smith with another Andy Robinson built car.
Great looking car still.
Well, that is a great shame for Wayne Nicholson, though. Really, really unfortunate. So UK against the UK. Dave Smith is the last car. Oh, no, he's not the last car. I apologise. John Webster's round there taking on Jan Eriksson. Sorry, that's not funny, but it is funny, if you know what I mean.
So, a race. The Brits taking on the Dutch once again. The 55 of Dave Smith and the 67 Camaro of David Vector.
Now David is in with a shout of number 2 in the points. He wants to win and keep winning today. That is his mission. Dave Smith just wants to play spoiler and go down the racetrack. Here we go. A little staging battle as well. They're not moving forwards. There goes Dave.
Dave got the whole shot, and David Vector getting away with one. A bit of a misshift. Only goes 622 at 209, but Dave Smith treed him and just got out of him to 60 foot. Lots of tyre shake though.
That was all kinds of awful, to be honest with you. That really was. That was a 0.14 for Dave Smith. David, 0.441. Dear me. However, David's 60 foot was a 0.96, which is outstanding. Dave Smith was 106. Raise the roof, please, for the Lucky Devil team. It should have been Wayne in that lane where Dave Smith just went down there.
It sounded like David didn't have a second gear. It went in the ref limiter, and then I think he
clicked third.
He clicked in third gear. Yeah.
You know what? I was just waiting for it to go.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because it doesn't normally go well when that happens. Rev limiters are not good in blown alcohol engines. They're screaming anyway without hitting the rev limiter, aren't they? Yeah.
And the rev limiter is on 10,500 in David's car.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Dave Smith's team as well. That's what you get for being ready. A date with the number 2 man in points. and unfortunately for them, a trip home. But they gave it their very, very best shot. That was Dave Smith's best 60 foot of the weekend at 106. And it's all a learning experience, and I'm sure it's all good fun. So last pair, Sweden against the UK. John Webster with the turbo car, our last remaining hope. In what is, like I said, fast becoming the Swedish national championship in Pro Mode.
Yep, again.
We can't say enough about how all-conquering Jan Eriksson has been over the last few years. Yeah. Last year, he came here 3 times to 3 events, 3 16-car fields, won all of them. He was here for the main event, and he won that. And that's 20 rounds of racing straight that he's won. Yeah. If we go back to the last time he was here before that, pre-COVID, 2019, he won the European finals that year as well. That's 24 straight rounds of racing.
Plus the fact he used his pace as a cash point as well for door slammers.
That's the one, yeah.
He keeps pulling money out of that one.
Yeah. Well, it's well deserved.
When you know how difficult these cars are to run, that's quite incredible.
Well, Jan Eriksson is quite good at looking like a swan. He's always calm and collected on the track, but in the pits he's paddling like mad.
And this car is actually built in Finland as well. Again, another car all-conquering. The car in the other lane, John Webster with the turbo car built in the UK. His workshop is just over by the main gate. Then again, the thing is, they're always vulnerable, aren't they, Dick, though? He has had problems. It's not like it's been smooth.
Lots of tyre shake for John Webster. No problems at all for Jan Eriksson. He's going to go 586, 246 mile an hour. And is that low ET of the round?
I think it is just. Yeah. When you say no problems for Jan Eriksson, it still rattled the tyres all the way through. Second gear, by the looks of it. However, he just kept going.
Unbelievable, yeah. That really looked nasty.
No, I didn't see that. I was too busy looking at the tyre shake John Webster was getting. He was getting a bit close to the wall in that lane.
Well, that was fun. Thank you very much indeed, Dick. Yeah, John Webster, unfortunately, out of it way before the finish line. Got big shake going on. Jan Eriksson's 8th mile ET, 3.87. He had a sub 2 second back half. That's really where that car comes into its own, isn't it?
Can I say hello to my kids at home?
You can.
Goedemorgen, schatjes. And even my granddaughter is watching now.
Your granddaughter's watching, too.
Well, see you next round.
Thank you very much, Dick.
Okay, on to FIM Super Street Bike. Christian Jazz is sat in the middle there, just in case one of the bikes do not come through. First pair, Morganslund, Steve Venables. 0.05 of a second between them qualifying, but they both ran in the 6 second zone. So we get themselves set. Should be side by side sixes if all goes to plan, but it is a race to the stripe. Let's see who's going to get there first. Both razor sharp off the line.
Mogans is ahead at 8th mile and at 1,000 foot and at the quarter. 695, 209 mile an hour. Issues for Ven, it seemed. Bike didn't seem to really go anywhere.
Next pair, Mark Hope, Daniel Lanks. Now, Daniel, number 2 qualifier. Can you believe this? Number 2 qualifier with a 672. It is just insane how Super Street Bike has been this weekend.
Well,
taking on Mark Hope, number 7. 7:04, knocking on the door of the 6s in qualifying. He's going to need one here to get around Daniel.
Oh, he's going to need
no,
that.
Daniel's just rolled through the beams. And that is it. Mark Hope is done. He's gone through.
And that's a big shame for Danny Lentz. He is in the fight for the championship this year. Al Morrison Jr. will be
That's it.
loving it.
I think that's it. Al Morrison, all he needs to do is move forward for round 1, and Al Morrison Jr. is the 2023 Super Street Bike champ in Europe.
Well, totally unexpected. But that's racing. I don't think Mark was aware what was going on the other lane.
No.
And just staged. And that was it. Game over. Right, Jake Michelle, Peter Osland. Jake Michelle in qualifying just laid down a number. And basically the word of the pitch, everyone was just calling him the little devil after that. 6.66. Absolutely outstanding. Peter Osland, no slouch at 7.10.
It's crazy to think that nowadays a 7.10 is still half a second behind number 1 qualifier.
Oh, staggering.
But as you've just seen, anything can happen.
Well, Jake pulling away at the stripe. That's 6.74 at 216 miles an hour. He marches on. He's going to be taking on Morgan's London in these semi-finals. Not that these two wanted to meet in round 1. We got Al Morrison Jr. and Ross Morrison. So the brothers.
Well, Al Morrison Jr. riding the fastest bike in Europe. He went over 230 mile an hour back at the main event. And Ross Morrison, he's dipped into the 6s before. He qualified with a 7:02. He's going to need all of a 6 at the minute to beat his brother.
Al Morrison stood in the middle. The dad for the two lads. Plumb in the middle. Oh, good race.
Bit of a wobble for Al Morrison Jr. He looks like he's got his nose in front. 6.79 and a 6.93 for Ross Morrison.
Right, these are classed as time trial runs. We had more than 8 bikes in qualifying. These did actually come down as alternates just in case, so the quickest way to get them back to the pits, send them down the racetrack. So Eric Gruber and Ricardo Carrara. A bit of a tank slapper there.
And a wheelie
on the other side. 7.69 and coasting across there with a 10.29.
And another alternate as well, Christian Yaz.
He was first alternate. He was the one that was lined up in the middle just behind us in case any of the bikes didn't make it.
Yeah, Christian has not had a star weekend. He's been having a few issues, but he seems to have sorted himself out. Qualified with a 7.25 in the number 9 spot, but 8 bike field, so he didn't make it. In fact, that's a lovely looking run. And he goes 6.87.
Wow, Christian, what a run. Why couldn't they do that in qualifying? Absolutely outstanding. But that's the team brothers for you. When they get it right, my goodness me, it goes well.
Great run.
6.87. We'll have qualified in 4th.
It's just a day too late, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What a great shame. Okay, we got Roger Gorin with Firestorm round here. We have Nitro Funny Cars and Top Fuel Dragster ready to go round behind the tower, folks.
So as we get Rog into position, we are joined in the tower for colour commentary by someone that I bumped into at a little shindig we had last night in the pits. I said, oh, it'd be really cool if you came and joined us in the tower. And he said yes. I'm absolutely delighted that he did, because this young man that's with me up here in the tower, you all know, you all love, and he's a bit of a hero for a lot of people up here. Former Top Fuel racer, and we certainly hope he does come back at stage. Mr. Liam Jones joined us in the tower. Liam, how are you, mate? It's so good to see you. You're never away from the place, though, are you?
No, we're not. We've become regulars on the bank nowadays. So
yeah.
It's, but things will change. We'll be back. Yeah, it's good.
And of course, it's not just you as well. You've got the whole family at all. Maya, another Top Fuel racer, obviously. The family is getting, shall we say, interesting with possibly juniors in quite a few years' time, but you've got to get your stuff done first before they start racing careers for them, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I would say, 5 or 6 years' time, we're definitely going to have a junior out in the field, so I see myself having a 5-year window to do what I can, and then probably hang up my
How
helmet.
much are you missing this, being down there?
Yeah, loads. I mean, after the COVID hit, obviously we came back for a couple of years just as spectators, and it was nice to sit on the bank and just have a few drinks and just chill out with everybody and see everybody, but now we're both of us are ready to get back in the seat.
Have you been up here for a jet car before?
No, never.
But first experience for you then?
Best seat in the house.
Right, so we got Roger down there with Firestorm, and then of course after that, Nitro Funny Car and Top Fuel, which I know you're going to help me out on Funny Car as well. One of your best mates is running, isn't
He certainly is, and I'm going to slate it.
So dropping the body on the Firestorm machine. One of the only rear-engined funny cars in the world, especially with a jet behind the driver as well. He's been absolutely on form all weekend. 5.1 second runs over 1,000 foot. But he'll be running to the quarter this time. That, of course, is Roger Goring. Wife Helen out front. Final checks are being made on the machine. Thumbs up. There we go, Helen giving him the signal to turn it up. Here we go then, Roger Goring with the Firestorm Jet Funny car.
Well, fair to say, he's been running phenomenally well all weekend this time. Another great looking pass, Rog. 6:03 at 255 miles an hour. Running so well indeed. And a great flame show as well.
Do you fancy going one of those?
One
Liam?
of the blocks blew over there. As he got
From
to the
seeing it on
sky.
top, I'm not so sure now. 5 minutes ago, I said yeah, but no, that was pretty spectacular, to be honest. Well done.
Right, well, it's as the team go to collect Rog from the top, it is Fuel Funny Car that will be coming around the corner next. And Liam, I know fuel cars are always at your heart. You spend a lot of time in Top Fuel, but Fuel Funny Cars.
Yeah, I mean, they're a different beast, aren't they? Let's face it.
Yeah. I remember when we did, well, obviously we were talking about the COVID, we mentioned the COVID period. You were brilliant when we did the Santa podcast.
Yeah.
It was a good bit of fun, and the banter between you and obviously Kevin, which was quite memorable. I'd still go back and watch those sometimes.
Oh, really?
Really, really good fun.
It was good fun doing it as well.
It was actually. Yeah, if you want to go on YouTube, just search Santa Podcast, and you'll see the episode with Maya and I'm still laughing about it as well, actually, because all Kev kept going was going like that. You can't all see that. But when Liam and Maya at home, and then obviously Shelley and Kevin, the other side, really representing the funny cars. But I know you have a lot of banter with Steve Ashdown as well, don't you?
You could say that. Yeah, Steve's a very, very good friend of mine, and there is. It gets pretty brutal at times.
Well, I wouldn't expect anything less, basically. No. But I mean, obviously, Top Fuel was your thing. But did you ever have a hankering to have a go in a funny car as such?
No, I'd love to. I would do, and I'd obviously keep your options open. I say, do you know what I mean? And it's one of those things. You see the funny cars, and how it's progressed just over the last few years, and it's becoming a lot more attractive, and they're getting quicker and quicker and more consistent, and there's more cars in the field, and yeah, it's becoming a bit of a beast now, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it's impressive stuff.
Well, they're all certainly trying as hard as they possibly can. Very briefly, there is somebody else that I do want to mention whilst we're talking about Nitro. A gentleman in the States does tune in and watch all of the Santa Pod feeds, and thanks to Lee Webb on this, is Scott Palmer.
Oh, yeah.
He does, even if he doesn't watch live, he does actually watch all the coverage from here. So Scott, bit banged up at the moment, fair to say. We know he's got a broken wrist after the incident with the fuel stewed.
Yeah.
It's a monstrous machine.
It's incredible, isn't it?
But Scott, we really wish you all the best, mate, and I'd love to have you over here one day. That would be really, really good.
Yeah. Well, he sends lots of his crew guys over here to help people as well, doesn't he? That's a good thing.
Yeah, all the best to Scott. How are we doing down there, Darryl?
Very well indeed. Obviously, the track is just being glued at the moment. One of the things I just wanted to say, Liam, was that so if someone bets you to drive a fuel funny car, you do it. Actually, you don't need betting, do you? Because that's how. Tell us the story of how you got into driving a top fuel car. Go on.
So we were at Flame and Thunder. It had been 2014. I was sat in an RV with Rob Stanley, a few beers, obviously, and I was just on about the top fuel stuff. I was racing Super Pro at the time, and I just said I'd love to do it. So Rob said, "Well, you haven't got the balls to do it." Yes, I have. I bet you haven't. Like, I bet I have. And anyway, 5 years down the line, we've done 5 seasons of it. So, and that's God's honest truth. It sounds crazy, but that's just how we roll.
I spoke to Rob about it the other night. It's quite funny. And Rob said to me, he said he dared you to do it, and he said, "Well, I'll take you over and see Ruder." And he goes, "Yeah." And you said, "Yeah, all right, I'll go over and do that then." And you're standing there talking to him or whatever, or sorting it out, and Rob's going, "I can't believe he's doing it. I really thought he wouldn't do it." But anyway, there you go.
Yeah, well, never bet me.
Yeah, something like that, definitely. And we've had this conversation as well at the top end. I really remember this one, Liam, when you, the first couple of seasons in Top Fuel. There's one time when you were up the top end, you got out of the car and you run a 3-second run. And I think I said to you, if you could bottle that feeling that you get when you just get out of the car after that, you'd just be a billionaire, I think, wouldn't you?
It's unbelievable. I remember the run, actually, because I remember Gary Page, the ray of sunshine that he is, bless him. He comes in, he's like, God, this car's a load of crap. And I was like, why did it run? He's like, it was a 397 at 308. And everybody was just in tears. It's like, just that, because you obviously get so much adrenaline before the run and during it. And then afterwards, it's like, if it don't go very well, it's really deflating. But if it goes brilliantly, like it did then, you just can't describe the feeling. It's unbelievable.
Tells you all you need to know about human nature. That I always used to say 99.9% of the time you're cheesed off, broke, overworked, tired, just completely fed up. But the 0.001% that it goes right makes it all worth it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like that's Top Fuel all over, isn't it? It's the 10 runs that you have that aren't very good. You know what I mean? You're shaking the tyres, you're spinning the tyres, you've got mechanical failures, driver error sometimes. It's that one time that it goes right, you forget everything else, and it's just amazing. And that's the draw to it. Once you've done it, you know, Darryl. Do you know what I mean? It's like a drug almost.
Probably the most addictive and expensive one that dissolves marriages and bank accounts. I think that's
absolutely
something like that.
yeah.
But it's do you know something as well, mate? I've never met anybody that can actually describe it. Even though we've both done it,
Yeah.
and I talk for a living, obviously,
Yeah.
I still can't describe it. I cannot. The only way I can possibly describe it is if you want to know what the feeling's like, you sit there at the traffic lights in your car,
Yeah.
not moving, not in gear, and a juggernaut hits you up the backside at 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That is the feeling. It's just, it does feel like something's hit you really hard, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I remember the first time doing it, you just feel like you've been blown up almost. And then I think the only thing that comes second to, and you'll know yourself, is when you're about 300 feet out and the clutch locks up, and then you launch again. And you just think, how can this thing go any quicker than it already is doing? And it does. It just never ceases to amaze you what they can do. And like with Runa, do you know what I mean? Like, how can you make something go that quick? It's unbelievable.
Well, it's something as well that one of the things I was going to say too is if you want to know roughly what it's like in the driver's seat, there's a fabulous YouTube video on YouTube of an American racer. Her name is Alexis DeJoria.
Yeah.
Right. If you Google, if you're sat at home looking in or whatever, if you're on your phones around here, Google Alexis DeJoria in car. It's one of the most unbelievable ones I've ever seen. It's a GoPro in her face as she goes down the racetrack. And just when you think her eyes can't get any wider and wider and wider and wider, she goes over the finish line and shuts it off. It's just unreal. Again, we know, kind of know what that's like, but
Yeah.
it's, I always used to say it's like a bunch of heavyweight fighters just lining up to punch you in the stomach, like 6 or 7 of them in the row, and that's what it feels like too.
Yeah, it is. Everything, every sort of like feeling or like emotional, pain-wise, everything like that, it's just amplified in a top fuel car. So like you say, on a launch, it's painful. The tyre shake is painful. The pulling the chutes out is painful. But you just don't care. You've got so much adrenaline coursing through you that you just feel invincible. It's incredible.
Just a couple of things I just need to shout out. Ian Marshall has just sort of waved a squirty fuel bottle that's in the tower. Somebody's left it down on the start line. So one of the teams we think that has run, their fuel bottle is down on the start line. So if you need that, you know where to find it. Also, Paul Marston, one of your vehicles, I'm not sure which one, but is blocking Tim Moore in at the moment. He needs to load up. So if you could get that one moved for them, thanks very much indeed. I may as well read this one out because obviously it's topical as we're talking at the moment. Rob Elsom just texted in and said, better go in mine.
Well, funny enough, I've just had someone walk over to me and say Liam's been offered to go in Patrick's too, so he's got some choices.
He's got choices.
I know, yeah,
Right.
I feel like I'm getting poached. And it's just tell Rob it's not quick enough. So
Well, you could also tell the funny car guys it's not quick enough as well if you really want to.
I don't know. Have you seen the size of them all?
Yeah. Well, have you looked in the mirror without being rude as well?
Yeah, but I'd need to shave my head to race funny car, I think.
That
was gonna say-
another topic, wasn't it?
It is a never-ending ugly contest. Funny
I
car.
say I'm far too pretty. So
Yeah,
but I'm sure Steve could sort that out. Here he comes.
Yeah, funnily enough. It's a good job he's strapped in and a bit busy at the moment, really, isn't it? We're talking about Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker team coming round behind the tower to line up for a round 1 matchup against Jason Phelps with the Gladiator funny car. One of the favourite topics of discussion in US drag racing is that modern funny cars modern funny car bodies, you can't put a good paint job on them. They can't look really good. I'd beg to completely differ, because both of these cars are just fantastic. That one of the main differences is obviously it's sponsored, and the sponsor takes preference over names and everything else as well. But it still doesn't mean you can't produce just really eye-catching designs and beautiful-looking race cars. You've been racing in the States, Liam, a few times, maybe. What's your take on the difference? I know what I take from it all the time, but what's your take on the difference between racing here in Europe and in the States?
It's just, I think America's very commercialised, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like you've got, over here it's a passion for people instead of a job. Whereas, so like all the crew, for example, well, over here, none of them get paid. They do it off their own backs. None of the drivers really make any money. Do you know what I mean? And that, I think over in America, and no disrespect to them, it just takes the edge off it for me. It was like the emotion isn't there. Because you haven't got everything on the line. I remember like we'd finish a season, and if we hadn't done very well, you think I'm X amount down on my own money, and I've put all this time and effort into it, and the lads have as well. And it's devastating, but then it can be amazing as well. And I just think yeah, it's, do you see where I'm coming from? It's that professionalism almost of, like, over here, it's, yeah, you just love it. It's grassroots almost, but
And fun.
to a massive level. Yeah.
It's the fun factor as well, because we always used to say that it's basically like hanging out with a bunch of your mates and coming together to try and do something you really want to do. And there are some teams, to be completely fair, in the interest of fair reporting, there are a few teams in the States that are like that, but the vast majority of it is all about big money, big time sponsors, that kind of thing. And just to say that, you know, you can go into the pits and see these guys take the engines apart and put them back together. You can do the same in the States, but they only have like an hour, 60 minutes between rounds. So all they do, just to save on maintenance and ease, they take one engine out, put a fresh one in with a clutch already on the back of it, and then build the car up again, send it down the racetrack too. It does make for a great experience, but it's just like you said, Liam, it's just that extra level of, well, it's being employed as opposed to doing something for fun, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, I remember with the lads, we were in, I think we were in Hockenheim, and we had about an hour to turn it round. And so you've got, like, no disrespect to them because I love it to bits, but you've got a load of 65-year-old blokes, you know what I mean, like bad backs, bad knees, bad shoulders, and then they're just ripping this car to pieces. And you think, how have they just done that? like they turn into Superman all of a sudden. But again, it's that adrenaline, it's that passion, and you can't beat it. It's just unbelievable.
And it's what we're about to see now. So lining up underneath the tower, what you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, two 10 to 11,000 brake horsepower fuel funny cars. They're called funny cars because, believe it or not, when they were named back in the 60s, because they look kind of funny, and that name sort of stuck. The bodies that are pulled down over the driver are carbon fibre. There is a silica for Jason Phelps in the Gladiator car. For the Undertaker, it's a Dodge. And the first noise today, or for the first time today, we've here the beautiful 500 cubic inch Nitro Hemis. This is when not racing sucks, doesn't it, Liam?
Absolutely. And hearing it from up in the tower, I must admit I am very, very jealous.
My worst moment this weekend was on, I think it was Friday night when it was dark and they're all coming round and running, and I just didn't want to be here. I really didn't. I just wanted to be over there. The throttle still's getting stuck a little bit for Steve Ashdown, but that's what Lee's out there for, to close the throttle blades. That's not a nice. Have you ever had that happen? It's not a nice feeling, is it, when the throttle sticks after the burnout?
No, I remember we were in TF once and we had the flag on the throttle stop got stuck in the ejector hat. So I let off the throttle and we were still doing about 100 mile an hour. It's like, we just didn't.
Oh, that's not fun.
No, it wasn't fun. It was fun seeing Gary Page try and chase me, but.
How did you get it stopped and shut off?
We just leaned the motor out and just ended up stopping on the track instead, like I say. It's the same with anything in a fuel car. If anything going wrong, you haven't got to be the brave man. You just switch it off.
So this is a heads-up drag race to 1,000 foot. You can see the big orange blocks out there. First to the finish line wins a place in the final against the winner of the next fair. Both of these two are from the UK. Steve ran pretty good in qualifying. He did doink the blocks yesterday, but he assured me that was temporary and it won't happen again today.
Well, Jason Phelps has already been brought up to the line. Steve Ashdown has just had the body lowered back over him. He's going to be brought up to the line. And we're about to release 24,000 horsepower all the way down to the 1,000 foot.
So Mark Hawkins, crew chief on the Gladiator, just gives the final punch there. Dave Bryant, obviously there for Steve Ashdown. Your first pair in fuel funny car here at the European Finals. Jason is into pre-stage. There goes Steve. Hold on tight, folks. Here we
what a race
indeed, and it is Steve Ashdown.
Oh, wow! His quickest ever run. Dave, don't go anywhere. Well done, fellas. Well, I know those are tears of nitro, but those might be tears of joy as well. A 4:28, my friend. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's actually a tune-up run.
You're joking.
No. We got a little more.
Well, it looked like it was hauling the couple of runs it made yesterday, but that time it made it a lot further down the racetrack.
Yeah, it did. The impressive thing's the mile an hour. It really started to pick up now, so I'm getting my head around the tune-up.
Well, excellent run, mate, and congrats. I'm sure Steve will be all smiles when you go and get him.
I think he'd be happy with that.
I think he will be. Well done. That's Dave Bryant, crew chief, and tuner for Steve Ashdown. That was really, really great to see. That was a thing of beauty, wasn't it? The car still wandered to the right, but he kept it in the lane, clicked it just before the finish line. Not quite sure what happened to Jason. That was just a little bit off
Jason,
mark.
he was on a decent run. It was a 5:58, 134. He was off the gas actually before the 8th. But let's just give you some short numbers. Steve Ashdown, 0.92 to the 60 foot. At the 8th, he was 3:41 at 2:54. And of course, at the strike forward, 28.264. There goes the Gladiator team. Give him a huge cheer. Jason Phelps was giving it everything he could as well. He actually got off the line first. And the Gladiator team, a great showing from this weekend. But the party van it is for Steve Ashdown and the Undertaker team as they go to the top end to pick up what will be a rather happy Steve Ashdown.
Well,
boy.
They're stopped on the racetrack up there. What happens as well, again, Liam, you can probably explain it way better, but the clutches on these cars, they're kind of like an automatic. But what happens in the shutdown area after you've clicked the engine off?
Yeah, normally they just seize up. So you can try and get it into neutral, but yeah, that's why we stop on the track so much. Obviously, what you don't want to be doing is trying to take that 10 under power still, because you've got no chance of trying to control it. So generally, you just shut down on the track. And,
yeah, even though it takes a little, then the only way you can move the car when the clutch is locked up, it's 1-to-1 with the rear end, because the clutch basically absorbs the horsepower all the way down the track, believe it or not, and yeah, it basically welds itself together. Gets very, very hot. You wouldn't want to be a clutch bloke on a day like this, would you?
Absolutely not. I mean, you see the clutch guys and they've got gloves on, like these, what do you call them, like gauntlets, you know, and even the clutch plates, even an hour after, are still untouchable. The heat generated in those things is immense.
Well, the only way they can move the car off the racetrack is there's a coupler just underneath where the driver sits. They undo the coupler and move that off so the rear end can then move freely with the engine not joined to it anymore, and that's when they take the cars off the racetrack. I think, is that Jason or Steve?
Yeah, I think it's Jason, actually.
Yeah, stopped on the racetrack. But anyway, folks, did you enjoy your first taste of nitromethane this afternoon? I'll take that as a yes. It was a lot of fun. That was a really, really good run from Steve, and it's always nice when everything kind of goes to plan off the bat. So the next pair behind the tower, both in a pair of Dodges, one a Hellcat, one a Stratus. In the Kestrel Lane, another immense effort once again. I think they just enjoy swapping cars, really. Kevin Kent, the whole West 10 team, looking forward to this round one matchup against Patrick Pers from Sweden with a new car to him. This car is a full-on American fuel funny car. The whole setup, I think the chassis was from Ron Capps, the body was from Tommy Johnson Jr. It really is a thing of beauty. This is exactly the same as what they use in the US, as are most of the bodies in the class as well. Just a little bit about Kevin again. They had an incident back on Friday, and what happened was it sheared the axle. The shaft that runs through the middle of the axle, which is titanium, virtually unbreakable, he broke it, which again is completely unheard of. The car went a bit sideways. He managed to save it and keep it in his own lane. The wheel parted company, and Kevin said, you know what, it's going to be too much work to fix this. Keith, could we please borrow the Santa Pod car? And here he is. So fired up is Patrick and Kevin for this round one matchup. Patrick's car, the European record holder, is in the Kestrel Lane, but he's not in his usual machine. The potential European record holder, well, could be any of them really, but Patrick Pers' car has had some stout short numbers. It just needs to go all the way through to the finish line like Steve Ashdown did right there. Little bit of a, it's not a drama. They know what they're doing. Kevin's car didn't start the first time, so they had to fix a couple of things, and there we go. He's got a very experienced crew, hence the fact he can run a backup car on the same weekend.
Yeah, surprisingly as well, no marks on Patrick's car after his brush with the wall yesterday.
Yeah, not even. Unless they had a spare set of headers, but yeah, they don't even look marked at all.
Even the bodywork.
Yeah. Maybe because he was still under full power when he was by the wall, the header pipes were pushing him away. That's how close it was. Interesting gauntlet motive on the roof of the car. I've just spotted that.
Typical backup.
Yeah, typical. So Patrick Thursday, 4:40 in qualifying. His best time in this car. Going alongside Kevin Kent. Steve Ashdown awaits the winner of this pairing in the final Fuel Funny car. We've still got another funny car, the Thermo Red car of Kev Chapman lined up behind us. But this from Spot in the final. What a race again, and this time a 4:50
Oh,
Kevin Kent.
They've pulled it off again. 4:52 at 2:35. Patrick had to pedal and got back on it again, but just couldn't get it done. Very, very quickly. John Smith, Nicky, just very quickly, both of you. I mean, you guys just make this look easy, don't you? Bringing out backup cars, all that sort of stuff.
It's hard. It doesn't come natural. Years and years of work, but to come back and do something like that after changing the car, no idea really what it was going to do. Problems that we've had along the way. It wasn't just a quick and easy swap over. There's all the computer systems, electric systems, but
I think the driver and the engine are the only original bit.
Yeah, you know, these guys, they came over last week and helped me out with Megan's car and for the A-Fuel car, and they worked on it like champs, just like they do over here. And these guys are awesome, man. They just keep putting cars together. You know, it brings a tear to my eye every time I come over here. I just want to, these guys, they could go over in the States and race. They could race here. It doesn't matter where they're at in the world. They're going to work on these cars night and day until they get it right. That wasn't a stellar run. It dropped the cylinder early, but kudos to Kevin for getting the job done. He said if it shook or anything, he would not pedal it. So it didn't shake. So it went down the racetrack and we got the win. And these guys did it all.
yeah, good. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Well done. That's Nicky and crew chief John Smith as well. What a fantastic effort. Also, big round of applause, please, for the Speed Ghost team all the way from Stockholm in Sweden. They still had a pretty good weekend. Just unfortunately didn't quite get it done against the record holder and the champ in round one. Come on, give them a cheer. Kevin did say to me last night, he said he was saving it all for round one. So, Kevin Chapman with the Thermareg car. Unfortunately didn't qualify for the field this weekend, so this will be a time trial run with the Mustang Nitro funny car. Bob Jarrett back over here tuning again for the first time in a while, actually. Right behind them, folks, don't go anywhere. We've got top fuel, we've got top methanol. Round one of pro stock as well is going to be killer. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can hear the revs a little bit high after the burnout again. Once again, that's what the crew guy's there for, because you've got a spring on the throttle, haven't you, Liam? But sometimes you just can't pull it back far enough.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes it just gets a little bit stuck open. So what we'll do is we'll close the flaps on the ejector hat fully with the hands. Obviously, you don't want to do it the wrong way. That's that.
Chapman. And the buddy car itself as the team bring the car up to the line. A time trial run and a competition. But would love to see a 4-second pass here for Kev Chapman. Oh, he's rolling. Well, he couldn't bring the car back as it had rolled through stage, so a quick decision just to nail it, to give it a launch there. Obviously, just one of those things.
Does that count as a roll race then?
Well, it's a weird one, that. I mean, he's still got an 8:45 at 1:03 there, but it just kept rolling.
Interestingly, I can see Kevin Talbot down there on the start line. I don't know if he can hear me or not. The one in the red shirt, Daryl. He's a big YouTuber. He drives the Game Over monster truck. He was here a couple of weeks ago for the Monster Truck Nationals. And I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed that one.
Okay, so as we got ourselves ready for FIA Top Fuel.
Round of applause for the Thermareg team, please. That was a strong-looking launch. Only the quickest of track sweeps as we get ready to go into round one competition for FIA Top Fuel Dragster. Unlike most years previous, the championship was actually sewn up because Edith Esterstrom has been unbeaten so far in 2023. As they pull the cars around from behind the start line. Just give me a couple of moments and we'll get ready to go with all of our traditional pre-race stuff. And before we get there, the cars are being pulled round behind the tower. So I've thought funny cars for fun. These are the long pointy versions that go 300 miles an hour to those 1,000-foot blocks down there. But before we get to round one of Top Fuel, I would like to introduce the CEO of Trackback Racing, the boss here at Santa Pod Raceway, the man responsible for getting the vast majority of things here done. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Keith Bartlett, everybody. Morning, Keith. How nice is it to be here in September on a sunny day at a beautiful racetrack?
I was just thinking, those of you who were here last year, if you remember the Sunday morning last year at the European finals, it was cold, it was damp. We'd just gone through 2 days of rain, let alone the dramas of various other issues. What a difference a year can make.
Yeah, we'll certainly do this again next year if we can. It would be really, really good. We're coming up with Top Fuel. Your wife is strapped into one of those cars. She's going to finish number 2 in the points this year. She was quite happy with the season this year.
No, anyone who wants to win championships is not happy coming second. The wonderful thing about drag racing, it's not like circuit racing. You can't go, didn't I do well? I came 4th. Didn't I do well? I came 6th out of 20 people. Well, guess what? Take Pro Mod, 23 cars, only one counts, the winner at the end. I love drag racing. You can't say I came second. It means absolutely, I'll be polite, very little. You know, you've got to win. If you don't win, then you're no one.
Well, this year has been fun. We've been back on the full tour again this year. It's good to see a lot of the drivers and everybody getting involved. A lot of the Swedes coming back over here as well after a long while.
Yeah, I think it's to see all the Swedes and the Scandinavians here is brilliant. I don't think my bank account likes it, but it's good. No, it's just fantastic to have 23, 21 Pro Mods from all over Europe. I think it's stunning. It's not easy. They're all hurting for parts. They're hurting for money. It's taken a lot of planning to end up having all those cars here.
Well, it certainly has been a terrific weekend. It was so nice as well for the last few days in the evenings just to see so many people here again.
Oh, yeah. The Friday night show was like going back to the old days. And you know, it's really difficult. The Friday night show, usually in September, you've got the dew point comes in, and it comes 7 o'clock, you can't run. This year, we could see by Tuesday or Wednesday, hey, this isn't going to happen. So I already knew Thursday we're in for a killer Friday night show, and yeah, that's what happened. The place was packed.
Well, the races delivered, the crowd delivered. It was just one of those great days, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the crowd delivered. You know, when they're all here, when you've got all the support from all you guys and girls out there and ladies and kids, it's fantastic. As I say all the time, if you weren't supporting us, it wouldn't be the same atmosphere. So 70% of the atmosphere here is because of all of you here today, yesterday and the day before. It's just brilliant.
It makes putting on events really good fun too.
Yeah. You're the best fans in the world, and I love you all.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith, on one of the best racetracks in the world as well. We are about ready to go with FIA Top Fuel. I think they're primed and ready for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've just seen Fuel Funny Car. What you're about to see now is the same engine, but in a long, skinny race car. They are the quickest and fastest accelerating vehicles on the planet. They do 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. On a 4-ball run through the finish line, they will be doing 300 miles an hour plus in under 4 seconds. They really are the 8th wonder of the world. We're just about ready to go, but before we get there, if you could all please stand for the national anthem. Well, all you aspiring drag racers out there, you'll be unbelievably overjoyed to know that both of these two started out their careers in junior dragster, as did 3/4 of the field, actually. For Sweden and Slick Tricks Racing in the Kestrel Lane, your number 2 qualifier, Suzanne Colleen, the boss's wife as well. Taking on India Urbacher. Yeah, we don't need no diversity rubbish in drag racing. We've had it for years.
Well, this is what Liam used to do. He joins us in the towers with this. A different view from what you were used to back in the day. I know you've been watching. Is this your first time seeing a Top Fuel car from up here instead of down there?
It is.
It is?
It is, yeah.
I wasn't quite sure if you'd actually been up here for a fuel run before. Now, it's probably the most comfortable place to watch a race from is actually in the car, being in it, because you can feel what it's doing. But you'll go through the motions of what these fuel drivers are doing as they're going down the track as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously from up here, you can see them wiggling and dancing about and everything, and you don't really realise it when you're in the seat.
Yeah.
You'll go back and, like the lads will always say, oh, it was dancing around then.
Well, instantly up in smoke for India Urbacher. Suzanne made it right the way down to about the 8th mile before her car also went up in smoke. 496, 153 mile an hour takes the win there.
Well, blazing the tyres instantly for India. They had a great time in Hockenheim. Very quickly, Urs, I mean, I know this is not the interview you want. This is not the way you wanted to go today. But thank you so much for all the effort. Thank you so much for coming over. Your little girl still does a great job.
Thank you very much. The spectators are great here. I love you all, and it was super great. We don't find the setup for the track, but we come back next year, so we will make a new European record next year for you guys. Thank you.
Remember he said that, folks. Thank you very much indeed, Urs. Well, yeah, Suzanne's car started hazing the tyres. She obviously felt it and got off the throttle. So, yeah, that was the car you used to race as well, wasn't it, Liam?
It was indeed, and it makes me very jealous watching it from a bit.
It's horrible, isn't it? I always liken it to being like, if you're an alcoholic, just going and sit in a pub and drinking water. It's just like the worst thing you can possibly do.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway. So, looks like they're both safely off the track, We should have a pair behind them. However, we have one, and we have the one new European champ, which is Ida Zetterstrom. No Duncan for this round one matchup, unfortunately. I know Runa has gone through quite a bit of stuff this summer. You probably have a bit of that as well, didn't you, Liam?
We did indeed. I remember we went to Calhava and I think we'd done 3 full motors in 5 passes. So it's, it can be pretty catastrophic sometimes. But then you can go meetings where you don't really do much damage at all. So it just depends on everything. Track conditions mainly, but yeah, like I say, this place is generally stellar, so you're pretty safe.
Well, yeah, but nitro engines are not a safe way of doing things, are they? Let's put it that way.
No, safe's probably the wrong word to choose. But
well, victory lap for Ida Zetterstrom then in this round one. Duncan, if you're watching, what a great shame he didn't make this round one matchup. Also, you've got to feel for Urs and the team as well. We've all had weekends like that where you try absolute hardest and nothing seems to go right. So the Ida and Suzanne show will be one more time this year, which will be the final of this event in a few hours' time. It was actually Suzanne who is the defending event champion. Again, Liam, you were in Top Fuel for quite a while. You know just how hard it is to try and raise money to go racing. What Ida does just a fantastic job, doesn't she?
oh yeah, it's unbelievable. To be able to get fully sponsored takes some real hard work in the off season. You know what I mean? I was too lazy for that. I was paid for it myself.
So it's easier to earn the money than try it and go and find it, yeah?
It is when you've got a face like this, yeah.
Quote of the year there from Mr. Liam James. Thank you very much. Anyway, Ida is a lovely young lady, and this very, very well deserved championship this year. She's run 380s at just about every event, apart from the one back in May when she went 377 at 321 in round one. Runa gives the okay to go in stage for a place in the final. And she clicks it before the finish line, goes 4:06 at only 225 miles an hour. I suspect those short numbers were quite pretty, Colin.
0.85 to the 60 foot, and at the 8th, 3:10 at only 264. She has been quicker to the 8th than that. But 3:10, 264 at the 8th mile.
So she must have clicked that slightly early, but it's runs like that, isn't it, Liam, when you miss it the most? When you're looking at that and you're looking at the clutch locker, but you know what that feels like and you're just not in it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Obviously, she got off it a little bit early. I'd have probably held on personally, but...
So you were one of Runa's didn't do what they're told group, is that right?
Yeah, I was in the naughty corner quite a few times.
you had a lot of good company, mate, don't worry.
There was, yeah. It was good laughing there, to be fair.
Absolutely that. Well, I think it's, what's up next?
Top Methanol.
Top Methanol next. But Liam, thank you very much indeed for coming to join us. Please feel free to join us for the finals a bit later on today as well.
No, thank you very much, and thanks to everybody for coming. What an atmosphere this weekend, so yeah, fair play.
I think, to be honest with you, this weekend's just been really cool without any racing, let alone the racing being really good as well. It's just been any time you turn up and it's lovely and warm for this many days in a row, you can all sit there and have barbecues in the evening and just have a wonderful time. It's what life's about, isn't it?
Yeah, the social side's fantastic here, isn't it? Like you say, it's just like one big family. It sounds cliche, but it's true. You just spend your days going around speaking to people and just chilling out. It's brilliant. It's a sanctuary, isn't it?
Very well put. Yeah. Very well put, sir. Well, hopefully we might. Is there, just before you go, is there any chance we might see you back one day, or maybe Maya, or is that just kind of if at the moment?
No. We'll both definitely be back. We don't know what in. Hopefully Top Fuel. Do you know what I mean? But obviously we've got a couple of young kids, so we want them to grow up a little bit first. And I've got a lot of business interests at the moment, so I'm very busy, family, work. But we'll be back 100%. I know Maya's chomping at the bit, so.
Well, Liam Jones once again making me feel like I've seriously underachieved in life by having like loads of business interests and everything else.
None of them make any money, Darryl, don't they?
Oh, fair enough. Yes, you only make money to spend it on this.
Yeah, basically,
yeah, and driving a Top Fuel car as well. But before you go, the competitive rivalry just in your household. How does that work out these days?
Well, it doesn't really, because she's always got the trump card that she was quicker than me, hasn't she? So she's actually getting, is it settled status or something soon for Britain? So she's claiming to be the fastest Brit ever then. You know,
Oh, wow.
It doesn't sit right with me at all, Daryl, I'll tell you that.
Well, what you don't know is we've bribed her to wind you up so you come back again. That's what we've done.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know what your game is. Yeah, I'll still be the fastest man. So.
That's a very good point, yeah.
Oh, playing that card. Oh,
yeah. Why not? Anyway, Liam,
well,
it's been a pleasure, mate. Thank you very much indeed for coming and joining us. And, yeah, it's good to see you. Hope to see you back later on tonight.
No worries, mate. Definitely. Thank you very much.
Right, top methanol round number 1. Colin, we have 2 races and a bye run. I want a selfie as well.
Yeah, I don't very often do that, but I've been trying to get quite a few over the course of the weekend.
Well, the thing is, though, Thomas is quite famous, so I can understand why you need to get him
I can Photoshop him out, don't worry.
Oh, okay.
But no, Liam, thanks ever so much indeed, mate. I'm glad you took the invitation, and thank you ever so much indeed. See you later on, mate.
So, the funny car fired up behind the tower. Sandro Bellio, who found his mojo again at Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago. Number 1 qualifier here this weekend. They didn't have a smooth time of it in qualifying. It wasn't as good as usual, shall we say, but the points in top methanol are very, very close indeed. If things go his way today, he can walk home with a big FIA trophy.
Whichever way you want to go.
So the way this is shaking out is he's got a bye in round 1 into the semi-finals. He would race the winner of our next pair, which is Tony Brinterson and points leader Lynn Egan Floysvik. Now, if both, and that would then potentially match up a pair of them, I think, in the semi-finals. Colin's got the ladder.
Yeah, you absolutely called it dead right.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely spot on.
Well, there's just big matches all over the place. Silvio Strauch, who's number 2 in the points at the moment, is back there, and he's going to be racing Johnny Oxor. If he wins that race, he has a bye into the final. So everybody's future is completely in their own hands, but this is after a whole season of racing. We've got to sort it out this afternoon as to who is going to be your winner.
Well, the last thing you want to do if your name is Lynn Floysvik is give Sandro Bellio a tuning run before you have to race him, or potentially have to race him in the next round.
Yeah, Tony Brinderson might think different, but I get what you mean.
So screw blower on a Hemi with a clutch into pre-stage, going to bring up on the RPM, glide it into full stage. 0.966 foot, but the blower goes pop about 700 foot out there.
That's not what you want to hear. I thought they might just launch it to make sure they got the 60 foot sussed, but what the pop you heard, where the supercharger is on top of the engine, in the old days, old days, they used to put the supercharger on the manifold, and if any flame from the combustion chamber or anything went awry, it used to bring the flame up into the supercharger, which all the fuel and the air is mixed, and it will bang the supercharger, which is a lot more catastrophic than what happens now, which is there's what they call burst panels or pressure relief panels that go on the front and the back of the manifold, and that's what you heard just then. That didn't sound like a big one, to be completely fair, but you can never, ever tell. The team have got a lot of work to do. Give them a round of applause. Trying their absolute hardest, as always. They're going to race the winner of the next pair.
Actually firing up already.
So, Tony Brinterson in the Kestrel lane. I had the pleasure of catching up with Tony at the top end yesterday. He said they're running the car without a couple of the things that they could really do with, let's put it that way. He was looking to get into the 5.3s, didn't quite get there with a low 540. Can he play spoiler in the championship race? In the other lane, all the way from Norway, the young lady, the Viking princess herself, it is Lynn Egan Floysvik. Lynn had a horrible start to the weekend, completely destroyed an engine, broke the crank into 4 places. This is their spare engine. She came out yesterday and went 5.55 in qualifying. Lynn basically has to keep going rounds. She's got to win this one. She's got to win this one. So Sandro Bellio awaits for the winner of this one. On qualified form, Lynn is the quicker car when you factor in the .22. What you're going to see on the scoreboard as well is a .22 advantage on the tree for the funny car. The tree runs in one lane slightly before it does for the dragster, and then it's a heads-up race to the finish line. It is Comp Eliminator on the steroids, basically. It's a lot of fun to watch.
So Lynn's car virtually identical to the funny car you've just seen just go underneath the body, of course. Tony's car almost completely different. Dragster chassis, a fuel car basically means no superchargers to be seen, only injected nitro.
You can't imagine what that young lady is feeling sitting in that side now. It's awful for the crew as well because they can only watch. It's all up to Lynn this time round. She's won races like this many times. Can she do it again against the big A Fuel Dragster for Bill Sport and Sweden?
Well, Tony goes red, unfortunately. He's on an absolute flyer of a pass. 529! 268 mile an hour.
Well,
where did that come from?
He's not. Everything worked. He didn't wait for the tree though, so he got a red light very quickly. Well, that was definitely the run you were looking for, wasn't it? 529, 268 miles an hour.
Oh, lovely. Now we are on the right way.
Definitely that. And now all you need is a driver that waits for the green light. Yeah.
It's hard when you sitting waiting to get the green light. And he's going away.
Yeah, the thing is, because the funny cars get the head start in a dragster, you have to. It's unnatural, isn't it, to have to wait?
Yeah. It should be nice if we had 8 funny cars and 8 off-fuels. Then we don't need to meet each other. Then we can.
Well, you just have to make sure that you only race dragsters and beat them.
I don't hear what you
I said. You just have to make sure that you only race dragsters and beat them.
Oh yeah. But anyway, we come back and we love you here.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Excellent effort this weekend. Tony and the team would be very happy with that run. 529.0268. We also get our dream matchup in the semi-finals. My goodness, that's big. Sandro Bellio and Lynn Floysvik going at it. And Lynn is going to have lane choice with that 555 at 256. Okay. Championship permutations in this one as well. Stop me if you've heard that before. This time it's the dragster that's in the mix. Yeah, what basically happened that time as well, just to explain, is that Tony Brinterson left when Lynn's tree ran, not when his ran. And it is really, really difficult when you're sat there ready to go to let the other car go in front of you. Really hard.
Especially when you usually, in that point, go into autopilot, so you can sort of anticipate when the tree's going to run anyway.
Tony's an excellent driver, and that is his quickest ever run in the A Fuel car as well. Almost back to where he was with the top fuel car. So the funny car of Johnny Oxford trying to play spoiler in the championship race. He was the quicker qualified car. Now Sandro's got to do the same as Tony did there, which is wait on the line for .22 of a second. If Silvio wins this, he has a bye into the final. He's number 2 in points and he's only just a few points behind Lynn Floysvik.
So once again, funny car will hopefully be leaving first. Of course, the tree will run first in his lane. Identical combinations in these things, just one's a dragster, one's a funny car, so they'll both be bringing them up onto the RPMs. Huge tyre shake for Silvio Strout. Johnny Octa has long gone to another 5.555. identical to Lynn Floydvik's.
Why don't we have a 55 bracket race for funny cars? Well, the good news is as well, very quickly, Yari. So back in the 550s again, a 555 with the funny car. It's great to see as well the other team from Germany there congratulating you. You've just run 555s all weekend. You've also now got a bye run into the final.
Yeah, we were trying yesterday to get the breaker 5-4, but the clutch was a little tight.
The clutch was a little bit too tight. Well, you are in the final, provided you make the semi-final now.
Yeah, let's see what.
And there's only funny cars left too as well, we've got to say. Anyway, Jari, I'll let you go, sir. Congratulations, and doing it for Finland.
Yeah, from Finland.
Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to all of Johnny Oxor's guys. Also, a big, big well done to the Engine Goes team, to Silvio Strauch. That is the end of their year and the end of their championship chase. We await to see what happens today, where they finish. They all worked as absolutely hard as they could. Please give them a massive cheer, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Engine Goes team in the little smart car going up to get Silvio. So it's between Lynn and Sandro. And this is between these two. FIA Pro Stock, another class where there's literally nothing in it. Qualifying, eliminations, everything basically, I think, isn't there? I think it is Stefan Enrid that's in the lead in the championship. He's in the slick tricks lane, but he's not more than a round in front of the guy in the other lane, which is Michael Malmgren. So, the winner of this one gives themselves, well, if Michael Malmgren wins, Stefan's out of contention, and then that brings back into contention Robin Nuren, who's behind. So if Stefan wins this one, he's almost done it, almost. However, the quicker qualified car is Michael Malmgren, but only by, I think it was 400ths of a second, wasn't it, chaps?
200ths of a second, actually.
Oh my goodness me. So basically, Stefan said to me yesterday at the top end, my greatest weapon is going to be my left foot. The only problem with that is you don't want to go red. You want to be bang on time, but you do not want to be left on. You do not want to be left on.
Yeah, qualifying basically is all it's for is to pick the order. The spread of the whole field was 400ths of a second, and these were your number 3, oh no, sorry, 2 and 3 qualifiers.
Stefan got the whole shot. You could clearly see that. Oh, Mike Malmgren with the run of the season. 6:58, 209 miles an hour. He gapped the guy in the other lane by a tenth of a second. Where the hell did that come from? Everyone said there was nothing more than a 660 out there. Mike Malmgren just set low ET of the weekend at a 6:58. It was a great race. What were the reaction times, Colin?
Well, as you said, Stefan, 0:01 off the line.
He couldn't have done
Mike
any more.
Malmgren was a 0:08. But Mike Malmgren, 0.97 to 60 foot. That was hauling all the way.
He needed all of that.
He did.
All of that. So now that brings back into contention Robin Nuren.
It does.
To take the number 1.
Yeah, so in effect, what that has done has put Mike Malmgren in the lead of the championship now. Stefan has slipped back to second, and if... Sorry, this screen just went black then. If Robin Nuren doesn't win this, then Mike Malmgren is your champion and Stefan Enrid is your championship runner-up. But if Robin wins this, then it all mixes up things a bit. So...
well, then it's a race in the final for the title. Yeah. Okay. So Simon Eckengren was your number 1 qualifier. To say they were a bit overjoyed at the top end, I've known Michael Sherquist, the car owner, for 30 years at least. Michael is the top guy. Very, very much into Pro Stock. There is no other class for him, and that was his first ever number 1 qualifying effort. They were overjoyed. Massive effort as well from Robin Nuren to get here after sticking the car in a wall in Hockenheim just a couple of weeks ago. Borrowed his old car to come back here and take part and see if he can get the title. So, bottom line, if the Dodge takes the win, Mike Malmgren is your champion. If the Pontiac takes the win, it's a race for the title in the final. Here we go. Two beautiful looking runs. Who's got the jump? It's going to be, oh yes, with a 666 207, Michael Malmgren, very, very quickly. Come here. Michael Malmgren owes you a case of champagne. You just sewed up the championship for him.
Yeah, I did that.
You certainly did that, but a 666, that's a really great run, and it's so good to see your car running well.
With a home-built car, it's crazy.
It's fantastic. Michael Scherquist, I told you he was a little bit of a character. At least he didn't try to kiss me that time. But there we go.
I remember that though, yeah.
Oh no, I said to him, I was talking to him, and I said, I'll move back, and he said, what are you doing? I said, I thought you were going to kiss me, and he looked me in the eye and he said, if I want to kiss you, I'm going to kiss you. I said, all right, fine. Sorry.
Yeah,
my fault.
669, losing effort there to a 666. They were 03 and 04 off the line. Unbelievable racing. Both of them sub 1 second to the 60 foot. They were neck and neck all the way. At the 8, 428, 429. Mad.
Awesome race, and how glad are we to have FIA Pro Stop back here at Santa Pod. Now, coming underneath the tail now, we move to two wheels. Give both teams a massive round of applause. Robin Lorenz team tried everything. Your new European champs are in the golf cart behind. That's the Malmgren team. And last but not least, in the final round for Samantha Racing in Sweden, Simon Ekengren. So on two wheels, super twin bike. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the second quickest normally aspirated V10 on the planet. I reckon it was those LCR.NU stickers that made all the difference. Just kidding, of course. But I spoke to him yesterday at the top end. It dropped a cylinder when it went 611. Seriously, it dropped a cylinder. He wants to run quicker than a 608.
.104 to 60-30 is going straight down the middle of the lane to a 6.10.
210 miles an hour. Yeah, it's not a 6-0. Very, very quickly. I've got to talk to his dad. Come here, quickly. Right, so you are European champions. You're also the second quickest on the planet with a V-twin. What have you done to that bike? Because it's all home built, isn't it?
It's made home in the cellar with whatever we had. So it goes pretty good.
It goes for, I mean, I must admit, people don't have a 220 mile an hour bike in their cellar, but congratulations, you did it again. That is the man himself, Speedy. If you see the logo on the bike, it's him. But what a fabulous run. I think the cylinder stayed lit that time.
Martin Haas, Chris Van Nimmen can have the pleasure of racing Marcus in the final, or one of them is.
I can't overstate how amazing that is. Second quickest in the world.
And he makes it look effortless as well.
Well, that's it. When you get the really fast runs, they do look effortless because they're trouble-free.
So Martin de Haas, another one of those that had a really turbulent time in qualifying, managed to blow the engine up to the point where they split the rod lengthwise from top to bottom. Chris Van Nimmen in the other lane ran his first ever 6-second run on Friday evening. They were overjoyed. Great to see both these two in FIM competition.
So a couple more of the conventional style of the Super Twins. Riders laying down over the bikes. No doubt front wheels will be dangling in the air all the way out to the 8th mile. Martin de Haas, Chris Van Nimmen.
Oh, he dropped his cylinder.
And here comes Chris, and he gets it. 7.06, 197 mile an hour, and a trip to the final for Chris Van Nimmen.
Well, unfortunately for Martin, when he hit second gear, the front end came down. I unloaded the engine because Nitro engines need a load to keep them going. Dropped the cylinder. It's going to be Chris Van Nimmen. It's nearly a second. It's a big task. It's nearly a second difference in ETs in that round between the two of them. But well done to Chris Van Nimmen. Just to show, it goes to show you've got to be in it to win it. He's going to be in the final. Top Fuel bike next. Championship's already wrapped up in favour of Rickard Gustafsson, but we've still got some great racing to go.
And already started. Wow. It was so good yesterday to have Neil Midgley and Dale Lisa join us for commentary, and so good to see Neil, and we look forward to welcoming him back on the quarter mile next year. All being well. Go Links, of course, going over to the States to have another race over there in the next week or so.
Mark Smith and Eric Richard, first round of Top Fuel Bike. A pair of funny bikes for you. I'm sure they're going to be held for a second because looking at the timing screens, that's probably not what they want to be looking at.
No, just having a reboot. But it's already come back on, so will not be a delay.
There we go. Both of these bikes ran into the 650s. 6.50 for Eric Richard, 6.53 for Mark Smith. This can be one hell of a race. They leave together. Eric's out in front, but here comes the power of the Warp Speed machine. I don't think he's going to make there in time. It's going to be close. Look at that for a race. 6.50 takes 6.57. 209 mile an hour for the Warp Speed machine, and only 198 for Eric Richard, who takes the win.
Well, win margin at the top end was 0.14. They were probably looking at each other going over the finish line going, hang on, why are you still here? Right, they're both on fabulous runs, but Eric won at Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago, beat the fuel bikes there. Trying to do the same thing now. Great, what a fantastic race. Also, look at the difference in speed, about 10 miles an hour difference.
Yeah, Mark
that was
Smith
fun.
Was, close yeah. But you had a really good interview with Mark in the shutdown area yesterday. After he'd done his run, he was so happy.
Well, for a man who described himself as a static, he was very calm.
Right, Stu Crane and Mike Ollie.
Sorry, I'm only giggling because I'm just catching up with messages. It's great to see people watching at home. Yes, I'm talking about you, John Bradshaw. That
sorry, John.
No, it's all right. That are tuning in, going, "Oh, I wish I was there. Why did I ever leave? Why did I ever leave?"
Stop spending your money on streetcars and get a race car.
Yeah, come on. Where you been? So, Mickey Ollie in the Kestrel Lane with the Kawasaki against Stu Crane. Stu Crane went 6:27 yesterday. His own record, I think, is 6:22, something like that. Anyway, very, very close to that. I was trying to go quicker than that, but I didn't want to say it out loud.
Well, the last thing you want to do is give Stu Crane the whole shot off the power of Mike
Oh,
Ollie.
this is quick. 4 flat to the 8. 6:20. New European best for a funny bike. 213 miles an hour. I was keeping my eyes on the numbers that they were coming up. I was waiting for the 8th mile one, and when it was 4 flat, you knew that was going to be good. That was fantastic. Mike Ollie unfortunately bows out with a 13-second run. Still good to see him run in the 6s. Also of note to see, because it's a Kawasaki, it had to have Tim Blakemore down on the start line as well to watch it, of course. So, Rene van der Berg going to be taking on. We've got 2 fuel bikes this time. Fuel bikes taking each other out. That's not the dumb thing, is it, really?
In fact, actually, they're all matching up with themselves. It's fuel bikes versus fuel bikes and the funny bikes versus the funny bikes.
You got it. Rickard's tagged on the end for a bye run. Right behind them, don't go anywhere at all, folks. We've got the first round of Nostalgia Funny Car. Is that the way it's going on the order?
I think it should be the junior bikes, actually.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah, to finish up with the bikes, of course it would.
And Pro Stock Bike, don't forget there. They'll be down there. That's right, it'll be Pro Stock Bike, then junior bike.
So, a couple more Nitro burning machines.
That unique tackle. There's no point in talking. None. I was just thinking at that moment, I was having a chat last night with Letty. We all know who Letty is. And she said, I've got a brilliant idea. Why don't you put glass in the bottom of the tower so you can see the burnouts? And I thought, that would be a great idea until now, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not a bad idea.
It'd be shame for everybody else looking up, though.
Well, Rene's clicked it off. It's a bye run for Al Smith, and it's a good one. 6:18, 209 miles an hour. Nice and strong. 4 flat to the 8th. Pretty much the same numbers as Stu Crane, apart from the back half was slightly quicker. What a big shame for Rene van der Berg as well to end his season being clicked off on the start line. He has had a hell of a weekend. He started with destroying an engine back on... What year is it? Oh, yeah, Friday. Yeah, for all you folks that are coming today, we've been here since Wednesday afternoon. This is the culmination of just a tremendous day. They start with testing on Wednesday. We start sportsman qualifying on Thursday. We have the pro stuff Friday and Saturday, and sportsman as well, obviously. And then everything mixed together today to give us the culmination of what's been just the most incredible event.
Well,
So,
the ironic thing I was just going to say is this is the best weather we've had all weekend. I know it's been lovely. It's been
cooler. It's much cooler today.
But yeah, it's been scorching hot all weekend. But we've got a bit of cloud cover now, which means the air is a lot cooler, which means these bikes and these cars are going to be making a lot more power. It's why you've seen people either match or improve on their qualifying times in the first round of eliminations.
Well, the telling thing, I'll tell you what, the telling thing for me was a pro stocker running a 6.5.
Yes.
Right? Because that is, they couldn't hardly dip below 6.7 the last 2 days. A 650 is a great run for a pro stocker, or 650 something is a great run for a pro stocker in any weather.
Yes.
Let alone like this. But it is, yeah, it's definitely cooler out there. There is a little bit of cloud cover, hazy cloud cover, which is making a difference. The second fastest motorcycle, I said motorcycle, not thing on 2 wheels, on the planet. Very, yeah. Choose my words carefully. Rickard Gustafsson from Falkenberg on the west coast of Sweden hasn't had his normal clockwork weekend, and by that I mean he ran a 6.2 yesterday, which is most unlike him.
Yeah, he's only just dipped his toes into the 5s. I said he still ran a 5.92, but he's a...
Well, the next quickest is Al Smith with a 6.1. He's still got a bit of room, but he's not comfortable. Anyway, by run. Victory lap, if you will.
Characteristic speed wobble about 3:34. He's been riding through it for qualifying, but there's no point risking it for the first round.
You got it. A comparatively slow for him and any top fuel bike, actually 1.10 to 60. That was nice and soft just to get to the other end. Make sure they've had a lot of breakage. They broke loads. They broke 2 engines, I think, in Hockenheim.
Ooh.
Took them home, fixed them for Moston last weekend. Right, so he made Moston in Denmark last weekend. Quickest time at Moston, king of Moston again, and then just came straight here to do this. So, what a trooper! Post-up bike round 1.
Ashwin Lenoble in the Slitrix lane versus Bertrand Maurice. Ashwin has got a huge mountain to climb if he wants to overtake the European champion.
Yeah, he is. He's defended it. He's done it. Bertrand Maurice has just done a cracking job this summer in Pro Stock Bike. And like Dale said yesterday, because he's light, featherweight really, it means that for the weight break on these bikes, it means that him and the bike are probably light for what weight they need to be, but it means they can put the weight where they want it so the bike runs well. So, Ashwin Lenoble from the Netherlands. What has he got for the new the repeat European champ? Yeah, I keep saying new. He's repeat, isn't he?
Well, Bertrand is a long way out in front already. And there you go. There's the final gear. He goes 7:23, 182 mile an hour. Improves on his qualifying time.
Once again, when the stock machines normally aspirated improve, you know the weather is better.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the most excellent barometer. It is definitely cooler out there today. It's still not cool, but it's cool.
Cooler.
Yeah, slightly less subtropical. So Martin Newbury should be against the other Martin Bishop, but no Bish in round 1, unfortunately. What a shame. Martin started the year with high hopes. I think this is Elvira Carson's previous 6-second Pro Stock bike that Martin and Cindy have taken possession of.
They've actually purposefully positioned him facing the wall slightly. I noticed a couple of the Super Street bikes doing it as well. It's got to be down something to do with the torque of the engine twisting the wheel, innit?
Torque steer is got to be that. Pulls them back straight. I see a lot of the comp bike riders do that as well. One of them particularly aims right at the wall.
So the bike doing its absolute best to chuck Martin off the back of it, but he's held on well.
It looked like he nearly did as well. Great run for Martin.
Whoa!
Yay! More like it. 7:15, 185 miles an hour. Low ET of the weekend so far for Martin Newbury. Well done. So, has he got a race in the next round, by the way? The winner of this one, yeah? Okay. So, Georg Learman and Jerome Rougemont. How great is it to have a Buell back in the mix in pro stock bike? That's Jörg Learmont, or Leimont. He's German, so I'm not quite sure of the pronunciation. I'm sure someone will chime in very quickly and tell me. Jerome Rougemont is French, so I think that might have nailed it. Heads up race first to the finish line. Numbers 2 and 5 qualify. An 8.0 for Jerome was his quickest in qualifying. Jörg was in the 7.3s. We've just seen a 7.1 now from Martin Newbury. That's the new benchmark. Yeah, lining up a pro stock bike straight is more than half the job.
Well, they're side by side. Jörg is pulling away at the top end a little bit. He's going to get there first. Yes, 750, 173 mile an hour. Beats a 793 at 160.
Well, Jerome Rougemont did all he could. He was nearly a tenth ahead on the Christmas tree, but then the power of that Buell pushed him on through. And it will be Georg Learmont with a race against Martin Bishop. Newbury. Thank you. Too many Martins in Pro Stock Bike, obviously. Thank you very much indeed. And a bye run for Bertrand Maurice. Thank you, Colin. Round number 1 of Junior Drag Bike, another class that we need to settle the European Championship today. Out in front at the moment is Richard Wilcox, but Alia Lester is really nipping at his heels. Right there. Absolutely right there. Right behind these folks, we've got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars. We've got 2-seater. And then possibly round 2 of Pro Mod as well, I think. It's going to be not too far away, yeah?
Well, I'm pretty sure Jackson King... there she is. Sorry, she'd gone round the tail already. So, Jackson King taking on Liam Morrison. Had a quick chat with Jackson this morning, and he said he was a bit nervous about his race. But everybody is beatable.
It's got to be nervous coming out in front of this many people.
I don't think he finds nerves. Look at him,
he's
he's waving at
He's just
everyone.
waving to the crowd as per usual.
Yeah, look at that. He is the new Richie of the future, I think.
Well, I was going to... we said earlier about when Blade was on Junior Drag Bike, we thought... Colin said they broke the mould, but look, even he's wearing
Blade
pink Crocs.
2.0.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, Blade's wearing pink Crocs.
That's not a good look, Blade.
So Leah Morrison goes in deep, her trademark. Jackson King away.
Wow, there is a difference in reaction time that we can't mention till they get there.
Well, this is a bracket race, so Jackson is looking to run a 13.08. Leah Morrison's already out in front. I can see her rolling off the throttle, goes 12.0 to take the win.
That's a big hole shot win. Leah Morrison with a 0.9. Jackson King with a 0.5. Unfortunately, he was much closer to his darling. It was still a great, great race. Leah still took the stripe by 0.35. Okay, this is a big one. Richard Wilcox, number 1 qualifier, number 1 in the championship against Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands. Richard Wilcox double classes. If you don't follow this regularly, he also is in Junior Dragster as well. That's quite a thing to do, actually, isn't it? Because they're different trees as well, aren't they?
Yes. I think what helps Richard out, though, is it's completely different. He's in a different outfit for each one, so... But this bike launches so hard compared to some of the other ones, because the struggle with the bikes with lower horsepower on a pro tree is cutting the reaction time. But watch this thing leaps off the line.
It must be really hard to wait when it's a pro tree as well. You don't know how
you've got
long
to try and count it in your head.
Yeah. Richard lifts at the finish line, but breaks out by over a tenth of a second. Oh, that was... Well, they both broke out, but Anouk did it by the least. Richard Wilcox had 0.18 to play with at the finish line. Now it's all down to what Alia Lester can do in one of the next 2 pairs. Yep, the last pair it's going to be. Brad Morrison and Harry Isaacs.
Harry looking to run 13.20. Brad with a 15 dead dial-in. So he's going to be launching first. 2.8 seconds later. Harry Isaacs will be trying to chase him down. Or 1.8 seconds, sorry. It's going to be close at the stripe. Harry is closing in slowly. They're looking over each other over the stripe.
Who's brave enough?
Oh, Harry breaks out.
He was there by half a second, actually, as well. Okay, so your last pair going to determine the championship. Because I think I'm right in saying if Alia Lester takes this one, she's almost neck and neck with Richard Wilcox. Richard Wilcox just went out. So if Alia wins this one, done deal. She's in the Kestrel lane, but she's taking on another one of the fabulous King family. That's Holly.
Yeah, Holly, previous champion in junior drag bike for the national class. Definitely a tough customer for Alia. Well, Alia is nearly at the finish line. Holly's riding at the stripe, lifts, takes the win.
Well, I think, subject to confirmation, Holly seals the championship for Richard Wilcox right there by taking out Alia Lester. What a great shame for Alia. It was all there. She ran 13.26 on a 13.26, but Holly King was just that little bit better on the tree and a little bit better on the racetrack too. That was a great race. If you look at the numbers, very, very close indeed. So we've got Nostalgia Nitro funny cars primed and ready to go. We have two races, two semi-finals to set up our final round. It's going to be Tim Garlick taking on Andy Raw, and on the other side of the ladder, it's Venom, Tony Betts, taking on his good buddy, honestly. I'm not kidding. I'm really not kidding. I'm really not kidding. Paul Harris. I think Tony said to me, at least I'm not the oldest in the class. He's got me beat, so, you know, whatever. Fired up first is Apache. Now these cars are pretty much the same as the funny cars you saw before. Difference being they run smaller superchargers, smaller fuel pumps, and the bodies are reminiscent of what would be run in the 1970s.
Well, I can see Wendy Baker around there trying to get her car started, so obviously issues for Andy Raw. Wendy Baker was your first alternate. But they're going to have to hurry up because Tim Garlick is nearly doing his burnout.
That can't be a good feeling when you're waiting around there and you can hear the car. You still haven't got the body down and you can hear the other car do their burnout. You just have to kind of be quick with your routine.
I can see Leo Knight there sprinting around the corner to get the body, what do you call that thing?
Prop.
Body prop.
Yeah.
Into the back of the truck. Here comes Wendy Baker. She's going to have to really, really do a short burnout here.
Well, I'm not entirely sure she's got time for that.
Well, Tim Garlick is backing up from his burnout.
Yeah, Paul Stubbins says make it short.
Yeah, small burnout for Wendy. Tim Garlick waiting patiently there in the other lane.
Yeah, I think the time limit is fast approaching for Tim because he's been running for a lot longer.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, they need to get Wendy's car ready to go.
Quickly pulling the pins out. Tim Garlick coming forwards now. An experienced racer would not be fazed by this. However, I know I definitely would be if I was in Tim Garlick's position.
Well, Paul Stubbins does the right thing. Says, let's go. It will be a race for a place in the final. What we did mention was obviously commiserations to Andy Raw.
Yes.
Going to finish the weekend with his wife being quicker than him.
You went there.
Yeah, Lisa, you owe me a tenner.
So both cars into stage. Tim Garlick is long gone. Wendy Baker pedaling the car, but Tim Garlick goes.
Oh,
597.
Back into the fives for the first time in a number of years for Tim Garlick. 230 miles an hour, overjoyed. Down there they are. Well done. Wendy with a good try. Quickest run of the weekend, 772 at 163, but just didn't have enough for a 5-second run in the other lane. Tim Garlick, the whole team, what a great run that was. You watch on the replay if you're watching on the live stream. That was a thing of beauty for Tim Garlick. That was exactly as it was. I remember coming up here in the 80s, and not many, if any, of the funny cars ran in the fives until towards the late 80s. And yeah, that was a very rare thing to see a car go that quick. And now, I love that. The Venom and Apache team are winding each other up. That's what you need, isn't it, really, before the final round? Give them a big round of applause, please. They will be in the final again. Tim is the Nostalgia Funny Car champ in 2023. Also to Wendy Baker, Paul Stubbins, the whole team down there. Liam looking like a catalogue model that can run. Well done, Liam.
Yeah, good job from Tim Garlick holding his nerve there, because as I was trying to say, an experienced driver would not be fazed by that, and he wasn't. But I know, sat in the car, knowing how hot and how much fuel I'm using, would definitely fluster me, I think.
Well, it's quite funny as well, because when you're sitting around the corner waiting, you must have had this as well, and someone runs in front of you and runs quickly. You always make the stupid mistake of saying to your crew, what did they run? And then when you hear it, you go, oh, okay. No big deal.
That's a very good point, actually, because I remember at Dragstalgia many years ago, I was doing, just run, but it was run, you brung there, not Carrera round. And I came alongside the blown black 57 Chevy of, I can't remember his name, but we're talking 8 odd years ago, and he did this burnout. I couldn't hear my own car. I did not know what was going on.
Do you mean the guy from France?
Yeah.
The
Stefan...
Reitel car, isn't it?
It is the Reitel car.
The Rittel Express car.
That's the one.
And
this is going to annoy us for the rest of the day.
Totally flummoxed me, and I just lost the plot. And in the end, I shut off. Because I just could not, my senses would not allow me to run the car.
What were you doing match racing that?
Well, he shut off, and then but it ended up that I had a problem with the back end on the car, and I was only doing a one-wheel burnout. Not my back end, but the car's back end. I thought you were going to say, I had a problem, my back end went, so that was the end of that. I wouldn't race him. But
well, loud burnouts can do that to a person.
It totally rattled me.
It was the Raceway Express.
Right now, but then it rattled me.
So, two good friends going at it here. But they're all good friends anyway.
This would be a good race, actually.
Tony Betts with Venom was in the 6.5s on Friday. They seemed to find what the issue was yesterday, and he was in the 6.1s. I hope he doesn't mind me saying, because I said to him, what was it? And he said it was the blower. They thought the blower went off, then all of a sudden it came down back to regular PSI. So anyway, things don't normally magically correct themselves in these cars, but that happened once. So Paul Harris down there with the Cobra Massive on the crew. Tony Betts with kind of a who's who of British drag racing on his team.
They're looking in the parachute pin on Paul Harris's car. I think they're trying to get the cable back in so they can take the parachute pin itself out without the parachute falling out. They will be on the clock because Tony's guys are just about ready with their car. Ian's having a wander over now.
Well, they're going to give him another few seconds. Let's hope the team can sort it out. As a driver in the car, you don't know what's going on as well.
No, not at all.
Now they've got to take the pin out without the chute falling out. They've got to do it quickly as well. They're going to run out of time if they don't do it right now. Yeah. There's one pin. Yeah, they're going to run out of time, I think, really, unfortunately.
Oh no, here we go. The pins are out. The car will be moving forward. What a monumental effort from the crew. I know how difficult that is to do.
That was a proper brown trousers moment, that was, dearie me. Here we go.
So Tony Betts is already in.
He's rolling. Tony's rolling. Don't go too far, Tone.
Well, it's side by side the whole way down. Tony's got his nose in front. 6.06, 241 mile an hour. What a lovely looking run that was. And well done to Paul Harris's crew for get that cable back in.
Dearie me. 6.44, 194 for Paul Harris and the team. Well done to Tony and his cast of thousands. Well done, John. Yeah, that was something. They are all good friends. That was just something they couldn't do anything about, and they really were at the point where it was no.
Yeah.
You know, it was just getting too close. And unfortunately, again, when you're in the car as a driver, you can't see what the crew are doing behind you.
No.
You've got no idea what's going on. You just have to trust that your crew are doing the best for them. 6.06 as well, 241 miles an hour, top speed of the event for Tony Betts. And just if you think you've got time to breathe or go and get a cup of tea or a whole drink or some lunch, Pro Mod is round up
round
next
two.
after the two-seater. It's one of the best 2 or 3 hours entertainment of any event all year, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's terrific.
Yeah, it's a short turnaround time for the Pro Mod guys because they have this 16-car field, the only one, so they have to go in front of the session and in the end of the session, the Pro
So
session.
They ran at 10:30. It's now 1 p.m. So that's kind of, well, by the time they finish, might have been 11 o'clock. So that's still a couple of hours. Is that about right for servicing the car?
Yeah, it is. But everything is so hot with this temperature. And
the Venom team and, of course, Paul Harris's team going up to the top end to collect. Give me a huge cheer. Really appreciate all of their work and efforts this weekend.
What a great show they've put on. Yeah, they really, really have.
Yeah, anyone who's ever had to parachute one of these drag cars knows how difficult it is to get the cable in when the car's not running.
Where it's juddering about as well. Yeah. Can't be straightforward.
Here's a good one. Actually, your passenger in the two-seater dragster. This is a chap called John Dixon from Kent. He competed here in the 1960s.
Oh, wow.
Used to run 11s. Basically, looking to go a bit quicker. And I think he's going to achieve that with a 8, possibly even a 7-second timing slip here. So competed here in the 60s. He's come back here 50 plus years later.
What took him so long?
Double 05 light for Paul. 508 to the 8th, and at the quarter, 8 flat, 167 miles an hour.
Yeah, the reason the tractor's out there quickly before Pro Mod is there's any residue or clutch dust from the fuel cars. You need to remove it before the Pro Mod cars go over there. So, Dick, you were just saying about turnarounds for Pro Mod cars. Everything is hot after round one.
Extremely hot, especially with the converter cars, because everything is friction by oil.
Yep.
So they get extremely hot.
So how do they cool them down?
They have special machines on it with quick release connectors on the transmission, so the oil is sucked out of the transmission, the hot oil goes through a cooler, a filter, and then back into the transmission and the converter.
So that is the quickest way to cool it, obviously.
The only way.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can drain the oil, but you can never empty the converter. There's always staying 3-4 liters inside the converter.
So you just have to kind of rotate it, basically.
Yeah, that's what you do with that. Yeah. There's a pump on it. And
how long does that take as well? Does that bring it back to right temperature?
No, it's staying hotter and hotter. You will never get it down
the
to
same.
No.
Well, fired up is our first pair, and what a first pair this week. Well, every race. I mean, round 2 back at the main event was just awesome. One of the best rounds of the year of racing of any class I've ever seen. And it's going to be again this time, isn't it?
We're going to miss one car, unfortunately, this round. The old 51 is not coming back.
Oh, it's a shame.
Yeah. The burst panel was worse than it looked. There was a rocker arm broken, but it also destroyed 3 pistons.
Now, this is a repeat of the semi-final from this event in the same lanes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Bruno's not thinking about that at all.
No.
And he's in the car, so I can say it, obviously.
Just thinking on this one, if
Go
Jan
on.
wins this, does that seal second in the points for Dave?
Yep.
It does.
Yep.
Wow, David Venture is a fan of Jan Eriksson. How did that happen? How did that happen, eh? So, the all-conquering orange Camaro, even earlier today when it shook the tyres, he just kept going, just drove through it.
And the 5.8.
And in the 5.8s, yeah. Bruno, really nice run earlier to beat Mickey G in the mid-5.9s, which is where he's been about all weekend. Can Bruno do it? He's going to try and cut a light. He's going to try and step it up as much as he can to take out your defending European champion. Jan Eriksson's win record at the moment stands at 25 rounds at this racetrack.
Unbelievable. But
It's got to finish
well
sometime.
deserved. Well deserved. Can't say anything about it.
But it's not without. It's never without problems, is it? It's not like
look how he's now placed on the track, all the way to the left.
Yeah,
almost outside the groove with one wheel.
Bruno goes red when he really didn't need to on that
man.
run. Bruno goes 5.95 and Yanni Eriksson is
gets away with one.
Yeah, thanking his gods, I think, as he goes through the finish line for that one. Yeah.
Well, sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're good. He is by the biggest margin. Well, most times he's been really good. That time he was just damn lucky because Bruno was 0.1 red.
Yeah, a lot of red.
Yeah, big red on the tree. Jan Eriksson was quicker to 60 foot, but then big tyre shake that even Jan couldn't recover from. But I think he'd seen the red light by then. So.
And that, as we say, gives Dave Vector the
second
runner-up
place
spot in the championship.
I wonder what that big Dutch cheer I heard was. I wonder where that came from.
No. But I'm happy for David, yeah.
So a solo then for Mats Eriksson. As you say, such a shame for Jim. It was so good to have the old 51 back here this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be the, like I said, obviously jokingly before the Swedish National Championship because David and Michel were racing each other, yeah?
Yeah, that's too bad. Should be the final, but...
Well, it will be Swedish flags for both sides of the track for this one. Well, basically, Mats, all he needs to do is go quicker than 9.51 for lane choice over Jan Eriksson in the next round.
There's a good chance.
And there's a very strong chance, yeah.
Good chance. However, lane choice on this racetrack mean a lot.
Doesn't mean a lot.
But then...
It's just your favourite lane.
When I think about it, I've hardly ever seen Jan Eriksson in the left-hand lane.
Yeah.
And I've hardly ever seen Mats in the right-hand lane. Mats, that was where he was earlier today because he had lane choice. He's got lane choice now, and yep, he's over there.
Interesting.
I mean, in qualifying, you have to run both lanes.
Yep.
But in eliminations, you don't. Do
No.
you?
You can choose if you're the quickest in the run before or higher qualified in round one.
Well, for the blower and the nitrous guys, it's usually whichever lane you can see the tree best in because it's quite annoying having a big old scoop in front of you.
Yeah, it's the same with these big injector heads.
Yeah.
Mats has quite a thin one, but if you see the other ones, especially from Michel with the big wind catcher on it, it's very difficult to see the tree.
Well, I still could never believe, especially in the early days of Pro Mod, where a lot of people used to put mirrors in the car.
Yeah.
I never quite understood how you could stage one of these things looking over there, like with your head turned to the side and looking in the mirror. It must have been so difficult to drive. Really difficult.
Bruno had it in his car. Yeah, in the old one, in the old Corvette.
So Mats Eriksson.
Lovely looking run.
Very good one.
Oh, that's real quick again.
3.8. Wow. 5.85.
5.88.
88, sorry.
At 241 miles an hour. 0.97 to 60 foot, 3.85 at 191 to the 8th mile for all you number buffs out there. And 5.88. Got a bracket car on race day. That's what you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hot weather.
The 199, 91 mile per hour.
Yeah.
At the 8th mile. That's a bit low. Should be best would be 200 and a little bit.
Maybe that's the gearing thing.
Could be, yeah.
So 2 blown cars coming up next. Both from the Netherlands. Have we got any Dutch flags out there, folks?
Of course we have.
Of course we have.
I took away all the others. was mentioning that David had a transmission issue, probably in the first round, but he was drifting to the left, to the center line, and he saw that he was in front. So he pedaled it, and then it was still in first gear, so he went back on it, and then it just hit the rev limiter. So he was just late in shifting.
Okay.
So nothing wrong.
Well, driver issues we can fix, can't we?
Yeah. Well,
They're not as difficult to fix. Well, actually, maybe they are more difficult to fix, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So David Vector now wrapped up number 2 by the sound of it in the Pro Mod Championship for Europe. He's in the Kestrel lane. Michel Turenne, his fellow countryman. Michel hasn't had a great weekend by their own normal high standards. He was in the 580s back at the main event. Could do with one of those right now. Pro Mod racing in Europe is super tough. And these 2 guys from the Netherlands, there's only 3 guys from the Netherlands. Every single time they go to the start line, they can take the win.
David Vector away well and straight. A bit of a shimmy from Michel Turenne, but David goes 586, 245 miles an hour. A 609 at only 238 for Michel. He's usually in the 240 mile an hour region.
Yeah, but Michel was also late on the tree for him.
I was just going to say, big news from that one was Dave was on time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just kidding, buddy. Of course,
No, I
I'm
spoke
just
to
kidding.
him in qualifying. He had a lot of issues with his engine, with his piston rings, and he changed the setup of the fuel completely. And now everything stays in one piece. Doesn't have to change piston rings anymore. So now he finally has the time again to concentrate on driving. So I said to him, the car will do what it does. Just focus on the light, even in qualifying, because you're always late or red in eliminations. Yeah, well, that's how it is. But now he finally can relax and focus on the light.
Yeah, David's best friend, everybody, Mr. Dick Costa.
Yes.
Oh, that's Roger Johansson who's just clicked off underneath the tail. Not sure why.
Well,
didn't even get to do the burnout.
Well, that was quite sudden as well, actually. He's right below us here.
He was lucky in round 1 because they had changed the engine yesterday, and this is a converter car, and at the end of the converter there's a snout which drives the oil pump, and the snout is bolted to the aluminum converter, and the bolts were coming out. So that's why he didn't make completely to the end under power. So
well, unfortunately, he's not going to make a burnout under power this time. For Roger Johansson, is being pushed back. He hasn't got his racing gloves on. This won't be a race. Well, Andre Arnover gets his second gift of the day. My goodness me. God, he's obviously an Estonian drag racing fan, I think, at the moment. I mean, he got by run in round 1, another by in round 2. He does deserve it, though. I mean, the amount of effort they put in can't be understated. Estonia is a heck of a long way to come anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an effort to go and race at their nearest racetrack in Sweden. Well, FIA racetrack in Sweden, anyway.
Oh, wow. One flat 60-30 back to move to the centre line, but he's still under power. That's going to be good. 596, 246 mile an hour. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that. I think he may have pedalled it around the 8th mile.
Yeah, the 8th mile wasn't that good. The 397.
Yeah, it's sub 2 second back half for Andre Arnover. The smoke in the shutdown area might concern the crew a little bit, though. But 596 was always going to be a tough run to beat, 246 miles an hour. Just a little bit on the... Well, no, that's pretty much where that run should have been.
One for your number buffs. Jan Eriksson taking on Mats Eriksson and Dave Vector against Andre Arnover. The top 4 in qualifying, actually.
Oh, wow.
So
very rare that actually happens.
It's very rare. Normally... sometimes one of the leaders stumbles, but no, they've the top 4 all made it in through to the semi-finals. Well, we've got Super Street Bike up next.
Wow. Right. They've only just arrived, so...
Oh, are they?
Yeah, it might be... yeah, Jake's only just pushed down. It's nice to see. Say thank you to David for disrupting the Swedish National Championship. It's very, very kind of him. But it's good that he's having it's really nice that he's having a good race day. Round of applause, please, for Roger Johansson, the whole Mondale Speed Shop team. Once again, a long, long way to travel from the west coast of Sweden. They've had a pretty rough weekend. They did make a 5-second run, but I know they're looking for a lot more than just a 5.9.
The Eliminator were ready, so they're going to leapfrog in front of the Super Street Bike.
I'll see you guys later.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
So a bye run. This is a predetermined bye this time for Nick Williams, with the Williams Brothers Racing Cobra Camaro with VP Lubricants.
It'd be interesting to see if he pulls the chute on this one. Obviously, he doesn't want to hurt his index. He's one of the drivers who actually can destroy his index if he wanted to.
Well, he hasn't done a big burnout and all sorts of things here.
So the Copo coming up to the line. He may just take the light to save the index and save the car for the next round. Only time will tell us, see if he goes on two-step. No, he doesn't. So just rolls forwards. Yeah, and stops. He's going to back up. And he's going to be ready for the next round. A lot quicker than, hopefully, everyone else.
Yeah, that's all they needed to do, just break the beams. Sensible option there for Nick. Because in the next round, he will take on the winner of Simon Crowley, who, as we know, has got a few issues, against Spencer Tram.
Ooh.
Now, Nick is going to give it everything against Spencer because they are 1 and 2 in the national championship points.
And of course,
very important round.
No, never any team orders.
No, if they're teammates, but there will be no love lost on that semi-final pairing should Spencer make it through. But here comes Simon Crowley.
I can't remember who Simon Crowley was supposed to race first round.
Andy Nichols with Layla, but
of course,
didn't make it through. Didn't make it round.
So if ever Simon needed a full pass, now it would be the time. Spencer Tram. Yeah, Spencer Tram more than capable of destroying his index. He's been down into the 11.2s this weekend. Simon, unfortunately, issues plaguing him all weekend. He qualified with a 15-second pass. Did a little better than that in the first round. But a struggle.
Yeah, the car can go into the 9s. He has been in the 9s with the car. It will be Spencer leaving first.
So away goes Spencer.
A safe reaction time there for Spencer. Didn't need to.
Oh, what a shame for Simon. One of the best launches he's done all weekend, but he couldn't get it into second gear. Spencer, lifting at the top end, goes 11.63 on the 11.68 index to take the win.
So that sets up that semi-final matchup. Nick Williams and Spencer Tram, and that will be a crucial one for the UK Motorsports UK National Championship in Comp Eliminator. Right, the other side of the ladder, we look at Dan Williams, going to be taking on Kev Jenkins. Dan's Camaro. The reason he got hold of this car, remember Nick with that beautiful 34. Nick parted with that, and in exchange got this Camaro and the green pickup truck that you'll see in the pits.
Oh, nice.
It was a deal done with Billy Top Speed Automotive, and they knew what they were going to do with the Camaro straight away. It was to turn it into a stocker, and it has been phenomenal this year. Lifestyle Championship winner in Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah, started off life as a stick shift car with a H-pattern gearbox. Unfortunately, they broke that transmission the first weekend out with the car.
It did, yeah.
So they are running
They went home and got the gearbox out of the Chevelle.
Yes.
And put that in it. And it's been in there ever since.
So this is going to be, hopefully, fingers crossed, quite a good race. Both these drivers are capable of going under their indexes. Dan, believe it or not, is the more competitive of the two. He can absolutely destroy his index. So he's probably going to be feathering at the top end, hoping Kevin doesn't blaze past him as to not damage his index for the next round. As Daryl said, it's a bit like playing chess, Comp Eliminator. But Dan's away well. Kev building the boost, but goes red. So Dan will see that and lift off the throttle. Only an 0.4 red for Kev Jenkins, who's still under power Oh no, he's not. There we go. He's lifted as well. 790, still goes 795, and an 11 flat for Dan. That just shows you how special that car is.
Right, who is going to join the other three in Williams Brothers Eliminator? We got, because he got the three Williams Brothers cars into the semis. It'll either be Rob Smallworth or Terry Newton.
And in fact, this could actually be the race of the round. Both of these drivers have been about 0.2 of a second under their indexes. Terry Newton's not done it this weekend, but that is an 8-second van, believe it or not, in the Kestrel beer lane.
Yeah, 2.1 litre four-banger on methanol with the Escort van, and of course 529 cubic inch V8 for Rob Smallworth.
So this is actually probably a good example of what this class is designed for. Two very different machines, and both are just as competitive as each other. And just quickly, can we have Pro ET to the pairing lanes, please? That's Pro ET into the pairing lanes now, please. As these two drivers line up. Van will be leaving first, and Rob Smallwood's got the task of running him down. But there he goes, red.
Only just though, 009.
In fact, something's just falling off the van. That doesn't look anything mechanical. Terry's back on the power, actually. 769 for Rob Smallworth. His best run of the weekend. Yeah, not too short came off the van at about 200 foot. It actually looks like a piece of like maybe roll cage padding.
Find out.
Oh no, that looks quite heavy, actually.
What you got there, Bob? Bob, the legend of the Friday night show, fair to say. He was getting lots of love and respect from all the racers in the grandstands. Oh, I've seen what it is.
Oh, is it a torch?
It's a torch. Magnetic torch. Here we go then. This is phenomenal. Jake Michelle. He went 674 in round one, but he went 666 in qualifying. Mogens Lund went 698 in quali, got past Steve Venables in round one. This for a spot in the final.
Yeah, Mogen's one of these riders who can absolutely get the win here.
But then so can Jake. Oh, Mogens goes red. It is Jake Michelle, a 118.60 foot at the 8th, 446 at the corner, 669 at 218 miles an hour. Mogens goes 712, irrelevant. He went red. It is Jake Michelle into the final.
Yeah, Jake didn't actually need to do that, and Jake's one of these riders where he would have definitely seen the red light and would have seen the win light in his lane, but kept on the power anyway.
Al Morrison Jr. and Mark Hope, the other side of the ladder. It's going to be an all-UK affair in the final. Al Morrison Jr. already been in the 6.7s this weekend.
Well, Al Morrison Jr. was definitely green there. Mark Hope is actually still out in front, but here comes the horsepower of the Al Morrison machine. 676, 218 mile an hour, and I can't believe he doesn't even have lane choice in the final.
Yeah, a big plume at the top end there for Mark Hope's bike as it basically expired then. But it's in the final for Al Jr. Well, he's going to be taking on Jake Michelle for the win. Absolutely fun. We've got potential of resetting that Europe's quickest side-by-side in Super Street bike in the final. Right.
Well, I can see the tractor moving.
Yeah,
I think he's moving out the way, isn't he?
Just needs to have a quick check out at the top end. We got jets next, I think. Yep, we have. We can see the Spider-Man jet and Fire Force 5 in the lanes, but the tractor just moving out at the moment. We have put a call out already for Pro ET. We need you into the pairing lanes, please. It will be a sportsman session coming up. And of course, it'll be again that again later on get ready for more of our pro sessions. Obviously, some of our pro finals are already set. Obviously, in Fuel Funny Car, in Pro Stock, and of course in Top Fuel Dragster finals already set there. A little bit of track prep going on at the moment as we gather vehicles. Nitro FM just for a moment, and I think for the first time today, if you can take over the airwaves for a moment, we will be back with you when we continue all the fun, all the excitement, all the action here at the European finals. I was going to take it back earlier, but Richie was getting down to the grooves there, and he was being broadcast all around the world on the internet. So we just thought we'd wait for him to get the Fire Force support transit into position. Big thumbs up there from Martin Hill in the vehicle itself in the Fire Force 5 Jet Dragster. But Richie getting on down to the tunes. Going alongside the Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb. So side-by-side, 1,000-foot match-up between our two jet dragsters. Following this, it will be some sportsman eliminations. And do you know what, I'm rather thankful to say this, but it's actually cooled down a little bit today. That was toasty for the last week, basically. Broken so many records, says the national weather. And but thankfully, it has cooled down a little bit today. The jets are fired up, though. Just to warm us back up again.
Well, one of the things I love looking at up here, which pretty much no one else can see, is I get to watch Martin Hill hit the button for the afterburner.
Yes, you can see how it all works, yeah.
So I can see his hand on the throttle there with a little red button on top which arms the smoke, and a little switch on the steering wheel which arms the afterburner.
You can imagine if Martin or Raj or Julian became airline pilots, they'd be going, where's my flame button? Where do I pop this thing into state on the runway? can imagine Martin Hill going on holiday and he says, oh, can I have a look in the cockpit? And he goes in there and the pilot says, oh, what do you know about jets? And we go, "Oh, fair bit."
Well, I think I'd be more worried if I heard over the tunnel, this is your captain speaking, Martin Hill.
Yeah, things that you do not want to hear.
Yeah.
Martin Hill on an aircraft tower going, this is your pilot.
Yeah.
It'll be fun on the runway. So here we go, bringing it back to reality. The Spider-Man jet, Julian Webb. And Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5.
So Julian Webb already halfway up to the start line. Martin Hill with a characteristic punchy scream from the Fire Force team.
Okay, so the afterburner blips are over, thank goodness for us in the tower, as we get ready now to launch. Martin and Julian, Fire Force 5 and the Spider-Man jet, side by side to 1,000. Oh, great looking match up there. 474 at 228 there for Martin, 528 223 for the Spider-Man jet and Julian. A very, very nice match-up indeed. Right, the pairing lanes are empty as we await Pro ET to make their way down into the lanes. Oh, they could all be at the crossroad and they'll just come on down very, very shortly indeed. But give them a huge cheer as Richie and the gang go and collect Martin from the top end. And then you'll see the Spider-Man support team. There they go, going to collect Julian from the top end of the racetrack. So still to come at you then, we still have the next round of our sportsman racers with Pro ET, Super Pro, Junior Dragster, Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp. And then of course we have semi-finals still to come of Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike, Junior Drag Bike, Comp Eliminator, etc. So still plenty of action to come. I just seen Titan the Robot just being put back on charge as he goes into the barn. But just going to gather everything together. The time now is 1:30, which I believe is the time for Live Action Arena, second show. Let me just quickly double check the rundown order for today. Live Action Arena, just about to start the show. So if you're at the top end of the banking, whilst we get everything sorted out on the racetrack, if you just have a look behind you, you will see that Live Action Arena just about to start their final show of the weekend. We're just going to get a few things together up in the tower. So Nitro FM, if you could just take the airways for a moment, we will be back with you with more racing here at the European Finals.
weave on. Mickey Google trying to pull him back, but he's not going to get there. Bruno, 597.
Nice.
239 mile an hour and off pace 606 for Mickey.
He's got a tough one in round 1 to do that again.
Well, Bobby with a whole shot off the line. Michel looks like he's next to it. The stripe's going to be the Dutch. Michel Terrain, 595, 241 mile an hour. Again, off and a
very
lovely
soft
run.
Yeah, very, very soft off the line. Only 103 to 60 foot, 401 to the 8th mile, and 636 at 181. Give us a cheer if you're.
Tree dropping really quickly then. Oh, a bit of a flash of smoke.
Oh,
and a 5 for Peter Kung.
599 at 230 for Peter Kung. I think that was the run he made, yes. Mats Eriksson long gone. 588.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Quickest run of the weekend for both of them, actually. Freddie with a lose out at 611 at 226. Now, the reason they changed to a bigger rear tyre was.
Oh.
Still, well, that was the safe setup as well.
Yeah, well, it sounded really strong.
Possibly a little too strong with the tyre chatter past 60 foot. Well, it was lucky. That was a bye run. They will be back for round 2. A little staging battle as well. They're not moving forwards. There goes Dave.
Well, Dave got the whole shot, and David Vector getting away with one. A bit of a misshift. Only goes 622 at 209, but Dave Smith treed him and just got out of him to 60 foot. A lot of tyre shake, though.
That was all.
Lots of tyre shake for John Webster. No problems at all for Jan Eriksson. He's going to go 586, 246 mile an hour. And is that low ET of the round?
I think it is just.
Yeah.
When you say no problems for Jan Eriksson, it still rattled the tyre.
Okay, we have race cars in the lanes, so they're just getting themselves fired up. Super Pro are down there, but before we get to them, it is Pro ET. This is where we whittle them down from 8 to 4. Your first pair is going to be Dan Fulton taking on Mark Huxley. Pretty even on the dial-ins for these two. Mark will be round about 9.9. Dan Fulton will be just over the 10-second mark. We'll see the dial-ins on the back windows when they come underneath the tower. Okay, so it's a 9.94 for Mark Huxley, 10.20 for Dan Fulton. Dan will be leaving first with the Firebird. And then it'll be down to the Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota Corolla to close that gap. Try and get round it before the stripe. Okay, so Dan goes into the tree stage. There goes Mark. There will be a stagger on the tree. Well, they almost left together. So Mark Huxley just shadowing Dan at the moment, taking it relatively easy, and takes that with a 10-12 to a lose out. 10-23, a good 0-2 light there for Mark Huxley. And he's into the semi-finals. All right, time the ladies to fight it out in this pairing is Amy Watkins taking on Jess Bishop. Now, in the National Championship points, Amy Watkins is number 4 in the points, but number 3 and number 2 in the points are out. And in actual fact, number 1 in the points is out as well. Amy Watkins can really make a march up the national championship points at this meeting.
What you're saying is all of them are Jess Bishop's biggest fan right now.
Yeah. In actual fact, coming into this race, Amy is already into second in the national championship points. Yeah. But a tough customer with Jess Bishop, a former junior dragster racer. At the stripe, it is Jess Bishop that takes that on a whole shot. 9:36 on the 29. Amy was only 300ths off, but a double O light for Jess gets the job done. So Amy will be leaving here second place in the championship points, but not the haul that she could have had. So Lee Morris can breathe a sigh of relief now. He did go out in round number 1, and nobody's going to close on him that much now. Mind you, Jess Bishop is still in. Next pair, Brett Featherstone, Neil Watkins, 9:55 plays 11:43.
God, blimey. They definitely had their wheel a bit today.
Right, this deserves it, and it is a double breakout after that. Brett takes it, a 54 and a 55 dial-in, a 36 big breakout for Neil Watkins. Neil was 008 on the tree, 015 on the tree there for Brett, but it is Brett into the semis.
So last pair, I think, for this round of racing in Pro ET. Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia in the Kestrel Lane, 9:03 for him, and Simon Fulton with Blitzkrieg Racing Falcon, slick tricks side of the racetrack for place in the semis against, is that Mark Huxley? Yeah.
Yep.
Misery to get a Brett Rock and squint better. Oh. Ronnie Mercer through to the semi-finals for a date against Lee Huxley. It is Brett Featherstone going to be taking on Jess Bishop. Yeah, 9:03 out of 9:03. Just to put an exclamation mark on that run. Well done, Ronnie Mercer. Commiserations to Simon Fulton. He backed off early too. So we got round number 3 of... It is 3, isn't it? Super Pro. Yep. To set up the semi-finals. Chris Parker is back in the tower.
I am, and I've been looking at points and all sorts of things. Well,
Okay.
I've been aware.
So, Chris,
so it appears now that Matt Peters' hopes of a championship have now faded.
Okay.
We're down to 2 cars. And Tom Atkinson came into this meeting 920 points behind.
Okay.
He's closed that to 780 as it stands right now.
Due to qualifying, I'm guessing.
Due to qualifying, yeah, obviously they've both gone the same amount of rounds, but the qualifying difference, it's down to 780. Now, we've got 18 cars entered for the national finals.
Well, that's good. Well, for Tom.
If 18 cars qualify, there will be 930 points on the table.
Right.
So Tom now really needs to just make sure he goes more rounds than Alan did well to try and keep his championship hopes alive.
And qualify better as well.
And qualify better at the last event.
That's the really, really important part.
Yep.
However, in this round of racing, Tommy's going to be round first against... wow, there's no easy races, is there? But again...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be fun, isn't it? Alan Didwell is taking on... Hang on a minute. So we've got Fabian against Colin, Scott against Callum, Alan against Pete.
Yeah. Speaking of which, thanks to Pete, had a message from Pete. The Super Pro sponsorship scheme this weekend, the prize was for the best average against dial-in in qualifying.
Okay.
So
Blimey, that was
I'll
hard.
give you one guess.
It's going to be Daniel Giles, isn't it?
It is Daniel Giles at 0.0114 average across qualifying.
That's the average?
That's his average across qualifying.
Goodness me.
He was 100th off on average across the whole of qualifying.
That takes some fantastic, wonderful effort from all the crew. However, it doesn't get you the spot in round 3.
No, sadly not.
He was out against Alan Didwell. Picked the worst time of the weekend to have his furthest off of dialing run. It doesn't mean he still didn't do a great job, but Alan Dish did that bit better. Drag racing is a right place, right time kind of sport, as we've said many times.
So I'm sure Daniel would like to thank everybody out there who contributes to the Super Pro sponsorships game. I haven't got the list in front of me at the moment, but I'll try and get one for later.
So 2 door cars here. Just some terrific round matchups for a place in the semis. It's going to be fun.
We all know there's never an easy matchup in Super Pro, but when it gets down to...
there's no lucky... Well, no, there's no lucky rounds, really. Everyone earns it. So, Tom Atkinson, if he wants to keep his championship hopes and dreams alive, has to win and hope Alan Didwell doesn't.
Yeah.
He can still he can actually close it right up, can't he? He still can if he wins the event, but it's a big ask as always, especially against Billy. So 8:33 for the Vauxhall, 8:47 for the Cortina.
His problem will come if less than 16 cars qualify for the next event,
because then that will take a round of racing away.
Yeah, and those extra even 20 points.
Yeah, could be key.
Could
be key. Anyway, all of that will matter not if Billy Gain gets there first and Alan Didwell progresses in this round of racing, but we're yet to get to that. Let's see what we can do here. So, the Cortina will go first, but not by much. Only 0.14 of a second. Well, and also depends on reaction times too. Here we go. I can hear pedaling going on already. It's going to be Tom takes the win, bang on the money, and an 06 light. Billy was slightly late for him with a 0.1. He went 35 and a 33. Win margin was 0.5. It is Tom in the semi-finals. And this is a great bit. He races the winner of this one. Which is Alan Didwell and Pete Waters. So, Tom has just done himself the biggest favour he can. Can Pete Waters continue his great day and do him another rather big favour? However, he won't be allowed to repay it in the next round because he'll be happy.
And Alan will be doing everything he can just to stay on a level with Tom.
You got it.
Win this round. Don't think about the big picture. One race at a time.
Wonder if Colin's going to notice I've touched his own work.
So Alan Didwell dials 772 in the dragster. Here in the slick tricks line, Pete Walters dials 783. It looks to me like they've both got a bit of room to be on and off the throttle at the top end, so it could get quite tactical if the reaction times are anything like equal.
Well, there's only just over a tenth on the tree, so they're going to be literally side by side all the way up the racetrack.
Yeah. Pete with the blown car should have the control at the top end.
Because his car is faster.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like the warmer weather, as he said yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh my word. Pete has got control at the top end. Oh my goodness me.
Pete goes 001 on the tree and won the race by
away. Actually, yeah. And he went 783.1 on a 783 dial-in. My goodness me. That is, ladies and gentlemen, that is virtually unbeatable. The only way Alan Didwell could get close to him was to break out. So Alan Didwell is out, and it's Tom Atkinson and Pete Waters in the semi-final.
Yeah, Pete's total package there, 0.002 of a second from perfect.
Start line and finish line, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's how it should be, I guess. Scott Hauser and Callum Swinchat. Callum, 895 in the slick tricks lane. For Scotty, it's a 740. So Callum's going to go first. And goes red. It was a 004 red. So close. Trying. But the Meister himself, Scott Hauser, moves. Oh, no. And he goes 895 and an 895 as well, just to make the ride home even more annoying.
Oh, dear.
Ah, well, it is what it
It
is.
happens.
It happens.
If you don't got red, you're not trying.
You got it. So, your next pair is going to be Fabien Dubois with that terrific dragster. Sponsored by Milwaukee Tools from France. The last remaining member of the custom gang, I think. In action, 722 for him, up against 8.60. That's for Colin Morris. I wouldn't ask this very often, but if everybody can take a big deep breath and blow that cloud in another direction, it would be really good.
Yeah,
at the
that'd be
moment.
nice.
It's all right. It's lurking around at the top and going past us. A lot of it's gone past us. Let's hope all of it does. Anyway, we're about to find out what's going on in this race between France and the UK. Thumbs up. There we go. Yeah, the 7 was missing off the end of. 7 was missing off the end of the tiling. That's what they were just sorting out. So I can't even be brought into Stage Boy's dad. There we go. Door car first. Right behind is the dragster.
This will be a good race at the top end if everything goes to plan.
Colin takes it. Fabien had to break out to get there first. He was 0-2 at the stripe, but it was an ill-gotten gain. The main difference was on the tree, a 0-4 for Colin. There we go. I've been doing your homework for you. Sorry about that. A 0-4 for Colin was what made the difference. So we're back with Junior Dragster. Chris, thank you very much indeed. Great round of racing as always. Yeah, we only got 4 cars left out of a fantastic field of
awesome
Super Pro races.
I shall see you very soon.
Semi-finals. No, it's not. Round 4, 5. I've lost count actually of. It's elimination round 4. They've still got 2 more to go. So this replacing the semis in Junior Dragster. 64 car elimination ladder for Junior Dragster here this weekend. Yep, there's that many of them. So, Lara Barnett, Luke Mugridge, your first pair. Lara, Slick Tricks Lane, 8:03.7.98. Kestrel side of the racetrack for Luke. Running to the 8th mile. Well, that was weird because you could clearly see Luke left first, but the tree ran in his lane second. And he takes the stripe as well. That's a whole shot win for Luke Mugridge. Great job on the tree, 0-1 to a 0.10. And that was basically the end of that. Bye run for Tom Peters. So this is for a place in the semis. Just the way the ladder stacks up, we've got some occasional buy runs in here. Looking for $9.99 for Tom. Go through the 1051. One of those unique classes where they can see what ET ran them and whether they won as well on the scoreboard before they pull off the track. So Bandit 1, Harley Corsell. Had a 00 reaction time last time round. Hoping for more of the same against young Freddie Taylor.
Oh, Freddie Taylor goes red. So that is a win for Harley Corsell. And he gets a bye into the final.
Yeah.
Good news for Harley. Sad news for Freddie.
And he was 0-3 on the tree as well, so he wasn't late either. Nice to see the member of our impartial commentary team cheering down there. Very good.
So time trial run from the two-seater dragster, which means we have another passenger. Let's have a look to see who we've got in the back of the car this time. Michael Keating, this is from Whitstable. It's a surprise 60th birthday present, this one.
So the racetrack belongs to the two-seater for the moment. We are just collecting cars and bikes for the next round of racing in the staging lanes.
Oh, no, I think we could have a couple of sprinkles right at the top end. We've been monitoring this. There's a lot of it around, but we're sort of just hoping it skims the top end and doesn't go any further. But yeah, you could see that the wind turbines would normally be a shadow on the horizon, but they are sort of quite visible. So we are on hold just for a moment. We're just going to see what actually transpires at the top end.
Unfortunately, the wind's changed direction a little
Yeah,
bit. You
just
can
a
see
fraction,
where
but it's enough.
the wind turbines have gone from being sort of south-facing to sort of southeast-facing, and you can see southeast-facing is kind of where the dark clouds are gathering. But the good news is, behind it, you can see sunshine too.
Yeah, that is really good news. And
it's
also the
really
heat
hot.
that we've got,
Yeah.
whatever does happen, will be, I'm not saying easy to dry out, but the heat will certainly help us quite a lot.
Well, the first sprinkle delay on Sunday afternoon at this event is not bad going at all. Would have been nice if we could complete it without any at all.
Yeah.
But once again, we can't race with any sort of fluid on the racing surface, whether that be the quarter-mile racetrack or the shutdown area. And that's why we do have to put it on hold.
Well, I've got friends and family in Milton Keynes. It's actually raining over there at the moment. It's raining over in Toaster where I live. But to say it may just skim us. Let's just see what actually happens.
Well, the trees are going. That's the only slight problem down the top.
Yeah, but then that's at least a mile away.
Okay, more than, yeah.
Because directly on top of it, you just got to see what happens. But
well, the windmill's still there.
That way,
yeah.
it's
bright.
Behind grandstands, it's a bit clearer over there.
So it gives you a chance to go and take a wander around. We've still got all the rest of the action to come for today. Also, if it does have a sprinkle, we have all the equipment to dry the racetrack out when it stops raining and get on with the day. Good news is, like Colin said, it's nice and warm. So even if we do have a sprinkle or two, or even more, maybe, we just have to wait for it to stop. And then we get cracking again.
Yeah, I've got a few updates actually, and I've been sat here looking at points in various championships. An interesting one actually, and Craig spotted this as well. Going into the national finals, Lee Morris, we think, has got a slim lead at the moment over Amy Watkins in second spot, and we think Dave Rudd is in third spot. That's how we think it is at the moment. Obviously the official points will be posted after the event, but it is very, very tight. Coming into this event, Lee Morris had nearly 500 points on everybody, but Dave Rudd qualified number one. Lee Morris qualified round about midfield, so Dave gained some points there, and Dave Rudd went into round number two, so he gained another 100 points there, so he's basically closed the gap by down to around about 100 or more over Lee Morris instead of it being nearly 500. But Amy Watkins went another round further and she qualified well, so we think roughly speaking, Amy will be second in the points behind Lee Morris, with Dave Rudd third in the points, Neil Watkins fourth in the points, going into national finals. So the championship will be decided between those 4 drivers. In Junior Dragster, slightly different scenarios here, as Liam McDonald, massive lead coming into this event, but did go out in round number 2. Now, this has given Luke Mugridge a chance to try and close the gap, and he's made it through to the semi-finals. Everybody qualified fairly well in Junior Dragster, but it is which was a 590-point gap between Liam McDonald and Luke Mugridge coming into this event. That is now been shrunk, and at the moment, Luke has gained 200 points minimum, and he's still in eliminations. If he goes on to win the event, he's going to really close it up tight. So national finals in 2 weeks' time, he's going to be a proper battle between Liam and Luke. Street Eliminator is basically between Andy Bond and Al Mack. They're both still in elimination, so we're not going to get anywhere closer to sorting that one out just yet. Super Comp, Leah Callett is nearly there. But that pesky Stu Doyney, who was 4th in the points coming into this one, is starting to show his hand a bit and making noises, so to speak. Super Gas, the Morris boys are doing rather well in their leading coming into this one with Stu Doyney in second. That Doyney name again. But in Super Pro ET, Alan Didwell went out in the last round, and Tom Atkinson is still in the mix. So Tom is going to try and start closing that gap now. It was near on 1,000 points, but it's time for the Time is Money team to try and really close that gap. So it's not a done deal yet. So we'll see what happens with that lot. Matt Peters was 3rd in the points coming into this weekend, but unfortunately is already out of elimination. So Super Pro looks like it is going to be a 2-way battle. Can Tom Atkinson, the Time is Money team, take another championship, or will it be down to Alan Didwell? Comp Eliminator, basically a 2-way fight between Spencer Tramp and Nick Williams. And although that won't be settled until the national finals in 2 weeks' time, they meet in the semi-finals here today, and that is the next round of Comp Eliminator. Whoever wins that one, well, either it's going to be a bigger gap for Spencer to try and close on Nick at the national finals, or it's really going to tighten the gap between Spencer and Nick going into the national finals.
How many points are there between them?
There's only 40 points between them. So in actual fact, whoever goes further in eliminations, because qualifying there were 1 and 3.
Yeah.
So whoever goes further in eliminations today will take the points lead into the national finals.
By 30 points if Spencer does it. And then by 170 if
something like
Nick
that,
does it. Yeah. So, but then, even then, that's qualifying, and that's 1 round of eliminations.
Yeah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are on a weather hold at the moment, and unfortunately the wind turbine's really taken a turn, which we really didn't want, and they've picked up speed. So although it's just in the air at the moment, if we can just keep it in the air and not coming down, that would be really, really nice. But as I say, there is a much brighter sky in the distance, so we are on a weather hold at the moment. So there's a little bit of an update for you there on championship points. A couple of messages. Dave Hazel's just been in touch. Can you shout out Noah Gatti, please? Nah, I'm not going to. No, Noah's first time at the pod, so hope you are having a good time. FIA points. Many thanks to Hugh Button for sending us these through. All 3 places in junior bike are yet to be decided. 3rd in Top Fuel is still up for grabs. 2nd and 3rd in Pro Stock Bike is still to be decided. 3rd in Pro Modified is still to be decided, and 3rd in Pro Stock, and of course all 3 places in Top Methanol. So there's the updates from the world of messaging. Just a quick check in the social media as well. We are starting to get a few more raindrops pretty close to us here now. So yeah, we're on a proper weather hold at the moment as the wind turbines actually disappear. Ladies and folk, gents, take some cover. Now would be a very, very good idea. The wind's picked up, and Yeah, it's starting to come down a bit now, so we are definitely on a weather hold now. Nitro FM 96.2, if you could take it over, and well, fingers crossed this goes past pretty rapidly. We'll speak to you soon.
Side by side, the whole way down. Tony's got his nose in front. 6.06, 241 mile an hour. What a lovely looking run that was. And well done to Paul Harris's crew for get that cable back in.
Deary me. Yeah, 6:40.
005 light for Paul. 5:08 to the 8th, and at the quarter, 8 flat, 167 miles an hour.
Almost outside the group with 1 wheel.
Bruno goes red when he really didn't need to on that run. Bruno goes 5.95, and Yanni Eriksson is
away with one.
Yeah, thanking his gods, I think, as he goes through the finish line for that one. Yeah. Lovely looking run.
Very good one.
Oh, that's real quick again.
3.8. Wow. 5.85.
5.88.
88, sorry.
At 200.
David Vector away well and straight. A bit of a shimmy from Shelter Wren, but David goes 5.86, 245 miles an hour. A 6.09 at only 200. Oh, wow. One flat 60-foot. He makes a move to the centre line, but he's still under power. That's going to be good. 5.96, 246 miles an hour. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that.
Yeah.
I think he may have pedalled it around the 8th mile.
Yeah, the 8th mile wasn't that good. The 3.97.
Lower. Well, Phil Norman would take 0.6 under. Blimey, I thought Kev Jenkins forgot to leave the line then. That was a 1 second reaction. He's going to take the win though. 765, 177. That's what they're shooting for.
No problems at all for Rob Smallworth. Chris Todd hitting the wheelie bar really hard.
770, 174 for Ron.
An engine, put it all together, bring it to the track. And that's as far as Luke got.
Well, Terry was actually giving him a head start.
He was. Yeah, I knew he was going to do. Well, I didn't know he was going to do that, but I think he was going to try and give Luke a bit of a head start and then chase him down. But it wasn't going to happen. Spencer Tram takes the solo here. O2 light. Thunders it at the stripe, 11.49. Safely through. So he'll take on Simon Crowley in round.
Capable.
It is capable. Not like that though. Huge nitrous backfire for Brendan Clancy. Dan Williams backs off the throttle, goes 11.00. Only 96 mile an hour, but still.
Oh, beautiful wheels up launch there. running 8.2s in qualifying, clicks it early as you would expect, shoots out, and 9 flat, just 98 miles an hour.
I was up. Two of the big guys going at it in round 1.
Bruno Barna getting a weave on. Mickey Google trying to pull him back, but he's not going to get there. Bruno, 597.
Nice.
239 mile an hour and off pace 606 for Mickey.
He's got a tough one in round 1 to do that again.
Well, Bobby with a whole shot off the line. Michel looks like he's next to it. The stripe's going to be the Dutch. Michel Terrain, 595, 241 mile an hour. Again, off. And a
very
lovely
soft
run.
Yeah, very, very soft off the line. Only 103 to 60 foot, 401 to the 8th mile, and 636 at 181. Give us a cheer if you're.
Tree dropping really quickly then. Oh, a bit of a flash of smoke.
Oh,
and a 5 for Peter Kunk.
5.99 at 2:30 for Peter Kunk. I think that was the run he made yesterday. Mats Eriksson long gone. 5.88.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Quickest run of the weekend for both of them, actually. Freddie with a lose out at 6.11 at 2.26. Now, the reason they changed to a bigger rear tyre was.
Oh.
Still, well, that was the safe setup as well.
Yeah, well, it sounded really strong.
Possibly a little too strong with the tyre chatter past 60 foot. Well, it was lucky that was a bye run. They will be back for round 2. A little staging battle as well. They're not moving forwards. There goes Dave.
Well, Dave got the whole shot, and David Vector getting away with one. A bit of a misshift. Only goes 622 at 209, but Dave Smith treed him and just got out of him to 60 foot. A lot of tyre shake though.
That was all.
Lots of tyre shake for John Webster. No problems at all for Jan Eriksson. He's going to go 5.86, 246 mile an hour. And is that low ET of the round?
I think it is just. Yeah. When you say no problems for Jan Eriksson.
5.6 if all goes to plan, but it is a race to the stripe. Let's see who's going to get there first. Both razor sharp off the line.
Mogans is ahead at the 8th mile and at 1,000 foot and at the quarter. 6.95, 209 mile an hour. Issues for Venn, it seemed. Bike didn't seem to really go anywhere.
And that is it. Mark Hope is done. He's gone through.
And that's a big shame for Danny Lentz. He is in the fight for the championship this year. Al Morrison Jr. will be
that's it.
Loving it.
I think that's it. Al Morrison. All he...
Well, Jake pulling away at the stripe. That's 6.74 at 216 miles an hour. He marches on. He's going to be taking on Morgan's London this. So Eric Gruber and Ricardo Grant. A bit of a tank slapper there.
And a wheelie
on the other side. 7.69. And coasting across there with a 10.
In fact, that's a lovely looking run. And he goes 6.87.
Wow, Christian. What?
Thumbs up. There we go, Helen giving him the signal to turn it up. Here we go then, Roger Goring with the Firestorm Jet Funny car.
Well, fair to say, he's been running phenomenally well all weekend this time. Another great looking pass from Rog. 6:03 at 255 miles an hour. Running so well indeed. Hold on tight, folks. Here we Great race indeed, and it is Steve Ashdown.
Oh, wow!
What a race again, and this time a 4:50
Oh,
for Kevin Kent.
They've pulled it off again. 4:52 at 2:35. Patrick had to pedal and got back on it again, but just couldn't get it.
Well, instantly up in smoke for India Urbacher. Suzanne made it right the way down to about the 8th mile before her car also went up in smoke. 4.96, 153 mile an hour takes the win there.
Well, blazing the tyres instantly for India. They had a great time in. And she clicks it before the finish line, goes 4:06 at only 225 miles an hour. I suspect those short numbers were quite pretty, Colin.
0.8.
0.966 foot, but the blower goes pop about 700 foot out there.
That's not what you want to hear. I thought they might just launch it to make sure they got the 60 foot.
Well, Tony goes red, unfortunately. He's on an absolute flyover pass. 5.29! 268 mile an hour.
Well,
where did that come from?
He's not. Everything worked. He did. Stefan got the whole shot. You could clearly see that. Oh, Mike Malmgren with the run of the season. 6:58. Two beautiful looking runs. Who's got the jump? It's going to be, oh yes, with a 6:66, 207. Michael Malmgren, very quickly.
104 to 60 foot. He's going straight down the middle of the lane to a 6.10.
210 miles. Oh, he dropped his cylinder.
And here comes Chris, and he gets it. 7.06, 197 mile an hour, and a trip to the final for Chris Van Nimmen.
Well,
what a hell of a race. They leave together. Eric's out in front, but here comes the power of the Warp Speed Machine. I don't think he's going to make there in time. It's going to be close. Look at that for a race. 6.50 takes 6.57. 200. Well, the last thing you want to do is give Stu Crane the whole shot off the power of Mike Ollie.
This is quick. 4 flat to the 8. 6:20. New European best for a funny bike. 213 miles an hour. I was keeping my eyes on the numbers that they were coming up. I was waiting.
Up though.
Well, Rene's clicked it off. It's a buy run for Al Smith, and it's a good one. 6:18, 209 miles an hour. Nice and strong. 4 flat to the 8.
Characteristic speed wobble about 330 foot. He's been riding through it for qualifying, but there's no point risking it for the first round.
You got it. A comparatively slow for him and any top fuel bike, actually 1.1. So new. He's repeat, isn't he?
Well, Bertrand is a long way out in front already. And there you go, there's the final gear. He goes 7.23, 182 mile an hour.
A lot of the comp bike riders do that as well. One of them particularly aims right at the wall.
So the bike doing its absolute best to chuck Martin off the back of it, but he's held on well.
It looked like he nearly did as well. Great run for Martin.
Whoa!
Yay! More like it. 7:15, 185 miles an hour.
Well, they're side by side. Jorg is pulling away at the top end a little bit. He's going to get there first. Yes, 750, 173 mile an hour. Beats a 793. So both cars into stage. Tim Garlick is long gone. Wendy Baker pedaling the car, but Tim Garlick goes.
Oh,
597.
Wow. Back into the 5s for the first time in a number of years for Tim Garlick. Slowly, don't go too far, Tone.
Well, it's side by side the whole way down. Tony's got his nose in front. 6.06, 241 mile an hour. What a lovely looking run that was. And well done to Paul Harris's crew for get that cable back in.
Deary me. Yeah, 6:40.
Double 05 light for Paul. 5:08 to the 8th, and at the quarter, 8th lap, 167 miles an hour.
Almost outside the group with 1 wheel.
Bruno goes red when he really didn't need to on that run. Bruno goes 5.95, and Yanni Eriksson is
away with one.
Yeah, thanking his gods, I think, as he goes through the finish line for that one. Yeah. Lovely looking run.
Very good one.
Oh, that's real quick again.
3.8. Wow. 5.85.
5.88.
88,
Yeah.
sorry.
At 200.
David Vector away well and straight. A bit of a shimmy from Shelter Wren, but David goes 5.86, 245 miles an hour. A 6.09 at only 200. Oh, wow. One flat 60-foot. He makes a move to the centre line, but he's still under power. That's going to be good. 5.96, 246 mile an hour. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that.
Yeah.
I think he may have pedalled it around the 8th mile.
Yeah, the 8th mile wasn't that good. The 3.97.
So away goes Spencer.
A safe reaction time there for Spencer. Didn't need to.
Oh, what a shame for Simon. One of the best launches he's done all weekend, but he couldn't get it into second gear. Spencer, lifting it. So Dan's away well. Kev building the boost, but goes red. So Dan will see that and lift off the throttle. Only no 4 red for Kev Jenkins, who's still under power. Oh no, he's not. There we go. He's lifted as well. 790, still goes 795, and an 11 flat for Dan. His best run of the weekend. Yeah,
Oh, Mogans goes red. It is Jake Michelle, a 118 60-foot at the 8th, 446 at the corner, 669 at 218 miles an hour. Mogans goes 712.
Well, Al Morrison Jr. was definitely green there. Mark Hope is actually still out in front, but here comes the horsepower of the Al Morrison machine. 676, 218 mile an hour, and I can't believe he doesn't even have lane choice in the final. Speaking Martin Hill.
Yeah, things that you do not want to hear.
Yeah.
Martin Hill on an aircraft hammer going, this is your pilot.
Yeah.
It'll be fun on the runway. Here we go, bringing it back to reality. The Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb. And Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5.
So Julian Webb already halfway up to the start line. Martin Hill with a characteristic punchy scream from the Fire Force machine.
Okay, so the afterburner blips are over, thank goodness for us in the tower, as we get ready now to launch Martin and Julian, Fire Force 5 and the Spider-Man jet, side by side to 1,000 foot. Oh, great looking match up there. 474 at 228 there for Martin, 528 223 for the Spider-Man jet and Julian. A very, very nice matchup. In actual fact, coming into this race, Amy is already into second in the national championship points. But a tough customer with Jess Bishop, a former junior dragster racer. At the stripe, it is Jess Bishop that takes that on a whole shot. 9:36 on a 29. Brett Featherstone, Neil Watkins, 9:55 plays 11:43.
God, blimey. They're definitely had their wheel a bit today. And everybody who was standing in the old barn had to run out the way every time he did because there was just a wave of water, like there is now, but worse, that went on. So
well, it was actually going up and over the wall at some point.
So we said this many times before, fluid on the track, oil, whatever it might be, we can't run. Obviously, we cannot run with the state that's in. If anyone's got any spare drag boats, they'd be good at the moment. But the good news is obviously it's still warm. Hopefully that's it for a while at least. You can see the sky's brightened. It's a lot better now. And our track crew are the best in the business at getting this done. They're already out on the start line with the squeegees getting the water out of the way. Now, what's about to happen, all being well, as long as the clouds behave themselves from now on, is that what you're going to see happen, if you watch it, is the quarter-mile racetrack will dry out very, very quickly, really quickly. Because it's a layer of rubber and glue, the water sits on top of it. So once you sweep it off, it dries out very, very quickly because it's not allowed to soak into it. However, where do you think you're going? You've got a streetcar. The shutdown area, or the braking area, is twice the length of the quarter-mile racetrack. We have to have that bone dry as well. Now, that takes a lot longer for the simple reason that it's asphalt. Asphalt is, it's crushed stones and bitumen. The water soaks into it, so it is much more difficult to dry out than concrete is. So that's the way it's going to go. So what you're going to see in the next half hour or so is the racetrack look pretty dry, but the shutdown area is going to be where the... So we will keep you updated with how long it's going to be. We're still going. We're not stopping. This is just this is the way we race in the UK. It's the way we roll. We're used to doing this. Unfortunately, all too frequently, but we are used to doing it. We did think we were going to get away with it this weekend, but whatever. We still have event champions to decide. We still have loads of racing to do, and we ain't stopping yet. So the track crew are out there doing their thing. It's just a temporary hitch, folks, honest. So it's going to take a while. Very best guess are good, even with the assistance of the warm weather. If it doesn't rain and the breeze as well, it's a good hour and a half at least before we're going to be able to be bone dry and ready to go again. Let's hope the warm weather helps the track dry quickly, but we've got to get all the blasted water off it first because it looks like a swamp down there at the moment. So have a stroll around the pit area if you can, or a paddle around the pit area. I do hope everybody is safe actually after that, because that was quite a frightening one as well, where the weather came in and the wind picked up as well massively. It was pretty scary sitting up here, and we were indoors. But anyway, so I hope all of you aren't too soaked and perturbed. We're going to give you the best show we possibly can for the rest of the day. This is one of the biggest race weekends of the year. We ain't giving up yet. So thank you as always for your time, patience, everything else as well. The track crew, as if they haven't done enough already this weekend, are out there doing the same once again. The track dryers will appear sometime soon, but you've got to get the standing water off first. There's no point in putting a dryer on something that's still got, you know, massive great puddles on it. So they're going to shift the water, get the track dryers out, and again, all the bulk, or the work at least, will be focused past the finish line. We will give you an ETA as soon as we know it. Thank you very much indeed for your time and patience. You guys are the best in the world. You absolutely rock. No one's gone home. Nothing's changed. Some people, I'm sure, have left thinking that'll do, but 100% the racing is not over, and it's not over until Mr. Marshall says it is, and we're a long way from either darkness or curfew. So we've got a lot of racing to do. We'll be back with you as soon as we can. Thank you.
the turbines are wound up. The box of banks is going to get a little bit louder for both cars. Incredible images broadcast around the world from Stanford Raceway. Just looking at the live feed as well as what's happening in front of us here.
Everyone wave to Richard. The more you wave, the faster they go.
Very, very well drilled indeed. So, your second pair then, Jason Phelps from the Hawk Racing Gladiator Camry, and Kevin Kent from the West End Motorsport Monte Carlo. Both into pre-stage. Here we go.
Oh, the wheel has come off of Kevin Kent's car.
What a driving job for Kevin to hang on to that. Put your hands together, folks. He's safely stopping in the shutdown area. Unbelievable. How did he hang on to that?
Well, he did. Unbelievable moment that. I've never seen.
Wow, India's car was just picking up some steam before she clicked it off. 454, only 175 miles an hour. Those short numbers looked pretty spectacular.
The break-in stage, here we go. This one's all Suzanne, but she clicks it just after the 330, straight up in smoke for Ida.
I can tell you why Ida's car went straight up in smoke as well. I think you probably saw it. When she turned the second pump on, or when she put both the fuel pumps on, which adds all the fuel needed for a launch, an awful lot of that fuel was actually spitting out the top of the cylinders onto the tyres very, very quickly. Well, you are confirmed. Jet car from upside down over there.
Martin Hill winds that turbine up even more now. And pops the bangs. British will get louder here.
Yeah, he's turned it up more than he did last time.
So here we go then, Fire Force number 3. Give Richie a wave. The more you wave, generally the faster Martin will go. Will we see a 5 or a low 6? We'll find out very shortly.
All the way through to 6:59 at 2:25. A little off his normal pace, but still. It's also a lot of weather that they don't normally have.
Oh, that's not right. That's the axle broken.
Yeah, look at this. It's going down the track. It's crabbing sideways.
Oh,
wow.
what a driving job. Well, hopefully you can get the car stopped, most importantly. Because I think the biggest issue might be, that was big tyre shake. The car turned left, but unfortunately it looked like it skewed, the axle skewed in the rear end of the car, which is... well, he does actually look at that. He makes the turn off as well. Wow. Saves the car. Unbelievable.
Peter's got the candles lit.
Oh.
Well, that's textbook all the way through.
Yes, 592, wow.
I think there's a lot of relief on the start line as well, 240 miles an hour. They've run quicker than that before, they've run faster than that before. However, I don't think they felt... Magnus, I mean, okay, it's not your quick...
I'm old, it's building.
Both into pre-stage, just creeping forward in. $7.12, 7.40.
And Josano, we just clipped the blocks of the 8th miles. His run won't count. Skating down the wall for Bruno Bardo. He's still under power. 6:01.
Oh, dearie me. Get that man a straight jacket. bear in mind, it nearly ended his season because he whacked the wall in that lane earlier this year.
Oh, what a pairing this is. 5.96 and a 6.48. Michelle moves up from 11 to number 8.
Hold it down.
Door handle to door handle. Mickey Gilbert's going to get there first, but... Oh, was that 6? Oh, 6.21.
And a 5.96.
234 for Freddie. Well, they put a bigger tyre. They changed some of the aero on the truck for this weekend.
Both lifted.
Well, both of them just kind of had a bit of a misstep on the start line that time. No improvement for either, obviously.
No.
But, yeah, I don't think anyone had tyre shake. I just think they kind of fluffed each other's routine.
True. Tiny pedal there, but very well done. 6.03, 2.38.
Well, he wanted to have fun, I think. He could have just clicked it off. But no, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was only a one flat to 60 foot.
Oh, the same as his qualifying time.
Yeah, 5.91, 2.43 there.
Candles lit the whole way down.
386.
Yeah, Ida Zetterstrom, 386 at 300 here at stage. Oh, they both clicked it early in the end there. 0.86 for both of them to the 60 foot. But in the end there, 451, 160 mile an hour for India, and 625 at just 85 miles an hour there for Suzanne Butler.
Oh, wow. What a rocket ship that was. My goodness me.
440 with that.
I was going to
just
swear
a few seconds.
Unbelievable. Check out the 60 foot numbers, please, Colin.
0.93 to 60 foot,
wow,
238.
Give them all a round of applause, please. Very, very...
Steve Ashdown, I thought he was going to be on one there, but it went boom, just around about 300 foot out there.
And something broke in Jason's car.
Yeah, you can see there's some spark coming out the back of
I think that
Jason's
was
car.
Clutch. I think that was just where the engine was over revving. I think those were clutch sparks out on the track. There's nothing on the track.
Oh, what a pairing this is. Andy Rohr getting very loose, but holds it onto the track. Paul Harris, 640 at 201, but Andy Rohr was certainly on one there. He was matching Paul Harris's numbers pretty much all the way up, but just got a little bit of a tank slapper on.
Look at the header flames from Apache as it goes through the quarter mile, lit the whole way. Tony Best is right there. What a race.
6:05 in the dark, 2:29. Oh, the lovely screech of the Fire Force number 5. As it starts its rewind as it starts its flame show here. Okay, so Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that turbine up just even more. Build up the thrust. Pops and bangs to get a little bit louder now. Here we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Make sure your video phones are ready. Get this one. Gonna be phenomenal pass as Martin builds up that thrust and sends it. Oh, what a run. 5:44, 272 miles an hour there for Martin. Beautiful looking run as he goes down the shutdown area. 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Absolutely mind-blowing pass there.
Oh my goodness me, 639,
Whoa,
161 miles an hour. I tell you what, he is going to love the half-track numbers. He was 0.95 to 60. Asleep for him anyway, with an 033 light. An 802, 166 miles an hour. There we go, that addiction. Well, that's one of those that could be one unlocked on the start line. Laura's quite a way out in front. Look at that. Simon Fulton takes the win. 9.17. He had a quicker reaction time. And
9 of a second difference on the tree. The head start going to the little altered. And that's one. Huxley with margin 0-1. He was shadowing at the stripe a little bit there. But, well done to Mark.
That
And she continues with a 9.36 again. In effect, a whole shot win. Dave Rudd only 400.
Thank you, Sensepod crew. Best in the world. You are not wrong, sir. This may be another that's decided on the tree.
Yeah, you heard him lift on it just right there. So Brett Featherstone goes through.
Well, this is to be decided by race cars, not reaction time. Closest to the dial was Neil Watkins. The win margin done.
Oh, Mason goes red. Very unusual for Mason. So Dan Fulton goes through. Breakout for Dan Fulton, but the red light already decided the race. Oh, and it is Amy that's going to go through. 006 red there for Ryan. Really trying hard. Oh, and an 881 on an 880 dial. Two exceptionally good racers. But only one of them is going to go through, and it is breakout for Dave Fulton. Oh, Ronnie Mercer takes that one. The margin at the stripe.
Tommy's number 2 in points in the Super Pro in the National Championship. So to get a tune-up run, a 3-round win, if you will, is always a good thing. 846, bang on the money. Well, Callum was a bit late with a .16. Colin was a bit early with a 0.2. To be completely fair to Colin, he normally runs on a Pro Tree, which does make a difference. Yeah. Well, there is some wriggle room at the top end for one of these cars. And it's the car that won with a perfect ET. 771. Daniel Giles picked up to go racing with. Well, Pete, it's almost caught him by half track. I think it's going to be. It is Pete. 785 on a 784. I
think Nick's dialed pretty safe, to be honest.
I don't think I'm telling tales, but he left pretty safe as well.
Yeah, he did.
He really did. If Colin doesn't break out, which he doesn't, it will be Colin Morris. Both with 200s off their dialing. However, a 0.5 for Colin. Well, Billy's going to back off shortly, I should think, because he knows Andy's not alongside him. There we go. That is perfectly judged. 8.34 and 8.30. Going to round 3. Lee red lights himself out of competition with an 0.3. Fabian goes 7.18, too quick. He was a bit late on the tree, but he got. Oh, goodness me. I actually thought Scott went red there. If he doesn't break out, he's got this. And he breaks out, but Patrick breaks out by even more. Goodness me.
Taylor with little Outlaw Junior to try and catch up. Very, very close indeed, but it is Freddie Taylor hitting his number 804 on that 804 dialing. Nicely done. So Freddie Taylor will be racing Harley Corsell, and whoever wins that pairing will get a bye into the 5.
Dave Fulton, Stu Doining. Well, David Fulton won't like the look of that. 990 on a 990 index. John was actually entered in Supercom, but the car wouldn't run the number. So he backed off and ran it in Supergas in the last qualifying session. But unfortunately, is that what he did?
Well, he didn't chop the tree down. And 989 with a 0.
In 16 car fields.
And Mark Huxley is going to go through Tim Moore. Oh, perfect light at last.
Minus.
Minus.
Oh, it's a minus?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it didn't go red. Sorry.
That's all right.
It's because Tim Moore went red first. Right.
Well, he went 991 and took the round. Well, great to see Pete back. Oh, dearie me. And I'm just looking at the reaction times.
Oh, no issues for Pete Creswell. He's off the power.
What a shame.
Well, 10:09. Pete Creswell, I'm not going to say he had that in the bag, but he was 002 on the tree.
The car, because when he rolls forwards, the pre-stage bulb came on and then went off again, so I thought he might have rolled through, but no, he was nowhere near the stage beams. Because that is, of course, one of the ways you can lose a bye run.
1067, 126. Nicely done.
To worry about.
And a lovely launch again from Rob Carter. Not quite as quick as his run yesterday, I don't think, but he's going to go over the line to a low 8, high 7. Oh, mid 8, 8.55, 149 mile an hour. Takes the win against James Murray. A 10-1. Nice run from James.
Yeah, look at the speed as well.
I now know. This is very clever. Right, you can see the lights are now flickering.
Pulsing, yeah.
Yeah. That tells the crew that she's got the pedal right down.
Ah,
is it really?
Like it.
8:42. That's her best of the weekend so far, 177 miles an hour, and actually a new PB as well. So congratulations to the team. Well done, Williams Brothers and VP Lubricants.
Pole shot for Rob Slater. However, the Volvo in the other lane. That's a great run for Rob. 750 and 857.
Oh, there
red
goes
light.
red. What a shame.
Yeah, he's already backed off the throttle. Andy Bond, one of the strongest runs of the weekend I've seen from him. Backs off the top end, goes 758, 166 mile an hour.
You know what? Seriously, big respect to Andy Bond. After what happened the other day with the tyre letting go, he must have been. Warren Watts and Clement Dubois. Warren with a big reaction time advantage. Clement
already got lifted off at the top end.
Clement with an 892. Warren did everything he could actually that time. 915 just didn't quite have. Not to mention a bunch of other cool stuff too.
So they launch pretty much together. Andy Clifford's going to disappear off in the distance, but Leah's going to run him down.
Oh, dearie me. Is that the perfect heat? No, okay. He's going to
change, go lower.
Well, Phil Norman would take 0.6 under. Blimey, I thought Kev Jenkins forgot to leave the line then. That was a 1 second reaction. He's going to take the win though. 765, 177. That's what they're shooting for.
No problems at all for Rob Smallworth. Chris Todd hitting the wheelie bar really hard.
770, 174 for Rob.
Engine, put it all together, bring it to the track. And that's as far as Luke got.
Well, Terry was actually giving him a head start.
He was. Yeah, I knew he was going to do. Well, I didn't know he was going to do that, but I think he was going to try and give Luke a bit of a head start and then chase him down. But it wasn't going to happen. Spencer Tram takes the solo here. O2 light. Thunders it at the stripe, 11:49. Safely through. So he'll take on Simon Crowley in round.
Capable.
It is capable. Not like that though. Huge nitrous backfire for Brendan Clancy. Dan Williams backs off the throttle, goes 11.00. Only 96 mile an hour, but still.
Oh, beautiful wheels up launch there. Been running 8.2s in qualifying. Clicks it early as you would expect. Shoots out. And 9 flat, just 98 miles an hour.
I was up. Two of the big guys going at it in round 1.
Bruno Barner getting a weave on. Mickey Google trying to pull him back, but he's not going to get there. Bruno, 5.97.
Nice.
239 mile an hour and off pace 6.06 for Mickey.
He's got a tough one in round 1 to do that again.
Well, Bobby with a whole shot off the line. Michel looks like he's next to it. The stripe's going to be the Dutch. Michel Terrain, 5.95, 241 mile an hour. Again, off. And a
very
lovely
soft
run.
Yeah, very, very soft off the line. Only 103 to 60 foot, 401 to the 8th mile, and 6.36 at 181. Give us a cheer if you want.
Tree dropping really quickly then. Oh, a bit of a flash of smoke.
Oh,
and a 5 for Peter Kung.
5.99 at 2.30 for Peter Kung. I think that was the run he made yesterday. Mats Eriksson long gone. 5.88.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Quickest run of the weekend for both of them, actually. Freddie with a lose out at 6.11 at 2.26. Now, the reason they changed to a bigger rear tyre was... Oh. Still, well, that was the safe setup as well.
Yeah, well, it sounded really strong.
Possibly a little too strong with the tyre chatter past 60 foot. Well, it was lucky that was a bye run. They will be back for round 2. A little staging battle as well. They're not moving forwards. There goes Dave.
Well, Dave got the whole shot, and David Vector getting away with one. A bit of a misshift. Only goes 6.22 at 2.09, but Dave Smith treed him and just got out of him to 60 foot. A lot of tyre shake though.
That was all.
Lots of tyre shake for John Webster. No problems at all for Jan Eriksson. He's going to go 5.86, 246 mile an hour. And is that low ET of the round?
I think it is just. Yeah. When you say no problems for Jan Eriksson.
6 all goes to plan, but it is the race to the stripe. Let's see who's going to get there first. Both razor sharp off the line.
Mogans is ahead at 8th mile and at 1,000 foot and at the quarter. 6.95, 209 mile an hour. Issues for Venn, it seemed. Bike didn't seem to really go anywhere.
And that is it. Mark Hope is done. He's gone through.
And that's a big shame for Danny Lentz. He is in the fight for the championship this year. Al Morrison Jr. will be
that's it.
Loving it.
I think that's it. Al Morrison, all he...
Well, Jake pulling away at the stripe. That's 6.74 at 216 miles an hour.
fact, that's a lovely looking run. And he goes 6.87.
Wow, Christian. What?
Thumbs up. There we go, Helen giving him the signal to turn it up. Here we go then, Roger Goring with the Firestorm Jet 20 car.
Well, fair to say he's been running phenomenally well all weekend this time. Another great looking pass from Rog. 6.03 at 255 miles an hour. Running so well indeed. Hold on tight, folks. Here we
What a
race indeed, and it is Steve Ashdown.
Oh, wow!
What a race again, and this time a 4.52
Oh.
for Kevin Kent.
They've pulled it off again. 4.52 at 2.35. Patrick had to pedal and got back on it again, but just couldn't get it.
Well, instantly up in smoke for India Urbacher. Suzanne made it right the way down to about the 8th mile before her car also went up in smoke. 4.96, 153 mile an hour takes the win there.
Well, blazing the tyres instantly for India. They had a great time in. And she clicks it before the finish line, goes 4.06 at only 225 miles an hour. I suspect those short numbers were quite pretty, Colin.
0.8.
0.966 foot, but the blower goes pop about 700 foot out there.
That's not what you want to hear. I thought they might just launch it to make sure they got the 60 foot.
Well, Tony goes red, unfortunately. He's on an absolute flyer of a pass. 5.29! 268 mile an hour.
Well,
where did that come from?
He's not, everything worked. Stefan got the whole shot, you could clearly see that. Oh, Mike Malmgren with the run of the season. 6.58. Two beautiful looking runs. Who's got the jump? It's going to be, oh yes, with a 6.66, 207. Michael Malmgren, very quickly.
104 to 60 foot. He's going straight down the middle of the lane to a 6.10.
210 miles. Oh, he dropped his cylinder.
And here comes Chris, and he gets it. 7.06, 197 mile an hour, and a trip to the final for Chris Van Nimmen.
Well,
what a hell of a race. They leave together. Eric's out in front, but here comes the power of the Warp Speed Machine. I don't think he's going to make there in time. It's going to be close. Look at that for a race. 6.50 takes 6.57. 200. Well, the last thing you want to do is give Stu Crane the whole shot off the power of Mike Ollie.
This is quick. 4 flat to the 8. 6.20. New European best for a funny bike. 213 miles an hour. I was keeping my eyes on the numbers that they were coming up. I was waiting.
Get up though.
Well, Rene's clicked it off. It's a bye run for Al Smith, and it's a good one. 6.18, 209 miles an hour. Nice and strong. 4 flat to the 8.
characteristic speed wobble about 3:30. He's been riding through it for qualifying, but there's no point risking it for the first round.
You got it. A comparatively slow for him and any top fuel bike, actually 1.1. So new. He's repeat, isn't he?
Well, Bertrand is a long way out in front already. And there you go, there's the final gear. He goes 723, 182 mile an hour.
A lot of the comp bike riders do that as well. One of them particularly aims right at the wall.
So the bike doing its absolute best to chuck Martin off the back of it, but he's held on well.
It looked like he nearly did as well. Great run for Martin.
Whoa!
Yay! More like it. 7:15, 185 miles an hour.
Well, they're side by side. Jorg is pulling away at the top end a little bit. He's going to get there first. Yes, 750, 173 mile an hour. Beats a 793. So both cars into stage. Tim Garlick is long gone. Wendy Baker pedaling the car, but Tim Garlick goes.
Oh,
597.
wow. Back into the fives for the first time in a number of years for Tim Garlick. Don't go too far, Tone.
Well, it's side by side the whole way down. Tony's got his nose in front. 6.06, 241 mile an hour. What a lovely looking run that was. And well done to Paul Harris's crew for get that cable back in.
Deary me. Yeah, 6:40.
005 light for Paul. 5:08 to the 8th, and at the quarter, 8th lap, 167 miles an hour.
Almost outside the group with 1 wheel.
Bruno goes red when he really didn't need to on that run. Bruno goes 5.95, and Yanni Eriksson is
away with one.
Yeah, thanking his gods, I think, as he goes through the finish line for that one. Yeah. Lovely looking run.
Very good one.
Oh, that's real quick again.
3.8. Wow. 5.85.
5.88.
88, sorry.
At 200.
David Vector away well and straight. A bit of a shimmy from Shelter Wren, but David goes 5.86, 245 miles an hour. A 6.09 at only 200. Oh, wow. One flat 60-foot. He makes a move to the centre line, but he's still under power. That's going to be good. 5.96, 246 mile an hour. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that. I think he may have pedalled it around the 8th mile.
Yeah, the 8th mile wasn't that good. The 3.97.
So away goes Spencer.
A safe reaction time there for Spencer. Didn't need to...
Oh, what a shame for Simon. One of the best launches he's done all weekend, but he couldn't get it into second gear. Spencer, lifting it. So Dan's away well. Kev building the boost, but goes red. So Dan will see that and lift off the throttle. Only an 04 red for Kev Jenkins, who's still under power. Oh no, he's not. There we go. He's lifted as well. 790, still goes 795, and an 11 flat for Dan. But there he goes, red.
Only just though, 009.
In fact, something's just falling off the van. That doesn't look anything mechanical. Terry's back on the power, actually. 769 for Rob Smallworth. His best run of the weekend. Yeah,
Oh, Mogan's goes red. It is Jake Michelle, a 118 60 foot at the 8th, 446 at the corner, 669 at 218 miles an hour. Mogan's goes 712.
Well, Al Morrison Jr. was definitely green there. Mark Hope is actually still out in front, but here comes the horsepower of the Al Morrison machine. 676, 218 mile an hour, and I can't believe he doesn't even have lane choice in the final. Speaking Martin Hill.
Things that you do not want to hear. Martin Hill on an aircraft hammer going, this is your pilot. It'll be fun on the runway. Here we go, bringing it back to reality. The Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb. And Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5.
So Julian Webb already halfway up to the start line. Martin Hill with a characteristic fancy scream from the Fire Force machine.
Okay, so the afterburner blips are over, thank goodness for us in the tower, as we get ready now to launch Martin and Julian, Fire Force 5 and the Spider-Man jet, side by side to 1,000. Oh, great looking match up there. 474 at 228 there for Martin, 528 223 for the Spider-Man jet and Julian. A very, very nice matchup. In actual fact, coming into this race, Amy is already into second in the National Championship points. Yeah. But a tough customer with Jess Bishop, a former junior dragster racer. At the stripe, it is Jess Bishop that takes that on a whole shot. 9:36 on a 29. Brett Featherstone, Neil Watkins, 9:55 plays 11:43.
God, blimey. They definitely had their wheel a bit today.
Well, this deserves it, and it is a double breakout after that. Brett takes it, a 54 and a 55 dial-in, a 36 big breakout for Neil Watkins.
Misery to get a Brett Rock and Squiddenberg. Ronnie Mercer through to the semi-finals for a date against Lee Huxley. It is Brett Featherstone going to be taking on Jet Bishop. Yeah, 9:03 out of 9:03. Just to put and also depends on reaction times too. Here we go. I can hear pedaling going on already.
Yeah.
It's going to be Tom takes the win, bang on the money, and an 06 light. Billy was slightly late for him with a 0.1. He went. Oh my word. Pete has got control at the top end. Oh my goodness me.
Pete goes 001 on the tree. This will be a good race at the top end if everything goes to plan.
Colin takes it. Fabian had to break out to get there first. He was 0-2 at the stripe, but... Well, that was weird because you could clearly see Luke left first, but the tree ran in his lane second. And he takes the stripe as well. That's a whole shot win for Luke Mugridge. Great job on the tree, 0-1 to a 0.10. And that was basically the end of that. Bye run for Tom Peters. From everybody at the top end. Like I said, it is progressing as we thought. The racetrack itself is virtually unbelievably dry. It's still nice and warm. We're having a lot of help from, well, we didn't have a lot of help from Mother Nature about an hour ago, but we've got a lot of help from her now because it is the warm air and everything else as well, the lovely temperature. The sun would just poke through again. I can't believe I'm asking for the sun to come out after it's been out for 3 days and cooked all of us. But yeah, anyway. So the good news from the top end is maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, something like that. We'll be ready to go once again to try and finish out this race day here at the European Finals. Hope everybody's all right out there, most importantly. I know a few people had a little less fun than they were expecting today, let's put it that way. What's even more amazing as well is the track itself is dry. The shutdown area looks like it's getting dry, although if you look down there, you can see that the jet dryers, this is how we know how close we are to going racing, because what the jet dryers do is they dry from the finish line downwards. So they're as in away from us. They are currently at exit 1 or thereabouts, I think, almost exactly there, aren't they?
Yep.
Where they're concentrating their efforts. Most, if not all, of the standing water is off the track, although Angie, up the top end there, afternoon Ange, is in the sweeper, trying to keep as much water off it as possible. But as the further the jet dryers go down the shutdown area, that's the closer we are to getting going. Also managing other issues, as someone just said to me up here. I don't think the timing crew, especially the timing system, enjoyed being flooded on a regular basis.
No, not like that.
No, I mean it was properly underwater, full stop. So we've had power issues, we've had other issues as well. The power issue was, fingers crossed, easily solved, and hopefully the timing issue will be solved as well, because it looks like Dave and the expert team down there have actually got it done. So anyway, just for everybody that's hanging around waiting for the rest of our racing day, I know there's a lot of people that have disappeared and gone home. There is a massive queue to get out of the place, so do yourself a favour. Don't go anywhere yet. Take a walk around the pits, and by the time you come back, all being well, we should be ready to go to finish off our race day here at the European Finals. Just pray that those pesky wet clouds stay away. There's still a few of them around, I'm sure you've noticed, but it's just lovely warm summer day still.
Yeah, just noticed another area. We obviously need to get dry as the staging lanes as well.
Very much so.
But they'll take care of that with a sweeper more than... well, they certainly won't put a jet round there.
Well, that's what's amazing to me as well, is that normally, that sort of dries out, like the staging lanes dry out roughly the same time as all the rest of that. That's dried out by that I mean the racetrack and the shutdown area dried out way quicker than anything else. So our track crew, as if they needed anything else to do whatsoever, doing a wonderful job out there.
Well, we've got junior dragster drivers and riders, junior dragster racers and junior drag bike riders out there helping. Unbelievable. Thank you ever so much indeed.
Well, they want to be able to win.
True. But no, all hands on deck for this one. But yeah, again, our immense track crew doing us absolutely proud. But say, just fingers crossed, we want the sun to come out, as Daryl says, not go and hide behind any clouds and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll keep you updated as best as we possibly can, and keep smiling, because we will do everything we can to get this all finished today. And we'll come back to you a little bit later on. In the meantime, Nitro FM, airways once again are yours.
Oh, that's
not right.
That's the axle broken.
Yeah, look at this. It's going down the track. It's crabbing sideways.
Oh, what a driving
save.
job. Well, hopefully you can get the car stopped, most importantly. Because I think the biggest issue might be, that was big tyre shake. The car turned left, but unfortunately it looked like it skewed, the axle skewed in the rear end of the car, which is... well, it does actually, look at that. He makes the turn off as well.
Wow.
Saves the car. Unbelievable.
Well, Peter's got the candles lit.
Oh.
Well, that's textbook all the way through.
Yes, 592. Wow.
I think there's a lot of relief on the start line as well, 240 miles an hour. They've run quicker than that before, they've run faster than that before. However, I don't think they felt... Magnus, I mean, okay, it's not your quick...
I'm old, it's building.
But into free stage, just creeping forward in. 712, 740.
And Josiah, we just clicked the blocks of the 8th miles. His run won't count. Skating down the wall for Bruno Barda. He's still under power. 6:01.
Oh, dearie me. Get that man a straight jacket. bear in mind, it nearly ended his season because he whacked the wall in that lane earlier this year.
Oh, what a pairing this is. 596 and a 648. Michelle moves up from 11 to number 8.
Hold it down.
Door handle to door handle. Mickey Gilman's going to get there first, but... was that 6? Oh, 621.
596.
234 for Freddie. Well, they put a bigger tyre. They changed some of the aero on the truck this weekend.
Both lifted.
Well, both of them just kind of had a bit of a misstep on the start line that time. No improvement for either, obviously.
No.
But, yeah, I don't think anyone had tyre shake. I just think they kind of fluffed at each other's routine.
Tiny pedal there, but very well done. 603, 238.
Well, he wanted to have fun, I think. He could have just clicked it off. But no, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was only a one flat to 60 foot.
Oh, the same as his qualifying time.
Yeah, 591, 243 there.
Candles lit the whole way down.
386.
Yeah, Ida Zetterstrom, 386 at 300 here at stage. Oh, they both clicked it early in the end there. 0.86 for both of them to the 60 foot. But in the end there, 451, 160 mile an hour for India, and 625 at just 85 miles an hour there for Suzanne Butler.
Oh, wow. What a rocket ship that was. My goodness me.
440 with that.
I was going to swear
few seconds.
Unbelievable. Check out the 60 foot numbers, please, Colin.
0.93 to 60 foot,
wow,
238.
Give them all a round of applause, please. Very, very.
Steve Ashdown, I thought he was going to be on one there, but it went boom, just around about 300 foot out there.
And something broke in Jason's car.
Yeah, you can see some spark coming out the back of
I think that was
Jason's
just
car.
clutch. I think that was just where the engine was over revving. I think those were clutch sparks out on the track. There's nothing on the track.
Oh, what a pairing this is. Andy Raw getting very loose, but holds it onto the track. Paul Harris, 640 at 201, but Andy Raw was certainly on one there. He was matching Paul Harris's numbers pretty much all the way up, but just got a little bit of a tank slapper on.
Look at the header flames from Apache as it goes through the quarter mile, lit the whole way. Tony Best is right there. What a race.
6:05 in the dark, 2:29. Oh, the lovely screech of the Fire Force number 5 as it starts its flame show here. Okay, so Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that turbine up just even more. Build up the thrust. Pumps and bangs to get a little bit louder now. Here we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Make sure your video phones are ready. Get this one. Gonna be phenomenal pass as Martin builds up that thrust and sends it. Oh, what a run. 5:44, 272 miles an hour there for Martin. Beautiful looking run as he goes down the shutdown area. 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Absolutely mind-blowing pass there.
Oh my goodness me, 639,
Whoa,
161 miles an hour. I tell you what, he is going to love the half-track numbers. He was 0.95 to 60.
Tower as well. We felt the same as what you did down there.
Well, I've done this a long while, as you probably know, and I stood down here for many, many years. That's the worst it's ever been because it's just not moving at all. And I normally can walk around to get out of it to get a little bit of fresh air somewhere. Nah, no time at all. So here we go then. The next pair of funny cars, both from the UK. In the Kestrel lane for Mark Jackie Hawkins. It's the one and only Jason Phelps. And for West End Motorsports, just flown back in from the US Nationals, where unfortunately he got his knees out on the start line. He did. It's Kevin Tech. I thought I'd join in to see what I'm doing. So Kevin not only has set the European record this year, I think he's won every event, hasn't he? Is that right?
Yes, it's just been a banner year for him. Completely incredible year.
It's very, very rare that in one of these cars everything goes right. And I'm not going to say it's going to go right this time because it could always go wrong in a split second. But Kevin and the team seem so far, to have been able to do no wrong.
So once again, the bodies come up. Crew chiefs looking underneath the bodies, doing all their final checks.
The team's just so well orchestrated. frustrated down there. Every single team member has a job to do after the burnout. Very, very well drilled indeed. So, your second pair then, Jason Phelps for the Hawk Racing Gladiator Camry, and Kevin Kent for the West End Motorsport Monte Carlo. Both into pre-stage. Here we go.
Oh, the wheel has come off of Kevin Kent's car.
What a driving job for Kevin to hang on to that. Put your hands together, folks. He's safely stopping in the shutdown area. Unbelievable. How did he hang on to that?
Well, he did. Unbelievable moment that. I've never seen.
No.
Well, we've seen one come off before years ago with Stig in the top fuel car. Never in a funny car. How on earth did that get out? But unbelievable driving job by Kevin. Kevin's a very calm and collected guy, but he might need a change of underwear after that one.
Pretty much a master engineer.
He's a phenomenal engineer. I've had, well, basically Graham gave me a guided tour of that bike. And so his engineering, his anodizing, his attention to detail is just incredible.
You just have to look at the screen if you're watching at home just to see how unbelievably well put together this bike is. Graham has been around in drag racing, sprinting, all sorts of stuff for many, many years. And it's just incredible. I was going to say, are you reading that or am I reading it?
No, we'll share it.
Well, the trouble is, I can't. It's so small, I can't read it. So it's called the Force of Nature, the bike, because it's just powered by steam. Started in 2012, aimed to try and achieve the top speed of over 200 miles an hour using only steam. Well, he's nearly there already. Simple concept, supposedly, heat the water in a specially designed pressurized vessel to a temperature of 250 degrees and a pressure of 40 bar, and then release it through a pair of rocket nozzles to generate the thrust. There we go. The bike pushes against the saturated steam throughout the run, which is 60 times denser than air. The water expands at a rate of 1,600 to 1 and pushes the nozzle away, propelling the bike forward. Paradoxically, I'm not making this up, by the way, I'm reading it. It's too well versed for me. Paradoxically, the more water heavy the bike is on the line, the faster it will accelerate as the G-force acts on the mass of the water. And it pulls, like Graham said, quite a few Gs off the start line. So to control the flow, they require the valves to be capable of withstanding the pressure temperature of the water and also have the ability to open and close very quickly. That's the one thing Graham was talking about when he was starting to test with the bike, just to make sure that everything was safe. He took it progressively quicker and quicker and quicker. And what you're going to see this evening is edging towards, well, it's a lot further towards the finished version. It's going to run hopefully for around about 700 foot, which is actually out past half track. He's been to half track in around about 3.9 seconds at approaching 200 miles an hour. And he rolled, when he ran at Dragster, I think he ran a mid-6 at around about 170 odd miles an hour through the finish line. But again, that was just cruising, if you like. Graham also has got his hand in so many other things. He also designed, manufactured the wheels and the hubs and uprights on both Roger Gruing's funny car and Julie Webb's new Spider-Man jet, which we just saw. His quickest 8th mile to date when this was sent was 3.87. So it's not the same as Eric Taball's rocket bike. It's still comparatively quite loud because there is a release of steam, but we're still going to give him the traditional rocket countdown.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Graham Sykes making his way forward. Give him some encouragement, folks. Graham Sykes with the steam rocket bike. I must admit, I was blown away the first time I saw this and went round to see Graham at another meeting just to have a lowdown on this machine. I mean, it's like the front wheel is a centre hub. The bike is steered by cables. It hasn't got forks.
Okay.
It's an incredible thing. It's like the fork is solid, and the wheel is a centre hub design, and it is steered by cable. Unbelievable engineering.
And again, what you have to remember with all of this is it's still, I don't want to say it like this because it's not detrimental, it's just steam is what he does this with.
Yeah.
Which is quite mind-blowing. So we're also real glad that we get to see him here on the racetrack at Centrepod Raceway. He cut his teeth with the bike up there at Melbourne Raceway up there near York. And he gets shown the chute pin, which means he is ready to go. So
no thrust. It's just going to be literally a 5, 2, 3, 2, 1 go. We're going to get a thumbs up from Graham, and then it will be fireworks straight afterwards. So this to wrap up day 2. This to wrap up the nighttime session here at our night show for day 2 of the Euro finals. Graham Sykes just going to wait for the nod from him, and we'll count him down. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Absolutely mind-blowing pass there.
Oh my goodness me, 6:39, 161 miles an hour. I tell you what, he is going to love the half-track numbers. He was 0.95 to 6. Well, Phil Norman with 8.6 under. Blimey, I thought Kev Jenkins forgot to leave the line then. That was a 1 second reaction. He's going to take the win though. 765, 177. That's what they're shooting for.
No problems at all for Rob Smallworth. Chris Todd hitting the wheelie bar really hard.
770 on 74 for Rob.
Engine, put it all together, bring it to the track. And that's as far as Luke got.
Well, Terry was actually giving him a head start.
He was. Yeah, I knew he was going to do. Well, I didn't know he was going to do that, but I think he was going to try and give Luke a bit of a head start and then chase him down. But it wasn't going to happen. Spencer Tram takes the solo here. O2 light. Thunders it at the stripe, 11.49. Safely through. So he'll take on Simon Crowley in round.
Capable.
It is capable. Not like that though. Huge nitrous backfire for Brendan Clancy. Dan Williams backs off the throttle, goes 11.00. Only 96 mile an hour, but still.
Oh, beautiful wheels up launch there. Been running 8.2s in qualifying. Clicks it early as you would expect. Shoots out. And 9 flat, just 98 miles an hour.
I was up. Two of the big guys going at it in round 1.
Bruno Barner getting a weave on Mickey Google, trying to pull him back, but he's not going to get there. Bruno, 597.
Nice.
239 mile an hour and off pace 606 for Mickey.
He's got a tough one in round 1 to do that again.
Well, Bobby with a whole shot off the line. Michel looks like he's next to it. The stripe's going to be the Dutch. Michel Terrain, 595, 241 mile an hour. Again, off and a
very
lovely
soft
run.
Yeah, very, very soft off the line. Only 103 to 60 foot, 401 to the 8th mile, and 636 at 181. Give us a cheer if you want.
Tree dropping really quickly then. Oh, a bit of a flash of smoke.
Oh,
and a 5 for Peter Kung.
599 at 230 for Peter Kung. I think that was the run he made yesterday. Matt Eriksson long gone. 588.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Quickest run of the weekend for both of them, actually. Freddie with a lose out at 611 at 226. Now, the reason they changed to a bigger rear tyre was.
Oh.
Still, well, that was the safe setup as well.
Yeah, well, it sounded really strong.
Possibly a little too strong with the tyre chatter past 60 foot. Well, it was lucky. That was a bye run. They will be back for round 2. A little staging battle as well. They're not moving forwards. There goes Dave.
Well, Dave got the whole shot, and David Vector getting away with one. A bit of a misshift. Only goes 622 at 209, but Dave Smith treed him and just got out of him to 60 foot. A lot of tyre shake though.
That was all.
Lots of tyre shake for John Webster. No problems at all for Jan Eriksson. He's going to go 586, 246 mile an hour. And is that low ET of the round?
I think it is just.
Yeah.
When you say no problems for Jan Eriksson.
5.6 as all goes to plan, but it is a race to the stripe. Let's see who's going to get there first. Both razor sharp off the line.
Mogans is ahead at the 8th mile and at 1,000 foot and at the quarter. 695, 209 mile an hour. Issues for Ven, it seemed. Bike didn't seem to really go anywhere.
And that is it. Mark Hope is done. He's gone through.
And that's a big shame for Danny Lentz. He is in the fight for the championship this year. Al Morrison Jr. will be
that's it.
Loving it.
I think that's it. Al Morrison. All
Well, Jake pulling away at the stripe. That's 674 at 216 miles an hour. He marches on. He's going to be taking on Morgan's London. So Eric Gruber and Ricardo Gra. A bit of a tank slapper there.
And a wheelie
on the other side. 769. And coasting across there with a 10.
In fact, that's a lovely looking run. And he goes 687.
Wow, Christian. What?
Thumbs up.
Hold on tight, folks. Here we
And what a race.
indeed, and it is Steve Ashdown.
Oh, wow!
What a race again, and this time a 450
Oh.
Kevin Kent.
They've pulled it off again. 4:52 at 2:35. Patrick had to pedal and got back on it again, but just couldn't get it.
Well, instantly up in smoke for India Urbacher. Suzanne made it right the way down to about the 8th mile before her car also went up in smoke. 496, 153 mile an hour takes the win there.
Well, blazing the tyres instantly for India. They had a great time in. And she clicks it before the finish line, goes 4:06 at only 225 miles an hour. I suspect those short numbers were quite pretty, Colin.
0.8.
0.966 foot, but the blower goes pop about 700 foot out there.
That's not what you want to hear. I thought they might just launch it to make sure they got the 60 foot.
Well, Tony goes red, unfortunately. He's on an absolute flyer of a pass. 529! 268 mile an hour.
Well,
where did that come from?
He's not, everything worked. He did. Stefan got the whole shot. You could clearly see that. Oh, Mike Malmgren with the run of the season. 6:58. Two beautiful looking runs. Who's got the jump? It's going to be, oh yes, with a 6:66, 207. Michael Malmgren, very, very quickly.
104 to 60 foot. He's going straight down the middle of the lane to a 6.10.
210 miles. Oh, he dropped his cylinder.
And here comes Chris, and he gets it. 7.06, 197 mile an hour, and a trip to the final for Chris Van Nimmen.
Well,
what a hell of a race. They leave together. Eric's out in front, but here comes the power of the Warp Speed Machine. I don't think he's going to make there in time. It's going to be close. Look at that for a race. 6.50 takes 6.57. 200. Well, the last thing you want to do is give Stu Crane the whole shot off the power from my colleague.
This is quick. 4 flat to the 8. 6:20. New European best for a funny bike. 213 miles an hour. I was keeping my eyes on the numbers that they were coming up. I was waiting.
Up, though.
Well, Rene's clicked it off. It's a buy run for Al Smith, and it's a good one. 6:18, 209 miles an hour. Nice and strong. 4 flat to the 8.
Characteristic speed wobble about 330 foot. He's been riding through it for qualifying, but there's no point risking it for the first round.
You got it. A comparatively slow for him and any top fuel bike, actually 1.1. So new. He's repeat, isn't he?
Well, Bertrand is a long way out in front already. And there you go, there's the final gear. He goes 7.23, 182 mile an hour.
A lot of the comp bike riders do that as well. One of them particularly aims right at the wall.
So the bike doing its absolute best to chuck Martin off the back of it, but he's held on well.
It looked like he nearly did as well. Great run for Martin.
Whoa!
Yay! More like it. 7:15, 185 miles an hour.
Well, they're side by side. Jorg is pulling away at the top end a little bit. He's going to get there first. Yes, 750, 173 mile an hour. Beats a 793. So both cars into stage. Tim Garlick is long gone. Wendy Baker pedaling the car, but Tim Garlick goes.
Oh,
597.
Back into the fives for the first time in a number of years for Tim Garlick. Don't go too far, Tone.
Well, it's side by side the whole way down. Tony's got his nose in front. 606, 241 mile an hour. What a lovely looking run.
Yeah, now it has actually stopped raining and the sun peeked through for a little while too. It's still lovely and warm. The track will dry again very, very quickly. It's basically all about the shutdown area. The jets are still up there drying and doing their thing. We'll give you an ETA as soon as we can. We weren't that far off away starting, which is really annoying. I would honestly say we probably got another hour or so, something like that at least. And then if it stays dry for the rest of the day, we'll try and bang everything through as quickly as we possibly can. We've still got a championship or two to decide. We've still got race trophies to decide, and we ain't going anywhere. We do not give up. We do not pack up. We do not stop until we absolutely have to. I do remember actually one European finals. I think it was a qualifying day, but we were nearly ready to go. All the cars were in the lanes, and at 7:30 it rained a bit, and we still tried to keep going then. At 7:30 at night, so that's all you need to know. But the track dryers are doing their thing in the shutdown area. Ian in the tractor is shifting the standing water off of the quarter mile. There's not as much water to try and flood the timing system with this time, so hopefully that'll go smoothly. But we thank you once again from the bottom of our hearts for your patience. The queue to get out is absolutely massive, so as you'd expect for an event like this, but it's still very, very big. It's queued up all the way around to the pits. So if you are trying to leave, you might want to do yourself a favour and hang around a little bit longer to see if you can get a bit more drag racing action in. So Nitro FM, you've had almost all the weekend off apart from before we start and after we finish. You're making up for it now, mate. You really are making up for it now. So, yeah, anyway, back to you guys in Nitro FM. Thank you, as always.
Double 05 light for Paul. 508 to the 8th, and at the quarter, 8 flat, 167 miles an hour.
Almost outside the group with 1 wheel.
Oh. Bruno goes red when he really didn't need to on that run. Bruno goes 595, and Yanni Eriksson is
away with one.
Yeah, thanking his gods, I think, as he goes to the finish line for that one. Yeah. Lovely looking run.
Very good one.
Oh, that's real quick again.
3.8. Wow. 585.
588.
88,
yeah.
Sorry.
At 200.
David Vector away well and straight. A bit of a shimmy from Shelter Wren, but David goes 586, 245 miles an hour. A 609 at only 200. Oh, wow. One flat 60-foot. He makes a move to the centre line, but he's still under power. That's going to be good. 596, 246 mile an hour. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that. Yeah. I think he may have pedalled it around the 8th mile.
Yeah, the 8th mile wasn't that good. The 397.
So away goes Spencer.
A safe reaction time there for Spencer. Didn't need to...
oh, what a shame for Simon. One of the best launches he's done all weekend, but he couldn't get it into second gear. Spencer, lifting it. But Dan's away well. Kev building the boost, but goes red. So Dan will see that and lift off the throttle. Only an 04 red for Kev Jenkins, who's still under power. Oh no, he's not. There we go. He's lifted as well. 790, still goes 795, and an 11 flat for Dan. But there he goes, red.
Only just though, 009.
In fact, something's just falling off the van. That doesn't look anything mechanical. Terry's back on the power, actually. 769 for Rob Smallworth. His best run of the weekend. Yeah, not
Oh, Mogan's goes red. It is Jake Michelle, a 118 60 foot at the 8th, 446 at the corner, 669 at 218 miles an hour. Mogan's goes 712.
Well, Al Morrison Jr. was definitely green there. Mark Hope is actually still out in front, but here comes the horsepower of the Al Morrison machine. 676, 218 mile an hour, and I can't believe he doesn't even have lane choice in the final. Speaking of Martin Hill.
Yeah, things that you do not want to hear.
Yeah.
Martin Hill on an aircraft hammer going, this is your pilot.
Yeah.
It'll be fun on the runway. Here we go, bringing it back to reality. The Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb. And Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5.
So Julian Webb already halfway up to the start line. Martin Hill with a characteristic punchy scream from the Fire Force machine. Yeah, we can't see anyone.
Smoke is just hanging.
Lovely looking run from Joe Stevens.
That's definitely going to go quicker than the 12.
Both tickling the nines, actually 10.13 at 132 for Joe and a 10.14 at 133 for James Murray.
All right, Rob Slater and Elliot Day up next. Oh, another big smoky burn out there. That's just going to make that smoke hang even more around the start line.
I don't think I've ever seen a day up here where there is a lack of wind like there is today. There's just nothing at all. There's a couple of rogue flags that are fluttering, but a couple.
Yeah, but actually, but
nothing.
Even then, nothing at the start line.
Nothing. That's what. So the smoke's not moving. I mean, I did have a look at the wind forecast. It's like 2 or 3 miles an hour, which is frankly pathetic.
It's not
pathetic.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's not. Well, anyway,
negligible.
Perfect race. Yeah, negligible. But nothing really. We had the same though. I mean, I live on the coast, and that's one of the windiest places in the country. We've had nothing. It's just no air, no breeze, no nothing for days.
That was very close for Rob Slater. Bumped through stage, but the car was actually rocking back into it. I could see Dave trying to give him a chance to run. He goes red, so he's going to get a time.
Oh, yes. 8:55 for Elliot Day. Wow.
1:57.
That's a new PB for Elliot.
Like Dave needs an excuse to be. That's the axle broken.
Yeah, look at this. It's going down the track. It's crabbing sideways.
Oh, what a driving
save.
job. Well, hopefully you can get the car stopped, most importantly. Because I think the biggest issue might be, that was big tyre shake. The car turned left, but unfortunately it looked like it skewed, the axle skewed in the rear end of the car, which is, well, it does actually, look at that. He makes the turn off as well, saves the car. Unbelievable driving job. Wow, dearie me. Give the team a round of applause. My goodness me.
Well, one of the well, it's been a strange day, but that was very strange.
Dearie me.
Tire shake is not good for your car.
Wow.
It was, I've seen that's happened before. I've seen that happen to Mats Eriksson back at Mantorp, probably about 15 odd years ago. Do you remember, Dick?
No.
He broke the mountings for the rear end. Had to go home and fix it and come back the next day.
Oh no, I don't remember.
Goodness me, it was yeah, a lot of hard work. Anyway, Bobby, oh goodness me, two side by side nitrous cars.
Talking about bunny ears, you will see them now as well.
Oh yeah.
Two of the absolute state-of-the-art in nitrous Pro Modifieds for your viewing pleasure here at Santipod Raceway. Peter Kunk from Sweden in the Kestrel lane. Was this car built by our friend Mr. Bragg by any chance? Do you know that?
Yes, it is. No, it's not.
It's not, okay.
It's built in the US,
okay.
But Mats Brock did the final things on it.
Yeah, because I'm sure I saw pictures of it rolling out of his workshop. And it's just amazing. If you stand next to it, it's just barely above waist height. It's incredible. That's Peter Kunk in the Kestrel lane. This is his first run of the day. He didn't get to make it earlier on.
Yeah, not too sure what the issues were earlier.
No, I haven't been to Peter. I don't know.
It has a monster nitrous engine in. Both these engines have got over 900 cubic inches on board, which in English is about 13 litres.
Yeah, I believe both running Pat Musi power, 903 cubic inches.
Well, Peter Kunk ran into the 6.1s in Hockenheim. He'd been quicker than that with his old car, but obviously the reason he spent the money and built this was to go even quicker. Bobby's been in the 5.8s many times this year. Hoping for another one now.
Pete is actually still purging the nitrous as he's bringing it up to the blue line. Bobby Wallace waits patiently in pre-stage. Fingers crossed we'll get some nice header flames going down the track. Well, Pete has got the candles lit.
Oh, Bobby goes to the 595 at 241. Peter goes 636 at 195. Both of them were 0.99 to 60 foot.
That was a good looking run for both of them.
Yeah, both were 263 to 330 and both 3.9 to the 8th.
Yeah, that's about where Bobby normally is, but that's once Peter Cook gets the setup in that car nailed, he's going to be tough to get around as well. Definitely that. Yeah. So, Bobby, your newest member of the 5 Second Club this weekend. That moves the bump spot down a bit, I think, doesn't it? We're going to see it refresh.
769.
Okay, still very doable. However, it's going to shift a whole lot.
Well, we've got 13 in the 6s now. Oh, sorry, 13. Number 13 spot is a 686. We've got 6 cars in the 5s. And 13 are in the 6s.
Oh my God, every pair's going to be fun, and there's none more than this dude. Andy Robinson and Jimmy Orland with the old 51. Yeah, crew chiefs rubbing their hands together on the start line is always a good sign. Definitely.
But it's difficult. It's very. Oh, Andy shut off.
Is he actually clicked? No, he's got the brakes on. Is he clicked off, or is he trying to get it in reverse?
All I can hear at the minute is Jimmy Orland's car. I don't.
Andy stops. I think they'll probably push him to the side, and the crew will hop over the wall unless it is still running and it has got first. But as I say.
Well, I was just told by Bowser, who's in radio contact with Andy, he's got no brakes.
Right.
So the brakes, I don't know whether the handles broke or the brakes have gone, but yeah, obviously you can't be going 240 plus miles an hour with no brakes. So it's going to be a bye run for Jimmy Orland and the old 51 team, and he's rotten year. He's just had so much bad luck this season. It seems to be endless. Started out the year really well. We're back in the 580s, back at the Thunderball, I think. It's not Thunderball, sorry, Festival About, on a bye run, on a test run. But ever since then, it's just been issue after issue. What a great shame. So Jimmy Orland, all eyes are on him.
He broke his transmission in the first round. The second gear, when he shifted to second gear, nothing happened. And, well, the engine RPM went high to the sky.
Well, that's textbook all the way through.
Yes, 592, wow.
I think there's a lot of relief on the start line as well, 240 miles an hour. They've run quicker than that before, they've run faster than that before. However, I don't think they felt... Magnus, I mean, okay, it's not your quick...
I'm old, it's Bill Daisy.
Yeah, but it's not your quickest run ever, but it must be a real big relief just to get to the other.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, we just love to be here.
Well, we love having you. I must admit, it's been 4 years, my friend. I really didn't think we were going to see you again.
I know it's only 3 years, but it means me so much, you think it's 4 years.
Exactly that, sorry. Good to see you, sir. I'm not imagining things. It's 4 years. It's 2019, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
4 years ago this weekend was the last time they were here.
That was 7 cars in the fives. Bump now dropped to 736.
And it's about to get lower.
Yes.
We have just had a world record for the standing hat throw by a pro mod. Did you see that go flying past the window?
No, I didn't.
It was as high as the tower, and it's in the staging lane over there. Right? It's one of the crew guys. It's one of the crew guys. It blew his hat clean off, and it was a beautiful arc all the way over there. That was moment of the day. Wally Strobel and Dave Smith. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I'll try and be more professional, but that was funny.
So Dave Smith is the owner of the bump spot at the moment on 736 with a straight Bel Air Chevy. Wally Strobel, currently number 19, not in the show.
I got this bump spot contest posted on my Facebook page, and I have 222 people attending. So we have some prizes from teams and.
Well, I put my vote in. I know loads of people have. So
I've put my vote in as well.
Tomorrow, after Q3, the entry closes.
Yeah. Well, if either of these two go quicker than 736, the bump will change. Both into free stage, just creeping forward in. $7.12, $7.47. And that is the bump now, 7.12. So Walter Strobel owns that bump spot. Dave Smith has just been bumped out.
Well, Dave Smith, though, that looked like a really strong run. For some reason, he got out of it, and then thought, oh, hang on, he's still going. But
it went strong to the left, to the center line.
Yeah.
So He tried to steer back to the middle of the track, but he had to lift.
Okay, 2 guys coming round now who could easily not only move the bum spot but take the number 1 spot actually. The number 1 spot is still David.
Yep, 591 with a 5.
We have Andre Arnover, who actually ran his personal best a year ago this weekend, at this time of day as well. However, it was a hell of a lot colder than this, to be completely fair. And Jan Eriksson. No introduction needed. So Jan Eriksson earlier had big tyre shake off the start line and had to let that one go. But they haven't had, even though they've been very successful, they have not had a smooth season. He broke the engine, didn't he, in Tip, I think, did
Yeah, and transmission in Hockenheim, I think, or just before Hockenheim, I don't know. But no, it was in Hockenheim. He had a by run in the first elimination run, and then he broke his transmission. And the spare one didn't go in forward.
Didn't go into forward?
No.
It's not ideal.
That was this weekend.
Well, Andre Arnover testing a couple of days ago, went into the 580s. If he could do that now, he would take the number 1 spot. However, that all depends on what the guy in the other lane does. Because Jan Eriksson is the European record holder, he's the European champion, and he's well capable at any point of taking the number 1 spot.
I have the feeling this is going to be a very quick run for both.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see 1 and 2 at the end of this pairing, but let's see what happens out there.
With this weather, move.
And Josano, we just clipped the blocks of the 8th miles. His run won't count, but
82, 87, wow.
582, 246 miles an hour. There we go. That's why that boy is undefeated and European champion as well.
Told you so.
Very quickly. Anyone? Come on. Oh, dearie me. No one wants to talk. Everyone's patting each other and no one wants to talk. Come on. Anybody. Somebody. Oh, you draw the short straw. Sorry about that. But that was a really, really nice run. Was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, of course. We had some big shakes in the first, and we were a little afraid now, but
it's more like
okay. Yeah.
That was a great run. You are European champions as well, so you can just concentrate on having fun this weekend. Yeah.
Absolutely. Too bad it's weather is not so good, so it's been difficult to take the speed record, new personal best.
Well, at least it's dry. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. That's Jan Eriksson's crew. I'm not sure whether that run for Andre Arnover will stand.
No,
it won't.
Yeah, but did he hit the block or did the pipes blow it over? That's
the thing. Has someone been out there to check it out? Because
they're all back. Yeah.
Okay, because I can see the tyre tracks and the tyres don't go over the centre line.
No, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah. The tyres don't go over the centre line, so it might have been. I mean, once again, that is why the track prep at this place is incredible. He was on the centre line and he was able to keep going to 587.
Yeah, there was still traction there. Yeah,
which is incredible, really incredible.
So bump dropped at the moment then to 707. But then number 15 is a 736.
That's a big gap.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Number 15 is 636.
Okay, there we go. Bruno is not in, is he?
No.
John is. I think John had a
Bruno is on the bump at 707.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jean is number 11 with the 619.
That's not a number that Bruno wants, of course.
No.
He ran his personal best. He's getting quicker as well. He used to just be consistent. He's now consistently quick. He went 584 back at the main event. Again, the conditions are a little bit better,
for running quicker than they are now. However, I'll take dry and warm on a Friday night in September any day.
Yeah, I remember a lot of times being here at the finals in the evening with my winter coat on. Freezing cold. So we cannot complain.
Oh, not at all. No one is allowed to say it's too hot. Definitely not. So, Jean Delemont has been in the fives once, I think, and Bruno's been there many times before.
Skating down the wall for Bruno Barda. He's still under power. 6:01.
Oh, dearie me. Get that man a straight jacket. bear in mind, it nearly ended his season because he whacked the wall in that lane earlier this year.
Yeah.
And he kept his boot in it all the way down the guardrail. All the way down. So that moves the bump spot down to
6.366.
Who is?
That's a good point. It is Peter Kunk. John Webster is 15. Freddie Fagerstrom, 14. Wayne Nicholson, 13. Jean, we just saw go through in 12. Michel Turenne, 11. Bruno, you just go through there, 10. The top 9 are all in the 5s.
Well, Jean's speed's a bit down at the top end as well, but it's good to, I'm sure after the year that he's had, it's nice to get 2 strong runs in on the racetrack as well. But yeah, Bruno's wife is having heart attack down here again at the moment. She's walking away going, dearie me, don't do that again. So John Webster going to be taking on Michel Turenne, UK against the Netherlands. One of our favourite matchups, Dick, obviously.
Yeah.
We both have different thoughts and perspectives, but there we go. So John Webster earlier on today, I can't remember what it was. They refigured the electronics on the car, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It has to, because
it's kind of started all over again with it, and it's just literally, it's not overnight it's worked, but my goodness me, very big step up in performance for John.
We also had a quite experimental intake manifold as well on the car, which he designed himself.
Thing they changed, that's right, yeah. But he wants to be competitive with his car. He wants to be in the 5s.
Well, I think he can.
So another turbo car against blow car matchup.
One from the Netherlands, the other one from the UK.
Next door, actually.
Yeah. Oh, what a pairing this is. 596 and a 648. Michelle moves up from 11 to number 8, and the top 10 are in the 5s.
Top 10?
Top 10.
And it's only halfway through the second session.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeehaw. Okay, no, that's awesome news. That was still a comparatively soft run. I mean, we now know what's out there because of what Jan Eriksson ran with the 582. So you can run quickly.
Yeah.
If you know the setup, obviously.
Yeah. If you can read the track correctly.
Yeah, certainly that. John Webster, a little off his earlier pace, but still another good run to the finish line. 220 miles an hour, 6.48.
Now the same pair is in the first round. Freddie against Mickey Gilchrist.
Well, Mickey G went 5.99. Fred was 6.2, something like that, I think, wasn't he? It would be so nice for Fred to step up a good couple of tenths of a second. Give the Pro Dutch team a round of applause, and the Fast Company gang as well. What a show they are putting on for you here on Friday at the European Finals.
So Freddie at the moment, he's in at number 14 with a 6:23. That's where he's at the moment. Mickey G is number 10 with that 5:99. And here comes Freddie back to the start line.
He just likes to give his crew exercise. That's what it's all about, isn't he? I think he's obviously well aware that he goes along about the racetrack. He doesn't want to hold anyone up. So his quickest on this track, I think he's been in the 6.0s.
He has, yeah.
I think he's been down to 6.04 or thereabouts. At TF, he's been in the 5s. But he'd love to do it here for all of his UK fans, and there's absolutely legions of them. Mickey Gulkis' quickest run ever is in the 580s. I think he's been 582. He knows what Jan Eriksson's done, and I'm sure he's going to try and step it up from what he ran earlier today.
Yeah, Mickey G set his PB back at TF in 2019 with a 581.
Still with the clutch, I think.
Yeah.
So, good luck, Fred. What a stage this is. You know what we want him to do. Let's hope the track holds it and Fred can hold it down.
Door handle to door handle. Mickey Gilbert's going to get their first putt. Oh, was that 6? Oh, 6:21.
2:96.
2:34 for Freddie. Well, they put a bigger tyre. They changed some of the aero on the truck this weekend just to try and get it to go that little bit quicker and faster. The man in the other lane actually is the guy that tunes it, I think. Is that right, Dick?
Yeah, that's correct.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, Mickey G that tunes Freddie's truck. But yeah, another great strong run. There was no tyre shake to speak of in either lane as well.
It looks very smooth, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, both moved up, actually. Freddie moved up from 14 to 13, Mickey G 10 to 8. It does make a little bit of a difference.
Round of applause, please, for Mickey Gulkis' team going up to get him at the top end. UK against Sweden once again. I remember that moment from, when was it, 2018? 5 years ago now.
Whoa, Wayne very close to going on the blue there.
Freddie's team milking it, but then they do deserve it, to be honest.
Why not?
So, Wayne Nicholson earlier was in the 6.2s, was that right, chaps?
Yeah, it's 6:23, currently in the number 14 spot. Freddie just nipped in front of him there. So that's where he is. And of course, Roger Johansson, 5:99. He is currently number 10.
Well, we've already got one nitrous car in the 5s. Actually, we've got 4 nitrous cars here this weekend. All of them very, very competitive indeed. Roger Johansson is the quickest, but only just. 5 years ago, I think it was, he went 5:79 at this time on a Friday night. Again, conditions were slightly different. Wayne Nicholson earlier this year went 5:88. Anything starting with a 5 is always good for Wayne and the Lucky Devil team.
Roger to creep into pre-stage, then Wayne can go into stage. He's moving. There we go.
Both lifted.
Well, both of them just kind of had a bit of a misstep on the start line that time. No improvement for either, obviously.
No.
But, yeah, I don't think anyone had tyre shake. I just think they kind of fluffed each other's routines almost on the start line.
I think that's pretty much it. Wayne was sitting down there quite a while, waiting for Roger to come in. Wayne went in, but I think he was just getting a little bit warm down there.
It wasn't Roger's fault at all.
No.
He was moving the whole time, but he was just a long way from where the stage light was.
Yeah, he seemed like he was rolling for a long old time.
Well,
Yeah.
we can see David Vector and the Voodoo Hemi of Mark Hardfeld starting up round the corner.
Well, they were numbers 1 and 2 at the start of this session. Where are they now?
They're not 1 and 2 anymore. They are 3 and 4. So Jan Eriksson has taken the number 1 spot and Andre Oliver number 2 now.
For the people on the grandstand, Mark has again new t-shirts and they are awesome. So go see them at the pitch and buy the shirts. David also has very nice t-shirts for sale and some other merchandise.
So I've got to make more spaces.
Sorry.
So many racer t-shirts on. That means I've got to go and get some more.
Yeah, you have to.
That's a great shot
No,
on the
it-
live feed, isn't it?
It helps the team. So,
It does.
so.
Well,
Well,
those of you that are tuned in at home watching the live feed, fantastic pictures once again here from the European finals.
David
in
is
the
shut
dark.
off. David is shut off.
Not too sure why though. The power's come back on David's car.
Yeah, I know we had some transmission issues. Well, oil leak issues when he because they are air shifted and they push a hydraulic plunger forward in the transmission. And he did it a few times. We're warming up, and then a lot of oil came out of the shifter. So something is wrong there, probably.
So it will be a solo for Mark Hartveld with the Voodoo Hemi. He's currently in at the number 4 spot. He was number 2 coming into this session with a 5.92. The track's there, the air's there. Let's see if he can improve.
Tiny pedal there, but very well done. 6:03, 2:38.
Well, he wanted to have fun, I think. He could have just clicked it off. But no, unfortunately, no. Dave's not going to be allowed to restart. Unfortunately, if you don't get to the line at your allotted time in a qualifying session, unfortunately, you don't get another try.
No, that's the rule, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. It's always been the same. It's never been any different. There's no tagging on the end of sessions, I don't think. Hang on, Ian is just checking. Yeah, I'm not sure. What's Willem doing on there? Oh, is he reattaching the battery?
External battery, yeah.
Yeah, if you didn't catch that, you can run, but it won't count as a qualifying run. So you can make the run if you want to, but it won't count. It's
Well,
up
they're
to-
going to.
Of course. Data is data. And he's still number 4, so.
Oh, whatever it was, wasn't that big a problem if you can just fire it up again.
Yeah, so this is now classed as a time trial run. So it will not count towards his qualifying.
No, but it's very, very important data.
And I think it's his only chance of the year to run in the dark.
Yeah.
And he probably wants that as well.
And hopefully the tires are not too cold.
I think they'll be all right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was only a one flat to 60 foot.
Oh, the same as his qualifying time.
Yeah, 5:91, 2:43 there for David.
Yeah, and it was a 1.000 60 foot.
Yeah, that's a little bit off.
Yeah, well,
I'm not big route, but
3.89 at the 8 mile, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's very, very good. But the back half was 2.02. We've seen sub 2 seconds back halves anyway.
Yeah.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Dick, thank you very much indeed. What a wonderful session. The top 10 are in the 5s. I'm sure there's going to be more by this time tomorrow. It's going to be so much. Do you know, this is the only time ever Pro Mod Round 1 on race day is going to be in similar conditions to the rest of the weekend. Because it's normally a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah.
Guess.
Yeah, guess. That's the one. Yeah, it's still going to be nerve-wracking, but at least the weather will be pretty much the same on Sunday morning as it's been for the rest of the time. So, Dick, thank you very much as always.
Dick's going to stay here for Top Fuel.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
Where's my mask?
You don't like those long, nasty cars, do you? It's not good for your reputation, Dick. Anyway,
They scare me.
They scare you. They're fun. They're fun.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, how can you not like a fuel car? Anyway, I'm
Of course
just
I
kidding. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your patience. Are you ready for fuel cars at night? Let me know.
Of course they are.
I think that's a big hell yeah, actually, from both sides of the racetrack. So, in a Slick Tricks lane, Duncan Micallef for Runefield Motorsport, and in the Kestrel lane, your new European champ in 2023, Ida Zetterstrom for Edelbrock, for KW Parts, and for the island of Åland. The amazing thing about Ida as well, all you racers out there, she started in Junior Dragster, she's now European champ in Top Fuel, running in the dark, over 1,000 foot at night here at Santa Pod in England, Top Fuel Dragsters.
She was in Indy last weekend at the US Nationals. She flew back home on Monday to Amsterdam, stepped in the trailer.
So Top Wolf Nitro shower straight into the tower that time. My goodness,
It's a great idea
that
to
hit
go
so
on to let me
quick.
stay here.
I like Mark Turner's timing there. He told Duncan to hit the burnout right as the song hit.
Luke has just messaged us to say, give a shout out to the Hockenheim cheer group in the grandstand. We all know that they had an amazing time over there.
So you've seen them once before in the daytime. It's a whole different story at night.
We've been starved of this for quite a few years, to be honest, having a full-on nighttime fuel session, especially with air temperature that high, track temperature high. Everybody's in their shorts still. It's September. It's on 8 o'clock in the evening. It's a glorious time out there. And here we go. Fuel at night, the best ingredient in drag racing. Look at all the lights coming on.
I was just going to say.
Videoing.
The whole
Hold on
banking
tight.
is still full.
Yeah.
Candles lit the whole way down.
386.
Yeah, Ida Zetterstrom, 386 at 307 miles an hour in the dark, 0.85 to 60 foot, and 309 at 280 at the 8th.
Well, Duncan Micallef actually clicked it off early, but all eyes are on Ida in that one. Ladies and gentlemen of Santa Pod Raceway, boys and girls, raise the roof for the new European champion team. How spectacular was that? Absolutely fabulous. And the flames that you see out of those cars at night is because they put so much fuel volume in. If you remember the chat I had earlier out on the start line, not everyone did because they weren't listening, but yeah, they put so much fuel in the car, that is fuel burning outside of the engine, would you believe? That's why they are just the coolest things on four wheels. They are just incredible. 6 foot high head of flames looking at the wing all the way through the finish line. I just hope Ida doesn't, for Ida's sake, Runa doesn't notice that was way past 1,000 foot. I do think she went quite a bit further than where the finish line marker was.
You see the little orange, how you call it, thing at
The
the
marker,
end,
yeah.
at 1,000
Yeah,
foot. Well, you won't see that at night. With that speed, you won't be able to see it.
Yeah, but the thing is when you've got your foot down, you will see the scoreboard flash.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah,
there we go. Anyway, it's easy for us to say we're not doing it, but Ida Zetterstrom with a fan. It's not a European record. It's not the quickest and fastest run, but my goodness me, you go a long way.
It's the quickest she's been in the dark. Put it that way.
You
Most
go
probably.
a long way to see anything more spectacular than that in the motor racing world. So your next pair, once again, 2 more graduates of the Junior Dragster School, I think. I'm not sure whether India did. I definitely know Suzanne did. Anyway, for Slick Tricks Racing in the Slick Tricks lane, it is Suzanne Callin, who will be finishing, all being well, number 2 in the points chase this year. Going to be taking on India Urbacher in the Kestrel lane. All these drivers did run at Hockenheim at night, but they did not run full-bore runs all the way through 1,000 foot.
No, we had some very light rain coming, so they only did 8 mile or maybe even less, maybe even 3:30. But it was cool.
Yeah, and it was also, the thing is as well, it's a show, it's not qualifying at Saturday night at Hockenheim as well. That does actually make a difference because they are going for it here. They're trying to run as quick and as fast as they possibly can. So the number 1 qualifier at the moment is 386. Both of these cars capable of eclipsing that, maybe even side by side, you never know.
Yeah, but talking about the 1,000 foot that they have to click off, all the crew chief, like Rune in 3 cases, have a control box that they can shut off everything by pressing a button on that little box. That's the same as they automatically deploy the chutes down the track. He has the button so he can shut down the engine and put the chutes out and everything for safety.
So our second pair then, Suzanne Callin, India Urbacher. Engines started and it's going to be burnout routines. And then hopefully similar runs to what Ida just put down for us.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what India can do in the dark here at Santipod. That is a 380 race. See, both of these are 3.8 second race cars, over 300 miles an hour all day long. India was over 500 kilometers an hour at least a couple of times out in Hockenheim. Can she do it here in the lovely, beautiful warm weather at Santipod in the evening?
So scrubbing the tyres down on India's car, rolling her up to the blue line. Final checks being made on Suzanne's car in the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, once again, the nitro fumes filling the air, filling the tower. And it's going to hang around for a few moments as these immense machines are going to be filling the air with it. So your top fuel, second round qualifying, second and final pair for this evening. Just getting ready to come up to the start line. Three-stage bulbs lit. Here at stage. Oh, they both clicked it early in the end there. 0.86 for both of them to the 60 foot. But in the end there, 451, 160 mile an hour for India, and 625 at just 85 miles an hour there for Suzanne. But they both left the line like they meant it.
Well, there was no shake at all. They were both on really, really good looking runs. I think something went pop on India's car. I did see a little bit of a flash of flame, but they were both absolutely going for it. Your number 1 qualifier at the end of that session is obviously Ida Zetterstrom. However, that didn't mean the rest of them weren't absolutely trying to lay down a number. I'm sure they will. Actually, I'm looking at the tyre track marks over here for India, and she did have a bit of tyre shake going on, but she managed to drive through it. Round of applause, please, for all the teams. Just an immense amount of hard work it takes to come out and do that for you. Don't go, if there's people leaving the grandstands, What are you doing? We've
Well,
got fuel
nitro-
funny cars.
Yeah, where are you
Nitro
going?
funny car.
We've still got fuel
funny
funny
car,
cars. We've
jet-
still got
jet
nostalgia
cars,
funny
something.
cars, jet cars. We've got the steam rocket bike as well. Urz's team as well, and India's team, of course. Give them a cheer, please, all the way from Switzerland. It's always a good time when they're in the house.
Well, that steam rocket bike, or how you call it.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that in Hockenheim for the first time.
It's beautiful,
It was
isn't it?
Unbelievable. On steam.
It
Crazy.
is. I do have a theory about why it's a steam bike, but I will share that with you when Graham runs. But it's an amazing piece of engineering, isn't it? If you've seen it up close,
No, I haven't.
you've got to check it out. It's just absolutely amazing. So we have more Nitro coming your way. Fuel funny car up next in the Slick Tricks lane from Stockholm in Sweden. Patrick Pears making his return to the funny car wars this weekend with the Speed Ghost.
It's a John Force car. It was a John Force car, I think.
I don't think it was because it came with a Hellcat body on it. It might have been a DSR car.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. The body's definitely a DSR body because it's a Hellcat body. So I'm sure someone will let me know in a minute.
Ask the long guy there.
Hopefully,
the long guy.
He knows it.
Hopefully he's got all the cylinders lit as well this time, because last time we backed up from the burnout and coated the grandstand with a nice dose of nitro, and my eyes were cooked.
Yeah, try being down here. No sympathy. Actually, no one's got any sympathy with me, have they? Because everyone would want to swap. Okay, Patrick Pears on a solo run. Once again, he's going to be going for it. The track is perfect. Even though it's dark, we normally have a problem, like we said, with the dew and the cold. We ain't got that tonight. It's beautiful. So this funny car actually new to Patrick, and when I spoke to his crew guy a little bit earlier on, he did say that they might need to give it a little bit more off the start line. They only ran to 60 foot earlier. Not sure whether they're going to go to 330 or maybe half track on this one, but obviously only one way to find out.
So the body comes back down, all the final checks have been made. Bring him up to the blue line. Crew chief says, "You've got this." Oh wow!
What a rocket ship that was! My goodness me!
440 with that.
I was going to
Just a
swear
few
then.
seconds.
Unbelievable. Check out the 60 foot numbers, please, Colin.
0.93 to 60 foot,
Wow, that
238.
was, give them all a round of applause, please. Very, very quickly. Was that the run you were looking for? That looked absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty good. What we're trying for, because we tried some stupid things before, but now we're happy.
That was not a stupid thing. That was a thing of beauty. For the first time in a long while, when that ran, I nearly used a swear word when I spoke on this. That was really good.
Yeah, I mean, we're really happy. We had some struggle with the runs before, but now at least we're what we're aiming for. But I mean, it's not long now for a really good time.
Yeah, definitely that. Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. The Speedgoes group from Stockholm. That was a thing of beauty, that was. Absolutely amazing. Put your hands together, please, for the whole team. Probably going up the top end to collect an unbelievably happy Patrick, I should think. The only thing that was a shame about that was that he clicked it off before the finish line.
Yeah, we was very close to the
That
center
was
line. So.
Storming, that was. Absolutely unbelievable. I think one of the things as well, because I stood over to the side to watch it, because of the header angle, because they're angled back a bit on that car, it did look like a rocket taking off. It was amazing, absolutely amazing.
Right, well, the car is in the shutdown area at the moment, so just a couple of things very, very quickly to do. We need to do a shout-out, and this is one that Luke sent to me a moment ago, but we'll get this redone now. The Hockenheim Cheer Squad. Where are you? They should be in the grandstands because they're all racers. So the Hockenheim Cheer Squad, let's hear it from you. There they are. Right, the second thing, and again, one from Luke. Whilst we're just waiting for the top end to clear, I'd like everybody on the grandstands and everybody on the spectator banking to get your camera phones out and switch the torches on and shine them towards the racetrack, because this is going to make a brilliant picture. So everybody that's got a camera phone with a torch, put them on and point them towards the track. As many people as possible, please. Let's see them. Oh, that looks incredible. Come on, as many people as possible. Try and fill that banking and that grandstand. And now just wave them around. Look at that. Unbelievable. That is so cool.
Yeah, it is very
Right,
cool.
now then, let's have a bit of fun. Everybody keep your camera still. Sway to the left, to the right, left, right. Oh, yeah, come on. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. Thank you all so very, very much indeed. Good idea, Luke. We just had to work that a bit more. And I'll tell you what, Box Lane want to film that again. So I want you to do it again. Right, so once again, this is going to go out on the live feed, good and proper. Everybody with their camera phones on, please. Well, the torches, of course. Okay, everybody to the left. To the right. Here we go. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. There we go. Right then. Okay, right. Another experiment. Everybody leave your torches on. Lower the phones so we can't see them. Lower them. Right. Mexican wave from the top end. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go.
The grandstands.
Round the grandstand. Yeah.
Like it, like it. I like this game. Should we try that again? Just let's see if we can do a quick one this time. We're not going to time it, but torches down. At the top end, the Mexican wave. 3, 2, 1, go. Through the tower, up the grandstand, and down again. Nicely done. Give yourselves a round of applause, folks. Well done. We like that a lot. Well done.
That's what you call entertainment. Is getting thousands of people together to entertain themselves. I like the concept of that.
And they're paying for it.
That's what I didn't want to say it quite like that, but yeah, that's exactly it, really. But there we go.
No, that was great. Luke, well done, mate. Great idea. And yeah, I think that worked very, very well.
Well, one thing that's hopefully going to work really well is side-by-side Nitro funny cars, which is what you've got coming next. In the Kestrel Lane, it's so good to see him down here, actually, because after the bang in round one on the start line, that's Steve Ashdown and the whole of the Undertaker team in the Kestrel Lane. And for the Gladiator team with a couple of battle scars on there from Kevin's car in the Slick Tricks Lane, just a big shout-out as well while you're here. If you saw what happened to Kevin Kent earlier on today, basically, it wasn't the nuts, it wasn't anything like this. The axle just said enough. Yeah. And basically, the left-hand side of the axle fell out. That was what the clear-up was for, was all the oil from the axle ended up on the track and in the shutdown area too. They are busy getting the backup car ready.
I think this is the spare car they have now. Because the rear axle was so bad, they picked up a different chassis and put all the other parts from the old one in the new chassis.
So they did a hell of a job. They're doing it again. Wow.
And I tell you what, this is one thing you won't see in the States either. 2 Nitro funny cars with names on the side.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
The Undertaker taking on the Gladiator.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore over there, but we certainly do here. How cool do these cars look at night? They really do. And makes a change to see a backup guy planning in advance, having his torch to shine to tell Jason where to go. So both cars burnouts completed and back safely behind the side by now as Steve Ashdown brings it back. The body will be lifted up on the Undertaker car. That sounds wrong actually, the body being lifted on the Undertaker car. But this is Steve Ashdown and Jason Phelps. Funny cars for the second time today. Let's see what they got hit in the dark. This was Steve Ashdown. I thought he was going to be on one there, but it went boom, just around about 300 foot out there.
And something broke in Jason's car.
Yeah, you can see some sparks coming out the back of
I think that was
Jason's
just
car.
clutch. I think that was just where the engine was over revving. I think those were clutch sparks out on the track. There's nothing on the track in Jason's lane, not so sure about Steve. But that was a very similar sneeze out the top of the engine that they had. It was just a bit further down that they had earlier today. It was just a bit further down the racetrack this time. So great shame for Dave and the whole of the Undertaker team trying so hard to come out here and run some good numbers. Jason's car just stood up on the tyres, and that was what zinged the motor, and obviously that's where the sparks came from too. So quick track check out there just before 3:30, but Steve is safely off the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, both cars straight off at the exit, so
they're going to get
cleared already.
They're going to have shares in windscreen firms at this rate. But once again, put your hands together for the tremendously hard-working teams coming out here to entertain you this evening. That's the Gladiator Gunch. Looks like the whole town's in there today.
It does, doesn't it?
And, Steve Ashdown as well. I'm sure Steve's absolutely okay. His ears might be ringing a little bit as well. So we still have another.
They're going to go past the races now. When they go, they're really going to give it large from the grandstands because they appreciate the efforts.
So Kevin Chapman with the Turkey Red car. Right behind them we've got, to finish out the evening, we've got the Nostalgia Funny cars, and we've got the Jet car and the Rocket Bike too. I'm not sure what the time is, but I don't care. I think it's past 8 o'clock.
About 8:30, all right.
Oh, okay. My stomach thinks that I should be in bed by now, but anyway, it's fine.
Thanks for letting me stay up here.
Absolute pleasure. You deserve it. You deserve it. Well, so good to have Kev Chapman back with us with the Thermareg Mustang.
What a time of day as well, and an event to be getting reacquainted with driving a Nitro funny car. Also back in the house and back behind the car, is legendary UK funny car tuner and racer Bob Garrett. Now this car was previously the car he and Stuff ran when it was Showtime. Good to see Bob back on the start line. So I'm not sure how far Kevin's going to be taking it down the racetrack. Hopefully at least a half track, but that all depends on how things go.
Oh, that's
that was very sudden, actually.
Yeah.
Strange way to shut a fuel car off.
Well, there was no leaning out going on at all there.
No,
that was just a complete stop.
That's what I meant.
Which is most unusual. They don't normally do that. I'm not sure where the area of concern is. It looks like it's around the fuel tank somewhere.
Yeah, I can see a couple of spots of shiny things on the track, which usually means it's fluid at this time of night.
Okay, well, Kev Chapman will be pushed back. He's got another couple of attempts tomorrow. Not what he wanted for his first run of the weekend. The car looking spectacular, as it always does. As we line up our nostalgia cars behind the tower. It's going to be Andy Raw. I think a lot of people here, this is their first runs in the dark. I'm pretty sure it's only...
I can see glistening in the lane just under where Kev's car was, actually.
Okay. It might be a bit of fuel, because they do normally have a bit of overrun.
Like fuel from here.
But, yeah, I think this is going to be Andy Raw's first run in the dark. It'll be Paul Harris's first run in the dark. But Tim Garlick and Tony Betts have got form doing this sort of thing.
But I'm sorry, but I have to go.
Oh.
I have some people I have to visit.
That's a shame. But
still
thank you.
working. So.
Yeah, thank you ever so much for coming up.
Thanks for having me.
ProMod, and thanks for staying.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me stay.
And all the help as always, Dick. It's much, much appreciated. Thank you.
But I'll be back tomorrow morning, for sure.
Okay. Next to fire up then, it is Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. Going alongside Paul Harris with the Dennis Frizzle tribute car.
Harris, that's very odd.
Oh, you can do that. Well, actually, they both did, to be honest with you. Andy Raw did the same thing too. I think they're just at the showing off stage at the moment. But, there we go. So both these two ran earlier today. Paul Harris was in the 6.4s. I think it was a 7-second run for Andy Raw.
And lovely to see Alina back out there, the bug from Dragsters, of course. Alina Vanova. Well, Milo Vanova, didn't you get it right? Adding to the show here at the European Finals.
So Andy Raw ready and poised. Just waiting for the signal from Carl to bring the car forward. Couple of checks on Paul Harris's car. He's coming forward now. Here we go. Nostalgia, fuel funny car. Yeah. In the dark.
Well, Paul Harris has already been 6.44 today. Andy Raw would love to get into the sixes. This is Andy Raw getting very loose, but holds it onto the track. Paul Harris, 640 at 201, but Andy Raw was certainly on one there. He was matching Paul Harris's numbers pretty much all the way up, but just got a little bit of a tank slapper on. Ends up going 838 at 102.
Well, hopefully there's nothing on the racetrack. It did actually look like there was a bit of smoke coming out from under the car. That's not unusual for fuel cars anyway. But, yeah, all seems to be okay. Fingers crossed. I tell you what, this is kind of this is definitely the sort of moment when you want to drive a Nitro funny car, and you do, that you live for. In the dark, under the lights, Sandpod Raceway in September, flames out the windows. It's just the way to do it. Just the way to do it. So we've got two more Fuel Funny cars round the back. It's the Venom of Tony Betts and the Apache of Tim Garlick as well.
Yeah, track cleared already at the top end.
Two very consistent runs once again from Paul Harris. That team have had a great summer in 2023. Even the Nitro Bug team are giving them a round of applause. They've done really, really well getting a handle on that beautiful. Okay. Last pair of cars firing up. Don't go anywhere though. We've still got jet cars. We've still got rocket bike.
Yeah. We ain't done yet. Oh, Venom and Apache then. Twenty to 9 in the evening here, Friday night at Sandpod Raceway for the European finals. Current temperature outside still around 24, 25 degrees. Really, really warm out there.
It's still really warm without the sun out, which is most unusual for this country. However, we will take it. So, oh, look at that, Nitro flames just on idle for Apache as well.
There goes the Nitro Bug team. Give them a huge cheer as they go by. The Nitro Bug team going to collect Andy. Well, this could be really special indeed. Tim Garlick with the Apache is in the Kestrel lane. In the Slick Tricks lane, it is Tony Betts with Venom. Both of these cars have run in the 5-second zone. In fact, they both share a 5.96 as their PB. You have to go a little bit further in the incrementals to see that Tony has a fraction of quicker run. But look at those little nitro flames coming from the header pipes on both cars.
What a picture that is.
Your last pair of Nitro cars this evening. Do not go away.
Look at the header flames from Apache as it goes through the quarter mile, lit the whole way. Tony Betts is right there. What a race.
6:05 in the dark, 2:29, 6:54, 2:19. That was beautiful to watch.
Well, Tony's car a little off pace from what it was a couple of months ago, but it's two side-by-side 6-second runs, nearly 5 for Tim Garlick and Apache. That was great to see. We've got the jet cars lining up. We've got the steam rocket bike coming round as well. Everybody out there, have you enjoyed yourselves this evening? How much fun has this been? I must admit, I haven't had this much fun in a while. I really haven't, just because I think the fact the weather helps a lot, obviously. But it's just so much fun. to put on all this entertainment for you guys. You guys have been absolutely great. I hope the sunburn's not too bad. We've still got 2 more days of this to do. We've still got side-by-side jet cars in the dark, and we still have the Steam Rocket bike as well. That's the Apache team going up to get Tim Garlick. Here comes the cast of thousands in a pickup once again.
Just to remind everybody, about 15 minutes after racing finishes this evening, it will be the fireworks display, but it's not in the usual field at the top end on the right, as the Venom team go to collect Tony Betts from the top end. Let's give them a huge cheer as they go past. Come on, grandstand. Raise the roof for the Venom team. But as I was saying, the display is not at the normal spot at the top end on the right. So just bear that in mind. You're going to have a look around to find out where the display will be. So is,
from what you're saying, it's a surprise display then?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Okay, fair enough. We'll go with that.
I really hope it's not in my bed. I'll be a bit annoyed if it was in there.
I think you're probably safe, Tom, to be honest.
Okay, that's good then.
I think you can probably rest easy.
No, actually, no, there is... sorry, I'm still getting updates from the management team. Right, so the fireworks will be directly after the steam bike, not a 15-minute delay. All right, okay, so that's a bit of a correction. They are at the fireworks display is behind the back of B field. But the thing is, I don't know which field B is. So someone tell me which field B is, and then I'll be able to tell you where the fireworks are.
I think, using my rubbish knowledge, I think it's actually the camping field just behind the start line, over towards that way. However, I may be completely and utterly wrong. We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
So, a funny car and dragster exhibition matchup for your viewing pleasure.
Right, it is that one. Okay, yeah, so it's beyond the fairground over to the right. Thank you ever so much indeed to James Forster. So not right at the top end field, it's the one behind the sort of the fairground beyond the camping area. Here we go then with the jets. These are going to look so spectacular at night.
Can we request the lights be turned off quickly? Is there any chance we can get that done before they roll forward? I think that's the kind of thing we need to get agreed before they start, though, isn't it? It always looks cool.
Well, this is going to be one for everybody to watch as the jets running at night. Doesn't happen that often. And I think everybody with a camera phone here will be filming this, posting it on their social media. Don't forget, tag Santapod as well. And you'll see everybody with a light on their phone. That will just follow the jets down as well. As we have the Spider-Man jet directly underneath us here in the tower in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And the other side of the track, it is Martin Hill with the five-star jet funny car.
Whoa!
Roger Goring.
Warm.
Oh, so spectacular at night, the jet cars.
All of the colours of the flames are coming out. You can see the blues of the Spider-Man car and all of the reds and oranges coming out the back of the Farstar machine.
Bring them into stage. Well, it was a Huge fuel leak, unfortunately, there for Julian, but 4:13, 199 mile an hour run.
Mile an hour, one of his better runs for the weekend. Unfortunately, Mick.
No shoots for Mick.
Oh yeah, no shoots for Mick at all.
Yeah, no time or speed either. He went before the tree ran.
Oh.
Oh.
And broadsiding at the top end. I think he saved it, didn't he?
No.
No.
Did he make it?
Jinx.
No, I thought he had.
Oh wow! Round of applause for Mick Payne, please. That
Maybe he can lend your underwear.
Yeah.
Oh.
It
No.
was a great looking run, but unfortunately he left before the tree ran, so he's not going to have a time or speed, unfortunately.
No.
Don't forget your just very quickly. Don't forget your flags, ladies and gentlemen, on the banking. And we mentioned about the umbrellas. Try not to stand up as well. That's the other thing, as it does block everybody else. Beautiful burnout from John Webster there. Fair to say he's in the 6.2 club at the moment, but he's the nervous racer at the moment. He's on the bump strop of 6.24. Peter, Dave Smith, that's it. Yeah.
Yep.
So everybody with a Swedish flag, please wave it in the air. Show your support for Peter Kunk in the Kestrel beer lane. Let's see them. There we go. Right. Now everybody with
the Union Jacks.
Yeah, wave the Union Jacks for John Webster, please. Show him your support.
Yeah, plenty of them.
Oh, that's cool.
So John Webster is on the bump spot of 6.24. Peter is just behind him.
Yeah, he was a bit, how you call it, not upset, but disturbed by what Dave Smith did in the pre-stage, in the stage light. The bulb went off and on and off and on. So, and then Dave left. So yeah, that's also why Peter left. So.
Yeah, there was
no
a
time.
cracking run as well, but
Yeah, it was
unfortunately
a very
no
good
time.
run. Very good run it was.
So fingers crossed for Peter. If he can make a pass, he should get in the field. The car is more than capable of it,
Yeah.
but John Webster is also more than capable of improving his time.
Yeah, but that wouldn't lower the bump spot.
Well, it would by 100. 623.
Yeah, well, only Peter can go in.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But who will be out then?
That'll be Wayne Nicholson. So, spooling up the turbos. We're going to bump it into stage.
Oh.
Lots of tyre shape with John Webster. A bit of an issue for Peter. Can he improve on a 6? No, so close.
No.
6:27, 229 mile an hour. Commiserations to Peter. It's a long way to come from Sweden, and a valiant effort as well with a 6:27. A couple of puffs of smoke and flames down the track. It was not a healthy run.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but a 6:27 doesn't get you qualified in Pro Mod. Unbelievable.
Not anymore.
Unbelievable. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't hear what Mick was saying very much. They're very quiet at the top end. We can hear you fine, Darryl.
Unfortunately.
Right, okay, next up. An all...
yeah, you did, but...
an all-British match-up then with Wayne Nicholson.
So everybody with your great British flags once again. Get your Union Jacks out. Show the support.
So Wayne Nicholson, and of course, this phenomenal 55 Chevy. Dave Smith, Stranger Thing is called.
Wayne was feeling a lot of vibration in his last run, so he was afraid that the rear axle was broken. So they took out the center section, looked at it, everything looks just very fine. And then they took the wheels off, put it on the balancing machine, and there was, well, hundreds of grams of unbalance in the wheels. So they put the weights in, and hopefully it feels better now. That doesn't even also help you to make a good run or leave the line. If you get the wheel speed, then it will not be better.
So Wayne Nicholson, number 15 qualifier. Dave Smith currently in the number 19 spot, wants to get in the field. His run earlier looked strong. It looked like it could have got him in the field. However, no times for him.
Again.
Actually, very strange because the light came on.
Good looking run for Wayne. 6:40, 2:17.
Yeah, it's a shame for Wayne.
Yeah. Dave Smith, though, it did tickle the stage beam and then rocked back out.
Yeah.
And didn't go forward again. You have a staging issue with the car.
Yeah. What is it? 6 seconds after your opponent is in stage, in full stage?
7.
7 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, and Wayne was a bit confused, so he didn't go in. He didn't leave in the 2-step, and that, well, then you don't get enough weight transfer on the car, and well, you could see it. He shook the tires.
Well, I'm up the top end, obviously. This time round with John Webster. John, possibly not the run you're looking for there, but it seems like you've got a race car this weekend. At the moment, you are qualified too.
Yeah, working towards it. Yeah, we shook on that run. We lost, obviously, the early qualifier, so we didn't get any kind of data for the track today. But we're building on the car every run anyway, so it's a moving target. But I was overall happy with the way the car responded, went straight up the track, just got to get rid of the shake and make it work better.
Well, major achievement this weekend, just getting in the show, so well done, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. John Webster, everybody, back to you guys.
Yeah, we've actually got cameras at the top end now. We didn't see you, but we certainly saw the 2 cars come around.
That's all right. That's the idea.
Yeah, stuff. Well, so we have the bump spot set officially, and that's 6:24.68. So congratulations to the winner of some T-shirts and other goodies.
Yeah. And here we go once again. It is. Well, I was going to say the man that needs no introduction, but he stole the introduction, did the burnout instead.
He did it himself.
Just as a point of interest, there's one thing that I had been monitoring was the European record bump spot for a 16-car pro mod field, which was set at Tierp in 2018, and it was 6.232. It was a 100th of a second off that.
That's too bad.
If one car had gone quicker
We
than
would
the
have matched
15
it.
spot, it would have been a European record bump.
Yeah, with
only
one-
by
1,000.
10,000. But it would have been.
So who are the alternates then?
Well, as we stand at
Peter,
the moment,
John
Peter,
Webster.
Wally Strobel, and Dave Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is when all the people in the pairing lanes take a sigh of relief knowing that they can't get bumped out of the field. They will be racing tomorrow.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean they're not going to try and get them pretty little bonus points.
They have to step up for tomorrow, because you don't want to meet Jan Eriksson or David in round 1.
Not at all. So, Fast Freddy, been hanging around the 6.2 second mark. Andy Robinson with a lovely 6.01 earlier. Both will be looking to improve. Freddie hopefully deeper into the sixes.
The 5.
Well, the dream would get Freddie
Yeah.
into the 5s, but
Fingers crossed.
It's a bit warm out there to do that, but stranger things happen.
And Andy Robinson looking to go deeper into the 5s as well.
Oh, deep stage.
Yeah, so that probably won't be a 5 from Freddie. Ooh, big
That's
boom.
a supercharged burst panel go there. And it's a 6.17 for Freddy Fagerström. That's his quickest of the weekend. He's going to move up from 14 to 13. But the burst panel going on Andy Robinson's Camaro there. And the second that went, all the safety comes on and the parachute's automatically deployed.
Yeah, it's a great system.
Yeah. So Freddie moves up to 13. Andy Robinson's going to stay at number 12.
I'm going to try and grab a word with him when he comes around the corner. He comes around the corner just as fast as he backs up. And stops within 2 foot of Dave Smith's car. And Dave Smith's car's actually rolling backwards. Let me just put my foot. Sorry, Dave. There you go. Oh, actually, that's easy to hold, isn't it? Dave Smith, very quickly, mate, if you wouldn't mind. It's all right, it was rolling back towards Fred's car. Dave, DNQ this weekend, but a massive effort by the whole team, yourself as well, just to get back this weekend.
Yeah, we've been really struggling for parts, so we're just glad to be here this weekend, even though we haven't made Sunday.
It is a shame, and you guys doing it for the UK as well.
Yeah, trying.
Well, maybe you could get up on the banking like everybody else with your British flag tomorrow and support all the rest of the guys. I mean, Wayne's had a rough weekend, and he just had the burst panel go on there. It's been a rough weekend for the Brits.
Not great, but we'll be back.
I hope you are, so well done.
Thank you.
No problem. Your team are here now. If you don't mind, I'll take my foot out from underneath the wheel so it doesn't run back into Freddie's truck. There we go. And I am here with Fast Fred. Have I got a second, guys?
Yes, you have. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful stuff. So,
yeah, it looks
just letting you know, Darryl, as well.
Actually.
Go on, 6.17. What was the speed?
228.9. Well, 229.
Okay, Freddie, 6.17. 228 miles an hour.
No, I'm not pleased. I'm hunting a 5-second run, but it's better than before. So we're pleased.
At least you made it. The good thing is you've actually made 4 runs down the racetrack this weekend. Every time you got to the finish line.
Yeah, tack vare Michael Gullqvist. He's the tuner, and he's slowed me down. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't like him anyway, but I really don't like him now. Seriously?
Yeah, he slowed me down, but he saved me. I have a one-piece engine.
Just one engine. So what you mean is you've got to take it easy just to make sure you get through all the rounds and then just slowly get quicker and quicker. A little bit quicker every time.
Yeah, Michael is very great tuner and he take me down so that I take it easy. Don't buy engine, if you understand me.
I can't believe you'd ever take it easy, Fred. Lots of changes on the back end as well. Can you just show me what you've changed on the back here? Because there's a few things, isn't there?
What do you mean, back end?
So back here, so you've got bigger tyres.
Yeah, it's a 36 now, and we put a little bigger bubble in the roof. Not the roof, in the back end.
So the pickup isn't quite as big as it was before. Well, the thing is that the speed isn't quite there yet as well. 228 miles per hour. It's still a little bit lower than you were before.
Yeah, we had a garage door, we call it home in Sweden. It's a very big front area, and that's no good to drive fast with.
But to be honest with you, any time you're here just makes it one of the best events of the year. So from everybody on the banking, I'm sure, thank you for coming as always.
Thank you very much. And the crowd is fantastic, like usually in England.
That's why you love coming. So thank you very much indeed to Freddie Fagerström and the whole of the team. Back to you guys in the tower. I can see equipment rolling, so I presume that's not a good thing.
Yeah, Andy Robinson, as you say, burst a supercharger, but possibly dumped some oil on the track as well towards the finish line. And there was a trail just past the finish line where Andy was slowing down. Actually,
Goodness
gutted for
me.
the team. They are working so hard this weekend, but it's just these curveballs that keep getting thrown at them. Just making life very, very difficult indeed.
Well, the thing is too that you've got, you know, I think Steph unfortunately summed it up really well. It's just been a crap season for them. I can say that because she said it. That's exactly what she said. But what a big shame for Andy. So it's good to know that Mickey Goldquist is trying to slow Freddie down. Not that we want that, of course.
No, he's not.
No, of course not.
Well, we do have Terry Grant that's just come out to entertain everybody over in front of the grandstand. So pretty much the world's premier stunt driver strutting his stuff over there in front of the main grandstand. Terry has been part of Live Action Arena for quite a few seasons now. He uses this as his, believe it or not, his training base, where he tests out his new routines and everything. He does go all around the world doing various shows. And he also is does a lot of the stunt driving on the Bond movies and things like that. And also did, back in the Jaguar days, did Loop the Loop with an F-Pace, I think it was.
He did a corkscrew as well, didn't he?
That's it, yeah. So,
why would you?
Yeah, well, because he can.
I want to give a shout out to Luke Robinson. He's at home with his wife.
Yes,
she's
course,
pregnant
Luke,
from a twin, and she's having a really hard time, especially with this weather. And well, I wish all the best to you both.
Yeah, just quickly what you said about shout-outs. I've had a message come through, which is quite a cool one, actually. Let me just see. Wait for my phone to load now. Of course, now I've brought it up. It's from Joseph Harris saying, can you please give a shout-out to John Pierce for me? He's come all the way from California this weekend. Wow. And even he's complaining it's hot. So very welcome to John Pierce, sorry. I'm not sure I can spot you with all the sunlight coming into the tower, but yeah, welcome over from California.
Well, wherever you are watching the coverage from here, from Santa Barbara Raceway, either be on the banking or the grandstands, or if you're watching at home, I'm so glad that you've joined us to keep yourselves entertained and having a good time.
Yeah, I got another message through as well from my mum, actually. I know my mum's on the bank out there somewhere. She says, can you give a shout out to Leo, who's 11? It's her little friend on the bank who's here with his dad, his brother and his uncle. So hello, Leo, wherever you are. There's Terry Grant. Comes down the back and actually starts to scare all the security guards out of the way as he starts doing... He's actually doing donuts around Lee Bowers, who's doing a burnout himself. That's quite cool to watch.
Oh, we got both of them, have we? Oh.
This is going to get nasty.
The crazy twins.
There we go. Give him a round of applause as he rides past. Although I don't know how much you guys want to actually cheer for them, because the more you cheer for them, the crazier they become.
Yeah, the reason for this at the moment, we do have an oil down at the top end, which we're in the process of clearing up, and as soon as that is done, we'll continue with FIA Pro Modified bump session. But the bump spot has now been set, so everybody that you're going to see is qualified. It's all about where they qualify and the little extra points you get for being in the top three. So that's basically what's still to come. in Pro Modified. But we'll let the stunt boys get on with what they're doing. I'll give a show of appreciation there for Lee Bowers. Change of bikes for him this year. Didn't take him long to get used to these ones, though, did it? I believe it's on Enfields now.
Well, actually, after his, he was out here entertaining you all yesterday, and then Super Street Bike started running, and he was sat on the tank of his bike watching Super Street Bike.
I don't blame him. Well, Live Action Arena has finished for the day over there, so they had nothing else to do. So good to see them coming around here to play. Okay, so Lee Bowers still out there. Terry Grant is lined up, ready to go. But I'll tell you what we'll do just for a moment. Nitro FM 96 points, if you can take the airwaves over. As there we go, yeah, Terry Grant now appears in front of the grandstand to start his side of the stunt show off. And, of course, Lee Bowers continuing on the bike. We'll be back with you very, very shortly indeed with a bit of an update. I'm just going to find out how long we reckon it is at the top end. But Nitro FM, just for a moment, airwaves are yours. Right, just to give you a little update from the top end, we reckon about 8 minutes, so call it 10 to be round figures, just for the top end to be cleared. So we have heard from the top end, it's not too much to do. Basically, oil just off the shutdown area, into the shutdown area, so they're just dealing with that, but less than 10 minutes. So not far to go on this one, and just a chance for maybe just to take a comfort break. But when you come back, it will be the continuation of Pro Modified. Just a reminder about the umbrellas and try and staying as low as possible. If you want to stand up, stand at the back of the banking so you're not obscuring everybody's view. That's one thing I'm pretty conscious of this weekend, is trying to make sure that everybody can see all of the action and all of the track. Nitro FM, back to you. We'll take it back when we get ready to race once again.
At the top.
Is peeled on the roadways because we are looking for an MG key fob that's dropped off a car somewhere on one of the roadways or paths. The reason is it's going to be somewhere from the pits to the main gate, we think, because this car has gone off site and it was on the roof of the car. It's fallen off, and when they've reached the destination, they switch the car off. And now they can't start it again because the key's not with the car. So keep your eyes peeled for an MG key fob somewhere in a roadway or pathway at the track. And if you find it, please let us know in the tower. It will be of huge assistance. And yeah, we really could do with that. Please let us know if you find it. Here we go, Pro Modified. We continue the qualifying section number 4.
Nice side-by-side burnout. That's what we need.
So I love these live stream pictures as well.
Yeah, it's great. I'll just stay home next time.
No, it wouldn't be the same without you to make fun of, Dick.
I think even if he wasn't here, you'd still make fun of him.
Mind you, having said that, the pictures are so good, you could commentate from home.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Just a bit of time delay would catch you out.
Yeah, but not too much. I'm sure you could do it, although we could do interviews with drivers.
Yeah, but I won't.
Be a
Don't
bit
worry.
tricky. So, at the moment, Peter Kunk is on the outside looking in. He's number 17.
Yeah.
But he can't.
I'm not giving anything away to say he was not overly pleased at the top end. I don't know whether you saw any of that, but he wasn't chuffed, let's put it that way. But he will be first alternate, so if anyone breaks, like you said, Dick, there's a lot of people with repair work going on. Jean de Le Monde, I presume, might be out. Do you know?
Okay, so here we go then. It is Michel Turenne and Bruno Barda, your next pair. The field is set. Well, the bump spot is set at 6:24. Nobody else can bump in. We have got 2 5-second door cars here. They have run 5s this weekend. The top 11 are in the 5-second zone. Bruno currently number 10. Michel number 9.
Huge wander over to the centre line for Bruno Barda. Goes over the line to a 595, 239 mile an hour. Probably not what Michel was expecting with a 606. Good mile an hour though, 242.
Yeah, looked very good to run.
But the important thing for Bruno, who moved up from 10 to 8, and so far, quickest in the round. I know we've got lots more cars to come, but it's something that Dick, you always reflect on.
Yeah, I think position 2 through 7 in the championship is up for grabs. The whole thing is just so tightly packed with Pro Modified. As
Yeah, it is, absolutely, yeah.
It really, really is. So,
Well, Jan Eriksson is out of reach, but only the number 2 and 3 spots, 2, 3 and 4, are still to decide.
All right, next up it is that Voodoo Hemi of Mark Hartfeld against Mickey G, of course, Mickey Gilchrist. Don't forget your flags, the Dutch flag and the Swedish flag for this pair. So the big T-tray rear wing of the Voodoo Hemi of Mark Hartfeld. That's that's basically the tallest rear wing allowed in Pro.
I was just going to say, it's the only wing that is allowed to be over the top of the roof.
Yeah.
Because it was originally made like this.
And it looks cool.
A million years ago.
Over 50 years ago, I don't know about a million. Michel Turenne, he is in the number 10 spot. And I don't think either of these two are going to affect that. In actual fact, no, we're just getting faster and faster as the pairings come through. Mickey G is number 9, Mark Hartfeld number 6.
Mickey G's in the bottom half with a 5.9 second run.
Yep.
Unreal.
5.96.
So 11 cars have qualified in the 5-second zone. Absolutely outstanding.
But they're all going to give it their best to move up on the ladder. Everybody wants to be number 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, and it's those pesky little bonus points for qualifying as well. They really do want those, especially the was in the top 7.
Expertly pedalled from Mickey Gilchrist. Mark Hartwell 6.00, 237 mile an hour.
Doesn't improve.
No. Mickey Gilchrist pedalled it like he was going to get back on it and try and go for a full pull, but lifted shortly afterwards. I don't know if you spotted something.
Well, I'm up the top end with Bruno Barda. 5.95 that time, Bruno. Was that kind of what you were looking for?
Oh, no, I don't think it was so fast. 95. Can't believe it.
That it was that quick, yeah?
Yeah, it was a hard run for driving down. The whole way fishtailing the car. And I think it was very close at the center line.
Well, you've still done really well in the championship this year. It's not been a great year with what happened back in May, but you're into the 580s. A 584 is going to be probably your quickest run this year. That's really good.
Yeah, but I think we cannot go back in the 580s. I miss a part, it was broken, and that will cost me 1/10 at least.
One part cost you 1/10 of a second?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, but I have tried the last 2 races and always I lost more than 1/10.
My goodness me. Am I allowed to ask what the part is, or is my life in danger if I ask you?
No, it's a gear race that they don't get. Yeah.
So that makes that much difference?
Yeah, I haven't believed it before, but now I have seen it.
Well, good luck tomorrow, Bruno. It's always a pleasure seeing you here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
What was the part he was missing? We couldn't hear it.
A gear ratio.
Ah.
Yeah, Bruno's known for talking loudly. But yeah, it's part of the gear ratio. That's why it's a mate, like you were saying before, Dick. They're very sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's almost overly sensitive.
Yeah. I know 3 cars now who are running with gear ratios they do not prefer. The old 51 is one, Michel Thor is one, and Mats Eriksson are the ones I know that are not running their favorite ratio for this track because they broke it.
Here we go then. Nitrous takes Supercharger. Jimmy Orland with the old 51. One of the cars you just mentioned running one of the gear ratios they don't prefer.
Yeah, well, for Jimmy it's in the second gear ratio.
Ah, okay.
And the most important is first gear.
Yes. And Bobby Wallace. Both qualified nicely. Bobby, your number 7 qualifier with a 5.95. Jimmy Orland qualified 5th with a 5.90. Both will be looking to step up on this run. Crew climbing into the old 51. They're going to give them the thumbs up. To move forwards, there we go. So Bobby up to the blue line. Jimmy comes forward as well. Lots of tyre shake. Jimmy Orland actually backed off because he thought Bobby was going to come into his lane. That made a hard move about 200 feet out for Bobby.
Yeah, Jimmy had an issue. They were trying to fix it after the burnout. But you could hear it didn't go on the 2-step on the rev limiter. So then it's useless to leave. And you all, that showed.
Well, it's unusual for Bobby Wallace to have any kind of busted run. But up the top end with Mark Hartwell, Mark was just saying, you thought that was a good one. You thought it was quicker than the 6.0.
Yeah, for sure. I thought a 5.9 or something. It was no tire shake, nothing. So it was straight. Yeah.
Well, you've had a really great season. Down into the 580s for this big old thing is really good.
Yeah, it's a really good car, fast car. Really happy with it. Yeah.
And you're going into Eliminations tomorrow with, I think, 592 as the best. But it's still going to be great. And the good thing is the weather is the same tomorrow as it is today. So you know what you know what's going to you know what we're going to deal with anyway.
Yeah, still hot tomorrow, but we see what happens. I think I'm on the 6th spot still.
5.
So yeah, we see. I do my best.
Go on, Dick.
5th place.
5th place, actually.
Oh, 5th place, even better.
Oh no,
Dick,
sorry.
Dick crossed it out. Dick crossed it out and changed it on the qualified order.
Yeah,
for you.
he's 6th.
No,
No.
it is 6, sorry.
It is 6, right? I didn't know Dutch people couldn't count. Seriously. Anyway, it is 6 actually.
Thanks.
Tell Dick, not me. It's not my fault anyway. But anyway, it's always good to see you, and good luck tomorrow, sir.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Mark Hartfeld, everybody. Nice for everybody at home as well to see the faces of the men and women that drive these things and hang on to them as well. So back to you chaps in the tower.
Okay, so it is the Green Goblin. Not green anymore, though. And I can't believe the amount of work they put into that front end and almost getting it look like nothing had happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, he did go
Well.
into the field on his run yesterday, but a huge amount of repair work and got it done. And as you were saying, Dick, dust and grit and everything everywhere. So literally had to take the car apart completely. But
The blower was off, but even the sand and everything was inside the blower. So they were lucky that the engine was shut off. If the sand goes through the blower in the engine, then you're, well, done.
So that is Mats Eriksson. He's number 4 qualifier at the moment with a 590. Just ahead of him with a 587. Andre Arnova from Estonia with the Mustang.
Do we have the Estonian flags here
Yes,
as well?
we do.
I don't
Thing is
see
that we
them.
can't see them very well
Yeah.
because the sun is shining straight in our eyes. But yeah, the flag of Estonia. Certainly got one with the crew chief. He always puts one in the car when he does his burnout.
1 turbo car, 1 supercharged car. Your number 3 and 4 qualifiers.
Looks like Mats is a little bit pointed to the left from up here.
Yes, it does look like that. Lots of tyre shake from Matt, shuts the car off. No problems at all for Andres Arnova. He's going to power through. Will it be another 580? 593, 246 mile an hour. I thought that was a bit better than that.
Yeah, well, it didn't look so quick. It was straight, but it didn't look so quick. But I had the discussion with David yesterday after his run. It was aero straight, and then it doesn't look quick anymore.
Yeah, but interesting fact there, 1.99 back half.
Oh, wow.
So
Wow.
sub 2 second back half of the track there, but the turbo cars.
That's what the
sort of thing
turbos
that they
do, yeah.
Okay, fellas, I'm up the top end with Bobby Wallace, who is actually still the leading light for UK Pro Mod. Not your normal clockwork weekend, but you said you're saving it for race day.
Yeah, no, it's not been normal for us. Not going on this year's performance, but it's a chance for us to try new things. And we've not had the weather like this year, so it's totally different.
The good thing is you're in there for race day. 595 still pretty stout, and more of those whole shot wins tomorrow over the Dutch. What do you reckon?
Well, that's the plan. Yeah, we always seem to pull it together on race day, so that's the plan.
Well, keep it up, mate, because the only person that's actually beaten you so far this year is Jan Eriksson.
Yeah, we are looking for revenge at this meeting.
Good man. Well, sorry, so far this year, obviously, we've still got 2 more race days to go. But well done, mate. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the town.
Well, this is number 1 and number 2 in the qualified order.
Can I just say hello to Johnny Lindbergh, who's tuned in from Indianapolis. Hi, Johnny. Nice to know you're watching.
Very good
Enjoy.
afternoon to Johnny. Regular visitor at the pod back in the day when he lived in Europe, but
with
now
2
lives,
funny cars.
Yeah.
He's still tuning Johnny Ox's car this weekend, actually, is Johnny.
From there, probably, yeah.
So, David Vector and the man you were just on about, Yanni Eriksson, undefeated this season. He is currently in at the number 2 spot. Oh, he's number 1 spot, sorry.
Yeah.
That's weird on the time screen there, isn't it?
Anomaly on the time.
Okay, so Yanni Eriksson, not only is undefeated this season, he's your current number 1 qualifier. David Vector, I'm sure will have something to say about that this session. The little points do matter, especially in the fight for second.
Well, they're good friends off the track, but they just want to murder each other on the start line, that's for sure. They want to get to the other end first, even if it's just qualifying. Your last pair in Pro Modified.
Tyre shake for Yanni Eriksson, but he's driven through it. It's side by side. Yanni's going to get there first. 586 and a 585. What a side-by-side run that was.
And another 3 points for David. Great. And
Short
2 points for Jan then.
Yeah, short numbers. David Vector 0.96 to 60 foot. Jan was 0.98, 384 to 387. And then at the stripe, 585 Dave Vector, 586 Jan Eriksson. The field is set.
Yep.
Pro mod.
Yep. That's pretty nice time slips.
Well,
hot weather. Wednesday, I got some 588, but now 3 runs, it was very hard.
Does that mean Peter couldn't it?
So if well, you did go 587 yesterday, but that was honestly, seriously, you were less than probably a foot away from, you know, like 20 centimeters away from the center line when you ran that yesterday.
Yeah, I was almost ready to pick the foot because I saw, is it coming back or not? But heavy balls, it have to hold in if you want good time.
We were saying that it's quite amazing on this racetrack. You can still hold the pedal down even though you're right on the center line.
Yeah, this is amazing. That's why I can do that. If you saw running no matter where, they don't prep exactly till end of the track or side by side that good. So we know track is always here. You can hold and push a little bit harder. So it's good.
Well, there's lots of Estonian flags up there on the grandstands and on the banking too. Let's hope they're waving tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we do best what we can.
Thank you very much for coming. Andriano over, everybody. Back to you guys in the tower.
Okay, it's time now for Top Methanol, the last session for them.
And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Yes, Dick, fantastic. Good to see you. I know you've got a lot of people to catch up with in the pits this evening as they get ready for eliminations tomorrow morning. So the Bill Sport dragster of Tony Brinson down there. Woof. Straight into a tower with the Nitro. Thank you very much indeed.
That's actually gone straight in my eyes as well. Woo.
And for the first time that I can remember this weekend, the fans are on, and it's a tiny bit of a headwind. Probably about a 2 mile an hour headwind. It's not much, but at least the fumes can actually disperse a little bit better than they did earlier.
So Tony Brinson going to put it onto the high side. Little bit of tyre shake, no problem at all the way through. Goes 5:43, 262 mile an hour. And that's only good enough for the number 4 spot.
He's got a bracket methanol dragster, well, an A fuel car. He went 5:42 as his best, and he just went 5:43. On that one there, 262 mile an hour pass, but well on there to Tony Brinson.
Oh, they were trying to step it up, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Up the top end with David Vector and Jan Eriksson as well. Dave, was that a 5:85 for David that time? Sorry, I know it was a couple of pairs ago.
Yes, it was, and he was quickest in the round.
Yeah, quickest of the round, 3 extra points. You said you had your hands full in the shutdown area, though.
Oh yeah, it was all over the place. I think I saw the left wall and the right wall almost, but yeah, it's here. It's safe.
You do that kind of stuff in the shutdown area. You've spun it out before.
Yeah, twice actually.
Oh, well, at least you saved it this time anyway. But the good thing is you've got a really, really good car going into race day. You've picked up a lot of extra points in qualifying this weekend.
Yeah, we did. We picked up, I think, 9 points actually. Still not enough to keep Bruno behind me if he goes one round further than me. So, it's going to be exciting tomorrow.
It's going to be great fun, isn't it? Good luck tomorrow, and it's always a great time when you're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
From David Vector, everybody. Back to you.
So Lynn Floysvik doing a burnout off to one side of the start line. Obviously doesn't want to ruin the surface that's already down. And here comes forward Sylvia Strauch with the enemy. So Lynn, I believe, is currently your number 2 qualifier. Oh no, number 3 qualifier, sorry. It's that tight at the top end.
Well, it's mad because the 3 funny cars are covered by less than 200ths of a second. It's that tight.
So Lynn in the fight for the championship with the man in the other lane, and of course Sandra Bellio, who's just pulling around the back of the tower now. All 3 of these drivers fighting to have the number 1 on their car next season.
Years ago, I remember what it was. 2006 at the finals. We went. I said, "Wow, wasn't that brilliant?" He went, "What do you mean?" Well, the whole day of racing, there wasn't any. Yes, there was. It was raining. I went home at 2 o'clock. Yeah, we started racing at 3, 6 hours solid, mate.
Oh, no. It's happened.
Oh no. That's not on fire, by the way. If you're looking on the live stream, if you can see that, yeah, it does look like it's the headlights from the other end. It does make it look like the.
That was very good. I was looking at it, I thought you were saying it's not on fire, but yeah, it's the headlights.
It's the headlights behind
headlights
that.
through the heat haze.
But the great thing about the warm weather, obviously, is we do have Mother Nature on our side for once, other than the wet stuff, of course, because it's nice and warm. It's still lovely and warm, and that really, really will help. Even with those couple of deluges, the track will be mint. We're just having a chat up here as well. When we get going, no, it's just I said when. These are going to be the best conditions of the weekend. Unfortunately, for people in Comp Eliminator, they can't take advantage of them, can they? Well, the short numbers they can at least anyway. So our track crew are never going to rest, never going to give it up, and that is not a start of a Rick Astley song.
I was going to say
that really isn't. Yeah, it's
never going to desert you.
Yeah, something like that. But that's one of the reasons all the races from around Europe come here, simply because they know that they are going to get maximum effort from the track crew, like they give maximum effort to entertain you and come here and race. So, majority of the work again will be in the shutdown area, this the start line, and all the way through to the finish line, the quarter mile. I was not going to say, I can't say dry itself because there's loads of people out there doing it, but you know what I mean anyway. But we'll be in a go situation as soon as we can. We've got a good hour to wait, so it's going to be gone 7 o'clock before we do anything at all. However, we're going to try and cram as much as we possibly can in, hopefully all of it before the end of the day.
Yeah, most definitely. All of our pro classes are at semi-final stage. Some of them are at final stage, of course. Top Fuel Dragster, Nostalgia Funny Car, Pro Stock, they're all at final stage, the others are all at semi-final. We do have sportsman quarter-finalists, but we can run those between semis and finals of the pro sessions.
Yeah, they can go round and round and round.
Yeah.
So if we've got two, we can get 2 hours worth in. It'll be one of the best 2 hours you've seen.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, you got it. So thank you all of you for sticking with us. All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I'm not going to count all of you, but you know what I mean.
They will reappear. There's loads of people in the catering
They
area.
are as well, actually. I'm only joking.
Are those in the catering area? Give us a wave. Sure, you can hear us down there.
I don't think they can. I think they got the TVs on in there. They're watching. They're watching the replays.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're not watching the replays because that's what's on the live stream. And they're watching the track being cleaned and sorted out.
They've also got music down there as well. So
that's a very good point. They're enjoying themselves,
Yeah.
just waiting for the rest of it to happen. So we know we're going to be in for a warm evening. Hopefully, we're going to be in some fabulous racing. We're in the finals for a lot of our pro classes. Actually, we've got top fuel bike semis to go. We've got methanol semis to go. Pro mod semis to go. Everything else is at finals, so we're going to try and crash through it as quickly as we possibly can. That was, folks, if you're watching in, that was the tractor trying to brush the FIM steward Joe Hazen out of the way. not something you thought you'd see this weekend, I bet. Anyway, so back to Nitro FM for hopefully not the longest time. Those guys and girls out there just deserve a medal. Actually, what they deserve is they deserve for this race to get finished after all of this grief. So back to Nitro FM. We will be with you as soon as we can.
In fact, that was pretty much side by side. I like that. So these two separated by less than 200ths of a second at the minute in qualifying. 5:53 and a 5:55. Both of these guys, if they were racing last weekend in Indy, would have done a fantastic job. They would have qualified pretty well as well.
Yeah, we talk about Indy. It is Big Go, as they call it. It's the US Nationals. It's the biggest, baddest drag race on the planet for the NHRA. 6 days of racing. Normally over 600 teams take part. They do class eliminations for sportsman racers, and then they go into eliminations proper. And a lot of that is done before the pros even come out. And then the eliminated racers in the sportsman categories then go to other racetracks whilst so they can get a bit more racing in. It's incredible. Very fortunate to go to the US Nationals 4 years ago, and I want to go back.
However, we're racing here at Sandipod in the United Kingdom. Johnny Oxa and Sandro Bellio. Tyre shake instantly for Johnny Oxa. Sandro Bellio's time might not be representative. 5:69. Yeah, he rolled through slightly. It's come up as a 1.07 foot, but it definitely wasn't that.
Yeah, the car was moving and it tripped the red light by 0.27. That was almost leaving before the tree ran, so he was actually lucky to get an ET at all, but it was not representative. 5:69, 260. Problems for Johnny. Just trickling through with a 15.04 at just 44 miles an hour.
I'm guessing I won't be talking to him in a minute then.
Well, certainly not Johnny, because I don't think he's going to make it all the way there.
Yeah,
well, he's already off the drag, actually.
He is, yeah, first exit.
So what was the problem? Tyre shake again?
Yeah, it looked like. In actual fact, if I just look down there,
you can see
460 foot, we can see the chatter marks of those tyres just trying to fold over themselves. So the track's clear already, and it is pro stock.
Well, neither of them are here. Sandro's not actually, even with the 5:69, Sandro's not down the top end unless he's going to push around the corner in a minute.
I think he is, yes.
Okay, fair enough then. So, FIA Pro Stock last qualifying session. These little points are all important in this session specifically because they're so tight at the top.
Yeah, the whole field is spread by 0.04 of a second. On the track, though, it is Simon Eckengren with the retro Dodge taking on Robin Naren. Robin finally got the car wrestled down the track in the last session this morning. Looking to improve on this session, though.
Well, they'll both, I'm sure, be overjoyed with anything starting with 6.6. I think that's probably about, in these atmospheric conditions, that's about all you can coax out of a normally aspirated 500 cubic inch big block engine. Simon Eckengren had, up until that run earlier today, had 2 great runs. Just the only car that got down the racetrack 2 times in a row. Didn't get a burnout earlier on, so that's why they clicked him off. And 2 busted runs for Robin Noren yesterday. Robin is in with a shout of one of 3 in with a shout of the championship. Fantastic effort for him to get here this weekend after crashing the car just 2 weeks ago, not even 2 weeks ago in Hockenheim. Borrow his friend's car, which just happened to be his old car, and that car does know how to win on this racetrack. He won in 2018, 2019 at this event. Let's see what they can do.
Well, they're both into pre-stage, just got to roll those few extra inches forward to go into stage.
No tyre shake at all. Simon's car moving over towards the wall a little bit, but he's reeled it back in side by side. 6:68 with an 8. Your new number 1 qualifier by less than 1,000th of a second.
That is insanely tight. 6.6886 is number 1. 6.6892. That's 6/10,000ths of a second difference between 1 and 2.
The only thing you didn't say, fellas, was who ran it.
Oh, Simon.
Oh, fantastic! So number 1 qualified by 1,000th of a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did it go in the other lane for Robin?
6:72, 206. That was his quickest run of the weekend, but he stays in number 4.
Yeah, this is all going to be about their clutch foot, isn't it? I'll catch up with Simon in just a couple of moments. I can only imagine just how overjoyed Michael is down there on the start line at the moment with that run. I told you anything beginning with a 6.6 would be good. However, can he hold the number 1 qualified spot to the end of this session? We're about to find out.
First to last is 400ths of a second. That's just so tight in
That's
pro
exactly how it should be.
Yeah. Well, it could change. Mike Malcolm with the Pontiac. Actually got a car name now. It's the Black Devil. And Stefan Enrid with the dart down there. So at the moment, 6.68 with a 9 for Mike. Stefan 6.70.
Well, Michael's just watched his number 1 spot fall in the same lane he's in now, so he knows it is possible. However, all he's got to improve by is 1,000th of a second. If he can do that, he will be the number 1 qualifier. There's also the tricky task of the fact that Stefan's in the other lane, who is quite capable of doing the exact same thing.
If you ever stage the shallowest you've ever staged in your racing career, now is the time, because we are talking tiniest margins now. Alright, so Mike's in pre-stage. There goes Stefan. It's all about getting into stage. Just tickle those beams. They're both good at it.
Stefan actually rolled in quite far, but they're door handle to door handle. I think Michael might have a nose in front as they go over the line.
6.77 doesn't improve. 6.72 for Stefan. No improvement for him. So the field is set with Mike Malcolm in at number 2, Stefan Enrid number 3. Simon holds on to that number 1.
Well, talking of Simon, I have a very happy young man from Sweden up here. Is this your first ever number 1 qualified spot as well?
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah.
I think so. But 6.60, it's by 1,000th of a second, but that's what pro stock racing is all about, isn't it? It's always so close. You've had 3 fantastic runs down the track this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend has been really good, and the pro stock class is really tight, and that's always fun. And 1,000 is enough.
Well, 1,000 enough for number 1, but the whole field is 400ths of a second as well. That can be all down to your left foot or someone else's left foot tomorrow, yeah?
Yes, it is. You got to be awake tomorrow.
Definitely that. Do you think there's any more in it this weekend, or that's probably about the best you can coax out of it in this kind of weather?
In this area, it's 6 to 8 is pretty good.
Really good. Good luck tomorrow, sir, and it is great to see the Dodge back on top again.
Thanks a lot.
No problem at all. Well done to Michael Shirkis as well, if he can hear this. Yeah. I can only imagine how delighted he is at the moment. We're just waiting for him to get up here to the top end. I'll have a word with the other guys in a second. So, up next, folks, I presume is Top Fuel.
It is indeed.
Have we got a moment? Or
yes, you have. Yeah, you're fine.
Fantastic stuff. So, the man who never ages, Michael.
Around about 7 o'clock. So that's where, as long as everything works in our favour for the rest of the drying time, we hope to be ready until around about 7 o'clock. Obviously, we're just looking at a potential run order to see who we're going to get down the lanes first and get running. Obviously, we can go beyond 8 o'clock, which is good news. So the aim is really to try and get it all finished tonight. That is the absolute aim. So fingers crossed. Awesome track crew. Everybody is doing everything they can to get everything done, and there is every possibility that we could get this all done. Just got to make sure we don't get any more precipitation. Just looking up though, I think we should be good. It's all fingers crossed. But track crew haven't given up. We haven't given up. I know the racers that are still in the show have not given up at all. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be staying here overnight. A lot of our European teams, well, they're staying for the banquet anyway. So, they're not going anywhere. And fortunately, the sportsman races that are still eliminations, it just means they go a little bit later going home. Some of them will leave their kit here tonight. Some of them are staying here because it's going to be Hot Rod Drags next weekend and then National Finals weekend after. So some of them I know are leaving their stuff here. That's the update I've got for you. Fingers crossed, by 7 o'clock we should, and fingers crossed more so, we will get going at 7 o'clock. That's what I got for you. Just hope and pray it works out. Nitro FM, back over to you.
Up next, folks, I presume is Top Fuel.
It is indeed.
Have we got a moment? Or
yes, you have. Yeah, you're fine.
fantastic stuff. So the man who never ages, Michael Malmgren. I think, did Michael go 72? Do you remember?
No, he didn't.
77, I think, was
yes,
it? Yeah.
correct.
So you got down the racetrack, Mike. 77, probably not what you were looking for. What have you got to do tomorrow to sew it up?
We got to sort out the clutch. We have a major clutch issue this weekend, and we just need to work on it. We made a decent run with the 68 yesterday. Fried the disc and clutch, so we had to put in a new clutch. And now we fried it again, so we'll see what tomorrow.
Okay, is it the weather? Is it the track that's causing you the problem, or is it just one of those racing things?
It's the whole package. I mean, it's very tricky, you know. So congratulations to Simon and Sjöqvist. They made a hell of a run, and I guess they took my number one spot there with a couple of fouls.
It is only well, that's what Pro Stock is, though, isn't it? That's why we love it. It's always a thousandths of a second everywhere.
Tough deal. Yep. Okay.
Well, good luck tomorrow, and it's always good to see you back here at Santa Pod. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well, the Bluebird is out there just putting down some more traction for our fuel cars that are going to be running next. Head of the lanes, it is Suzanne Kalin with the Slick Tricks Santa Pod Raceway dragster, just waiting patiently to go out there. Thumbs up from Suzanne, as she is a feature on the live stream at the moment, actually.
Are they in place?
No, they're still in the pairing lanes. At the
Oh,
moment. They
okay, no
haven't come
problem.
round
We
the corner.
got time then. Oh, we don't need to see that. Definitely don't need to see that. Sorry, that's Michael and the rest of the team for the Dodge turning up. Well, the other Dodge in Pro Stock is actually number one for once. I think that was a 72 for you, so at least you've had some good runs down the track this weekend. You've got some good data going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, of course we like to go faster than we did now, though. But it's hot. We haven't had that much of experience tuning a car on the track. The track is awesome, but you know the weather for us to get it down. You need to be soft to leave good. Then of course you need to hook up there, and it's hard to find the right combination. So we need to practice more on this.
So what have you got to do to sew it up tomorrow?
We're pretty much around where we are now. I mean, we're close to the number one qualifier. As you see, you've used a few hundreds, so it's all going to be set up by the tree, I guess.
Very much. Only 400s between number one and number four.
Yeah, so I mean, the clutch foot will be the best weapon tomorrow. That's
your left foot is your best weapon.
Yeah.
Stefan Enrad, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Stefan. Going to go into race day. I'm not entirely sure. Is it going to be who's racing each other in round one? Because it's number one against number four. It may be Dodge against Dodge. We have to wait.
Yes, I believe you're right. It is. It's well, whatever. It's just going to be so tight because I think, looking at the numbers, it will be won and lost on the start line, not at the stripe. Reaction times are really going to make a difference tomorrow. Got to be on your A game. It's one thing, as Mike was saying about the clutch and getting all the performance bit right, but if the driver becomes the weakest link, if you like, then it could be over before you even get going. Right, so the fuel cars are just coming around the corner now into position. And it is going to be Suzanne Kalin that's going into the Kestrel beer lane. And it is India Urbacher that will be taking the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, interestingly, I've just looked at some of the members of India's team. They look like a media crew. Always nice to see. And you're going to get a lovely shot in a second on the live stream of the frog that hangs onto the front of Suzanne's car, covering the intake onto the fuel tank.
Well, I'm actually quite amazed that they're making this session because it looked like there were a lot of flames coming out the engine earlier on today. So the Slick Tricks team have done a fantastic job getting it back together for this last qualifying session of the weekend.
Yeah, very happy to see them down here. Just pulling the cars back into position now. Suzanne's into position, just getting strapped in. Well, when I say strapped in, she's already been strapped in, but she's going into race strap now.
Yeah, there's a big difference between strapped in and race strap. I can see India beating herself up in the car. I think she's just getting herself psyched up for the run. Gary Page down there as well, just giving India that a shake of the hand. Dad Urbacher. Oh my goodness me, has he got some tales to tell over the years on this racetrack here at Santa Pod. but the legacy continues with India.
So just turning over Suzanne's car. Getting it ready to be fired up. They do always turn them over before they fire them up. That is normal. There you go, same on India. So any second now, Suzanne's car will be fired up. They'll give them the nod. Over to India. India's car will fire up.
So I think India's ready. Yep, thumbs up from both teams. Yep, so they give each other the nod. So here we go then. Top Fuel, the final session. First pair about to fire up. Well, one burnout done. Here comes the second. So, India Urbacher, she's in the number 2 spot at the moment with a 451. Suzanne, a 465. Both of these ladies have been down this raceway in under 4 seconds. In other words, they have 3-second runs under their belts. They have both been over 300 miles an hour on this racetrack as well. But they would like to do that again now. Your number 1 qualifier is on a 386 with a 6. That's Ida Zetterstrom. She'll be in the second pair coming up very, very shortly. We know Suzanne has already cemented the runner-up spot in the FIA European Top Fuel Championship. But then we already know that Ida Zetterstrom has got the crown this year. But it's all about bragging rights. It's all about winning this event now. Any one of the 4 cars here can do it this weekend. Again, the smell of nitro coming into the tower. These fumes are hanging around here. But it's all down to the drivers now. They're both into pre-stage. Hang on tight, folks. 1,000 foot Top Fuel qualifier. Beautiful looking runs, and it's a 396 at 297 for Suzanne. India goes 422, 226, but both of them were eating themselves up on the runs there. Ball of flame and smoke and everything that you could possibly imagine from both cars on those runs. But Suzanne gets one into the 3-second zone.
Ooh. Sorry, she's going your way then. Yeah, India looked like she's chucked some valves out of the exhaust halfway down the run, and then the thing just went boom.
Well, even though you said there were flames from the cars, coming round the corner at the top end, Suzanne's car, steaming a little bit, but not on fire, which is always a good thing.
The more of the flames were coming from India's car, to be honest with you.
Fair enough, okay. I don't think India's made it down to the last turn-off where we are at the moment. So what's that for Suze, 396?
Yeah, 396 at 297.
Okay. I'll try and catch up with Suze in just a moment. I'm sure they're checking the track right now.
Yeah, well, both cars have cleared. As you can see, as everybody can see on the live stream, actually, Suzanne's car has come around the corner, very close to where Darrell is, and India's car has taken the first exit.
The first exit?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
And she went 422, dearie me. Well, that was her India's quickest run of the weekend. Suzanne wants to be interviewed. I think that's what she just said. I don't know whether you saw that. I think I was just being banned from saying anything to her. Not that that stops us. Anyway, do I be brave or do I get murdered? What do you think, folks? Answers on the postcard.
Actually, we have only got 2 Top Fuel Dragsters in this session.
Okay.
The other 2 electing not to run or have issues or couldn't make it in time because now we have the 2-seater Dragster.
Okay. Well, what the 2-seat? Is the 2-seater just coming round?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'll wait till the 2-seaters run and have a word with Suze.
Okay, then.
By that time, it won't be safe.
Be a Fuel funny car after this, by the way, folks, so do not go anywhere. Just let the burnout go underneath the turn.
So Paul Brown in the driving seat. Colin's just having a quick look to see who's in the passenger seat.
It took a while to scroll down through all the messages. But this is Martin Gain. He is from Tame in Oxfordshire. He is currently 79 years old. He is treated himself, or he has this as his 80th birthday present later in the year.
This would be quite cool to stamp on his bus pass.
Yeah. You're never too old to go fast.
Wow, that's incredible. 79.
Yeah.
Always the adrenaline junkie. There you go, you can see him on the live stream there.
He doesn't look a day over 72. He's, that's the main thing.
Godspeed, young sir. No doubt you'll be experiencing another 1.1 second 60 foot. And you'll be going well over 170 mile an hour at the finish line. The car shot off early in the other run, which is peculiar for this car. It never usually does it. Right, Paul was actually asleep there with a 0.1 light. Goes down to 7.999, 166 mile an hour, and another 1.1 second 60 foot.
Yeah.
Who was in the car this time, fellas? Because I'll try and get a word with him when they come.
Right, okay. So the chap is celebrating an 80th birthday.
Oh my goodness me, that'll be good.
He's 70.
Well, I'll have a word with him in a minute when he comes
years
round.
old.
Right, I'm up the top end with Suzanne, who is delighted to talk to me. Oh yeah. Yeah. So 396. Nearly 300 miles an hour. It's been a long weekend, hasn't it?
It really has been. So it's about time we actually got somewhere.
Yeah, well, it was. You still had a pretty good season. I mean, you started out the year with a speed record, and then it was all a bit shaky from there on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had a record for a whopping day and a half. Well, a day, maybe, but went a bit downhill from here, but from now on, I guess.
Well, this time last year, you won 2 events in a row. Let's hope you can defend your European finals title.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that.
I'm sure you will. Suze, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Daryl.
No problem at all. You could feel the love in that whole interview.
All the way. Martin Gain was the passenger. Sorry, I didn't give you the name. Martin Gain is your passenger of the 2-seater dragster. But yes, we do have a bit of time. We have Nitro funny cars around the corner. They still need to come around and get into position. So, if you, as mind you, is Paul Brown still there, or is he heading back? That's one thing I don't know. Just strapping our funny car pilots in, pulling those belts nice and tight.
Yeah, starting crew. Well, I say starting crew. Darren's down there, but Ian's wandered off. He's gone back into the barn, so he's obviously checking something or organising something. That is Kevin Kent, as you can see on the live screen, getting strapped into the Santa Pod funny car.
With his running gear and his engine and everything in that car. Phenomenal work from that team to get that car turned around last night. As I say, they had finished just after midnight. And what they really did want to do was fire it up and check everything over last night, but obviously they couldn't do that until 9 o'clock this morning. And that was a nice morning chorus when they did. The place that never sleeps, and that has been the whole case this weekend because it's been so warm overnight. There was no badminton last night in Street Eliminator, so I was very disappointed. I went up to book. I booked my court for midnight, and I went there, and there was nobody there. Well, there's loads of people there, loads of Street Eliminator folks hanging around, but yeah, no badminton last night.
Booked your court, and someone had built some pits on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. They actually get strapped in and then put the blast shield back over the driver. I've not seen that before.
Well, it's a bit difficult to climb around that.
I was thinking that every time I saw it.
Okay, chaps. Well, I'm just going to go and have a quick word with the fellow that was in the back of the, if that's all right. Yeah. Back of the 2-seater. Paul, how you doing? Okay. Well, sir, very good afternoon. So, is this 80th birthday present? Was that? Is it
Father's Day thought, and over time, my son Stephen looked up the right time and the right day, and yeah, here we are.
So, considering you're 21, you don't look a day over 22. How was the ride?
Well, I was warned that there'd be a kick in the back at the start, and there was a kick in the back from the start to the finish. It just went on and on. It was exhilarating.
A lot of fun?
Great fun, yeah. I've looked forward to this for 60-odd years. When I first saw George Montgomery, Ohio George, at Blackbush in the early 60s with Tommy Ivo, Don Garlitz. Yeah.
So it's probably a good idea you waited this long, because the rest of your life, if you'd have done it before, the rest of your life might have taken a different path, I think. You might have liked it too much.
Well, I liked it. There's no doubt about that, yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, thank you very much indeed for talking to us, and again, I'm glad you enjoyed it, most importantly.
Okay, and thanks very much to the Sandapod team as well. They've all looked after me. Everyone from the VIP to the drivers and crew of the car looked after me a treat.
That's good to know, and I'm really sorry I didn't catch your name.
Martin.
Martin. Thank you very much indeed, Martin. I'm Daryl. Always a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure listening to you over the time, Daryl.
I'm sorry about that. We all are. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you guys in the tower.
Not only that, he has got a sub 8-second timing slip that he'll get 7.9999 at 166.67 miles an hour.
Which is probably what he was watching Tommy Ivo and that dude down at Blackbush the first time he went and saw it. So
yeah. But I love the way Daryl said that. Good job he didn't do that quite a few years ago, because your life path would have been totally different. I know exactly what he means.
His bank account would have been a lot smaller as well.
Yeah, but no, at least he's still enjoying it.
Well, I've had conversations with many racers over the years. I'm not going to name them, but years and years ago, I had a chat with someone that used to race in top methanol. And I said, how come you guys have never run in top fuel, because you've been doing this quite a long time? And they said, well, we did think about it, but we came up, there was one big problem with it. And I said, what was that then? They said, we'd like it. Right?
Like it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that's not normally a problem when it comes to just about everything in life. This is one of the most addictive things. Nitromethane, I love this saying. It's one of my favourite sayings. Nitromethane is not only the most addictive substance in the world, it is the most efficient solvent. It dissolves bank accounts and marriages literally overnight. There we go. Anyway, it doesn't, but you know what I mean. It's just one of those things that gets in your blood and never leaves.
Right, the funny cars are now just being towed around the corner into position. The first pair will be Kevin Kent and Jason Phelps.
Oh, this should be a good one. Hope for a good run for both of them. At least John Smith, who's crew chief for Kevin Kent, has got the data from that run earlier on today. Now, Kevin's run that car before. I'm not entirely sure John's seen it before, but they're the same kind of cars, same kind of chassis, so it should be, fingers crossed. Sounds easy, doesn't it? But it's got the drivetrain, it's got all the clutch system, the management system, everything else in it that was in Kevin's other car. I did actually have a look at Kevin. Do you ever look at Kevin's car as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Looking a bit sorry for itself, sitting in the corner, like it had been naughty. But yeah, he said that it was going to be checked into John Webster's, made sure it's straight, most importantly, because the forces on these things, especially when you put a bunch of weight or take, one of the corners off, one of the wheels off, it's very likely it might be a little bent. But it can be straightened, and I'm sure it can be saved too.
Yeah, the more interesting fact, as you know well, Darryl, is the seeing the pair of rear wheels with their, what I can only describe as their stub axles still attached, but the sheer breakage of that titanium shaft just beggars belief. It really does.
Yeah, and the encouraging thing is that went on probably no more than a couple of inches below feet either side of the bell housing where the clutch is. The drive shaft runs, it's not between their legs, it's a little bit lower, and then the rear end in a funny car is mounted just behind a driver's bottom, if you like, and that's where it all goes on. So yeah, any sort of breakage like that, you tend to think, although they're still not as bad as front-engine or slingshot dragsters, where you actually have the back of your legs and your bottom resting on the axle with your legs going over the top of the axle. Thomas will tell us about this. I'm sure he knows more about this than me, because you've driven one, haven't you? Was Mike's car like that when you drove it?
Yes, it was. He also made me jump when I went through the finish line, and the drive shaft cover broke.
Oh, joy. So you had all that spinning around going on, yeah?
Oh, yes.
At least you're here to tell the tale.
So Jason Phelps' car is fired up. They're just firing up Kevin Kent's car, which takes light now. Nice long and slow burnout for Jason Phelps. Here comes Kevin Kent's car being pushed forwards now. Yeah, Jason's actually coming back faster than he did the burnout.
Yes, you're right, actually. And coming quite a long way back as well. So both cars now back behind the staging beams. Jason Phelps with the Gladiator, the Hawk Racing Toyota Camry. Of course, Kevin Kent with the West End Motorsport. Not the Monte Carlo though. He is in the Sandbox Monte car for this one.
So the body is down on Jason Phelps' machine. Body comes down for Kevin's car. They will be pushed up to the line to save the clutch.
Yeah, 5.82 Kev's marker at the moment. Jason's is a 5.58. The other two cars are in the fours. This is where these two would like to go right now. The All Funny Car here at the European Finals, the last qualifier. Synchronized, literally. They left the line together. They clicked off together. Both had 0.97 60 foots, and well, 6.22 the end result for Jason, 5.80 the end result there for Kevin Kent.
So was it tyre shake or anything related, or they're just supposed to lift at the same time?
I can't see any tyre shake.
Real tyre shake marks out there, to be honest.
Well, I'm going to have a chance to ask them. They're coming down here.
Oh, good stuff.
That's good. No, it is good. We were just saying that. They don't normally make it all the way till the end unless they have a full bore run, but I think I can hear a whirring behind me, so it's always a good sign.
Well, by the looks of things, neither of them have made it all the way down. The mile an hours are actually very low.
Kevin literally just taking the top end corner, and I think Jason might be at the... yes, he is. Jason taking the second exit. And yeah, Kevin has come round the corner.
Yeah, Jason, they will do anything to avoid me, mate. They know I'm down right at the end, so they turn off as soon as they can. Yeah, Kevin Kent coming round the corner with the Santa Pod Raceway funny car. I'll try and catch a word with Kevin. He's had one hell of a weekend, as he almost always does, even when things go right. So there we go.
Well, we've still got three funny cars to go. Steve Ashdown and Patrick Pers are lined up.
I'm just having a closer look at the headers on Patrick Pers' car, and I can really see what you said yesterday, Darryl, about how they are like dragster headers.
They're big, aren't they? Big and swoopy. Yeah, they're very, very different. It's the style of headers that they favour in the US now, because they're a bit more, they're laid back and a little more straight up for just maximum efficiency, basically, and to help the car thrust forward. So I'll catch a word with Kevin in a couple of minutes after this bet.
So both cars are alive. The body coming down on Steve Ashdown's machine. That was Steve Ashdown. Here comes Patrick Pers. One thing I've just noticed on Steve Ashdown's car, the explosion he had yesterday has obviously cracked the windscreen. He's got it all stitched back together, and it is all safe, but yeah, bearing wounds from the explosion he had last night.
Well, another thing I've noticed actually with the Undertaker car is Lee is kept very, very busy when he gets the car to come back. So the register seems that little bit high, so Lee goes over and just closes those butterflies to enable the register drop to allow Steve to get the car into reverse. But a well-rehearsed team, well-rehearsed routine. So it's Patrick Pers who holds the #1 spot in qualifying at the moment with that 440. It's only Steve Ashdown that can get in front of him. And they are going to be 1 and 2, but which way around? Steve Ashdown is going to have to go quicker than 440 to get that #1.
Well, both of these drivers have been on passes that are better than those runs 440 and 454. However, they've had to pick them early because they were both hugging the centre lines on both them runs. Drifting over towards what actually tapped the wall for Patrick Pers. That run won't stand, unfortunately.
Neither of them will actually, because Steve Ashdown wiped the 8th mile blocks out.
Yeah, luckily they both went the same way.
Yeah. Wow. Well, the tail of the tape at the top end, 436.232 and 464.205. But just having a look at the replay here, Steve Ashdown hits the 8th mile blocks and Patrick Pers kisses the wall on the left-hand side. We still do have one more funny car up there, not forgetting that. But my goodness me, that was a run and a half in the fumes. I don't know if you're feeling that.
Well,
but my goodness me, I am.
They're actually making their way around the corner, so we'll get to have a chat with Steve Ashdown at least. So Steve got the blocks at the 8th mile,
He did, yeah.
Oh, okay. What did he roll through to?
464.205.
Well, that's kind of the run he was on earlier as well. So I'm just going to try and catch up with Kevin, really, who's taking his frock off at the moment. Yep, up the top end with Kevin Kent. Kevin, my old friend. Well, once again, you've had a hell of a season until this weekend, and now you've had an absolute hell of a weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, the car's come out bug jam, first out of the box, set a record, run a good number, and then come to this meeting, and then we lost the fucking back wheel, but lost the back wheel.
Well, you can swear about it, mate, because obviously it was a very big moment. I've got to say, you did a fantastic job of saving it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was more luck than judgment, if anything. But I got back and said to the crew, this ain't fixable. We ain't got the spares for this. There's only one option. They all looked at me and walked away.
Because they knew what was coming.
They knew what was coming. I'd already agreed it with Keith. Well, Keith agreed it. And then, yeah, it was to the workshop and get the spare car out.
Yeah. So this was a car I think your missus was supposed to be driving at one point. Is that right as well?
Yeah, that's right. We put this together for Shelley. She didn't like the view because it's a completely different view from this car to the Monte Carlo or the Mustang. Basically, if anyone, the Mustang, the windscreen's right in front of you. This car is like someone's put you in the boot. So it is a bit daunting. I don't mind it. It's okay. I prefer the Monte Carlo, the style, and the Mustang. But this is what you got. Beggars can't be choosers.
Well, the good thing is you've wrapped up, for you guys as well, you've wrapped up the championship already, so you didn't have to do this. What makes you go to all this extra effort on weekends like this?
Do you want the right version or what? The right version, I'd open a drum of Nitro and I didn't want to write Bartlett a cheque.
Well, quote there from Kevin Kent. So, but also because you love racing, I guess.
Yeah, you're damn right. I mean, we come here to win. You know, it's the crew work hard all through the meetings, and I don't like going home early.
Well, hopefully you won't be. Good luck tomorrow, mate. Next car is fired on the start line, and a fantastic effort as always.
Nice one. Cheers, Dale.
All right, thanks a lot, Kev.
He's great for a quote, isn't he? He's great. I love it.
You bet.
All
Okay,
funny
so
car
it is.
drivers are certifiable. Right, we have one more Nitro funny car to come in this session. This is Chippy Chapman.
high RPMs after the burnout. No doubt the crew guy will be leaning on the butterflies to drop the RPM so we can get into reverse. There we go. And the reverse is engaged nicely.
So this to get into the show, basically.
Yeah, anything better than a 5.80.
Yeah. Yeah, team spotted something towards the back of the car. Looks like be a slight issue that yeah, the team basically has spotted there. So not quite sure what they found.
Yeah, the car's making some very peculiar noises as they were trying to lean it out.
Well, folks.
Actually, I have spotted what the issue was. I think it was the left parachute.
Oh, goodness me.
The cable had come out, but they had the safety in, but the cable itself wasn't.
Oh, that's lucky.
So, yeah, very, very well spotted by the crew there. So, obviously, shut the car down on a safety reason. I think
Right, folks, I do have the very best looking man in funny car, which is saying a lot, let's put it that way. I'm being nice to you for James. Come on. Yeah. Steve Ashdown up the top end. Steve, that was on another stonking run, actually.
Yeah, it's just the driver's driving like an idiot.
No. You can't steer if the front wheels are in the air, because I said that to Dave on the run before, you know. You were down the centre line, and you did a great job hanging on to it.
Wouldn't do it. Yeah, wouldn't go. Just, as you say, it's hard work to try and keep these things in a straight line at the best of times, but you ain't got your front wheels in the air. It just makes it twice as hard.
Yeah, you cannot do it, can you? But at least, well, it's a lot better day today than it was yesterday. I mean, God, you guys again.
And these are, I know all the teams are great, but I really wouldn't do this to nobody else. I've got from my point of view, the best team going. They work their socks off every weekend to allow me to do the easy job, well, reasonably easy job of trying to steer it and let me live my dream.
Well, that run earlier today and this run too as well, it was really marching. It was good numbers. It looked, I mean, Dave looked pretty happy, which is saying something, obviously, but no, it was doing what it was supposed to do, wasn't it?
It actually was, yeah. We are getting there. As I say, since this time last year, when it all disappeared, and it's a completely new car, completely new setup. I mean, literally everything is new, and it's just getting to grips with it all. All this data that Dave had, all the sort of knowledge that he had, all the old stuff, is throwing it up and gone because it's all new and it's all. We've had to get the youngsters involved because me and Dave are dinosaurs and we've got computers and it's just like I can't even work an iPhone. And we've got my son and young Jay to pad, the old tablets and things like that sort of help the car run. So we're getting them involved so that we can, us dinosaurs, step back.
However, us dinosaurs are one that get to step on the loud pedal with your right foot, which is the fun bit.
My son's just waiting, trust me. He's just waiting. He's just waiting. He's there. When we had the incident in September this time last year, I wasn't quite sure. I think my boy was actually crying because I could actually come back and he thought he was going to get in the car. To be honest with you, he was like, "My turn." I can see him and Dave talking before he even got in the ambulance.
You should say to him, "Well, mate, you can have it. Go on, there you go.
You have it now, yeah, when it's all burned, yeah."
Before it all goes back to bits. But Steve, it's great to see you up here and with a big smile on your face as well, because obviously a bit of a rough start to the year at the main event, but this is a lot more like it.
It's where I want to be. We've got something to work with now. We've got a hot rod. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck the rest of the weekend, pal. Thank you very much indeed. Steve Ashdown, everybody. As you can see on the live stream at home. Thanks very much, Steve. And the most impressive thing about that whole interview was he got dressed again so we could do it.
Yeah, the quiet men of drag racing, the funny car drivers. Okay, to the funny cars, we got nostalgia version. Now Tony Betts and Tim Garlick. 626 was only last time round, and Tim Garlick's already got a 605 in the bag. Super impressive last night in the dark of these two. Little head of flames all the way up the quarter mile.
Everyone giving the Venom team a wave. Love to see it. So Apache bringing Brought to the line. Here comes the Venom machine, your number 1 and 2 qualifiers here. Tony Betts is currently in the number 2 spot. Tim Garlick.
Various classes that will appear in the lanes in the not too distant future. There's a few procedural things to do. It's always good news when the glue bird goes out and puts down that glue. Then you know we're getting very, very close indeed. There is still work going on all over the place, but those good people... Oh, I'm going to make another update coming in. Hang on a sec. Let me just get this one. 2 seconds. Thank you. Oh, right, okay. I now know one of the things that we're going to be doing. Yeah, so 15, 20 minutes. You good folks that have hung around to see a conclusion or more racing today, it looks like you're going to be rewarded for your patience. There is no more... Well, you just look up and see that the sky's looking damn sight better than it was earlier on today. So it looks like we should be clear for the rest of the day, fingers crossed. Do you know what? We could actually get this all done. And that will be a heroic effort from our track crew once again. But yeah, we can start seeing cars making their way down into the pairing lanes as well. So folks, hang on tight. We're going to be doing some racing, hopefully very, very soon indeed. Thank you oh so much for sticking with us. And just hang on, folks. We could get this done. Over to Nitro FM 96.2, and as soon as I can start giving you more updates, because things are going on at a rapid pace up here. Everybody is running around. Our pit marshals are very, very busy. So, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Fingers crossed. Nitro FM, take it away.
What we'd like to see. I'll go and have a word with Tony in a minute. No doubt he'll be very, very happy indeed. I'm sure he's delighted with the way the season's gone. He's going to finish it with a 5-second run no matter what happens this weekend.
Well, we still have another Nostalgia Funny car to come around the corner. And we got one lined up straight behind us. It's the Nitro Bug. And we also have Paul Harris.
That's it. Give both the teams a huge round of applause. It's a monstrous effort to get...
Race. Amy is already into second in the National Championship points. Yeah. But a tough customer with Jess Bishop, a former junior dragster racer. At the stripe, it is Jess Bishop that takes that on a whole shot. 9:36 on a 29. Brett Featherstone, Neil Watkins, 9:55 plays 11:43. Okay, so things are now starting to happen. We've got some cars that are appearing in
blimey.
frames.
They definitely had their wing a bit tonight.
Eliminator.
Deserves it,
and it is a double breakout after that.
They
Brett
will be
54
coming
on a
round the,
55 dial-in, a 36 big breakout for Neil Watkins.
Misery than get a Brett Rockets.
I will explain what's going on when they make their appearance. We've still got jets working in the shutdown area, and bizarrely, the top-end strip lighting's come on. But we probably might leave that one as the evening progresses. Once again, we just got to thank everybody for sticking with us this evening. That is one of the longest delays without ever giving up, I think. Bearing in mind, we got a lot of racing done. I think the last car to make a pass down the track was around about 2 o'clock. And the time now, I think has it gone back? It's gone 7, isn't it? Yeah, 6 minutes past 7. So yeah, it's 5 hours since we sent anything down the racetrack. But yeah, we are about to get things going once again. Those of you that tune into live stream, you can see them. These are on the grandstands in the bank and you can't, but we have got 4 street eliminator cars that have made their way down.
One of them is the wrong way round.
Well, yeah, we'll suss out what he's doing in a moment. But basically, what's going to happen here, we've got 4 buy runs coming up. So what all of the street eliminator cars are going to do is to save us a lot of time. Obviously, they're still working in the shutdown area. You're going to have 4 street eliminator cars that are going to literally break the beams and then come off the track straight away. In other words, come back off the start line. So it's a procedural thing. They still have to do this because it is a round of racing. You can't just say, oh no, well, yeah, you've done it, you've succeeded. No, you have to physically break the beams under your own power to take the win. So that's what's actually going to be happening there. So Andy Bond has a predetermined buy. It's the way the ladder worked out. Al Mack has got a buy because neither Tony Higgs or Ricky Hale made it through round 1. So Al has a buy. Nick Hale, same situation. He got into round number 2, and neither Mark Todd or Joe Stevens took part in round 1, so he has a buy there. And the odd one out, funnily enough, is Rob Carter. He gets a buy because Victoria Smith is no longer here. So we actually thought that Al Mack was going to try and reverse up to the start line and do something rather different. No, but he is going to drive in forwards, trying to hitch up to the tractor.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he came down the pairing lanes backwards. I'm racking my brain trying to think why he'd do that.
Yeah, well, perhaps he's saving forward gear for when he needs them a bit later on. So this is what's going to happen. 4 cars breaking the beams, and then they will get themselves set for the semi-finals. They're pretty much ready, but this is a procedural thing. So what's going to happen, once the 4 cars have broken the beams and taken the round win, you then have a semi-final and a final to come a little bit later, and it will be, assuming they do it what they need to do, it will be Andy Bond taking on Al Mack, and it will be Rob Carter taking on Nick Hale. But we need to do the procedural thing first. All the track lights are now on.
Yeah, so I've just had someone message in tell me why he's reversed down. He's got gearbox damage, so you are right, he's saving forward gears.
Right, okay.
Literally saving forward gears.
Yeah.
So Al Mack stages, lights go green, goes forward, that's it, job done. Right, so Al Mack is now through.
And here comes Andy Bond without missing a beat. Sporting new front wheels, I can see here as well.
Obviously, because he flat spotted one of them on that rather nervy run. Didn't realise he had an issue till he slowed down. So Andy Bond going to stage.
And I'm sure Rob Carter will be making his way around the back of the tower whilst this is going on.
The lights go green. Andy trickles forward. That's it. So Andy Bond has booked his spot in the semi-finals.
It's quite close at the top of the Street Eliminator Championship, actually, between Andy Bond and Al Mack. What are the pairings for the semis, Cole?
Andy Bond and Al Mack.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But if Al's got gearbox damage...
Well, they're only backing up, as in not going away, so they may be running First out on the track after. Oh, it looks like we are ready to go. All the equipment's been cleared off the top end.
Yeah, so they might be running straight away in their semi-finals.
Yeah. So maybe these two are going to take the buys in the respective lanes, and then they could be backing up into the burnout box.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
That
Almac
would
and
make
Andy
sense.
Bond are staying in the cars so they can race in a minute.
Yeah.
So Rob Carter would be breaking the beams and backing up.
Right. All making sense.
And the headlights come on for Rob Carter.
So that's Rob safely through.
Making doubly sure he's broken
Yeah.
the beams.
So Nick Hale, if he's on it, could take the reaction time of the round here.
Colin with the stat of the day that I didn't know that I was going to hear.
Come on, Nick, cut a good light. 1.13. I'll have to look at the all of them, but there we go. Right, so that's semi-final set in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
Could we have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator in the sort of finals, semi-finals, please? There we go. Oh,
That's
they're
it,
there.
Yeah.
How was that?
Right, so nicely done at Street Eliminator.
So a quick check of the racetrack by Mr. Marshall, and I think we may well be ready to go for that semi-final race, actually. Here comes everybody for their other races as well. We've got Super Comp to go as well. Oh, do you know, I've got to tell you this. When I pedalled up the top end earlier, I pedalled past Leah Kellett and she waved at me, and she was standing there with a hairdryer drying her fire suit out because she got soaked.
Oh.
Well, interestingly, Harley did the exact same thing. He got drenched in holding down awnings. And luckily, his dad is using my helmet.
Right.
My helmet bag is my kit bag.
Okay.
So I've quickly got all my stuff out, took it up to scrutineering all my stuff. So if his stuff's not dry in time, he'll be wearing all my stuff.
Wow.
Well, the good thing about that is he's got someone to blame if he loses the final now.
Well, he's going to be wearing my boots as well. So if he
bit
goes
of a
red, you know
jinx,
why.
Yeah, there we go. It's the ghost of Thomas in his fire suit that made me do it.
Yeah.
Well, I can see, I think that's Super Gas, Super Comp into the pairing lanes at the minute as well.
Yeah, you're going to see some really bizarre things coming up. Okay, you thought that was weird in...
A lot of time saving, I think.
Street Eliminator. We got another weird one coming up in Gas and Comp as well. So watch this space. It'll all become clear-ish. But just want to say to you good folk that have hung on the grandstands and on the spectator banking, thank you for hanging around.
I'll tell you what,
you guys and girls rock.
Well, they deserve a round of applause from us, I think. So come on, 100%, you guys and girls. And on the VIP as well. My goodness me, you guys are proper VIPs, not going anywhere at all.
No, especially Martin, birthday boy.
Yeah.
Many happy returns for the week. Well done.
Everyone's normally tucked up in bed by now if they've been up there. Dearie me. Obviously, you haven't got homes to go to, but that's not a bad thing anyway.
This is their home. It's their second home.
That was kind of what.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Anyway, the last 5 hours have not been fun. Hopefully, the next two will be. So yeah, so we've got that's Super Gas and Super Comp, like you said.
Good news is no water needs to go into the burnout box.
That's not a good thing, Thomas.
Oh.
All right, okay. It's not a bonus. Well, there are lots of people around here today that didn't believe we would get to this point. And the vast majority of them have hopped it home. You lucky folks are in for, all being well, a hell of a show.
Another night session.
Another night session, like we haven't done that how many times?
Yeah.
Third one in a row that we didn't want.
Well, I can hear cars running. Not sure if that's someone just arriving in the pairing lanes, though.
That sounds like a fuel car.
It
That's
sound-
not.
yeah, it does sound like-
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's in the pits, mate.
Yeah.
That's over there.
Well, worryingly, that's how tells you how quiet the track is.
There you go. Just listen to that for a bit.
So we're just actually sorting out a run order, I think, at the moment.
2-minute warning to the drivers in Street Eliminator.
And then we'll be cracking on with racing. You can see, if you're on the live stream, you can see Lynn Floysvik's race car in the lanes for the most crucial race of the year against Sandro Bellio. If Lynn wins that, she wins the championship. If Sandro wins it, he's got to come back in however long, much time is left, and win the final as well, and then he would win the championship. This is why they have gone to such an enormous effort to get everything dry, done and ready. So it's only fair. These people spend days getting here to race. It's only fair that we do our very, very best for them, not only to put on a show, but to make sure that they have the best chance possible at going out there and competing. These are the last runs of the year, or weekends of the year for a lot of our European teams. We've still got the national finals in a couple of weeks' time for everyone else.
So our Max Volvo being pushed up to the line. Gearbox issues for him is what we've just been told. They're scrubbing the tyres down rather than doing a burnout. Obviously, he doesn't think it's capable. He should be against Andy Bond, who will be firing up in a second. I think he's just giving Al Mac time to get ready.
That is a real shame for Al Mac as well, because he's had such a good race car. He's been in the 7.5s at over well, that would be nice, 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, so basically what he is doing, he's staging for the points.
Yeah.
Which is also important. So...
and don't forget, this is still racing, so anything could happen.
Well, the only thing Andy Bond has to make sure of is not red lighting.
Yeah.
Or not bumping through stage, which has never happened before, has it, Andy?
No.
Well, he's doing a burnout.
Not much of one.
Yeah, only a small one. I'll be intrigued to see if he makes a pass, because I'm not sure I would in this situation.
Meaning he's got to get back soon.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he might want to launch it at least, even because the track is a lot.
He'll literally drive up the track because he knows that Al's got a wounded stick there. So here we go.
And he's not even building up the
No.
boost.
No.
There we go. There goes Andy Bond up the track. Al Mac breaks the beams.
Commiserations to Al. We know he would have loved to have raced that, but it is Andy Bond
who stuck the indicator on.
It would have been a cracking unfortunately have been a cracking race as well,
Yes.
because Al Mac was within touching distance of Andy Bond this weekend.
He's also beaten him before.
Yep, he has form. So Rob Carter and young Mr. Hale going to be going side by side. I don't think they've got any issues, so this is going to be a full-bore race. I would say what's coming next, Colin, but we don't know, do we?
I think Supercomp first, then Supergas, if I heard correctly.
And then the methanol cars are right behind them. I'm sure Pro Mod's not far away as well, because I know they were warming up.
I don't know about you guys, but my heart's in my mouth now.
How good is it to hear that noise after 5 hours of silence other than a patter of rain? Actually, it wasn't the patter of rain, was it?
No.
No. What do you call a downpour, Colin? That, really?
I can't think of it because it was raining inside the tower.
Yeah.
Because the wind was coming at the window so hard, it was coming underneath the front of the tower, over the perspex and down onto our counter. It's quite bizarre, that. So,
I don't think anyone's going to have any sympathy though, standing out there.
Rob Carter and Nick Hale. Rob, 7-second race car now.
Well, Rob away well, considering he didn't build any boost before he went into stage. He will get to the finish line first to still at 8.34 at 156 mile an hour and a 10.7.
Bear in mind, that's the first run down the racetrack. We didn't get a chance to do it before, but ladies and gentlemen, everywhere, and probably you people at home, put your hands together for the hardest working track crew on the planet. Give them a standing ovation. They are so unbelievably worth it. And no, that wasn't a hair shampoo ad. There we go. They really, really deserve everything. Every credit after what they've done, what they've been through this weekend. It's all right. Unfortunately as well, a lot of the cars, I did see earlier on Vicky Smith's car in a million pieces because they were trying to get all the water out of it. Because you can't come out, that's the problem. If you've got a car you don't have under an awning, you've only got something over it. That, I think, is what they're doing out there very, very quickly.
Right, okay.
It'll only be a minute. And then it's Supercomp, Supergas, and we'll be on with the rest of the day.
in the pairing lanes, and I can see Clement Dubois, Leah Kellett. That will probably be your first round in Super Comp. I can see the nose of Colin Morris's machine as well. Super Gas, I can see Mark Huxley, I assume Andy Harrison. Will that be a race?
Yep.
Right, yeah, I've got the pairings here. Super Gas is Andy Harrison, and Stu. Mark Huxley gets the bye, and Stu Doyney against Stefan Reffeltraff, but that is actually a bye for Stu.
Okay, yep.
Because Stefan's gone, I think, or he's not able to make the call. And then in Super Comp,
that's just Al Mack.
Andy. That's Al Mack.
He's going to reverse up the...
Because that's all he's got left, I think.
What a shame.
Yeah, Super Comp. Leah Kellett and Clement Dubois. And whoever wins that goes into the semis with a bye into the final. Paul Hudson has got a predetermined bye. And Stu Doyney has got a predetermined bye because Richard Tunstall broke. So Stu Doyney has got 2 byes coming up. So you ever need to give Stu a bye. So I think he's just going to break the beams in one and then run the other.
Yeah, turnaround times are bad for lots of classes. Pretty bad if you're... well, they're used to it if they're double classing, though, aren't they, really?
Yeah. Oh, so Al Mack, always one to think outside the box. Hello, look at this. Someone dropping in to see us.
Oh, we saw him a minute ago and knew he was coming. We thought he'd just land on you instead of us. There is a sizable spider in the tower.
Rather large spider hanging around.
Making a spider line. I was going to say beeline, but spider line for Colin, which is nice.
So luckily the tractor reversing up, hopefully back into position behind the tower.
That is the most bizarre, I think, track exit I've seen for some time.
Yeah.
That.
What, Al Mack reversing all the way up the back of the track?
All the way?
Yeah, but I feel sorry for this crew guy who's running in front of him, backing him up.
Is he? Is he still going?
I don't know if he's... Oh, no, he's not still going, but he was definitely still going up to about 330 foot.
I'm sure Volvo 162s didn't come with reversing cameras, so he might well be.
I didn't come with reversing guys either. But there we go. But no, I was just saying that Al Mack, good to think outside the box on that. Had nothing to get down the racetrack with, so yeah, reverse it down the lanes. Just try and get a little bit of forward momentum, which he did to break the beams on both of his runs. But that's all about points, nothing else, purely points. Because he's in a championship fight, although he's going to slip behind Andy, making his task a little bit more difficult at the national finals in 2 weeks' time.
Right, Ian points the tractor out of the way, so we should hear the sound of engines very, very, very shortly indeed.
Okay, and it is the Super Comp pairing of Leah Kellett and Clement Dubois. Pro mods are in the lanes as well. We can see them just at the crossroads.
We've also got our Top Fuel final car to do. We've got a Nitro funny car at night, again at night. And the Nostalgia Nitro funny car final 2. Pro Stock final as well. Probably won't be that far away. So it is Leah Kellett rolling underneath the tower against the last standing member of the custom gang. They could have gone home hours ago if he still wasn't in competition. Thinking of the positives, of course.
So a small burnout from Clement Dubois. Leah Kellett, standard burnout for her. Throttle stop machine in the Kestrel beer lane. And the lift and coast machine of Clement Dubois.
8.90 index for Super Comp.
I'm sure that front engine dragster can go way quicker than that.
Well, we know the other one can as well, obviously. Leah Kellett's car, that can run in the 7s.
Yeah, Ian is going to be doing his very best Mrs. Mop impression for about the next hour, I should think, with everyone that comes round.
But by the way, they've sold the other dragster now. That's gone.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not saying who's got it, just in case it's not public knowledge yet. But yeah, it has gone to a new owner, and we should see that out next year.
890 is the number on the board at the top end. Heads-up race light comes on at the same time. But they don't leave at the same time. Clement's way out in front. That's going to take some pretty heavy braking. Whoa, which he does expertly, though. 03 to 07 on the tree. You can see on the finish line shot.
That was
yeah,
close.
that really was. That was some... he was heavily on the brakes. He was miles in front. Miles in front. So Stu Joyner will just break the beams with the Roadster.
Yep.
There
That's
we
it.
go.
Well done, Stu.
Is
And
this-
then I think Paul Hudson could do the same.
Yeah, Paul Hudson's just coming round now. Does that set up our semis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leah's got the bye, and Paul Hudson will be racing Stu Doyney. And
Stu
then
Doyney-
Leah's got the... As I say, Leah has had to have a race there. These two get the byes now. Leah gets the bye in the semi.
So does that mean that Stu Doyney is going to be in Supergas now as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's got a bye there as well.
You're kidding.
Well, by the looks of things, issues for Paul Hudson. His car lost fire there for a second. He's trying to refire it.
It's been sitting around all day in the rain thinking, I've got the day off now.
Oh, unfortunately, they're going to push him back.
Oh, no.
So who gets a bye in the semi then?
Stu.
Oh, you're joking. I think he's going to take it now, isn't he?
No, he's going to come forward
Oh, is
because
this the gas?
Leah's not here. This will be in gas.
Okay.
This will be the buy for Supergas.
Yeah.
Oh, what Paul Hudson's team waited for 5 hours in the weather to get this done, and the car loses fire.
So he didn't need to do a big bang. It would have been alongside Stefan Reffentrath.
Where's he going?
Stefan, unfortunately, I think may have started to head home.
Right. To be fair, don't blame him. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah, now this is really, really bizarre because Stu gets a bye here into the semis where he gets a bye into the final. So Stu Doyney has just booked himself 2 final spots.
Yeah, we need the 990 on the board. There we go. Supergas elimination round 3. We're just waiting for the 990 to come up.
No. Timing system reboot.
The timing system didn't like going from Supercom to Supergas. It's a fickle thing.
Okay, computer's back now. We just got to feed the info in. There it is. So Stu to the
Oh,
stage.
Dave stuck to the track there.
And that's it for Stu. So that's his 2 bye runs done.
So he's in the final in Supercom.
Well, he's in the semi-finals in both gas and comp, where he gets a bye into the final in both classes.
Just the way it's shaken out.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Now, Mark Huxley, he is on a predetermined bye here.
Now, obviously, if you squint, it's still sunny, and it's about 2:15 because that's when this should have been happening.
Yeah. But bonus night session.
Yeah, the next one will be a race between the next two. We've got Top Methanol right after this. Top Fuel Bike semis, Pro Modified semis. Let's see, one with the
991. Nicely done, Mr. Mark Huxley. An 06 light as well. So let's see how Stu Morris gets on against Andy Harrison.
I'm just going to make a quick shout out into the pits because that's water out of Mark Huxley's car. If you haven't been called yet and you've got a little bit of spare time, please make sure you can get as much water off or out of your car as you can, because the amount of times we can limit this, the more we can get through.
Yeah, it's just when they launch and it's water that's caught up in the chassis of the cars or whatever. Just comes out. You can dry the car off visibly as much as you can, but just check underneath as well.
Well, that's one of the things at like, I think it's like Jap shows and stuff like that they do. They have kind of have a dry launch area around the back,
squirt
don't
zone.
they?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called, yeah? So in the staging lanes where they just give it a quick bootful.
Yeah.
Get all the condensation out of the exhaust for them, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, is that what it's called?
It's
yeah?
mainly it's condensation out, or people that run air conditioning. It's you know.
So it doesn't happen on the track, obviously.
Correct.
Otherwise, the track crew spend all day just, mopping water up. So Andy's Harrison and Stu Morris. Andy was #1 qualifier. Stu Morris, look at that, Dave, like a young gazelle. The other thing they have to try and do as well, now it's getting dark, is not red light. They both did a really good job on the tree.
No pedalling.
Double breakout, 984 for Andy Harrison, but with a lesser breakout, Stu Morris, 985 takes the win.
So, top methanol semi-finals. 1 by run for Johnny Oxer, 1 race, which is all important for the championship. Either one of the 2 drivers coming around in just a moment can still take it.
So any second now, Johnny will be giving the signal to fire up.
I do wonder, though, if the guys round there with the blown cars are just licking their chops at these conditions, because they're by far the best. It's by far the coolest it's been all weekend. The track is still in great condition, as always. If you nail it right, you be by far your quickest runs of the weekend, just because the conditions are that much better.
So just a quick check of the track in the Kestrel beer lane.
Yeah, just what happens is, what the crew are doing is all the water is completely drying off the racing surface, but with concrete, there are expansion gaps come in it, and the water obviously gets into those expansion gaps, and as it heats up again, as the track heats up again, it brings that water to the surface. They're just making sure that none of that water is there when any cars run over it, obviously. So Johnny Oxer in the final. Now the thing is, we've got to run the final in about an hour.
Yeah, ish.
Well, it looks like from that burnout, Johnny's going to be going for it. Yeah, there's no staging up and tickling it through on this one. There definitely won't be any staging it up and tickling it through on the next few pairs either.
No.
So, Johnny, the beast from Finland, as he's affectionately known, if you've ever met him and he's nearly broken your hand when he shakes it, you'll know why. No, he's... this is his first ever trip to Sandpod Raceway racing with the funny car. Been here before crewing, but never actually racing. Lining up exactly in his crew track, burnout tracks, excuse me. Not sure if Johnny's run in the 5.4s before. That's what they were trying to do for the last couple of days, which is why they overstepped the mark a couple of times.
Well, if there's ever a time to do it, it'd be now.
Yeah, the trouble is, do you risk doing any damage and then not having time to fix it?
I'm intrigued to see if he just takes it out to maybe 330 foot.
Could be.
Because you can get enough data from there.
Yeah, well, he knows he's going to be back for the final, but obviously you've got to have a car in one piece to run in that final.
Wrong, moving all around the lane, still under power over the finish line. 557, 262 mile an hour. And that is one very brave man.
Well, I must. The brave bit was running it all the way through on a by run.
That's what I mean.
With a short turnaround time. But there we go. It looked clean. It looked dry. There was a lot of skipping going on down there. But anyway, we turn our attention to the next pair, which is going to be crucial. Crucial. If the white funny car from Norway in the slick tricks lane turns on the win light, game over. If the car in the other lane turns on the win light, they become Johnny Oxall's biggest fans for the next race. So just making sure everything's okay. Give them a round of applause, folks. After a 5-hour plus delay, come out and nail another 5.5 second run at 262 miles an hour. Maybe they were thinking what I normally do, which is winter is long, summer is short, and winter in Finland is very long. Make the most of it every chance you can get. So that was a great looking run from Johnny, apart from all the bouncing around. Didn't seem to slow him down much, though.
Do you think that was one of those runs where the brain is telling the foot to lift and the foot says, "No, I'm here for the ride"?
But what's even more amazing is he wasn't actually racing. It was just him.
That was it.
It was against the clock, if you will.
Respect.
So here we go then. Lynn will be firing up first, then Sandro.
So yeah,
Lynn needs to win this to win the championship.
Correct. If Sandro wins, he has to beat Johnny in the final as well. It's that simple. And once I'll say it again, that is why we go to unbelievable lengths to make sure that the racing gets finished. Now, one thing we've got to sort out for next year, all you dragsters out there watching, why are we just having funny cars in the semi-finals and finals? The funny cars are absolutely killing it at the moment. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm sure they've got something for them next year. But we turn our attention to this. Sandro Bellio from Belgium in the Kestrel lane against Lynn Floysvik from the west coast of Norway in the Slick Tricks lane. If you've seen the Netflix series Ragnarok, not only is it fantastic, that kind of looks like where Lynn lives.
Yeah,
it really does. Oh, hopefully not with the giants and all the other stuff, but you know, yeah, not with the giants and the gods hanging about, but yeah, it's that kind of place anyway. So potentially for the title, if the wind light comes on in the right-hand lane, the crew will go nuts. If the wind light comes in the left-hand lane, they know they've got loads of work to do to get ready for the final, where they will race for it. Sandro Bellio, Lynn Egan Floysvik, all on this race.
Barking at each other, bit of a staging duel.
They'll get there in a minute.
Lynn Floysvik will take her first championship of her career. 5:58, 256 mile an hour, and huge amounts of wheel spin for Sandro Bellio. He tried his absolute best to get back on the throttle.
There looks like something on the track, so maybe it was something that was. Yeah, look, Dave's pointing down there. That's fluid that was under Sandro's car, which is probably why it hit the tyres almost instantly. However, ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Top Methanol champion, raise the roof, please, for Lynn Floysvik and the whole team. They go home with a completely destroyed engine, but I don't think they could give her, fill in the blank, because they go home with a big trophy. I couldn't be happier for them, to be honest with you. Sandro and the whole team, it was amazing after popping earlier on. That they, that was instant for Sandro, wasn't it? Turned straight left.
Yeah, it turned instantly as well. Sandro did a very good job of keeping that off the blue and off the wall.
Well, we still got the final to look forward to. Lynn went 5:58, Johnny went 5:57. Very, very evenly matched. Also, you could see on the start line, big advantage for Sandro, but then it went sideways. That Norwegian flag will be flying high all the way home to the fields at the end of this weekend. Lynn is in another final at Santa Pod Raceway. Lynn started out life in Junior Dragster, and that's 2 lady champions in our FIA professional classes, both that started out in Junior Dragster.
Yeah.
How cool is that? Seriously.
Amazing.
Also, please give your biggest cheer for Sandro Bellio, the whole team from Belgium. They worked their socks off all summer long. They have got their race car back once again. Unfortunately, luck just deserted them a little bit in that semi-final round race. Okay, Pro Mod semis coming next.
It feels like it's a semi-final that feels like the eliminations normally on Sunday morning. Cool air, cool track. But
roll of the dice, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
You think so?
No, yeah.
Well, the track temp is probably still not bad.
No, it's cold.
Is it cold?
Yeah, it is.
By comparison. Well, you're used to racing. This is the normal daytime weather we get in September, to be honest with you. Normal daytime temperature. But you can see from both of those cars, they didn't have a problem.
No, that's what I said. The track is always good here.
Yeah,
it's amazing. After the weather we had and what they did, the guys, the track crew, unbelievable.
Well, we were messaging each other a few hours ago, saying, I did joke with you before we turned up this weekend. This is probably the one time that you could have gone home on Sunday at 4 o'clock and you would have seen everything. But as it happens, well, anyway, there we go. 2 fabulous races in the semi-finals of Pro Modified. Sweden against Sweden, Estonia against the Netherlands. 1 Swede and 1 non-Swede is going to be in the final.
Yeah.
So, I know it's been a while since round 2. Seems like about a week.
Yeah.
But everything okay with everybody? Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Well, everyone's made it down for the semi-finals. No one's gone home, which is a good thing.
No. Well, Anders was a bit concerned after the big cloud of smoke he had after the run, but he says, it's a turbo, leaking a little bit oil from through the seals. So,
okay.
And you will get a new one or get it fixed after the event.
Seems fair.
So hopefully it stays in one piece.
So Mats Eriksson with the black and white Goblin in the Kestrel lane, or left-hand lane if you will, pit lane as we used to call it, taking on Mr. Unbeatable. He was very beatable in the last round, but unfortunately, if Bruno hadn't gone red, that would have been the end of that, to be honest with you. And by that, I mean the end of his incredible win streak. Currently stands at 26 straight rounds of racing here at Sandspod Raceway. Mats Eriksson is the next to take his shot at the European champ in the other lane. Mats has been European champion as well. 2009, I think it was actually, a while ago now. But both of these are 580 race cars.
And both in their favourite lanes, as we were hinting on earlier.
Yeah.
Well, Mats Eriksson might break the streak. He does!
588. Wow.
Well, Jan Eriksson did everything you'd expect for the European champ. He was 0-2 on the tree. Mats was late with a .12. However, the Green Goblin had the legs at the finish line. That was worth waiting for.
Oh, yes.
Well, like you said, Dick, all the rain, all the weather, and Mats goes out and runs the same run he did earlier when it was hot, when it was dry, everything else as well.
Well, and to be honest, Jan also made the same run as he did a few times.
Yeah, exactly.
He wasn't.
As you know, I write everything down. Round 1, Mats Eriksson ran a 588 against Freddie. Round 2, he ran a 588 on a bye run. Round 3, he runs 588 against Jan. That is unbelievable.
That's what does it, consistency. So Jan Eriksson's streak ends at 26 straight rounds. Not exactly something to be upset about, but, 26.
Yeah.
26, yeah.
Well, he's been through 2 rounds today, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's 26.
Oh,
it
is
was
it?
24 before. It was another 2.
Okay.
Yeah. That would have been 27. The final would have been 28, but we're not going to see that. So, Estonia turbo car against supercharged car from the Netherlands. Everything okay with David?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Like I said, the piston rings stay good now, so he has time to start to do the tuning again.
Well, we got our first final round coming up straight after this. It's Pro Stock at the head of the lanes. We told you it was going to be fun and worth waiting for. So, Andre Arnover has been in the final before in Pro Mod, I think, but he's never sealed the deal. David's been there a number of times. He did win back at Alastaro, didn't he?
He never won an FIA race.
I thought he won at Alastaro back when...
No, that was Mark Meijhout in kind of the same car.
Okay. No. Anyway, it's all the same thing. Sorry, just kidding. So, David and Andre. Andre's quickest run, 587. David's quickest run, 580. I'm sure he went 582. 585.
585.
Yeah. Turbo car, blown car. They've just seen the pair in front run really good, strong runs. This is so much fun. I wish we could do it all over again.
Huge wheelie.
Oh, what a wheel stand.
Yes! 585, 244 for David. Unfortunately for Andre, just took that little bit too long staging.
Yep.
There is a system called auto start. That's not Ian that's done that. Is that when the first car goes into full stage, the other car has 7 seconds to go into full stage as well. Otherwise, the red light comes
He
on.
did get in, but it bounced back out because of the view. It was just
he put the
boosted
stage,
in, but it
stage
just
light
dropped.
on and off.
Yeah.
So your final will be David 585, Matt's 588.
Oh, wow.
I bet you're glad you stayed now, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, good. Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
So, junior drag bike. Holly King and... I can see it's one of the Morrisons. I can't see quite which one yet. Brad Morrison. Brad dialing in a 15.00, 8.15 for Holly King.
Well, I think if Holly King wins this one, subject to confirmation, I think her and Richard Wilcox are just about tied for the Junior Drag Bike Championship at the moment. So if Holly King wins this one, I think it will go her way, subject to confirmation anyway.
So Holly King making her way into the stage bulbs. Brad will be leaving first by a good few seconds. And will be chased down by Holly King, who's going to on power ride about now. Almost looks like, oh, I know what I'm on about then. So Brad a long way out in front. It's going to be quite tough for Holly to catch him. She's rolled off and she takes the win. 8.49 and 8.15 dial in 15.41 for Brad. And in the other lane, the other Morrison, Leah Morrison this time, will be brought into stage by her dad, Al Morrison Jr., who's in all of his leathers, so he'll be around the corner as well. And Anouk Bergering in the other lane. She'll be looking for a 13.86. 11.80 is the dial-in for Leah Morrison. So Anouk will be launching first. Leah doing her fashionable deep stage. And there goes Anouk. Here comes Leah now. Pushing her way off the line.
You could see the push that time,
Yeah.
you?
It's going to be close to the strut. I think Leah's already there. She's rolled off the throttle. Make sure Anouk doesn't come around the corner. She doesn't. 11.95 run for Leah Morrison into the semi-finals.
No, final.
Yep,
that
the
was
final,
the
that
semis.
is.
Oh, the final. Here we go. So she will be racing Holly King.
Yeah.
Well, Al Morrison just saw that happen. He's going to go round and get ready to run the final of Super Street Bike. Before we get there, though, we have the semi-finals of... We've got round 2 of Pro Stock Bike to go. There looks like there's only one bike there.
There's two.
Though.
There's one below us.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
there's two below us. So this is a race below us.
apologies, I didn't know they were there. My fault. So it is Martin Newbury against Jorg Learmont, and it's going to be our friend from France, Bertrand Maurice, on a bike run. The perils of working in the dark. Eh?
Well, we do have lights in the tab, but if you switch them on, it
You
just
can't see
makes
anything.
life very difficult to see outside. So
Hang on.
I had foresight to bring a torch.
Oh, God,
No,
yeah, we
no,
don't want to do that, no.
no.
Yeah, plus you lot can see us, so that's a definite no.
So here we go, then bikes being called forward. The Buell of Jorg Learmont and Martin Newbury with the Suzuki in the Citrix lane. Both of these riders managed to find low 7-second pace in the last round, both dipping in. I think Martin went 7.1, Jorg went 7.2, I'm pretty sure.
Not that last round, 7.5 it was. The bike's been 7.33,
okay.
the quickest this weekend. Martin has the performance advantage, but he's got to do it now to make it count. Yeah, Martin's had a pretty horrible season, to be blatantly honest. He had everything in him, the bike, It's a very, very quick machine, this one. The one he had before wasn't exactly slow. It was it ran 7.0s all the time. But they went to Tiep, didn't have a great time up there. And in Germany as well, had lots of problems. Who's going to creep in first and go on the two-step? Martin off the line, 10th of a second hole shot. That could be the end of York's weekend. It is 7.18. 185 takes out a 740. Martin was 0-1 on the tree.
Yeah, something fell off Martin's bike on the line there. From here, it looked like a wheelie bar wheel.
Well, the bike still went straight, and he takes the win.
He's got eyes like a hawk, is this young lad up here?
No,
he's busy looking at
he's got eyes of a teenager, mate, is what he's got.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, I've got new bionic eyes.
That's a very good point. Yeah. I think he saw Cindy picking it up, but yeah. Anyway, Bertrand Maurice is going to be Martin's opponent. He's just got to stage up and get the green light. Right behind him, we've got semi-finals, a Top Fuel bike. Right behind them, Super Twin final, Super Street bike final, Pro Stock final. I also think, there we go, that's the final
run
set.
order, thanks very much.
Well, no, that's how it looks like it's coming around at the moment.
Yeah.
So, Top Fuel bike semi-final now.
Thank you.
It's going to be Ricard taking on, I can't see who's below us.
Eric.
Eric Richard.
Stu Crane and Al Smith.
Okay, I can't see Al Smith round the back of the tower, unfortunately. It might be Stu Crane on a bye run. Then we've got the final of Super Twin right behind them. We've got the final of Super Street bike right behind them, and the final of Pro Stock car right behind them too. And they're not far behind them by the looks of it. I think, if I'm not wrong, it's Top Fuel. We need to do Comp Eliminator as well, don't we? Well, Eric earlier on today went 6.50 to take that win over. Terrific race with Mark Smith. However, he's going to need every trick in the book to get past the number one man in Top Fuel bike, Rikard Gustafsson.
Well, Eric is the giant killer at the minute. He won at the last round in Hockenheim, beating the fuel bike of René Vandenberg in the final. But, as you say, he's got a tall mountain to climb. With Ricard in the other lane.
Don't get much bigger than that bike, which is the second fastest on the planet. Okay, heads up race first. The finish line wins. Funny bike versus fuel bike. Funny bike off in front, but here comes the fueler. 593 for Ricard, 241 miles an hour. Eric Richard gave it everything with a 651 at 203, but yeah, if the fuel bike sticks and goes, you've had it. I hate to say it quite like that, but you really have. He will be in the final, though, against Stu Crane. Now, Stu Crane has been running 6.2s. He's just going to break the beams on this one.
After this will be the final of Pro Stock car.
Yeah, and then we've got Super Twin.
Super Street bike and
maybe
Top
not.
Fuel.
It might be Top Fuel, actually, depending on that. So, Stu Crane takes the win. Not in quite as cool fashion as Dale Leaks did it a few years ago. He just broke the beam and then body surfed in the rain. Yeah, it does look like the Top Fuel final that's coming through just before we run the other bikes. We've also got Fuel Funny Car as well, haven't we?
Yep.
So is this
I think Nostalgia Funny Cars are down as
well? They should be there, yeah. This is going to be the third night session of the weekend, I think, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm just shuffling my notes. It's just very difficult now. It's dark.
And here comes Pro Stock car. Crew guys are at the ready, just waiting for the track crew to call them forwards.
So this final, we already have the championship decided in the favour of Mike Malmgren, who's going to be in the Kestrel lane. That terrific 6.58 low ET of the weekend by nearly a tenth of a second. Michael Scherquist and Simon Eckengren with the Mopar in the other lane. They went 6.66 though. They were second quickest of the round in that semi-final. So good to see the Pro Stockers back here at Santa Pod in the UK. And what a show they've put on for us. They've been fantastic. Now this is going to be really interesting because this could be won and lost on the tree. As Stefan Enrud said yesterday, my best weapon is my left foot, and do you know what? He couldn't have done any more in that semi-final race against Mike Malmgren. He was 001. 001 on the tree.
Of course, Michael Malmgren has the performance advantage in this round. He went into the 6.5s for the first time of the weekend. However, the air is a lot cooler now. Both of these cars will be producing a lot more horsepower than they have been all weekend.
Yeah, all down to the air, nothing else.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
1,
that.
2. So what are you on?
So this is going to be fun,
1,
everybody.
2. 1, 2.
Okay, so Michael Malmgren confirmed as the 2023 Pro Stock champion, but trying to spoil the victory lap is Simon Eckengren. This would be his first ever win if he takes it. He was #1 qualifier. Can he get the job done for Samantha Racing, for Michael Scherquist and Dodge? We are about to find out. Big hole shot for the Dodge, nearly a tenth of a second on the start line. He's done it! A massive hole shot win for Simon, for Michael, for the whole Samantha Racing team. 669 beats a 662. Simon was 0.3 on the tree. Michael was 0.12. And from then on, it was game over. That is Michael Scherquist's first ever win in Pro Stock. After how many years have you been trying to win in Pro Stock, Michael? That was absolutely outstanding. They're going to party like it's 1999, I'm sure. #1 qualifier, first ever win. And do you know something? I think, if my maths isn't completely as rubbish as I thought it was, he might have even sewn up second in the championship as well. But that is subject to confirmation, that bit. Well done.
What a final that was.
It was just a fantastic race.
Right, it is Top Fuel final now.
Yeah, Top Fuel final. Ida Zetterstrom and Suzanne Kalin. They're just spinning the engines over, getting ready. We're putting the orange blocks out so they know where the finish line is. And we'll be ready to go. So Ida Zetterstrom is going to be in the Kestrel lane. She's confirmed.
Okay, let's hear the tunes.
One more time in 2023, quench my blood with nitromethane.
This is the reward for everybody that has hung around to see the conclusion of the event. A lot of people disappeared, we understand that, but you know the track crew here, you know everybody here, we want to get the job done, and we are on the verge of doing just that. The time now is literally 8 o'clock in the evening
I bet there's someone sitting on the M1 going, why did I go home?
Oh, I know.
Why did I go anywhere?
Well, they're probably tuned into the live feed now. And there's a bonus nighttime session, but this time it's for the event win. Top Fuel Dragster. There's still more Nitro to come with the Nostalgia Funny Cars and, of course, Fuel Funny Car. These two confirmed as 1 and 2 in the FIA Top Fuel Championship. Ida Zetterström takes her first ever title. Suzanne is the defending event winner. Like to finish on her season on a high here.
And also my biggest fan.
Yes. Love seeing you. Love talking to you.
As everybody saw yesterday.
I love the moment of the century.
Here we go, both into pre-stage. Hold on tight, here we go. What a race!
Absolutely side by side to the 8th mile. Suzanne's car quit about the 8th mile. Ida goes through 391, 271 mile an hour.
Yeah, only 3.10 to the 8th mile. Suzanne was right with her all the way down. Suzanne, I think, smoked the tyres a little bit just before the 8th mile. What a fabulous final round that was. You switch it on strobe, you wombat.
Oh, disco time.
That was good.
Yeah, I like that.
I like the fact you didn't shine it at us. But it's very kind of you. But anyway, Ida Zetterström, undefeated in 2023. Ida, the Edelbrock team for KW Parts, Runefield Motorsport. Put your hands together one more time, blazing into the darkness. The young lady from Holland and the young lady from Stockholm as well. All you people that have hung around all day, that was what we were waiting for.
Well, we already have Dan Williams underneath the tower, waiting to, I assume he's going to just break the beams for the semi-final bye run.
He will indeed, yeah, because Rob Smallworth not down here, but then we do have a crucial race between the Williams brothers teammates, Nick Williams and Spencer Tram. Obviously, who wins that is going to go in the final against Dan, but Spencer and Nick, 1 and 2 in the championship points chase. This is crucial. Obviously, the national finals will decide the championship, but Dan's got to put his spot in the final first. There's Louis on the crew you just see walking back with his Williams Brothers t-shirt on. Keith is down there. Very good evening to you, Keith. He's got a semi-final to run next weekend, carry over from Nostalgia Superstock against his teammate Vic Parsons. All coming up for that team. Okay, so Dan giving the signal to start up. Dan only built this car over the winter. And as Thomas was alluding to earlier on, this start off as a stick shift car that destroyed a transmission very, very early on in its racing career.
So Dan will be taking the bob. Ian just giving the car a quick wipe down before he goes into stage. He won't be making a full pass. He will literally just roll forwards, take the beams, back up out the way of the two cars beneath the tower. Okay, prove me wrong, Dan.
No, he will always take data over anything else.
Well, he shuts the car down after the 8th mile.
Still needs the data for the launch and everything, so wants to know what the car's up to. Right, this is crucial for both of them. They are teammates. This time last week, they were together at Indy. Spencer went over to support the team, and Spencer is such a key member of the team. He knows so much. All those years experience racing he's got. But now, these two, for the next 11, 10, 9, 8 seconds, become enemies. Spencer Tram, index 11.68. Nick Williams, index 9 flat. We know Spencer can go under. He qualified with 11.24. Nick Williams went 8.25. Fair to say we think Nick has got a slight performance advantage, but anything can happen in racing. It has happened between these two before. But let's just see what happens here. Semi-final, Comp Eliminator. This to race Dan Williams in the final.
So both drivers nudging themselves into stage. Spencer's going to leave first. And away he goes. Wait for the tree to count down for Nick. Wheel spin for the Coco. Yeah. He's going to absolutely hunt down the Camaro now. It's going to be really close at the stripe. No. 11.32 for Spencer. 8.93. 164 mile an hour for Nick. But the wheel spin on the line told the story.
Yeah, so it is Spencer that will be taking on Dan Williams in the final. That will be a good race. That will be a really, really good race. But what that has done is allowed Spencer, we've got to see how the points work out because there are qualifying points. It's going to be super, super tight. When it comes down to national finals, basically whoever goes further is going to take the title. Yep. That's basically how it's going to work out, depending on what happens in the final. If Spencer loses the final, it'll be less than around one round between them. If Spencer wins, there'll be 2 rounds basically between them. So that's going to be how it works out. That's right. Yeah, you'll know this. There's no extra points number 1 qualifier, is there? In comp, do you know?
I think there's an extra 50.
Yes, there are.
It's worth 50 points.
Another,
but I don't
another 50.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, well, that really does make a lot of difference. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, Simon will work out the points during the week and he'll post them up. So it's going to be super, super tight. Right. We move on. It is the final of FIM Super Twin.
Yeah, Marcus Christensen running 6.10 in a previous round. He's going to be looking to run that magical 6.0 run, taking on Martin de Haas. Oh, no, sorry, not Martin de Haas. Chris Van Nimmen, sorry.
Yes, it is, yeah. Chris went 7.06 to get around Martin de Haas's 7.57. But as you say, Marcus Christensen, 6.11 in qualifying. And then he came out and went 6.10 on his bye run into the final. Absolutely staggering performances. Fair to say conditions pretty good out there. We've seen, well, let's just see what actually happens because it's going to be absolutely mind-blowing watching these two going down the corner.
Well, he's definitely got the air that he didn't have earlier. But he doesn't know what the track's cooled off significantly since then.
I'll tell you what you are going to see, which you saw a little bit earlier and you saw a little bit yesterday, but Marcus's wings of fire are going to come out. I absolutely
yeah, but
love
the difference, you know, with the Wings of Fire, it was a qualifying run.
Yes.
This time is to win a final.
Yeah.
So, you know, he will be doing everything he can to get, you know, well, it's his last run of the year, basically, that means anything, unless he's going testing anywhere else, but I very much doubt that. So, after this weekend, all these cars and all these bikes will be going back into workshops and getting themselves set for next year. But what a rich reward for everybody that's hung around here tonight. Thank you once again for staying, for hanging around. We have still got loads more bikes. We have got Nostalgia Funny Car in the lanes. We've got Fuel Funny Car in the lanes.
When the drizzle got heavier earlier, I'd been back to the bank and sat with Becky, and we'd been sat there for a while. And we decided to take stuff back to the car, just, you know, don't have anything to carry if it rains again. Yeah. And we stood in the car and I just looked in the distance and I said, that looks like a beautiful evening for drag racing. Could just see that beautiful evening coming closer.
Here we go then, the final of Super Twin Bike. Marcus Christensen looking to run a magical number. Chris Van Nimmen looking and basically
he's looking for some magic.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris ran his first 6 and the conditions very similar to this Friday night. Marcus looking to run closer to us. A 5-second pass on his bike. But anything can happen, especially on these machines. Chris Van Nimmen, Marcus Christensen, your finalists in Super Twin Top Fuel. And Marcus drifting over to the centre line, reels it in perfectly, drops a cylinder, still goes 641, 173 mile an hour, and another 6-second pass for Chris Van Nimmen. He needed every bit of that, but unfortunately Marcus was just long gone. Something actually fell off Marcus's bike up there at about 1,000 foot. To me, it looks like a header. Yeah, if it is a header, please be wary of Spotto, whoever you are. Don't pick that up. That's going to be warm.
Well, nevertheless, it is a win for Marcus. A huge congratulations to him. What a weekend, and what a way to end his bike experience here this weekend. 6:11, 6:10, 6:41. Really, really good indeed, but a big amount of respect. Let's not forget Chris Van Nimmen. Qualified in the 60s, went 7:06 in the semis, and just found another 6 in the final.
Well, we do have Super Street Bike under the tower, and we have Nitro funny cars lining up behind the tower. Everybody doing their bit to try and get us through as quickly and as smoothly as possible.
Yeah, Jake Michelle and Al Morrison Jr. This is guaranteed to be an epic final. The two quickest bikes on the premises this weekend. I'll take that back. Daniel Lenks went 6:72 in quali, but in eliminations, it's obviously these two that are coming all the way to the final. 6:66 from Jake Michelle in qualifying was outstanding. 6:75 for Al Morrison Jr. But Al Morrison Jr. went 6:76 in the semi-final. Jake went 6:69. Let's see what we've got in the final. Al Morrison Jr., Jake Michelle, both into pre-stage. They're both in. Here we go. Oh, Jake has back-ended sliding away.
But a speed wobble for Al Morrison Jr. No, he's long gone in the distance. Goes 6:77, 220 mile an hour. It's wheel spin for Jake Michelle, fishtailing to about 60 foot. Al Morrison Jr. is your winner at the European Finals for Super Street Bike. And I tell you what, I said earlier, everyone's doing their part to get us through quickly and smoothly. The funny cars behind us are already turning over their engines, getting ready to run.
Yeah, 6:77, outstanding pass there for Al Morrison Jr. Jake Michelle did eventually cross the line. Still went 214 miles an hour, got there in 7.43. But it is Al Morrison Jr. that takes the win. Fuel Funny Car, the Undertaker machine of Steve Ashdown. Going to be taking on Kevin Kent. Just getting them all set. We're just waiting for the thumbs up, really, and we'll get this pair started. It's going to be Nostalgia Funny Car right behind them, so we ain't done with the Nitro yet. Steve Ashdown in the semi-final set of new personal best of 4:28. And all the hard work from the West Ham Motorsport gave Kevin Kent a 4:52 in the semis. With a car that is not totally alien to them, but not their normal race car. They had to transfer all of the equipment. The engine, all the running gear, basically from their normal Monte Carlo into this Stratus. I remember a story once that Steve Ashdown told me, not that long ago actually. It was a meeting running in the dark, and there was condensation on the windscreen of Kevin's car, and he was a little bit of Steve's car, and he was a bit worried about it, and he said to Dave Bryant, I can't see where I'm going, and quick as a flash, Dave Bryant said, don't worry, when you hit the gas, the condensation will disappear. It didn't, because obviously the pipes were on the outside. But basically, Steve looked at the wall all the way down to see where he was. But yeah, true story. No such issues to light.
Yeah, certifiable nut jobs is who drives these cars. No sane human being would launch one of these things not knowing where they're going.
So the Fuel Funny Car final. The transport machine you're looking at there with Kevin Kent on the side window. He is in the Kestrel beer lane. In the Stick Tricks lane, it is Steve Ashdown, the Undertaker, that beautiful gold and black Dodge. This for the event win here at the European Finals. Both into pre-stage. Hold on tight, here we go. It is a win for Kevin Kent. Steve Ashdown rolled forward, broke the beams and went red. What a great shame there, but Kevin Kent, not the way he wanted to win it with an 8.46 at just 90 mile an hour, but what a weekend for both teams. What a weekend for Fuel Funny Car, and it is certainly back. Actually, a proper nitro shower in the tower as well, actually. That really did fill up quick. But full respect to all of our nitro teams this weekend. What performance, just having a look at Steve just coasting across the line there. Just couldn't hold it on the line. If he could, he would probably won it. But still get a trophy from the European Finals. But Kevin Kent has basically sewn everything up this year in Nitro Funny Car. Yeah, #1 indeed. Well, I know there's not a huge amount of spectators left, but the grandstand will make some noise, as will the banking, when that VW Crafter with DAF support on the side goes past to collect Kevin from the top end. A rich reward for all of that hard work this weekend. There goes the Undertaker team as well, though. Congrats to them. Make some noise. And, of course, the West End team as well. Congratulations to them. Make some noise for them as well. They appreciate it. But we've still got more racing to go. 8:20 in the evening. And we're still going. It is Nostalgia Funny Car. The Venom Machine of Tony Betts. And, of course, the Apache of Tim Garlick. Tim does start up quite a long way back in the pairing lanes. So the two support vehicles swing around. We don't know who's got in which lane yet.
No, we're commentating by Burrell.
Yeah. Well, we had that strange incident we've had twice today.
Yeah.
Two of cars and bikes trying to go in the same lanes. But here we go. Tony Betts into the 6-6 racing lane. And Apache into Kestrel Beers lane. So the last Nitro on 4 wheels. We've still got Top Fuel Mike to come later on. But this is the last Nitro on 4 wheels this weekend. Tim Garlick and Tony Betts. Both of them can run in the 5-second zone. Tim Garlick did it earlier on. Went 5.97 at 230 mile an hour in the semi-final. Tony is the current record holder for Nostalgia Funny Car. Just that little bit quicker. And here we go. This is for the event win at the European Finals, Nostalgia Funny Car.
Well, these two are so evenly matched. This should be an awesome race. Those lovely little bunny ears at idle coming out of Tim's car.
Great looking final. Oh, Tim Garlick had to pedal it. Oh, Tony's moving around his lane as well. What a final. Tony Betts takes the win with a 6.22, 238 mile an hour. Tim Garlick, 6.35, 220. Oh, that was a dramatic final. Pedaling, drifting towards walls, but they both stuck with it. And it is a win for Tony Betts and the Venom team. Brilliant, brilliant final. Look forward to seeing the replays on that one. Those of you on the live stream are going to see that right now.
That was a proper pedal fest.
Yeah, you can see Tim just whacking the pedal there. Tony Betts getting very close to the wall, but Tony Betts taking the win. What a final. Oh, you, ladies and gents, give us a cheer if you're pleased you stayed. Oh, fantastic. Right, we're rattling through them. Who's next? We have got sportsman finals in the lane. Well, more sportsman racing.
We should have a semi, yeah.
Yeah, we got semis for Super Pro down there, I think, at the moment.
And we should have door car versus dragster and door car versus dragster.
Right. So, still to come, Comp Eliminator final, Spencer Tram and Dan Williams. Top Fuel Bike still final still to run, Ricard and Stu Crane. Lots of sportsman racing still to come. Still got Pro Modified final to run, Junior Drag Bike final, Top Methanol final. But this is Super Pro ET semi-finals. And as Chris was saying, door car against dragster, both sides of the ladder. Tom Atkinson taking on Pete Walters.
You should have Scott Hauser and Colin Morris. Stuart Morris.
Yeah.
Colin Morris.
So here we go. This is the first one then. It is.
Yeah.
Tom Atkinson with the Time is Money Cortina estate. He will definitely be leaving the line first.
And Tom looking for points big time to try and catch Alan Didwell, who's leading the championship at the moment. Pete in the Slick Tricks lane in the dragster. He took out Alan in the last round. Pete went 001 on the tree and 001 on the track for a 2000s package. So Pete is so on his games there. But as I said, Tom needs those points to try and catch Alan in the championship. At the moment, with the last round win for Tom, I think he's closed it up to 600 and something points. So that's very doable at the national finals. But obviously he'd like to try and get closer as he can.
Well, 2 more round wins would be another 200 points.
Yeah.
But also Tom Atkinson did qualify top of the pile in number 1. So that certainly helped his cause. And it goes to show you can win from anywhere or get through. Pete Walters qualified number 22. But that means nothing, it's a race. Whoever gets to the top end first without breaking out. Or putting a red on the line. Alright, it's a race.
I can hear Pete Wampin.
Yeah, that was Pete Walters. You hear him on and off the gas there. Takes the win, 7.88 to lose out 8.47. So Pete Walters into the final. So they'll be getting that car back to the pits and get it turned around as quickly
Turn it
as
around,
they
yeah.
can.
Pete was 24 on the tree there to Tom's .119. That was just give him loads of room at the top end. Got past Tom, lifted, had the power advantages at the top end.
Yeah. Well, Alan did well. Probably at home now, actually, because he doesn't live that far away. Probably breathing a sigh of relief, thinking, oh,
Well,
I've got a bit more. on the
Pete's
gap.
probably his best friend at the moment.
Yeah. So it's the Morris boys. Taking on the Hauser family. When I say the families, you got Scott Hauser at the wheel, Dad Jeff, always there. And you got Colin Morris driving in Super Pro, and Stuart Morris driving in Gas. So 8.64 the Darling for Colin Morris. 7.38 the Darling for Scott Hauser.
So Scott waiting just over a second. And from my experience, even a second feels like the longest wait you've ever had.
Just seeing the camera having a look at Scott there, his eyes wide open.
When he drops the next bulb, there you go, his eyes will go straight down to that bottom bulb.
Scott is doing the chasing. He runs 7.41, but it's not enough. Reaction time advantage for Colin Morris. 0.4 on the tree compared to a 0.1. In effect, a whole shot win. 8.70. Colin Morris takes the win. So that sets up the final then. It is going to be Pete Walters taking on Colin Morris. And as Pro ET come round, as Chris likes to say, got a door come against a dragster in the final. So a bit
That's
of everything.
a nice way, you know, I like that stuff.
So, Pro ET, Ronnie Mercer, Mark Huxley. The Darlings then, 9.92 for Mark Huxley, 9.03 for Ronnie Mercer. Mark Huxley is also in the semi-finals of Super Gas as well, so he's going to have to hot lap it round. Oh, Mark Huxley goes red. Only by 0.1, so Ronnie Mercer is going to be in the final. Goes 9.02 with a breakout on that 9.03. 9.89 mark. Race decided on the start line, and I'm pretty sure Ronnie saw that as well.
Yep. And that's just indicative of Ronnie holding a little bit there. Knew very well that he would have to get off at the top end just before the line, but obviously saw the red light.
Other side of the ladder then, Brett Featherstone, Jess Bishop. The Nightmare Dragster Darling in 9.29. She'll be doing the chasing. It'll be Brett Featherstone going first with the Nova Scotia. 9.52 Darling then for Brett with the door car. The Dragster, the chase it down. Really good race, this one. Looks like Brett's out in front, but here comes the Dragster. And it is the Dragster that takes the win there. Win margin 0.5 at the stripe, 9.31 on a 29. Brett goes 9.63. I think he lifted.
I think he did.
Yeah, there's a speed dropped, but it is Jess that goes into the final. Drove round Brett at the stripe. So it'll be Jess Bishop against Ronnie Mercer in the final of Pro ET. This is Super Gas. And Stu's going to break the beams here. And then he's going to back out because he's also in the semi-finals of Comp, where he gets a bye there as well. So Stu Doyney into 2 finals as long as he breaks the beams in both of them.
you would think that would be quite uncommon, wouldn't you? But it's Stu Downey, so nothing like that's uncommon.
8:30 in the evening. And we're still racing at the European finals. Don't forget, after we've done all these eliminations, we've got trophies to award. And then we got the gala dinner for the FIA and FIM. And a late night for me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have it any other way. We're going to have, let's double check here. Yeah, we've got 2 bro runs actually. Right, I think I know what's going on here. If Stu does a full burnout, I'm just going to double check this. Yeah, okay. So they are both going to stage for their respective semi-finals, back out, and then they'll run the final at the same time. I'm pretty sure that's the plan here. Yep.
Yeah.
Even Ian is saying that. Yeah. So it's Stu first. This is semi-final number 1 in Super Comp. Stu Downey is just going to break the beams and back out. That's it, right, job done. Now Leah Kellett is going to do exactly the same thing, but in the other lane. Pre-stage, stage, tree runs, break the beams, job done. Right, okay, so that was the semi-finals just done. Now they're going to run the final between, obviously, Stu Downey and Leah Kellett. This in Super Comp.
And now both drivers are thinking, reset where I was, get my procedure back to normal and the then stage.
So this is the final then of Super Comp. 8.90 is the index. Whoever gets the top end first without breaking out will take the win. Oh, it's a pick and choose race, this one. And the win light goes to Stu Downey, 8.93 with a 3, compared to an 8.93 with a 7 for Leah Kellett. Stu had the reaction time disadvantage. Leah got away first, but the win margin at the stripe, 0.002. How tight do you want that? Stu Downey takes it by 0.002.
Yep. Stu was 0.002 behind at this end of the track, and 0.002 in front at the other end of the track.
Wow, what a final. Right, Junior Dragster. We've got a race and a solo. This is Luke Mugridge taking on Tom Peters. And if Luke can win this, he's gaining even more points on the number 1 man in the points chase. That is Liam McDonald. But Tom Peters wants to make the final at the European finals as well.
So Tom over here in the Slick Tricks lane dials 10.12. Luke dials 8.02. He'll be doing the chasing. Luke goes in. Tom follows.
That's 1 green light, 2 green lights.
Oh. And again, so close.
Well, I don't know what happened to Tom Peters there, but he broke out by a second. Wow. Luke Mugridge takes the win there. That That was really bizarre. I didn't expect somebody to go a second under the dial in there. But, yeah, Tom Peters takes the win. Oh, sorry, Luke Mugridge takes the win. Well done, Luke. So this is a solo then for Harley Coulsell. All he needs to do is break the beams, but the quickest way for him to get back to the pits is probably take it up the track. Which is exactly what he's doing. 03 light, which is basically what the other two just did.
Yeah,
they both had 03 lights as well.
Yep.
803. Right, okay, so that's Junior Dragster final set. Next up, FIM Europe Junior Drag Bike, and this is the final between Leah Morrison and Holly King. So dialing class, of course, Leah Morrison 11.8, Holly King 8.2. Both into pre-stage. There goes the green. There goes another green. So is it going to be Leah Morrison or Holly King? Holly is closing. Has she got enough? She hasn't. It is Leah Morrison that takes the win with 11.91 against a loser 8.35. Congratulations to Leah Morrison taking the event win. That's 2 event wins for the Morrison family this weekend. Congratulations to Leah taking Junior Drag Bike. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, the final. Andy Bond taking on Rob Carter. Rob Carter ran his first ever 7-second pass this weekend. Huge congratulations for Rob to be able to do that. Did it in qualifying, went 7.98. Andy Bond was your number 1 qualifier, 7.30, but not without issues this weekend. Had a front brake caliper failure, or part of front brake caliper failure. They wondered, the crew wondered why the front wheel was locked up going into stage, but the run was good, but then all the torque twisted the car over to the right and the front wheel was just skimming the surface. But when got into the shutdown area and the brakes come on, the front end becomes heavy and that front tyre got flat spotted.
It just tells you though how
flattened the wheel.
It tells you how light the front end of that car is going down the track.
So here we go, the final. Andy Bond building up the boost. Rob Carter bumping into stage. They're both in. Lights go green. Oh, Andy Bond late. But has he got the horsepower to get around him?
He's getting there.
I think he's there. 7.37 takes the win to a loser. 8.19. The win margin 0.4 at the end. But Rob Carter 0.5 off the line compared to a 0.46. But nevertheless, the ugly team, that is job done. Congratulations to Andy Bond taking the win there. Comp Eliminator, the final. It's the Williams brothers teammates. Spencer Tram and Dan Williams. Not 5 days ago, they were sat next to each other on an aircraft flying back from Indy. Last weekend, they were racing at Indy. The weekend before, these two, along with Nick and Louis, were at Bowling Green. But this is the final of Comp Eliminator. Spencer Tram and Dan Williams. All the Williams team are down there. Spencer 11.68, Dan 11.25 are the indexes. Spencer will be leaving first, but Dan will be very, very close behind. So which Camaro is it going to be? Is it the first gen or the second gen? Looks like Dan's drawn alongside. And it is Dan Williams that takes that with a 10.68 to a loser 11.32. Spencer had 0.5 advantage off the line. But it is Dan Williams that takes the event win in comp. Congratulations to Dan, and well done to Spencer. And it's just made the national finals very, very interesting indeed in comp eliminator between Spencer and Nick. Just looking at the replay on the live stream, you can see Dan has drawn alongside Spencer by the 1,000 foot.
Dan was getting really close to the centre line there, too.
Yeah. There we go. Right, let's see who's up next. We have Pro Modified in the lanes. Well, one of them anyway. So, Dave. Oh, is that David's car? I can't.
It is.
It is David's, isn't it?
And I can see...
yeah, it's only David at the moment. I can see the Morris boys
and Mark Oxley.
Yeah, they're down. So we've only got 7 finals to go. So obviously Dave Vector has made his way down. Going to be taking on Matt Eriksson in the final of Pro Modified. Lynn Foysvik going to be taking on Johnny Oxer in the final of Top Methanol. Junior Dragster is going to be Harley Corsell and Luke Mugridge. Pro ET is going to be Jess Bishop and Ronnie Mercer. Super Pro ET is going to be Pete Walters and Colin Morris. Top Fuel Bike. We've still got the bikes to come, don't forget. Rickard Gustafsson taking on Stu Crane. Pro Stock Bike is going to be Bertrand Maurice and Martin Newbury. And of course, Super Gas. It will be Stu Doiney. Trying to suss out who is going to be coming around next. It says Pro Modified on the timing screen, so that looks like it's the next class to come round.
Well, I saw Dick Costa just shaking hands there with David, so he's on his way here. He's here, in fact. So I presume we're going with Pro Mod next.
Twenty to 9, nearly 8:45 in the evening. Dick Costa back in the tower. Yeah. Oh, I've never seen you here so late. You've normally got a flight home by now.
I'll be home by now normally.
Yeah, but no, a bonus night session.
Yeah, cool. Great air, great track, so can't get any better. Well, it can, but you know what I mean.
I do indeed.
Well, Mats is also on his way. He was ready, so we will have a decent final.
So David Vector has been to the end of season banquet a few times now to collect a trophy, but you're saying he's never won a round?
No. A round of the championship.
Won an event, I should say. He's won plenty of rounds, but never won an event. Could this be the time that he does it? Well, he's had that pesky orange Camaro to contend with previously that stopped him from doing it, but maybe, just maybe this time he can do it. But Matt Eriksson, 588, 588. 588. He's got a bracket car this weekend.
Well, David was also very
but David
very
by hundreds,
consistent,
just a fraction quicker.
Yeah,
but
David's been dressed up by his wife.
Yeah, got married. You went to the wedding, didn't you? Actually?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
My invite got lost in the post. Funny enough, Dave did say, he said you would have loved to come over, but
it was
I couldn't make it.
Very nice and small. Well, small. There was a lot of people, about 65 something, but it was a great party. Great party. Beautiful weather.
Actually, it is. Whilst we do that, it's the Morris boys. Stuart Morris taking on Mark Huxley in Super Gas. And this is semi-final, actually.
Oh, wow. So they're going to close the gate then. Where's Daryl?
He's gone.
Oh, okay.
990 is the index for Supergas. Mark Huxley with the Toyota Corolla. Been doing brilliantly in the class this weekend. Has run bang on the number, actually. 9.90, did it in quali. But he's got one of the toughest out there. Stuart Morris with the Camaro. This for the big trophy. And all of our sports and racers race for a trophy called a victory. And both of these guys would love to take the European Finals one home with them. And that is a win there for Stuart Morris. Mark Huxley staged and then it bumped back out. 987 breakout for the win there. Stu Morris, congratulations. So Stu's going to fight in the final to try and take that victory trophy.
Yeah, that was just as Mark went up on the transbrake, he just
Yeah.
rocked back out of stage.
Yeah, that
Just
it does
enough to
happen, unfortunately.
Flicker the bulb, and if the bulb flickers as the lights run.
Yeah. Well, Mark Huxley has had a brilliant weekend. He made semi-finals in 2 classes this weekend, just fell short of the final. But just to make semi-final in 1 class at the European Finals is a huge achievement. But to do it in 2, absolutely brilliant. So we just looks. I think now he's going to be pro modified. The top methanol final, not that far away as well. So let's have a look then. Pro mod, as we know, it's going to be Mats and Dave. Top methanol final, Lynn Floysvik and Johnny Oxer. It's a Stu versus Stu final in Supergas. Junior Dragster, as we know, Harley and Luke. And we Jess and Ronnie in Pro ET. Pete and Colin Morris. And then, of course, we've got bikes as well with Pro Stock Bike, Bertrand and Martin, and Rickard and Stu Crane in Top Fuel Bike. So this is Supergas.
And the other semi-final.
The other semi-final. This is obviously Stu Doiney. I'd imagine he's just going to break the beams and come back.
That's exactly
She's
what
done.
he did.
Well, Stu's guaranteed winning Supergas, but which one? Is it going to be Stu Morris or is it going to be Stu Doiney? And with that moment, it's final set for all classes now.
I do love that little roadster. I have a real liking for that. I've always wanted to have a go in a roadster. It's always been a thing. You can see one day I'll end up in a dog car, you know. When I'm old and even more grey than I am.
Just looking at the supercharger on the front of Dave Vector's car there. Stu Morris parked up ready to do what he needs to do in his finals. But 2 finals for Stu Morris. For Stu Doiney.
Just watching the stream here, you know, all those people watching around the world are actually getting to see stuff that they probably don't see very often. Some great shots of the lens tonight. And really nice. Really great work by those guys at Box Lane.
Who's going first? Pro Modified or top methanol?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. We're just waiting patiently.
Surprise for you too.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get. Dale Leaks has just messaged in, if Stu goes through under 6.18, it will make him the second fastest funny bike in the world. It could just happen. What that tells me is Dale is going for it 100%.
Yeah.
So Stu, fingers crossed for him. Dale, thanks for the message. It was good to see you as well, actually. Nice of you to join us in commentary as well. But Stu Crane, going to throw everything at it. Loads of people tuned in to the live stream as well. The time now, 10 to 9 in the evening here at Santa Pod. We're still racing. But we're just waiting to see who come. We don't quite know our start line crew already, but we're just waiting patiently. Thing is, I don't want to hand it over to Nitro FM because as soon as I do, someone will fire up. Right, there is movement. Someone's just appeared in the lanes, I think. It is the methanol funny cars coming around the corner now. Lynn Voisvik and Johnny Oxer. It is the final of FIA Top Methanol. Lynn Voisvik confirmed as your champion this year. Huge congratulations to the whole team. That's going to make evening quite rowdy in the gala presentations, obviously in event presentations as well. And it is the funny car of Johnny Oxer that's coming round into the Slick Tricks lane. This for the final. It's an all funny car final in Top Methanol. It's an all 5.55 final, basically, in Top Methanol. Both of them ran 5.55 in round one in qualifying. Just having a look at the numbers there. They both ran 5.55 in qualifying.
Yeah.
It really is that tight.
That tells us one thing, doesn't it?
Yeah. Johnny Oxer ran 5.57 on his bye run. On his bye run.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We thought he might take it a little bit easy, but no, he took it all the way through.
Yeah, obviously, he wanted lane choice. So.
Yeah. And, well, here we go. The engines are fired up. Strong burnouts for both of them. So are we going to see another 5.5 second final? Is somebody going to dip it into the 5.4s conditions as best as they've been air-wise, but the track is getting cooler and cooler. So what we give you with one hand, we take away with the other. So is Lynn Voisvik going to celebrate her championship with the event win as well? Or is it going to be Johnny Oxer? He'll be taking his first win at a Santa Pod event. Just putting down the roof hatch on Johnny's car. Lynn Voisvik rolling forward. It's down to the drivers now. Crews can't do any more.
Johnny into pre-stack. Lynn into pre-stack.
Right Oxer all the way to a 5:55 again.
Number of the weekend, that is.
Unbelievable. 07 light compared to an 04 for Lynch. He got the reaction time advantage, but went up in smoke off the line. It is Johnny Oxer, Mr. 5:55 himself, takes the event win in top methanol.
And when you think how different the conditions are now,
I know.
to be able to do that again.
I'm staggered by
It's
that.
incredible.
I'd just like to say quickly, well done to all of the drivers, teams, the Santa Pod crew. Everyone is rushing like mad to get their cars ready, background and in the pairing lanes. The pairing lanes are stacked up with cars, bikes, everything, trying to get this event finished. And I know that because I've just rushed like mad trying to turn Harley's car around in time.
Is he in the lanes?
Yes. We're behind all the bikes.
Oh, right, okay.
We're waiting for a top fuel bike to come round us.
Has he got a dry fire suit?
He's got my dry fire suit on.
Right, well, my reckoning, 7 finals to go.
Yep, right.
We could just do this, you know.
I just popped up to the tower to say well done to everyone. And I'm visibly and audibly out of breath, so I'm going to run back down and try and get Harley ready to run this final.
That's dedication to the cause, isn't it?
Right,
well
see you all
done.
in a bit.
See you in a bit. So, Thomas Cook Abbott, a very welcome addition to commentary over the course of this weekend. And this year, actually, fair to say. He brings a lot of youth and exuberance and knows a lot of stuff. No, approach not right. Bertrand Maurice and Martin Newbury find it out for the event win here. They qualified 1 and 3. Bertrand with a 7:24, Martin with a 7:46. But in eliminations, it's been Martin Newbury, 7:15 in round 1, 7:18 in the round 2. So he has the performance advantage coming into the final, but forget about qualifying, forget about previous rounds. This is for the event win. And I think there's still permutations on the championship as well, actually. No doubt I'll get information through on that very shortly indeed. But too much to concentrate on that. Oh, Martin Newbury goes red. It's the win for Bertrand Maurice. He realises the win light's on in his lane. 7:22. Oh.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Wow. So Bertrand Maurice takes the win there. But not quite sure on the numbers. That's the only thing I'm questioning there. Ah, that's what it was. I think one of the blocks just got knocked over as well at the stripe, so that's why. Even though Bertrand had sat up on the bike, he still managed to record a 7:40. Oh, that's because the block went over.
Because the last one went over, yeah.
So now
Pro Mod
things get real. Will he get his first victory, or will it be Mats Eriksson?
Mats Eriksson, of course, a former European champion in Pro Modified quite a few years ago now. Mats was the first European Pro Mod into the 6.0s. He did that here at the pod. No, sorry, he did that in Sweden, but then first 5 also from Mats Eriksson. Now, a 5-second pass would get you somewhere in the top 11 in qualifying. But Dave Vector, despite all the success, all the brilliant runs, all the great low ETs, he's never, ever won an event.
No.
Could this be the monkey off his back?
Yeah. Then I know what the reason, Bill, is. The Haas brothers from the Super Twin bikes lend us their rear light that is on the wheelie bar.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, David had his tail lights on, and that caused the short circuit, and that what caused it to shut off the whole engine.
Oh, right.
So he didn't want to put them on, but it's mandatory, so we could borrow it from the Haas bros. Thank you very much. And this light actually also was in the final in Super Twin on the bike.
That's wonderful.
So he made some miles and speed.
Okay, so nothing between them on performance.
No, that's very close. It's going to be on reaction time.
So your final then in FIA Pro Modified, Dave Vector against Mats Eriksson. All you Dutch fans, all you Swedish fans, make some noise as David's gone in. He's got straight to stage actually. Matt's taking his time.
Yeah.
And it is Dave Vector with a 6.63. Didn't expect that to be the winning number. But finally,
Look at the crew.
finally,
Oh.
Dave Vector wins one.
Oh, yes.
He worked hard for that.
Oh, I so want to be down there on the track.
The whooping and the hollering is expected. Congratulations to Dave. Commiserations to Mats.
I'm going down there.
Yeah,
See you later.
Dick, thank you ever
See
so
you
much
in May.
indeed. We'll see you a bit later on. I know you're going to be at
Thanks,
the gala
Dick.
as well.
Go celebrate.
But go and party. There's Dave Vector. A very emotional Aaron as well, of course. All of that hard graft over all these years. All the damaged parts, all the broken bits on the cars. The collision years ago here with Ingarola.
Yeah.
When there was the two-car pile-up in the shutdown area. All paid off as finally Dave gets the win.
It's so hard to believe that over all those years, he's not had an event.
I
win.
know, I still can't get my head around that,
Yeah.
actually. For the final time at the European Finals, a dose of Nitro. This will be supplied by Rickard Gustafsson in the Top Fuel Bike final. Going alongside the man that is literally going to throw everything he's got at it. It's Stu Crane for Warp Speed Racing. I know there's a lot of bike fans tuned in from all over the world. I know all of the Top Fuel Bike Racing in America will be tuned in as well. A very good afternoon to you. It's a late evening here at Sandford Raceway. I know Dale Leaks is watching this intensely and willing his man on as best as he can, as are the rest of the Warp Speed gang and all the fans of the UK bike racing scene. So Rickard from Sweden, Stu Crane from Sheringham in the UK. This, the final in Top Fuel Bike. The last of our pro finals as well. There's only 4 finals to go after this. Well, on paper, Rickard has got the advantage, but Stu will be razor sharp off the line. Expect him to go for the whole shot.
Yeah, if Rickard can make this stick, he should.
What
It's
a
moving
final!
around.
What a final! Rickard, a 592, 628 for Stu Crane. But there we go, the big win. And of course, already confirmed as the champion. And another 5-second pass for Rickard Gustafsson, taking the win in Top Fuel Bike. A great effort from Stu Crane. Actually, Rickard got off the line first. They both went 104 to 60 foot. But then Rickard just started to pull away. 391 to 405 at the 8th. And obviously the Nitro power taking Rickard all the way. But a great weekend for Stu Crane. He will be very proud of his achievements this weekend.
But what a great run from Rickard in conditions that we've just not really had this weekend. You know, all his data's for completely different conditions to this, and he still comes out and sticks a 592 down there.
The Pro Team final. Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Ford Pop. He starts the weekend off without the nitrous. He then gets bored and turns it on. And there you see, big nitrous purge there for Ronnie. He dials in 9:02. He's the one going to be doing chasing because Jess Bishop, a former junior dragster racer, last year she was in the juniors. She steps up into this nightmare dragster, dialing in 9:29. On her debut event at the start of the year, she took the #1 qualifying spot, and she's taken event wins. But this is the one she wants. This is the European finals. She's in stage. Ronnie's in. Right at the stride, and it is Jess that takes it. Ronnie was closer to his darling, but I don't know what quite happened on the start line. Jess Bishop is your winner.
Jess had loads of room to lift, and she did lift.
Yeah.
That was a great piece of racecraft.
For such a young lady.
Yeah, great job.
Well done, Jess. Congratulations, taking the win in Pro ET. Super Gas.
Stewart and Stewart.
Yeah, Stu's guaranteed to win this one, as we know.
Just been pushed back.
Who? Ah, the tractor's going out.
Yeah.
So just reset and pause just for a moment. The tractor just doing a little bit of sledding out there. So we're getting very, very close to getting everything done. Those of you that stayed behind, thank you oh so much indeed. Thing is now as it's quite late in the day, I can't really sort of hand it over to Nitro FM because I can't play a huge amount of music at the moment. So just on pause for a moment. Right, well, bear with us just for a moment, and we will be back. Apologies for the silence, but just going to switch off the microphones in the tower just for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just 3 finals to go, but we ran out of time. We tried so hard to get it all done indeed, but yeah, the curfew's taken us. Thank you ever so much indeed. What an epic event. We so nearly got everything done, but just 3 finals to go, and yeah, noise curfew. So thank you all oh so much indeed for hanging around. I think you've all been richly rewarded this evening. A huge round of applause to our track crew. You have been incredible. We've got trophy presentations to do, and we're just getting those set now. Please feel free to come down and join us on the start line. It'll be about 20 minutes time, maybe sooner if we can. But we do need to get various racers back to the pits, get their equipment there. So Probably it could be 20 to 30 minutes time, but we'll get it done as soon as possible. Thanks ever so much indeed for joining us. To Eurodragster.com. It's been a warm weekend for them. Thank goodness it's been a bit cooler today. To everybody that's helped us out in commentary this weekend as well. Darryl Bradford, of course, my main man, and good to have Thomas Cook Abbott. Sorry about that. And of course, to Thomas for joining in as well. Chris, thank you very much indeed for coming up and staying with me towards the end.
Yep, always here to help if I can. And thank you very much for everything you've done all weekend.
Oh, thanks, mate. No, it's an absolute pleasure. We're going to sign off from the tower for the time being. Thank you very much indeed, and hang around for the trophies. We'll see you in a bit.